Chapter 71, I should have taken you on my ship. Roger was caught off guard by Claudius's words. Before he could speak, Claudius casually shook the orange in his hand and asked, "These oranges are delicious. Mind packing a few for me? And how about we find a place to sit down and have a drink? I don't have much money on me, but I'll treat you." Roger wasn't sure what Claudius was up to, but he didn't want to escalate things. He knew that Claudius, having appeared here and discovered his family, meant there were now dangerous variables in play. Sure, Roger could probably kill Claudius and his entire group right here, but there was no guarantee that Claudius hadn't left behind some kind of contingency plan. After all, Roger knew his days were numbered. He couldn't protect Rouge forever, especially with her being pregnant. That only increased his worries. So, instead of being overly aggressive, he decided it was best to hear Claudius out. With a smile, Roger said, "I've never shared a drink with a celestial dragon before. Since you're offering, I won't refuse." Claudius smiled back. "It's my first time on this island, so you'd know the best spot. Why don't you lead the way?" Roger stood, turning to Rouge. "I'm going to have a drink with this friend of mine. If you're tired, go ahead and close up the stall and get some rest." Rouge gave him a worried glance but eventually nodded. "Just take care of yourself. Don't drink too much, okay?" Roger smiled softly, his eyes full of warmth. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Claudius, already standing, glanced over to his group. "You all stay here and help out. If this beautiful stall owner wants to pack up, give her a hand. After all, I did eat 2 oranges for free." Though Stussy was concerned about Claudius going off with Roger, she kept quiet. His confidence reassured her, and if things went south, she had no problem with taking matters into her own hands. Roger's wife could make a good hostage if needed. "Understood, Your Highness. We'll take care of Miss Rouge," Nia responded promptly. Roger gave a quick look around, recognizing the unspoken arrangement. Claudius was leaving Rouge in the care of his people as a form of leverage, but Roger didn't comment on it. He simply nodded to Rouge before heading off with Claudius. The tavern they found was small and shabby, with rickety tables and chairs that looked as old as the town itself. The owner, an elderly man, was sitting half asleep behind the counter. When he saw them enter, he lazily pointed to the bottles on the wall and mumbled, "Help yourselves. Just pay before you leave." Roger, accustomed to the laid-back vibe of the island, grabbed 2 bottles of wine, placed them on the table, and invited Claudius to sit. "So, how did you know I was here? I didn't tell anyone about this place. Not even Rayleigh knows where I am." Claudius uncorked the bottles, pouring a glass for each of them. "Who do you think I am? I'm the head of CPX. Do you really think it's that hard for me to find you?" Roger raised an eyebrow as he took a sip of his drink, listening carefully. "I've actually known where you were for a while now," Claudius continued. "I've been hanging around South Blue for months, but I didn't come to you immediately. I wanted to give you some time to be with your family." Roger's eyes softened for a moment, but then he chuckled. "Well, I guess I should thank you for that then. It seems you really are the one who caught Shiki after all. I wasn't sure if I believed it before." Claudius feigned surprise. "You didn't believe it?" "Of course not," Roger replied bluntly. "CPX just pops up out of nowhere. You don't expect people to be suspicious." Claudius laughed heartily. "Fair point. If you hadn't run so fast that day, I might have caught you too." Roger grinned. "I suppose I should count myself lucky." The 2 men, who by all appearances should have been enemies, sat together drinking as if they were old friends. They chatted freely, and for a while, it seemed like they were just 2 regular men reminiscing over past adventures. Eventually, after one of the bottles had been emptied, Roger leaned back and asked, "Earlier, you said, it's almost time. What did you mean by that? You didn't come all this way just to have a drink with me, did you?" Claudius poured another round and looked at Roger seriously. "I meant exactly that. I will eventually arrest you. I just don't think the time is right yet." Roger was momentarily stunned. "You'll arrest me when?" Claudius took a sip from his glass, glancing over at Roger. "Whenever you're ready. After all, I can see you're not in the best shape these days. You've lost a lot of weight since I last saw you. Not to mention, your wife's warning not to drink too much." Roger's face tensed for a moment before he let out a heavy sigh. "Yeah, you're right. I don't have much time left. I'm terminally ill." "Figured as much," Claudius said calmly. Roger looked at him with surprise. You're not shocked. What's there to be shocked about? Birth, aging, sickness, death, it's all part of life. Just because you're the Pirate King doesn't mean you can escape it. You're still just a man, Roger, Claudius said, waving it off as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Roger let out a deep, booming laugh. Ha 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 ha, you're right after all, I'm still just a man. After sharing a few more drinks in silence, Claudius asked softly, how much time do you need? Roger studied Claudius for a long moment, then spoke, his voice tinged with emotion. You're really something else, you know that? Back in the day, I thought there was something different about you, even though you're a celestial dragon. Looking back now, I regret not taking you on my ship. We could have been great friends. Imagine the adventures we'd have had. Claudius nodded as Roger spoke, listening quietly without interrupting. After a few more moments of reflection, Roger shook his head and sighed. I don't know how much longer I have left, but it won't be long. When the time comes, I'll come to you. I'll surrender. Roger had already decided this was his fate. Since Claudius had shown him this level of respect, Roger would reciprocate by turning himself into him when the time was right. Really? Claudius replied with a grin. You're the one calling the shots here. I couldn't beat you in a fight anyway, so whatever you say goes. I'm not in a rush. They drank in silence for a little while longer until Roger's expression grew heavy again. Rouge is innocent, you know that, right? Claudius set his glass down and looked at Roger. She's married to the Pirate King, isn't she? From what I can tell, she's pregnant too, isn't she? It doesn't matter if she's innocent or guilty. The world won't see her that way. Roger's face darkened. He knew Claudius was right. Chapter 72. The Unexpected Arrival of Vice Admiral Garp. As Claudius finished speaking, Roger's expression turned somewhat resigned. He took 2 more sips from his glass, sighed deeply, and said, by your reasoning, of course, she's guilty. In fact, it's a serious crime, a capital offense. Claudius nodded, not denying anything. Just the fact that Rouge had hidden Roger here was already enough to warrant a death sentence, let alone marrying him. You're right, Rouge is pregnant. I've been holding on, hoping to meet my child, but I'm starting to think I won't make it in time. My body just doesn't have much left to give, Roger said softly, a hint of sadness in his voice. Claudius nodded again, saying nothing. Roger took another drink, then smiled at Claudius. But at least, the child is innocent, right? If you weren't the Pirate King, then maybe. But now, he carries the blood of Gall D. Roger. It doesn't matter if he's innocent. Do you really think the world government would let him live? Claudius sighed, shaking his head. Roger's hand tightened around his glass, and in a moment of suppressed anger, he crushed it in his grip. Shards of glass cut into his palm, and blood mixed with the wine on the table. His fury was clear, but he didn't lash out. As a pirate, he might have done so, but now he was more than just a pirate. He was a husband, and soon to be a father. Is there really no way around this? Roger asked, his voice low, his eyes locked on Claudius. Claudius picked up another glass from the table, filled it with wine, and set it down in front of Roger. Then, rubbing his temples, he replied, what exactly do you want me to do? If it hadn't been for you finding us, I was planning to leave my family in Garp's hands. Even though we're on opposite sides, I've always believed Garp's someone I can trust. He would have protected my child, Roger said quietly. Are you sure you'll get the chance to meet Garp? Claudius asked with a slight smile. Of course. As soon as I'm arrested, Garp will come. I'm certain of that, Roger said confidently. It seems like you've got Garp wrapped around your finger, Claudius chuckled, shaking his head. He couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Garp, knowing Roger would drag him into this mess. Neither of them could have known that Garp was already in the South Blue, supposedly taking a vacation. And at this very moment, his small boat had docked at Batterilla Island. In typical Garp fashion, he was traveling alone, piloting nothing but a small boat through the vast seas. Roger didn't respond to Claudius' remark, instead continuing, but now that CPX has discovered us, my previous plan is full of holes. If you're involved, even Garp won't be able to protect my family. That's true, Claudius admitted. So, what do you want me to do? Are you really willing to help me? We're not exactly friends, Roger said, though there was a glimmer of hope in his voice. I did eat 2 of your oranges, Claudius replied with a casual wave. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "And you're right, at least the child is innocent." Roger's face lit up. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you, ha 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 ha." He laughed heartily, taking a long drink from his glass. "You're one of the celestial dragons, right? No one would question you. That makes things much safer. I was hoping you could help protect my wife and unborn child." "Hold on," Claudius interrupted him without hesitation. "I only said the child is innocent. As for Rouge, I can promise I won't report her, but I'm not offering her any protection. If you want someone to protect her, go find Garp." Claudius knew he was treading carefully here. While he was willing to take care of the child, maybe even raise him as his own and steer him away from the path of piracy, Rouge was a different matter. She was a liability. She knew too much about Roger and his secrets, and harboring her could easily backfire. Even if no one knew her identity now, there was always the chance that something from her past could surface. If the world government caught wind of her, Claudius would be dragged into the mess, and that was a risk he wasn't willing to take. And besides, Claudius didn't need Rouge. She was just a civilian, a weak woman. What benefit could she possibly bring him? None. In fact, keeping her around would only cause problems. He wasn't a fool, and he wasn't about to complicate things unnecessarily. Roger, hearing Claudius' blunt refusal, fell silent. He knew this was likely Claudius' bottom line. After all, they weren't friends, they were enemies. The fact that Claudius was willing to look after his child was already an unexpected kindness. Asking for more was likely too much. Not reporting Rouge, maybe that's enough. If she's lucky, she could live a peaceful life, Roger said quietly. "If that's the case, I'll make sure your child gets to see her regularly," Claudius replied. "Thank you. I never imagined that in the end, the one I could rely on would be a celestial dragon," Roger said with a rueful laugh. "Life's full of surprises, isn't it?" Claudius was about to respond when the door to the pub suddenly swung open. A large, muscular man walked in, dressed in a loud, colorful beach shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. His entrance was as boisterous as his outfit, and he greeted the half-asleep tavern owner with a booming laugh. "Hey, old man, I just got to this island and I'm looking for someone. Have you seen a tall, blonde guy? He's probably with two lovely ladies. I've got something to deliver to him." The tavern owner lazily pointed to the bottles on the wall and mumbled, "Help yourself. As for your friend, look around." Roger and Claudius both froze in place. Neither of them had expected to run into Vice Admiral Garp here, of all places. The man standing at the door was none other than Garp himself. He had heard Claudius was on this island, but hadn't managed to find him. He thought he'd stop by the pub to gather information and grab a drink. But instead, he stumbled upon a scene he never could have imagined. Claudius, a celestial dragon, sitting at a table with Roger, the pirate king, sharing drinks like old friends. For a moment, even Garp was speechless. What in the world was happening here? Chapter 73, I regret it, I regret being a pirate. "Roger," Garp bellowed as soon as he snapped out of his shock, preparing to charge at him. At that moment, Claudius quickly intervened. "Garp, why don't you join us for a drink instead?" Hearing Claudius's calm words, Garp hesitated. Then Roger chimed in, "It's been a long time, Garp. Won't you sit and have a drink with me?" Although Garp was still reeling from the sight of a celestial dragon sharing drinks with the Pirate King, he ultimately held back his instinct to fight. He took a deep breath, grabbed a bottle of wine from the wall, and, with a frown, plopped down beside Claudius. "What are you even doing here in this remote backwater?" Claudius asked curiously. Garp scratched his head, then slapped a worn, black wallet onto the table. "Isn't this what you asked for? It's your fault. That marsh fruit of yours, it was in here. Take it and don't lose it again." Claudius's eyes lit up. He grabbed the wallet, gave it a brief look, and pocketed it without further inspection. Still grumbling, Garp added, "Back in Marineford, I told you if you got any news about Roger, let me know immediately. But no, you CPX guys tracked him down without a word. And now, here you are drinking with him. Do you even know who he is?" Claudius chuckled awkwardly. Being caught like this was more than a little embarrassing. "I came here to arrest him," he said with a smile. "Figured it wouldn't be necessary to trouble you." "Arrest him? Look at him. He's sitting here drinking with you. What kind of plan is that? You didn't spike the wine, did you?" Garp eyed the glasses suspiciously. I've decided to surrender to Cladius, Garp, Roger said suddenly. Garp froze, staring at Roger in disbelief before turning to Cladius. What did you put in his drink? He must be drunk, talking about surrendering like that. Cladius sighed, irritated by Garp's bluntness. Roger's terminally ill, he doesn't have much time left. Garp's expression shifted. He looked at Roger, his disbelief giving way to sadness. So, you're really dying. Roger waved off Garp's sympathy. If I get captured, I'll die either way. Why the sudden concern? You're making me sick with all this sentiment. Garp shrugged, shaking off his momentary sadness. Yeah, you're right. You're a despicable bastard. The world'll be better off without you. Why should I feel sorry? The conversation between the two old rivals took a lighter turn as they continued to talk. Once Garp understood that Roger truly intended to surrender, he seemed to relax. Just as Roger had trusted Garp, Garp trusted Roger enough to believe him. There was no need to rush the arrest. Cladius, leaning back in his chair, puffed on a cigar as he watched these two lifelong enemies drink and chat like old friends. He couldn't help but marvel at the surrealness of it all. If he hadn't been here, he might never have believed that such a scene could even exist. The three of them sat there from dawn until dusk. Finally, they stepped out of the shabby tavern together. Roger waved to Garp and Cladius before heading home. Cladius, meanwhile, was preparing to take Garp back to his ship for the night. After all, the man had gone out of his way to deliver something for him. It was only polite to show some gratitude. As they walked side by side along the quiet country road, Garp suddenly chuckled to himself. Who'd have thought that scoundrel Roger would settle down on some forgotten island, fall in love, and even have a kid? Cladius smirked. Don't you regret coming here now? He asked. Garp didn't answer right away. He'd already been roped into Roger's plans, agreeing to look after Rouge until the baby was born. Once the child was born, Garp would hand the child over to Cladius for safekeeping. The world government's investigations would be thorough, and perhaps one day, after things had settled, the mother and child might be allowed to reunite. But deep down, Cladius knew it was unlikely. The world was harsh, and Rouge would likely meet a tragic end trying to protect her unborn child, just as the stories had foretold. After a long silence, Garp finally spoke. That guy Roger, he's something else, isn't he? Cladius raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Yeah, he's a pirate, but I can't help but like him. He's the kind of person you'd want as a friend. Imagine that. Yeah, I've spent half my life fighting him, Garp muttered. Back during the God Valley incident, I ended up owing him a favor. He's about to die now, so I guess if I don't repay it soon, I never will. That's why I promised to help him. Cladius glanced at Garp, then shook his head with a wry smile. You're a fool. But somehow, this kind of fool was exactly the kind of person you could trust. Cladius didn't mind it. For the next month or so, Cladius and Garp stayed on the island, wandering around, fishing, and occasionally dealing with small-time pirates. They never saw Roger again, and both sides kept a respectful distance. Roger and Rouge spent their days quietly, cherishing their time together, while Cladius and Garp enjoyed a peaceful, if unusual, break from their duties. One morning, as Rouge prepared breakfast, Roger sat at the table, coughing violently into a handkerchief. When he pulled it away, the white cloth was stained with blood. Rouge, I regret it, Roger said softly, his voice weary. What if I hadn't become a pirate? I could have married you sooner, and we could have had our child by now. In the kitchen, Rouge froze. She understood what his words meant. A tear slipped down her cheek, and with a trembling voice, she replied, But I fell in love with the big, heroic pirate you were, didn't I? Roger smiled faintly. Yeah, if I hadn't been a pirate, a beautiful girl like you probably wouldn't have even looked my way. After all, Cladius said I'm just a scruffy old man. Rouge chuckled, though it was bittersweet. Well, he wasn't entirely wrong. They ate their breakfast quietly, the atmosphere warm but tinged with sadness. When Rouge noticed Roger had cleaned his plate, she forced a smile. You ate so much today, you're not leaving anything behind. Roger gave a weak smile in return, but his eyes were filled with unspoken emotions, love, regret, and a heavy sense of finality. Rouge didn't say anything for a while, but then she softly asked, Are you leaving? Roger nodded slowly. It's time, Rouge, I have to go. Chapter 74, Is CPX really that good? In the Holy Land, Mariewa, within the headquarters of the world government, the 5 elders were gathered. Representing the highest authority, the 5 of them sat quietly, listening to the voice of a den mushi. Their expressions were a mix of disbelief and intrigue. "We're currently on our way back to Mariewa," Claudius's voice came through the phone. "And as luck would have it, I ran into Garp while he was on vacation in South Blue. So, rest assured, security won't be an issue. The news is confidential, and no one is likely to stir up trouble." The bald elder leaned forward, his tone incredulous. "Claudius, this isn't something to joke about lightly. Are you seriously saying you've captured Roger?" "Of course, I'm not joking," Claudius replied with a chuckle. "How could I face the 5 of you if I dared to lie about something like this?" The elder with the beard spoke up, his voice sharp. "You didn't just find someone who looks like Roger, did you? Roger's been a ghost for years. Neither the Navy nor the CP agencies could catch him." Claudius sighed in mock exasperation. "I'm not an idiot. I can tell the difference. And even if I somehow got it wrong, do you think Garp would make the same mistake?" After a pause, Claudius continued, "Didn't I tell you before? CPX was created to handle what the Navy and the CP agencies can't. It wasn't impossible to catch Roger, it was just a matter of time. Oh, and speaking of impossible, I've been to the sky too." The bald elder couldn't help but laugh. "You really are proud of yourself, aren't you? But if this is true, then you've certainly given us a monumental surprise. CPX didn't disappoint. When you return, we'll increase our support for your organization. And as promised, your ascension to the highest rank among the celestial dragons won't be overlooked." "Thank you, your excellencies," Claudius responded, his voice smooth with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong sat stunned, listening to Garp's report through a den mushi. Around him, high-ranking officers like Sengoku were gathered, all wearing expressions of disbelief. They had spent so much time hunting for Roger without success, and now, Garp, who was supposed to be on vacation, was telling them that Claudius had captured him. "So, you're saying Roger has been captured and you're on your way back?" Admiral Kong asked, still trying to process the information. "I already told you I didn't catch him." Claudius did. "I went to South Blue to deliver something to him, and by sheer luck, I stumbled into him capturing Roger. He actually pulled it off," Garp said, sounding both amused and frustrated. Sengoku raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with suspicion. "Garp, don't tell me you knew Claudius was onto something, and that's why you went to South Blue." "Are you kidding me?" Garp barked into the den mushi. "Would I ever do something like that?" Of course, Garp conveniently forgot the conversation he'd had with Claudius not long before, where they'd discussed keeping Roger's whereabouts between them. For now, Garp played the part of the innocent vacationer who just happened upon a great event. After a few more words, Garp confirmed that they would return to Mariewa as quickly as possible, and then ended the call. Sengoku and the other high-ranking officers stood in silence for a moment, struggling to wrap their heads around the situation. Fleet Admiral Kong, still staring at the now silent den mushi, finally muttered, "Is CPX really that capable?" Sengoku stroked his chin, clearly puzzled. "As far as I know, they weren't supposed to be that powerful. On paper, they've developed a bit, but I thought they were mostly a shell organization. This whole thing with Roger, it doesn't make any sense." Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, who had recently been promoted, glanced at Sengoku thoughtfully. "Perhaps we've underestimated them. After all, the operations within Mariewa have always been somewhat unconventional. CPX isn't under our command, nor are they subordinates. We really don't know how capable they might be." Sengoku frowned, processing her words. "Are you suggesting there might be unknown powers or assets under Claudius's control?" "Who's to say?" Tsuru replied cryptically. At that moment, Zephyr, now serving as the Marine's chief instructor, smiled and chimed in. "Come on now, is it really so strange that CPX might have capabilities we don't know about? Think about it after all these years, has anyone ever fully understood the scope of the CP agencies? It's pointless to overthink this. And besides, Claudius isn't our enemy. If CPX is stronger than we thought, that's a good thing for us." Fleet Admiral Kong nodded and knocked on the table with his knuckles. "Zephyr's right. Claudius and CPX aren't like the rest of the CP agencies. He has a solid relationship with the Navy, and if they're stronger than we thought, that only benefits us. There's no need to pry into it any further. Sengoku took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. You're both right. The fact remains, this is a good thing for us. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke again. We need to start preparing. Fleet Admiral, you'll need to contact the higher-ups. We have to decide what to do with Roger. Are we taking him to impel down, or are we moving straight to execution? Roger's not just any pirate, Tsuru interjected. Since he became the Pirate King, the number of pirates in the world has skyrocketed. I think it's highly likely they'll want to make an example of him. An execution seems more probable. No need to discuss that further, Fleet Admiral Kong said, waving a hand. The decision's already been made. Roger must die. Start making preparations for his execution. Sengoku nodded. Understood. I'll order the recall of all our forces currently searching for Roger. We need to focus our efforts on his execution. There can't be any slip-ups, especially with the threat of a prison break or a public rescue attempt. Agreed, Fleet Admiral Kong said. I'll confirm the location of the execution with the higher-ups as soon as possible. Once we have the details, I'll let you know. In the meantime, make sure everything else is in order. Sengoku nodded and began making plans. He couldn't help but smile as he said, in the last few years, we've managed to take down some of the biggest names: Achoku, John, Golden Lion, and now Roger. Once Roger's executed, things should calm down. Maybe those big players in the New World will finally settle down. Zephyr chuckled, joining the conversation. Yeah, after this, we might finally be able to catch our breath. Little did they know, an unprecedented storm was quietly building. The execution of Roger, the Pirate King, wouldn't calm the seas, it would ignite them, setting the stage for the most chaotic era the world had ever seen. The Marines' battle was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Chapter 75, The Big News That Shook the World. As Cladius and Garp returned to Mariewa with Roger in tow, the world government officially confirmed the arrest of the Pirate King. Roger had been captured. This news, unprecedented and world-shaking, quickly spread across every corner of the globe. Newspapers immediately printed special editions, with bold headlines proclaiming, CPX revealed, Pirate King Gold Roger captured in South Blue. In the Sabyati archipelago, within Shaki's ripoff bar, Rayleigh, the once first mate of the Roger pirates, leaned against the counter. His blonde hair fell over his shoulders as he casually flipped through the special edition of the newspaper. The headline, CPX arrests Gold Roger in South Blue, stared back at him. They're planning to execute Roger in Logtown, East Blue, 2 months from now, Rayleigh murmured to himself, his voice calm but his eyes reflecting a deep understanding. Shaki, holding a glass of wine, placed it next to Rayleigh. Roger's been caught, huh? Is that CPX group really that powerful? She asked, her tone filled with a hint of concern. Rayleigh set the newspaper aside and took a sip from his glass, smiling slightly. Maybe they are, or maybe Roger just let himself be caught. It wouldn't surprise me if he surrendered once they found him. Surrendered? Shaki echoed, her surprise evident. Yeah, Rayleigh replied. He had this plan for a while. Perhaps he wanted to make a statement with his death. You know how Roger is, he'd enjoy watching the world government think they've won, only for something unexpected to happen later. There was a brief silence as Rayleigh's words hung in the air, his casual tone making it seem like he didn't care about Roger's fate. But knowing him, Shaki wondered what emotions really stirred beneath that calm facade. So the rest of the Roger pirates, you're not planning to save him? Shaki asked, raising an eyebrow. Rayleigh shook his head. No, this was Roger's choice. Besides, he wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. Shaki smiled, taking a sip from her own glass. Well, I thought you'd be running off for a while. Guess not. In the New World, aboard the massive Moby Dick, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, sat silently on his throne-like chair. A sake flask dangled from his large hand, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Marco, one of Whitebeard's closest commanders, came rushing across the deck, newspaper in hand and shock written all over his face. Pops, big news, he shouted, breathless. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, his deep voice rumbling. What is it, Marco? What's got you so worked up? Roger's been captured. By that same CPX group that captured Shiki, Marco exclaimed, thrusting the newspaper toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes widened in surprise as he took the paper and carefully read the headline. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his tone low. "It seems we've underestimated this Cladius. That celestial dragon is becoming quite a force to be reckoned with." Marco frowned. "Do you think it's true? Could CPX really have captured Roger?" Whitebeard took a deep sip from his flask before nodding. "If Roger's been captured, it's likely true. As for this CPX, we might have thought too little of them before. They've already proven themselves by capturing Shiki." Marco looked concerned but didn't dwell on that. Instead, he asked, "The paper says they're planning to execute Roger in 2 months in East Blue. Shouldn't we go and save him?" "No," Whitebeard responded without hesitation. Marco's brows furrowed in confusion. "Why not? Shouldn't we at least go and see him off? He's going to die, Pops." Whitebeard looked at Marco, his eyes softening for a moment. "I've already said my goodbye to Roger. There's no need to go." Elsewhere, on a ship sailing through the first half of the Grand Line, Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, was staring at the same newspaper in disbelief. Less than 2 months ago, he had mocked Claudius when they met in South Blue, teasing him for thinking he could casually catch Roger. And now, here was the undeniable proof that Claudius had done just that. "How is this even possible?" Dragon muttered, rubbing his chin in thought. "Roger, caught by just a few men? What in the world happened?" Ivankov, the flamboyant revolutionary and Dragon's close ally, leaned over Dragon's shoulder, glancing at the headline. "Maybe Roger surrendered? Could be that Claudius just got lucky." Dragon chuckled softly. "If that's the case, Claudius has got to be the luckiest man alive. To stumble upon Roger at the perfect moment in South Blue, it's hard to believe." Bartholomew Kuma, the large, silent figure standing nearby, finally spoke. "Roger's choice, perhaps, but even so, Claudius managed to pull it off." Dragon nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, whatever the reason, Claudius has proven himself capable. CPX isn't the stuffed shell he made it out to be. If they were able to catch Roger, then what does that say about the Navy and the CP agencies that have failed all these years?" Dragon's eyes narrowed. He knew Claudius had more power and influence than he let on. There's no way he's shown all his cards yet. Ivankov adjusted the ship's rudder, turning them towards a new course. "So, boss, what now? Weren't we headed to Water 7? Dragon smiled faintly. "There's still time. Roger's execution is 2 months away. We'll head to East Blue." Ivankov looked puzzled. "Why? Roger's death doesn't really concern the Revolutionary Army. What's the point of watching his execution?" Dragon's smile grew slightly. "I have a feeling it won't be that simple. I'm expecting some unexpected developments." Ivankov laughed. Fine, you're the boss after all. East Blue it is." Dragon wasn't the only one curious about Roger's impending execution. Across the seas, other major players began shifting their attention to East Blue. In North Blue, Donquixote Doflamingo grinned as he read the news, already plotting to be present at Roger's final moments. Elsewhere, Dracul Mihawk, in the midst of challenging swordsmen across the world, also decided that he needed to witness the execution of the Pirate King firsthand. The sea was alive with movement as countless figures, pirates, revolutionaries, and swordsmen alike, began making their way toward East Blue. The looming execution of Gall D. Roger had sparked a massive surge in activity, setting the stage for an event that would change the world forever. Back at Marine headquarters, Sengoku stood in silence for a moment, holding the latest report in his hands. He turned to the gathered officers and said, "His Highness Claudius stayed in South Blue for nearly 4 months. We all thought he was taking a vacation, but now, it seems like he was laying the groundwork for something far bigger." Chapter 76, The Prologue of Logtown. East Blue's Logtown, once an unremarkable place, had now become the center of attention. East Blue, often called the weakest sea, rarely saw any notable figures pass through. But things had changed. This small, quiet town was now filled with big names from all over the world. The reason? The impending execution of the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger. A massive marine warship was docking in the harbor, and among its passengers stood Claudius. Garp, Sengoku, and several other high-ranking marines were also present. Cusin and a few others had already gone ahead to organize the security arrangements within Logtown. "It's quite the spectacle here today," Claudius remarked with a smile, gazing out at the crowded harbor. Garp, born in East Blue's Kingdom of Goa, frequently returned to his home sea and had visited Logtown many times due to its convenient position near the entrance to the Grand Line. Nodding at Claudius's comment, he replied, "Yeah, it's way busier than usual. Looks like a lot of people want to witness Roger's execution." Claudius then pointed to a nearby ship, which had recently docked. "Speaking of which, aren't you Marines going to do something about that?" he asked, grinning slightly. The ship wasn't particularly remarkable, but the pirate flag fluttering from its mast was impossible to ignore. It was a rare sight, a pirate ship casually moored not far from a Marine warship. The audacity of these pirates was something to behold. Sengoku sighed heavily, his expression troubled. "If we go after these pirates now, it'll stir up chaos among the others who have come to Logtown. The town would descend into complete disorder. Today isn't about catching pirates, it's about executing Roger. For now, we'll turn a blind eye." "Fair enough," Claudius shrugged, unconcerned. "I'm not the one in charge of catching pirates, that's your Marine business." "You don't seem bothered by much," Sengoku said with a faint smile. There was a brief moment of silence before Sengoku pulled out a den mushi and made a call. Cusin's voice quickly came through. "Everything set?" Sengoku asked. "All prepared. The execution platform is built and secured. We're just waiting for you," Cusin replied, his tone lighthearted. "Good, we're heading over now," Sengoku confirmed before hanging up. He then turned to a nearby Marine Rear Admiral and gave orders. "Move into the town. Organize the crowd in the square and make sure the path to the execution platform is secure. We can't afford any mistakes." "Yes, Admiral Sengoku," the Rear Admiral responded, quickly organizing a group of Marine soldiers. They disembarked and began forming ranks, moving efficiently into Logtown to establish order. Sengoku, satisfied with the preparations, turned to Claudius. "Let's head into town." Claudius waved him off with a smile. "You go ahead. I don't want to draw too much attention. People know about CPX now, but not many are familiar with my face. I haven't exactly let my image circulate. If I walk into town alongside the top brass of the Marines, I'll blow my cover. CPX thrives on its discretion, after all." Sengoku hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Fair point. Do as you wish, then." With that, Sengoku, Garp, and the other Marines disembarked, leaving Claudius on the ship. There were still a few hours before Roger's execution at noon, so Claudius wasn't in any rush. He strolled off the ship, blending into the crowd. This time, Claudius hadn't brought his usual entourage. Nia was still in Mariewa, while Stussy had already infiltrated Logtown in advance. Crocodile, who was eagerly awaiting Roger's execution to gain his freedom from Claudius's watch, had also gone ahead to explore the town. With so many pirates gathering in one place, Crocodile couldn't resist scoping out the scene. The only person accompanying Claudius was Enel. The young man looked around in awe, wide-eyed and curious about everything. As they walked through the crowded streets, Claudius enjoyed the anonymity of the moment. Logtown wasn't large, but with so many people flooding in from all over the world, it felt cramped. As Claudius wandered with Enel at his side, his eyes caught a familiar figure in the distance, one that was both recognizable and outlandish. Donquixote Doflamingo, his cousin, was as flamboyant as ever. Today, the future Joker of the underworld looked like a walking spectacle. Draped in his iconic pink feathered coat, wearing lace-trimmed orange sunglasses, and dressed in checkered pants with peasy shoes, Doflamingo didn't look like a pirate at all. If anything, he resembled a pop idol more than anything. Around Doflamingo, a group of lackeys helped clear a path for him, keeping the crowd at bay. Claudius smiled and, with Enel in tow, made his way over. As they neared, one of Doflamingo's men, Virgo, as serious as ever, stepped forward, blocking Claudius's path. "Stop," he said coldly, his face still stained with remnants of a donut he'd recently eaten. But before Virgo could say more, Doflamingo's familiar laugh rang out. "Furu furu furu fu. Cousin, it's been too long. I figured you'd show up here, so I saved you a spot. Come, join me." Doflamingo greeted Claudius warmly, a wide grin on his face. Virgo froze for a moment, realizing who stood before him. "My apologies, St. Claudius," he said quickly, bowing with respect. Virgo understood that there was only one person Doflamingo would call cousin, a celestial dragon, and more specifically, Claudius, the leader of CPX. Claudius waved the apology away. "It's fine," he said, before walking over to Doflamingo. "Doffy, it's been a while. You've grown, haven't you?" "Almost catching up to me," Claudius said with a grin. Doflamingo laughed. "I couldn't let you leave me behind, cousin, but you've outdone yourself. First, you capture the Golden Lion, and now, you've even managed to get your hands on the Pirate King himself. How did you pull that off? I'm dying to hear the story." Claudius chuckled. "It's a long tale, and it starts with me being on vacation in South Blue." As Claudius began recounting his adventures to Doflamingo, the square around them continued to fill with notable figures. Hawkeye Mihawk, carrying his massive cross-shaped sword on his back, stood nearby, his hawk-like eyes scanning the area. He, too, was here to witness the execution of the Pirate King. In another corner of the crowd, two familiar figures, Shanks and Buggy, squeezed through the throngs of people. Their expressions were a mixture of sadness and anxiety, knowing what fate awaited their captain. Chapter 77, Prisoner on the Throne. In addition to the growing number of familiar faces in the crowd, Crocodile had also blended into the sea of onlookers. His once straightforward demeanor had started to evolve, as he leaned more and more into the image of a pirate. Standing not far from him was a man with an imposing and ominous figure, Moria. His sharp, ghastly appearance made him stand out, and like everyone else, he seemed eager to witness the execution of Gall D. Roger. Above them all, perched on the roof of a nearby building, stood a man in a cabuto cap and a long cloak. It was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, watching everything unfold with quiet intensity. Claudius, unaware of Dragon's presence, was engaged in conversation with his cousin, Doflamingo. However, Dragon's sharp eyes had already spotted Claudius among the crowd. His gaze shifted to Doflamingo, and a slight frown crossed his face. "So, he's connected to the Donquixote family of North Blue," Dragon muttered to himself. Could Doflamingo be the hidden power backing Claudius? But from what I remember, the Donquixote family wasn't supposed to be particularly influential anymore. Since Roger's capture, Dragon had been suspicious that Claudius possessed some secret force that allowed him to achieve what no one else had. Now, seeing Doflamingo and his entourage, Dragon's suspicions only deepened. Still, even with this realization, he couldn't quite figure out how Claudius had managed to capture Roger. Meanwhile, Claudius and Doflamingo continued their conversation. "Cousin," Doflamingo began with a grin, "after Roger's execution, I plan to enter the Grand Line as a pirate." "Oh, you're leaving North Blue behind?" Claudius asked with an amused smile. "North Blue is too small," Doflamingo replied, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "I've stirred things up enough there. It's time to head to the Grand Line and eventually New World. Once I've built up enough power, I'll return to claim what the Donquixote family once owned." Claudius raised an eyebrow. "Ah, I see, you mean Dressrosa, the kingdom that was once ours back in the day." "Exactly," Doflamingo said, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. 800 years ago, we ruled Dressrosa. If I can't return to Mariewa, then I'll take back what rightfully belongs to us. It's time." Claudius chuckled, impressed by his cousin's boldness. "You've got a point. If you manage to seize Dressrosa, I'll make sure the paperwork goes through properly. I'll see to it that you're recognized as the rightful king." Doflamingo laughed, his trademark grin widening. Furufurufurufu, then I'll owe you one, cousin. It seems you've solidified your standing in Mariewa. Has that rat Lancelot been giving you any trouble?" At the mention of Lancelot, Claudius's expression darkened for a moment before he waved it off with a smirk. "Give me trouble. Do you think I'm still the same as I was back then? I'm an upper celestial dragon now. Lancelot should count himself lucky if I leave him alone. He's in no position to give me trouble." Doflamingo's eyes widened in surprise. "Upper celestial dragon, already?" Claudius nodded, looking satisfied. "I made a deal with the 5 elders. If CPX could capture Roger, they'd promote me to the upper ranks. They've fulfilled their end of the bargain." Doflamingo's grin returned, sharper than ever. So, cousin, does that mean you'll finally deal with Lancelot? After all, he caused you quite a bit of trouble back in the day. Claudius's eyes gleamed dangerously. I've moved past what happened back then, but if Lancelot crosses my path or gets in my way, well, accidents happen, don't they? Especially with things about to get chaotic. Doflamingo smirked knowingly. It sounds like you've already got something planned. Claudius chuckled darkly. I wouldn't call it a plan just yet, but let's just say the idea is taking shape. Why? Were you thinking of handling him yourself? Is there an opportunity? Doflamingo asked, his ambition barely hidden. There will be, Claudius replied, his voice low. When the time comes, I'll let you know. Doflamingo's grin grew even wider. I'll be ready, cousin. Thank you for keeping me in mind. Their conversation continued for a few more minutes, until Claudius casually asked, How's Rocinante doing these days? I haven't seen the kid in a while. Doflamingo's cheerful expression faltered for a brief moment. He sighed, shaking his head. He's still the same. We don't see eye to eye on many things. Claudius nodded, sensing there was more to the story, but deciding not to press further. Just then, a commotion rippled through the crowd, and both Claudius and Doflamingo turned their attention toward the square. Marine soldiers had formed a path through the throngs of people, separating the square in half. The road they had cleared led directly to the execution platform, where Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Jin, Kyuzin, and other Marine officers stood at the ready. Although a rescue attempt was unlikely, the Marines weren't taking any chances. Their presence was meant to discourage anyone from trying to disrupt the execution. Soon, the square grew quiet, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Claudius and Doflamingo, both standing tall, could see over the heads of the crowd, their eyes locked on the far end of the street. It's time, Claudius murmured. Doflamingo nodded silently. The sound of clanking chains echoed through the air as the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger, finally appeared. Roger's wrists and ankles were shackled, the chains jangling with each step he took. Despite the restraints, he moved with an air of confidence, his burgundy captain's coat trailing behind him. He didn't look like a man walking to his death, he looked like a king ascending to his throne. Doflamingo's eyes widened in awe. So that's the Pirate King? What presence? Claudius nodded. Yes, that's Roger, an extraordinary man, it's a shame. What's a shame? Doflamingo asked curiously. It's a shame that he's about to die, Claudius said softly. The world will be a little less interesting without him. Doflamingo glanced at Claudius, surprised by the hint of sadness in his cousin's voice. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but for a moment, it seemed like Claudius truly lamented Roger's fate. The crowd watched in silence as Roger walked down the road, his eyes fixed ahead, his expression calm. Even in chains, the Pirate King exuded a power and charisma that left everyone in awe. Chapter 78, The Great Era of Pirates begins. Roger's footsteps were steady, unhurried, with a faint smile lingering on his face. He seemed at peace, as if life and death had already ceased to matter to him. Each step he took reverberated through the square, his presence pressing on the hearts of everyone watching. As he passed by Claudius, Roger turned his head slightly and glanced his way, a playful smirk appearing on his face as if sharing a private joke. Claudius returned the look, rolling his eyes and mirroring Roger's smile with one of his own. This brief, subtle interaction went unnoticed by the crowd. Finally, Roger reached the foot of the execution platform. The eyes of Sengoku, Garp, and the other Marines were fixed on him, but Roger didn't pay them any attention. Just before ascending the steps, he murmured softly, "Farewell, Garp." Sengoku, overhearing this, looked at Garp, but Garp simply closed his eyes, a flicker of melancholy crossing his face. Sengoku opened his mouth as if to speak, but Garp cut him off in a low, firm voice. "Shut up, Sengoku, don't say a word." Sengoku, taken aback, decided to remain silent, watching Roger continue his ascent. Roger climbed the stairs to the platform, where two executioners with long blades waited for him. Standing tall, he cast his gaze across the massive crowd, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. So many people came just to watch me die? I'm honored. Without any sign of fear or regret, Roger crossed his legs and sat down on the platform, settling himself comfortably. He placed his shackled wrists on his knees, relaxed as if he was merely a spectator at his own execution. Looking out across the square, Roger took in the sights of Log Town, his birthplace. The sun was shining brightly, and he squinted slightly, remarking, "Still feels the same, this heat. It hasn't changed since I left all those years ago." He thought back to his journey, the adventures, and ultimately his decision to end it all here. Starting and ending here, maybe that's how it was meant to be, he whispered to himself. For a fleeting moment, Roger's mind drifted south, across the vast ocean to a small island in South Blue. There, he imagined Rouge, his beloved, watching toward the east, her gaze reaching across the sea to meet his in spirit. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Farewell." The moment passed, and Roger refocused on the present. One of the executioners stepped forward and asked, "Do you have any last words, Roger?" Roger grinned, rattling the shackles on his wrists. "Mind taking these off? My wrists are itchy." The executioner scowled, clearly irritated. "What nonsense are you talking about? That's impossible." Roger sighed, smiling. "Relax, do you really think I'd run now?" "If you have nothing to say, then savor these last few minutes in silence," the executioner replied curtly. Sitting on the platform, Roger glanced out into the crowd. His eyes landed on two familiar faces hidden within, a young man wearing a straw hat and a red-nosed clown by his side. "Oh, Shanks and Buggy. They came all this way to see me off," he thought, a fond smile playing on his lips. Both Shanks and Buggy noticed Roger's gaze, and a wave of grief washed over them. This simple, heartfelt smile from their captain was almost unbearable. "Captain Roger," Buggy whispered, his voice choked with emotion. Shanks clutched his straw hat, tears welling up in his eyes. Elsewhere in the crowd, a white-haired boy watched Roger intently. Despite his youth, he was struck by the calm, smiling man on the platform. He couldn't understand why a man about to die would smile like that, but the sight etched itself deeply into his memory. "Smoker, I told you not to run off," a man's voice called from behind the boy. The white-haired boy, Smoker, reluctantly stepped back, casting one last look at Roger. The square remained silent, the entire crowd holding its breath as the clock tower's minute hand crept toward noon. Then, in the final seconds before the execution, a voice broke the silence. "Roger, you're about to die. Tell us, where did you hide all your treasure? The One Piece?" someone shouted. The square erupted with murmurs as others echoed the question. Sengoku's face darkened. "Prepare to execute him. Don't let him say another word," he commanded. But Roger, as if he had been waiting for this question all along, threw his head back and laughed. "You want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it. Go and find it. I left everything this world has to offer there." "Execute him, now," Sengoku roared, his voice filled with urgency. But it was too late. Roger's words had already pierced the hearts of everyone present. The executioners brought their blades down, crossing them into Roger's chest. The sun was at its zenith, and at that precise moment, the bell in the clock tower rang out. The Pirate King, Gul D. Roger, was dead. Yet with his death, he had planted a seed that would change the world. His final words ignited a flame in countless hearts. Men across the seas set their sights on the treasure he left behind, dreaming of adventure, glory, and wealth. This was the dawn of a new age, an age known as the Great Pirate Era. In the square, pandemonium erupted as the realization set in. Men who had merely come to witness an execution now felt a surge of ambition and hope. Laughter broke through the crowd as Cladius watched the chaos unfold. "Ahahaha, you really knew how to go out with a bang, Roger." Beside him, Doflamingo chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming. "It seems the world government's attempt to quash the pirate spirit has backfired spectacularly. This sea is going to be thrown into chaos. Ahahaha, I think I made the right choice in becoming a pirate." Claudius smirked, the thrill of the new era lighting a fire within him. "You're right, Doflamingo. With all these changes, how could we not play our part?" Doflamingo turned to him with a grin. "What's this, cousin? Are you planning to sail under a pirate flag too? A celestial dragon pirate? Now that's a sight." Claudius laughed, shaking his head. "No, not quite, I just meant. Now is the perfect time to put my plans into motion." Chapter 79. Is there any reason to stop a man from running to the sea? Amidst the bustling crowd, Stussy was concealed, observing the people around her with a slight smile. She couldn't help but feel a bit impressed as she murmured to herself, "As expected, His Highness called it right. Things have already spiraled out of control." Before coming to Logtown, Claudius had warned his companions that something unexpected and monumental was likely to happen. And sure enough, Roger's final words had set off a chain reaction that none of them could contain. In another part of the crowd, Crocodile was chuckling to himself, now fully understanding why Claudius had encouraged him to go to sea at this exact time. He admired Claudius's foresight even more now. Following him had been the right decision. This was the dawn of a new era. On a nearby rooftop, Dragon stood watching the scene unfold, a rare smile on his face. "So it's happening, just as I hoped. With the seas thrown into chaos, our revolutionary army will be able to grow and strengthen." After bidding farewell to the eager Doflamingo, who was brimming with excitement to begin his own pirate journey, Claudius turned to Enel. Together, they began to make their way back to the harbor. The spectacle was over, and Claudius was ready to head back to the warship for some rest. "Your Highness, did you really expect all of this to happen?" Enel asked, glancing up at him curiously. Claudius smirked, still visibly amused. "More or less. I knew that Roger wasn't going to go quietly. Ha ha ha, the man sacrificed himself to set the seas ablaze, launching a whole new era of chaos. By now, Mariewa and Marine headquarters must be in absolute turmoil." And he was right. With Roger's execution broadcast live and news spreading like wildfire, the world government had no way of stopping it. The 5 elders, who had hoped this would be a display of power, were likely in a state of shock. Instead of deterring pirates, Roger's final declaration had ignited a worldwide frenzy. "Do you think Crocodile is really not coming back?" Enel asked again. "No, he's out there for good now. He wants to carve his own path on the sea just like everyone else. I can't help but envy him a little. He's got freedom," Claudius admitted with a wistful smile. "If you had the choice, would you go too?" Enel asked, his eyes alight with curiosity. Claudius laughed, nodding. "Maybe. If I weren't a celestial dragon, I might have taken my own ship out there. Set sail to see what the world has to offer." Enel looked thoughtful for a moment before nodding with understanding. "Yeah, I'd want to go too." Claudius chuckled at his sincerity. "Well then, you have something to look forward to, but you're still young, I'd say. Wait until you're 16. 6 more years." 6 years, huh? Enel calculated in his head, already eager for the day. 6 years isn't long, Claudius replied with a smile. Just then, a familiar figure appeared beside them, blending into the crowd with surprising ease. Dragon gave Claudius a knowing grin. "Everything going according to plan, Your Highness." "Here to gloat," Claudius snorted, though he was clearly amused. "I half expected to see you pulling your hair out," Dragon teased. "But judging by that smirk, it seems you saw this coming." "More or less, what about you, here to enjoy the chaos?" Claudius asked with a raised brow. Dragon chuckled. "Chaos is good for us. The revolutionary army will use this time to expand quickly." "Ah, so even you're heading out onto the seas," Claudius remarked, a slight grin playing on his lips. "The call of adventure got to you too, huh?" Dragon looked out toward the horizon, his gaze serious yet filled with purpose. "Is there any reason to stop a man from running to the sea?" With those words, Dragon turned and disappeared into the crowd, leaving Claudius to chuckle at his friend's dramatic exit. Enel looked up, clearly intrigued. "Your Highness, is there really no reason to stop a man from running to the sea?" Claudius stopped, considering the question before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, no, there's no reason at all. In this world, there's nothing that can stop a man from chasing his dreams and seeking his treasure on the open sea. That's the beauty of it, the romance of it." Enel seemed to absorb those words and then asked, "What about you, Your Highness? Don't you want to go to sea, like Crocodile?" Claudius paused, a hint of reflection in his gaze. "Me, I'm already at sea, Enel." Enel looked down, a bit puzzled by his answer. They were standing on solid ground, after all. But Claudius didn't explain further, leaving the thought lingering in the air as he continued to lead them toward the port. Back at the harbor, they were met by Jin, who looked visibly anxious. "You're just wandering around, don't you realize what's happening? Things are going out of control. Claudius grinned nonchalantly. Of course, I know. The whole world's turning upside down, thanks to Roger. This is serious, Claudius, Jin said, almost scolding him. I never said it wasn't serious, Claudius replied calmly, holding back a laugh. Jin shot him a frustrated look, hands on her hips. Then, what are you going to do about it? Claudius gave her a patient look, shrugging his shoulders. What can I do? I'm not a miracle worker. I can't stop the tides from turning. No one can. But you're a celestial dragon, Jin protested. And that means I'm supposed to have control over the world, Claudius chuckled. Look, calm down. Let's wait for Sengoku and the others to return. I'm sure they'll have a plan. Jin took a deep breath, trying to gather herself. Fine, maybe you're right, but it's unsettling. This era is out of control. Claudius gave her a reassuring smile, placing a hand on her shoulder. No one can stop the winds of change, Jin, but if you can't stop it, you can at least ride it. There's always a way forward. As they stood there, they could see the streams of people leaving Log Town, filled with newfound purpose. Claudius watched them go, knowing that this was only the beginning. Soon, the sea would be teeming with pirates, adventurers, and dreamers, each one chasing the legacy that Roger had left behind. Chapter 80, Big Boss Meeting. In the holy land of Mariewa, inside a vast conference room within the headquarters of the world government, the most powerful figures were gathered. It had been about half a year since Roger's execution, yet the world was still reeling from the aftermath. The Marines and CP agencies had been working tirelessly to handle the resulting surge of pirate activity, but despite their best efforts, the increase in pirates had been explosive, far outpacing what they could contain. This sudden shift had left the world government scrambling, and now they were meeting for the fourth time in 6 months to discuss strategies for controlling this turbulent new era. Sitting around the round table, Marine Admiral Sengoku wore a deep frown, a look mirrored by his colleagues Tsuru, the chief staff officer, and Vice Admiral Sakazuki, who were also present as representatives of Marine. Across from them were members of the CP agency, men with featureless masks and pristine white suits, giving them an air of eerie, silent authority. On the opposite side of the table sat Claudius, a cigar dangling lazily from his lips. He looked completely at ease, exuding a calm confidence that seemed almost out of place in such a high-stakes meeting. Behind him stood Stussy, holding a stack of documents, her demeanor that of a loyal and observant secretary. They didn't have to wait long before the doors opened, and the bald elder of the 5 elders, Saint Ethenbaron V. Nusjuro, known as one of the highest authorities in the world, entered. He scanned the room, noting with satisfaction that everyone was present, then took his seat at the head of the table. Drawing a cigar from his coat, he cut and lit it, exhaling a slow plume of smoke before addressing the room. All right, let's get started, he said, his voice calm but firm. Let's begin with reports from the naval headquarters and the CP agencies. What's the current situation? Sengoku exchanged a glance with the head of the CP agency, then took the lead. Our marine branches worldwide have ramped up recruitment efforts. However, it takes time to train and equip new soldiers. From the initial recruitment to becoming battle-ready, it requires at least a year, building up enough strength to tackle this new wave of piracy. It's going to take a while. This isn't going to be a short fight. We're looking at a prolonged struggle on the seas. Nusjuro nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the challenge but withholding any criticism. He knew that these kinds of things couldn't be rushed. The CP agency representative, a man referred to as Gies, took over. We've made some progress. First, we focused on targeting potential threats early on, dealing with smaller but promising pirate crews before they can grow. We've managed to eliminate many of these saplings before they could take root and expand. Gies hesitated slightly before adding, additionally, we've come across a group we believe warrants attention. They call themselves the Revolutionary Army. Although they haven't done anything overtly hostile yet, their ideology is concerning. Claudius raised an eyebrow, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The CP agency was already aware of Dragon's activities. Impressive, he thought, given how new and low-profile the Revolutionary Army still was. For now, they hadn't been deemed a true threat, but the seeds of future tension were already planted. Nusjuro took this information in stride. Understood. Sengoku, continue expanding Marines' ranks as quickly as possible. We'll increase the military budget this year to support these efforts. Yes, sir. It's all in the name of justice, Sengoku replied, a subtle gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. The elder then turned to Gies. Keep up the pressure. Eliminate these up-and-coming pirates as soon as possible. We may not be able to cut down their numbers significantly, but if we can prevent the strongest from rising, it's still a victory. Yes, my lord, Gies responded promptly, his tone filled with deference. Claudius remained silent throughout these exchanges, calmly taking drags from his cigar and watching the others speak. His relaxed demeanor contrasted sharply with the urgency of the discussion, almost as if he were detached from their concerns. Finally, Nosjuro's gaze landed on Claudius, and his stern expression softened slightly. As a member of the Celestial Dragons, Claudius was family to him, so to speak, and beyond that, Claudius had proven himself capable by capturing both Golden Lion Shiki and, ultimately, the infamous Pirate King, Roger. Even if the latter event had set off an unintended tidal wave, the elder still admired Claudius's results. Claudius, what about you? Do you have anything to report on CPX's recent activities? Any suggestions on how we might handle the escalating crisis at sea? The elder asked, a faint smile on his lips. Claudius straightened up, setting his cigar aside as he reached for a document that Stussy quickly handed him. With a casual smile, he opened the folder and spread it out on the table in front of him. Actually, Your Excellency, I do have something I'd like to propose. I've been preparing a plan, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. As he spoke, Stussy efficiently handed out copies of the document to each person around the table. Sengoku opened his copy, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. The file contained profiles on two pirates, Crocodile and Doflamingo. Crocodile was a relatively new but rising figure on the Grand Line. Sengoku already knew that Crocodile had once been a subordinate of Claudius, which had puzzled him before. Why would Claudius, a high-ranking celestial dragon, sponsor a pirate? And now, here was Doflamingo, Claudius's cousin, also active as a pirate under the name Donquixote. What was Claudius's angle in all this? As Sengoku flipped through the file, a murmur of interest spread around the table. Even the bald elder looked intrigued as he reviewed the information. The elder finally looked up, his curiosity evident. So, Claudius, what's the purpose of showing us this? What are you proposing? Claudius chuckled and said, These two, Crocodile and Doflamingo, are some of the most promising young pirates in the current era, wouldn't you say? Gies nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness, they've both established themselves quickly. Then, using them as an example, let me introduce a concept I call the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan, Claudius said, an almost wicked glint in his eyes. Everyone was silent, watching him intently. Claudius continued, To put it simply, this plan is about ruling pirates with pirates. Instead of fighting the rising tide of piracy head-on, we endorse certain pirates, ones we can control and use them to manage the chaos in our favor. Chapter 81, The 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan. Listening to Claudius's explanation, Sengoku, Gies, and the others all looked visibly confused. Even Nosjuro seemed puzzled. He frowned slightly and asked, Using thieves to catch thieves? What do you mean by that? Explain it clearly. Claudius smiled, took another puff from his cigar, and said, Ever since Roger's death, the seas have not become quieter as we had hoped. Instead, thanks to his last words, the number of pirates has skyrocketed, at least tenfold. He paused for a moment to let the point sink in, then continued, It's only been half a year, and while the number of pirates has increased dramatically, they haven't yet reached the level of true threat. However, I'd like to make a bold prediction. Within 5 to 10 years, that could very well change. Sengoku thought over Claudius's words in silence. Claudius was absolutely right. While the number of pirates on the seas had multiplied, none of them had yet achieved the same terrifying reputation and strength as established forces like Whitebeard or Kaido. For now, as long as Marine had enough manpower, they could still keep things under control. But there was a problem. Marine did not have enough manpower, and the rate at which they could recruit and train new soldiers was far slower than the rate at which new pirates were appearing. If things continued this way, the question was no longer if, but when this quantitative growth of pirates would lead to a qualitative leap, a situation where dozens, if not hundreds, of powerful new pirates would emerge. Pirates who could eventually stand toe-to-toe with legends like Whitebeard. After a long pause, Sengoku nodded solemnly. Your Highness is right. Our problem isn't just the sheer number of pirates. We're inevitably going to see a new generation of elite pirates rising up. This could become a serious threat. Nusjuro and Gies also nodded, the gravity of the situation clear to them. Cladius, noting their agreement, smiled. Exactly. This is something we can't afford to ignore. And so, I propose a solution, a plan to use pirates to fight pirates. To put it simply, we create our own pirate forces, ones loyal to the world government, who can combat the uncontrolled chaos on the seas. As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku's expression shifted. Though he trusted Cladius, the idea still seemed radical. However, Nusjuro's eyes flashed with intrigue, showing a glimmer of interest in the proposal. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Nusjuro said. Explain it in more detail. Cladius nodded, exhaled a stream of smoke, and replied, Let's call this the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan for now. He reached for a stack of files on the table, gesturing for them to take a look. Take these 2 pirates, for instance. They're actually part of our CPX organization. Crocodile is someone even Sengoku Admiral is familiar with. He was previously one of my subordinates and has now gone undercover as a pirate. As for Doflamingo, I don't think I need to introduce him. He's my cousin, a Donquixote by blood and another member of CPX like Crocodile. He's taken orders from me to become a pirate. Sengoku nodded, confirming Claudius's words. That's right. Nusjuro and the others had no further questions, and indicated for Cladius to continue. Now, Cladius continued, pirates are different from the Marines. Building up marine forces requires rigorous recruitment, training, and a host of other measures. But a pirate crew? As long as a leader has the strength and reputation to command loyalty, followers will naturally flock to them. He smiled. Pirates can grow their forces far more quickly than we ever could with the Marines, and that's exactly the advantage I want to exploit. Sengoku's interest was piqued. Your Highness, can you elaborate? Cladius leaned forward, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Before I explain, let me ask you a question, Sengoku. What are the 2 main ways a pirate grows in strength? Sengoku thought for a moment before replying, in general, there are 2 ways. First, by committing enough crimes to be recognized as a threat by the world government. As they grow more dangerous, their power and reputation also grow. If we can't deal with them in time, they eventually become feared across the seas, just like Roger did. Correct, and the second way? Claudius asked. The second, Sengoku continued, is through infighting and dominance within the pirate community itself. Pirates fight each other constantly, and those who emerge victorious build their own prestige, eventually growing into powerful figures by stepping over the bodies of the defeated. A wicked grin crossed Claudius's face. He clapped his hands together and said, Exactly. In other words, it's through constant internal conflict, mergers, and conquests that a pirate can rise to greatness. Now, here's the question. If we wanted to cultivate our own pirate lords, which path would we choose? Sengoku didn't hesitate. Naturally, we wouldn't condone any evil deeds. The second method is the only choice. But as he spoke, realization dawned on him. His initial skepticism began to crumble as Claudius's plan took root in his mind. Nusjuro laughed, pointing at Claudius with an approving grin. Impressive, very impressive. No wonder we put our trust in you. This is such a simple yet brilliant idea. Why didn't we think of it sooner? There was no denying it. By creating their own pirate lords, the world government could harness the same rapid force expansion that pirates enjoyed, turning uncontrollable pirate forces into allies. These sanctioned pirates, operating under the government's control, could combat those pirates who refused to obey. This would weaken the pirate community as a whole, and the power of these allied pirates would only grow with time. Once these controlled pirates gained enough reputation, they would indeed become formidable pirate lords. And with several powerful pirate captains working under the world government's thumb, in alliance with the Marines, they could finally establish some measure of stability across the seas. As you can see, Claudius continued. The ultimate goal of the 7 warlords of the sea plan is to weaken the pirate forces from within. By turning pirates against pirates, we can gradually break their unity and reduce them to scattered, disorganized factions, making it easier for the Marines to keep order. Claudius's smile was full of confidence as he explained. In the end, these government-sanctioned pirates will be strong enough to challenge uncontrollable pirates like Whitebeard. When the time is right, we can use this advantage to dismantle the pirate threat piece by piece, turning them into nothing more than isolated bands. Sengoku was visibly impressed, murmuring to himself, to have pirates launch a civil war among themselves, leaving the world government and Marines to simply clean up the aftermath. It's ingenious. Chapter 82. Authorizing CPX to oversee the 7 warlords of the sea project. Claudius nodded and said, "Yes, it's pretty much what Sengoku laid out." Without waiting for any responses, he tapped the ash from his cigarette and continued. The reason I'm calling this the 7 warlords of the sea project is that I want CPX to gain control over 7 powerful pirates. Think of them as knights under a king, warriors who clear the path for their liege. That's the role I envision for the 7 warlords of the sea. This time, Nusjuro was the first to react, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The theory sounds reasonable. What exactly do you have in mind? Claudius grinned. Well, what I've just described is the concept. The actual plan is much more complex. I estimate that it will take at least 10, perhaps even 20 years to see it fully realized. But despite the long timeline, if we succeed, it will have a massive impact. I believe it's worth the investment. All right then, Nusjuro said with a nod, indicating a measure of approval. If the end result is worthwhile, let's hear the details. His words set the tone for the meeting, signaling that the 5 elders were tentatively in favor of the idea. After all, even if Claudius hadn't proposed it now, the world government would eventually come up with its own version of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, that approach would likely result in a situation where the warlords were only controllable in name, while in reality, they remained self-serving pirates. Claudius's method, on the other hand, seemed far more promising. The first point, Claudius began, is that we can't reveal their affiliation just yet. For now, they should continue to operate as pirates. Take Crocodile and Doflamingo, for example. What we need to do is provide them with some breathing room. CP should immediately halt any assassination plans against them, and the Marines should ease up on their efforts to hunt them down. There was no hesitation in Claudius's voice. Guise, despite his high rank, was ultimately a servant to the celestial dragons. He bowed respectfully and replied, "As you command." After a moment of silence, Sengoku gave a reluctant nod. The Marines will loosen their pursuit. Claudius's smile widened as he continued. Next, we need to expand our roster of candidates. Currently, I only have 2 promising options, Crocodile and my cousin, but I plan to scout for more candidates over time. For instance, there's a young talent named Enel under my care. He possesses the Thunder Fruit and shows great potential. I'll send him out to sea to start building his reputation as a pirate, as a preliminary step towards becoming one of the 7 warlords. Nusjuro nodded. Indeed, selecting the right individuals is crucial. In just half a year, you've already cultivated 2 prospects. The era of the great pirates could last for quite some time, so you've got plenty of time to get this right. Don't rush. Even Nusjuro, with all his influence, understood that such things couldn't be rushed. Claudius agreed. The third point is that both the CP agency and the Marines should offer these prospects some support. By backing them discreetly, we can not only eliminate less desirable, uncontrollable pirates, but also help our chosen candidates establish a reputation. It's a win-win. Sengoku considered Claudius's suggestion and, after a brief hesitation, nodded. If done correctly, we could make it work. In fact, Sengoku was already thinking ahead, considering whether the Marines should also cultivate their own pirates as spies. For example, Whitebeard had a penchant for adopting sons. If they could place a couple of agents in his crew, they might be able to deliver a critical blow or gather crucial information when the time was right. It was a tactic Sengoku would indeed pursue in the future, like with Drake, who was trained as a Marine spy and later infiltrated Kaido's ranks. That's the general framework of the plan, Claudius said, wrapping up his proposal. If there are no objections, I'll submit a formal report to you five shortly. There was no need to rush into legalizing piracy just yet. Once the 7 warlords were fully established, they could solidify their roles as allies of the world government all at once. Nusjuro exhaled a cloud of smoke, a contemplative look on his face. Your CPX certainly knows how to deliver unexpected strategies. First, there was Golden Lion and Roger, and now you're presenting a practical response to the age of piracy. He paused, then nodded approvingly. I'm inclined to authorize this project in principle, pending the others' agreement. Soon, CPX will have the mandate to take charge of the 7 warlords of the sea initiative. Claudius's face lit up with a broad smile. I'm grateful, my lords. Nusjuro glanced around the room. Does anyone else have anything to add? Seeing no further objections, he concluded, very well. Let's all get back to our respective duties and proceed according to the decisions reached in this meeting. With that, he stood and left the room. Sengoku nodded at Claudius before departing, his mind already busy with the implications of this pirate management strategy. Claudius wasn't bothered by Sengoku's silence. He simply acknowledged the admiral with a smile, then turned to the CP agents and asked, "Is Spanding here?" A man standing at the back of the CP group quickly stepped forward, removing his mask. "Yes, Your Highness Claudius, I'm here." "Good, stay behind for a moment. I have a few words for you," Claudius instructed. Spanding's superior, Gies, chimed in. "Spanding, don't let His Highness down." Once everyone else had filed out, Claudius grinned at the subservient Spanding. "I hear you've recently gotten your hands on some promising recruits in CP9. Spanding, bent at the waist in a humble bow, responded enthusiastically. "Well, our CP9 can't compare to the caliber of candidates Your Highness is raising. Enel is truly an exceptional talent. Put him in the Marines, and he could be an admiral someday." Claudius chuckled. "Your flattery skills are improving." "I live to please Your Highness," Spanding replied with a broad smile. Claudius's expression turned thoughtful. "There's someone named Rob Lucci, right?" Spanding paused before quickly replying, "Yes, we have a young recruit by that name who's still in training." "Good, keep training him for now. I'm interested in this kid. Once his training is complete, send him to me." "No problem with that, is there?" Claudius said, patting Spanding on the shoulder. "No problem at all, Your Highness. If you're interested, we'd be honored to send him to you. Even if you wanted all of CP9, it would be our privilege," Spanding answered eagerly. Claudius chuckled again. "You've got a good attitude, I'll give you that. If you ever need a favor, let Stussy know. As long as it's nothing too outrageous, I'll see what I can do." With that, he left the meeting room, still smiling. Spanding remained behind, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness." Chapter 83, Ship. In the holy land of Mariewa, within the palatial quarters of Claudius, a certain quietness had settled in. With Crocodile off on his own adventures, the palace felt emptier, and Enel, left without his usual companion, seemed a bit lonely. To fill his time, he threw himself into intense training. Meanwhile, Claudius sat leisurely by the pond, enjoying a chat with 2 beautiful mermaid sisters who had been gifted to him by his cousin, Doflamingo. They had become quite the conversation partners in the otherwise grand but quiet palace. "So, is Fishman Island really as amazing as you say?" Claudius asked, a smile on his face. "One day, I'll have to visit. Maybe I'll bring you 2 along for the trip." The 2 mermaids were eagerly sharing tales of the island's enchanting beauty, the unique underwater scenery, and the vibrant, colorful coral reefs. It was clear they missed their homeland, and they painted a picture of Fishman Island as a true paradise under the sea. Yet, as Claudius mentioned taking them back someday, he noticed a mix of excitement and hesitation in their expressions. Seeing this, Claudius chuckled softly. "When the time comes, you'll be free to return home," he said warmly. One of the mermaids, named Miro, looked at him in surprise. "Truly, Your Highness, you would let us go?" "Of course, when have I ever broken my word?" Claudius replied, a genuine smile playing on his lips. The other sister, Lenny, slapped her tail against the water in excitement, her face lighting up. "Your Highness, you are truly kind." After their initial excitement, the sisters exchanged looks, and Miro added with a touch of sadness, "But After all this time, it would feel strange to leave. You've treated us well, Your Highness. Unlike others, you never saw us as mere fish or slaves. Life here, though different, has been comfortable. It's hard to imagine leaving. Are you saying you'd miss me? Claudius teased. Both mermaids blushed slightly, and Miro admitted, perhaps a little. We'd worry you'd be lonely without us here. Claudius glanced around his grand, yet mostly empty palace. Unlike most celestial dragons, he kept few servants, only Nia and a small group of maids to manage his affairs. He wasn't exactly surrounded by throngs of people. Lonely, huh? Claudius murmured, as if considering it for the first time. Then he laughed and reassured them, well, if I do start missing you too, I'll just come and drag you back. How does that sound? The sisters laughed and Lenny replied, we'd gladly come back if Your Highness called for us. We could never forget our time here. But don't get too excited, Claudius said with a grin. It'll probably be a year or two before I actually make the trip. Until then, you'll just have to make do with Mariewa. The sisters pouted in mock disappointment, splashing the water playfully. Your Highness, you're so wicked, telling us now only to make us wait. Hey, I'm a celestial dragon. Being a little wicked is practically my job, Claudius said, laughing along with them. As they enjoyed their light-hearted banter, Stussy walked into the courtyard, a smile on her face. She greeted the mermaids politely before turning to Claudius. Your Highness, Vice Admiral Garp sent a message. He's inviting you to join him for a vacation in South Blue. A vacation? Claudius scoffed, seeing right through the proposal. That old dog Garp just wants to drag me into his schemes. I'm sure this vacation has less to do with relaxing and more to do with his side mission in South Blue. Marine and CP have been crawling all over that region, trying to snuff out any traces of Roger's legacy. Claudius was certain Garp's true intentions lay with Rouge, Roger's lover, who was rumored to be hiding out in South Blue. Although Claudius respected Rouge as the mother of Roger's child, he knew any involvement on his part could invite a world of trouble. If he were seen aiding her, it could undermine the trust 5 elders had placed in him, complicating his standing within the world government. No, I won't be going, Claudius said, shaking his head. Let Garp handle his own business. I'm not about to risk my position for his whims. Understood, I'll politely decline on your behalf, Stussy said. Do you need me to come up with an excuse? Claudius waved his hand dismissively. No need, he'll figure it out. After a moment, Claudius's eyes brightened with an idea. Stussy, don't you think it's about time we had our own ship? Stussy looked at him, slightly surprised. Our own ship, Your Highness. Yes, I'm tired of grabbing whatever vessel happens to be available in Mariewa's port. It's about time I had something custom-built to my own tastes, Claudius said, a hint of excitement in his voice. A powerful ship, designed exactly how I want it. We could travel comfortably, without relying on the standard-issue marine ships. Stussy chuckled. If you want a ship, Your Highness, I'm sure there are plenty of shipwrights who'd be eager to build one for you. In fact, you'd probably have a fleet of luxury vessels gifted to you if you asked. Claudius shook his head. No, this has to be different. I want one of the best ships in the world. Or at least one that rivals them, he said, clearly envisioning something grand. Seeing his enthusiasm, Stussy asked, and do you have a particular shipbuilder in mind? Claudius grinned. Yes, the best. I'm thinking we should head to Water 7. Roger's ship, the Oro Jackson, was built by a shipwright there, a man named Tom. I want him to build our ship. Should I make the arrangements? Stussy asked. Claudius nodded. Yes, let's leave as soon as possible. Knowing Garp, he might decide to drop by here if he doesn't hear from me soon. I'd rather avoid getting roped into whatever he's planning. Understood, Your Highness. I'll start the preparations immediately, Stussy said, already turning to handle the details. After Stussy left, Claudius turned back to the mermaid sisters, who had been listening intently. Would you two like to come along? I imagine you get pretty bored stuck here all the time. Really, Your Highness, you'd take us with you? Miro asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Of course, Claudius said with a reassuring smile. It's a small thing, consider it a change of scenery. The sisters looked at each other, grinning, and Lenny beamed. We'd love to go, Your Highness. Claudius laughed. Good, then get ready. We're off to Water 7 to commission the grandest ship the seas have ever seen. Chapter 84, Current Status of the Grand Line. As soon as Claudius decided to set sail, his team moved with impressive speed. Several strong servants pushed a large fish tank through the halls of Mariewa, in which swam the mermaid sisters, Miro and Lenny. Claudius and Stussy led the way, while Nia, the head butler, walked beside them, holding little Enel's hand. They made their way across Mariewa toward the port, drawing the attention of passers-by. Many people looked on with envy, including several other celestial dragons. After all, mermaids were a rare and prized sight in Mariewa, and Claudius was in possession of not one, but two. When they realized it was Claudius, the rising star among celestial dragons, walking ahead, any thoughts of jealousy quickly shifted to respect. Once they departed, Claudius's luck with the sea remained as unpredictable as ever. It had been over 2 weeks since they left Mariewa, and while they hadn't been in a hurry, leisurely passing a few islands here and there, they didn't stay long in any one place. However, one thing was clear: the sea was teeming with pirates. On almost every island they visited, pirate flags flew high at the ports. If there was an island where they didn't see at least 1 or 2 pirate ships docked, it felt strange. Islands with strong defensive forces or stationed marines were somewhat safer, but on others, piracy was rampant. Many islands were raided 3 or even 4 times a day, with different pirate crews clashing in chaotic fights for territory and plunder. Claudius knew this pandemonium was part of the initial madness sparked by Roger's declaration, marking the dawn of the great pirate era. As time passed, both the Marines and local islands would adapt, managing the chaos better. For now, though, the sea was a frenzied mess. As Claudius's ship approached the waters near Water 7, a hub of shipbuilding on the Grand Line, the capital city of shipwrights looked bustling as ever. The constant traffic and trade kept the place alive and thriving, unlike other islands that struggled amidst the surge in piracy. But the commotion on land had little to do with Claudius, who was lounging comfortably on a sun chair on the deck, reading the daily news. Most recent headlines were dominated by reports of new rising pirate stars, including his associates, Crocodile and Doflamingo, along with other names like Mihawk and Moria. On the other side of the deck, Stussy and Nia were enjoying a game of badminton, dressed in bikinis that showed off their athletic and toned figures. The game wasn't easy, though, as the sea breeze often disrupted their shots, adding an extra challenge. Meanwhile, Enel had found his own way to relax. He sat by the railing, fishing rod in hand, patiently waiting for a catch. He seemed to have developed a fondness for the tranquility of fishing, despite his usual impatience. In the water below, 2 graceful mermaid figures swam in joy, diving and surfacing like dolphins, occasionally leaping out of the water in elegant arcs before splashing back down. It was Miro and Lenny, clearly ecstatic to be back in the ocean after so long in captivity. Claudius had allowed them to swim freely, only asking that they return to the ship when they were tired. For the most part, they stayed in the water, only climbing aboard to rest before diving back in. Claudius was amused by their loyalty. If they wanted to escape, they could have done so easily by disappearing into the vast ocean. But they stayed, perhaps out of genuine attachment to their celestial dragon master, or perhaps out of a sense of gratitude. Either way, Claudius felt a touch of pride. As he lounged, Stussy suddenly paused in the middle of her game, looking out to sea. She was so distracted that Nia's badminton shot bounced off her head, but she ignored it, calling out, "Your Highness, looks like we've got another group of visitors." Claudius didn't even glance up. "Enel," he said calmly. Enel sighed, setting down his fishing rod. "Are they really coming at us again? These pirates are so annoying. Your Highness, I don't think I want to be a pirate anymore." Claudius laughed. "Then maybe you should be the kind of pirate who cleans up the trash. Take control, keep them in line, and take out those who don't obey." Enel's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Right, when I'm the boss of the pirates, I'll make sure they listen, and anyone who doesn't, I'll wipe them out." Rising to his feet, Enel spotted the pirate ship closing in on them, clearly aiming to launch an attack. With a focused look, he raised his arm, lightning crackling around him. "Divine judgment?" Enel shouted, sending a massive bolt of lightning into the sky. Moments later, a powerful thunderbolt descended, striking the pirate ship with terrifying accuracy. The ship was obliterated in a flash, shattered to pieces, with nothing left but debris floating on the water. Satisfied, Enel returned to his spot by the railing, picking up his fishing rod as if nothing had happened. Claudius glanced over, chuckling, "Good work, Enel. I don't think they'll be bothering us again." Stussy laughed as well, leaning over to Enel. "Divine judgment, That's a grand title. Do you plan on becoming a god someday, Enel?" Enel, who had been puffed up with pride just moments ago, suddenly looked sheepish. No, of course not. But His Highness here, he's like a god on earth, right? So, as his follower, that makes me something like a divine messenger. Isn't that right, Your Highness? That's why my punishment is divine judgment. Claudius chuckled from his spot on the lounge chair. "Sure, Enel, we'll go with that. Just keep at it." Nia smirked, arching an eyebrow at Enel. "A god's envoy, is it? Quite the grand ambition for a young fisherman." Claudius, amused, intervened. All right, don't tease the kid too much." He glanced at the small device on the table next to him, a log pose, its needle shifting back and forth. "We must be getting close to water 7. The needle's movements are becoming more frequent," Claudius noted with a smile. For someone who had taken several trips across the Grand Line, he'd picked up a few tricks of navigation. The log pose needle tended to stabilize when an island was far off, but as they drew nearer, it would oscillate and adjust rapidly, indicating the proximity of their destination. Satisfied, Claudius reclined once more, his gaze shifting to Enel. "You're doing great, Enel. Thunder fruit is indeed one of the strongest Logia fruits out there. Keep honing your skills." Enel gave a proud nod but stayed silent, focusing once more on his fishing. Chapter 85, Too Convenient. The capital of Water 7 was a massive shipbuilding island, unique in its layout, with a complex system of waterways weaving through it. Over time, the island had slowly been sinking into the sea, prompting the islanders to continuously build upward, layer upon layer, creating a landscape where much of the original old city lay submerged beneath the water. As Claudius's grand ship docked at the port, it was clear that the city of Water 7 was no longer in its golden age. The shipbuilding industry had started to decline, though the bustling atmosphere from its prosperous days still lingered in the air. Yet, beneath this facade, there were countless unemployed shipwrights struggling to find work. Claudius observed this mix of vitality and hardship as he arrived. The city, composed of winding canals rather than roads, made it easy for the two mermaid sisters, Lenny and Miro, to get around. They could simply swim along the waterways. Claudius and his entourage rented a small boat, attaching a pair of bull sea creatures, iconic to the city, at the front. These bulls functioned like horses pulling a carriage, albeit in water, propelling them smoothly through the canals. Such a fascinating island, Claudius mused, admiring the city's unique culture as they glided through the water. They rely solely on the shipbuilding industry to sustain their economy, but with a place like this, it's a shame to ignore its other strengths. If I were running things, I'd make this a tourist destination. Imagine building around their distinct traditions: the bulls, the masked carnival, and the grand Aqua Laguna tidal wave. A little vision could turn this into a world-renowned resort. Stussy, sitting beside him, smiled. "Your Highness, you really do have a knack for seeing opportunity. Who knew you'd come up with such a profound observation so quickly?" Claudius laughed, clearly enjoying the flattery. "Ha, you're just feeding my ego now. Still, who knows? Maybe I'll buy this place someday," he joked, though a glimmer in his eyes suggested he might actually consider it. "So where to, Your Highness?" Nia asked, steering their conversation back on track. "We're looking for Tom's workers, the shipyard run by a merman named Tom. Roger mentioned he's one of the best shipwrights out there. Let's ask for directions," Claudius replied. As they made their way through the waterways, they soon encountered a boatman coming the opposite way, also using bulls to pull his boat. Claudius raised a hand in greeting, and the man waved back. "Hey, friend, could you tell us how to get to Tom's shipbuilding company? I'm looking for Tom," Claudius called out. The boatman paused, scratching his head as he processed the request. "You're here to see Tom? You mean to build a ship?" "That's right. A friend recommended him, said his craftsmanship is the best on the island," Claudius confirmed with a nod. The boatman seemed to hesitate. "Your friend's not wrong. Tom is indeed the best shipwright in Water 7, he said, nodding in agreement. But, well, let me give you some advice. Tom's in serious trouble with the world government. Getting involved with him now might bring more problems than it's worth. Trouble with the government? Claudius raised an eyebrow, feigning mild surprise, though he had some inkling from Roger's past tales. The boatman glanced around before speaking in a lower tone. Yeah, Tom's been under scrutiny ever since it came out that he built a ship for the Pirate King, Roger. The world government considers him an accomplice, and he's being treated like a criminal. Because of him, business in Water 7 has taken a hit, and the locals aren't standing up for him. If you associate with him, it could be bad news. Claudius nodded, mulling over this. Well, it's a good thing I have a bit of pull with the world government, he said with a smirk. If Tom is willing to build my ship, I might just be able to help him out of this little predicament. The boatman's eyes widened. You're serious about seeing him? Absolutely, Claudius replied with confidence. All right then. Follow this canal, take a left at the second intersection, and you'll reach the scrapyard. But you'd better hurry, some world government agents are already there. They might be taking him away soon. Claudius thanked the man, and they quickly continued down the canal. True to the directions, they soon arrived at a large scrapyard piled with discarded and scrapped ships, remnants from people who had upgraded to newer vessels. Just beyond the scrap heap was a small dock swarming with men in black suits, agents of the government. It looks like Tom really is in trouble, Stussy whispered, noting the cluster of officials. Claudius stretched his neck, rolling his shoulders as he prepared to step in. Looks like some CP agents. Let's go see what they're up to. At the dock, Tom, a stout merman with a hammer slung over his shoulder, was standing alongside his two apprentices as they were questioned by a slimy-looking government agent, Spandine, the head of CP5. Spandine was here to arrest Tom on charges of aiding the Pirate King by building him the infamous Oro Jackson. You admit to building a ship for Roger, don't you? Spandine sneered, barely hiding his contempt. Tom didn't flinch. Aye, that ship was my work, he said proudly. The Oro Jackson was one of the finest ships ever built, and I won't deny it. Spandine's eyes glinted with satisfaction. Good, that makes you an accomplice to the Pirate King. You're coming with me to Anai's lobby for trial, he declared, waving a hand for his agents to advance. But just then, a calm yet commanding voice called out, "Hold it right there." Spandine turned, annoyed at the interruption, until he saw who it was. His face instantly went through a series of expressions: shock, panic, and then forced respect. He bent his spine in a deep bow, plastering on an obsequious smile. "Your Highness Claudius, what brings you here?" Claudius approached casually, hands in his pockets and a small smirk on his face. "Oh, Spandine, I came to see Tom. I heard he's the best shipwright in these waters, and I want him to build a ship for me. Now, is that a problem?" Spandine stammered, immediately dropping any mention of Tom's supposed crimes. No, not at all, Your Highness. It's absolutely convenient, too convenient." Claudius raised an eyebrow, barely containing his amusement at Spandine's groveling. "Good to hear. So, Tom, what do you say? Care to build a ship for me?" Tom looked at Claudius, surprise flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected a celestial dragon to intervene, let alone request his services. "Aye, Your Highness, I'd be honored to build a ship for you," he replied, his voice steady despite the strange turn of events. Claudius smiled warmly. "Perfect. Then it's settled. Spandine, you wouldn't want to interfere with such an arrangement, would you?" Spandine shook his head frantically, forcing another grin. No interference at all, Your Highness. In fact, we'll clear out immediately. Don't want to inconvenience you." "Excellent," Claudius replied, his tone both a dismissal and a subtle reminder of his authority. "Now that that's handled, let's talk about this ship I want. I hear you're the best, so I'll leave the details in your hands, but I want it to be something exceptional." Tom grinned, his pride as a shipwright reignited. "Aye, Your Highness. Exceptional, you say? Then you've come to the right man." Claudius chuckled, pleased. "Good, let's get started then." Chapter 86, I Spandine am the King of Flattering. Claudius took a good look around the small, run-down dock. The place was practically falling apart, showing none of the prestige one would expect from a master shipwright. It looked like the kind of place barely able to produce a fishing boat, let alone a vessel worthy of royalty. Tom, the so-called best shipwright, living in conditions like this? Claudius thought. Turning to Spandine with a sly smile, Claudius said, "By the way, aren't you supposed to be tracking down those scholars researching taboo history alongside the Marines? What brings you here to Water 7? Don't tell me you're here to commission a ship as well." Spandine's face twitched, visibly uncomfortable with the question. He struggled to respond, shifting uneasily. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, a young voice cut through the tension. "They're not here to order a ship. They're here to drag Master Tom to Anai's lobby and convict him." The young man, known as Cutty Flam, but later famous as Frankie, blurted out angrily. "Flam!" Tom shouted, trying to silence his apprentice. He glanced at Claudius, the realization dawning that this young man was someone important, someone who could make a world government official like Spandine grovel. He didn't want to escalate matters without fully understanding Claudius's intentions. Feigning ignorance, Claudius frowned at Spandine, who now looked like he wanted to melt into the ground. "Convict him? On what grounds?" Claudius asked, feigning genuine curiosity. "What did Tom do?" Spandine stammered, unable to come up with a smooth response, but ultimately surrendered to the situation. "Well, Your Highness, it's complicated. Tom here. He built a ship for the Roger pirates, the Oro Jackson. Given the recent scrutiny around anything related to Roger, we were instructed to investigate anyone associated with him. Shipwright or not, building a ship for the Pirate King could make one an accomplice." "He's just a shipwright," Cutty Flam interjected angrily. "He didn't team up with Roger, he just made him a ship." Claudius chuckled and clapped Spandine on the shoulder. "So, you're just looking to climb the ranks by bringing in someone like Master Tom, huh? Trying to show off to the higher-ups." Spandine laughed awkwardly, not daring to deny it. Well, Your Highness, it's not exactly like that." "Relax, Spandine, don't make such a big deal out of this," Claudius said smoothly. "The man's a shipwright. Shipwrights build ships, don't they? Do you expect him to open a newsstand instead?" Yes, exactly, Your Highness. I was overthinking things," Spandine quickly agreed, nodding vigorously. Indeed, Claudius was right. The situation with Tom was hardly worth all this fuss. If you branded every person who provided Roger with services as an accomplice, you'd have to start arresting cooks who fed him, tailors who clothed him, and shopkeepers who sold him supplies. The 5 elders wouldn't want to waste their time on such trivial matters. The truth was, Spandine had just wanted to make himself look good. His efforts in finding the elusive scholars were going nowhere, and he needed something to show the 5 elders he was still working hard. So, he thought targeting Tom would make for a nice bit of progress. Well, if Tom is talented enough to build a ship for the Pirate King, he must be skilled indeed. And I just happen to need someone with his expertise, Claudius said with a pleased nod. He then turned to Tom, who was watching with both confusion and hope in his eyes. "Tom, would you consider building a ship for me? Of course, you'll be well compensated." Tom hesitated, taken aback by the sudden shift. Wasn't this man here to arrest him? How had this turned into a business proposition? "Well, I." Sensing an opportunity to ingratiate himself, Spandine jumped in before Tom could finish his thought. "Tom, you should consider it an honor to build a ship for His Highness. You built one for Roger, but building one for His Highness Claudius? That's a blessing in itself. Your Highness is one of the most esteemed celestial dragons, far more important than any pirate. If you do a good job, he might even put in a good word for you. No one would dare trouble you after that." For all his faults, Spandine was a master of flattery, and Claudius couldn't help but smirk in amusement. Spandine's words, while exaggerated, were well-timed. Claudius wasn't above enjoying a bit of well-delivered praise. All right, Spandine, enough," Claudius said with a laugh. "Let's not bully the man. I'm here to do business, not coerce him. If Tom isn't happy, he won't put his best work into the ship, and I don't want a second-rate vessel." Spandine bobbed his head vigorously. "Yes, Your Highness, such wisdom, your insight and patience are truly unmatched. I could never hope to compare." Tom finally understood the situation. This was an opportunity, one that might just save him from the trouble looming over his head. If he could win the favor of a celestial dragon, particularly one as influential as Claudius, he could finish his sea train project without fear of the world government's interference. "Your Highness," Tom said, finally making up his mind. I'd be honored to build a ship for you. I promise it'll be one of my finest works. Claudius's face broke into a satisfied grin. Excellent, that's what I wanted to hear. He turned back to Spandine and said, Now, Spandine, since I've found a talented shipwright here, there's no need to cause trouble, is there? After all, the world government should be nurturing talent, not stifling it. This way, Tom can put his skills to good use, benefiting us all. Yes, Your Highness, you're absolutely correct. How could I have been so short-sighted? Spandine agreed eagerly, eager to stay in Claudius's good graces. Good, then go focus on your actual assignment, those scholars, was it? Claudius continued, waving a dismissive hand. When I report to the 5 elders, I'll let them know you were the one who helped me find such an excellent shipwright. They'll be pleased to hear you're fostering talent for the government. Spandine's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Your generosity knows no bounds. Assisting you is the greatest honor of my life. Claudius chuckled, amused by Spandine's endless flattery. All right, enough, go on now. Spandine quickly took his leave, bowing and scraping as he departed with his agents, clearly relieved to escape the situation without any repercussions. Once the government agents were gone, Claudius turned back to Tom with a relaxed smile. Chapter 87, Acquired. Tom and his apprentices didn't dare respond too freely. They simply stood quietly, watching Claudius with cautious expressions. Claudius chuckled, then brushed off some debris from an old chair nearby and took a seat. So, in your current situation, he asked, are you even able to build a ship right now? Tom hesitated. Well, that depends on the type of ship Your Highness wants. If it's just a regular ship, we can start anytime. But if you're looking for something truly remarkable, we may need more resources. Perhaps an advance payment would help us get started. Claudius raised an eyebrow. If I wanted an ordinary ship, why would I come to you, Tom? He replied with a smirk. No, I want the best ship in the world. Can you handle that? Tom straightened up with a confident gleam in his eye. Your Highness, I've built some of the finest ships to ever sail the seas. If you give us the right resources and freedom, I assure you, I can build the best. Claudius laughed, clearly pleased with the man's spirit. That's what I like to hear. All right, let me lay out my expectations. First, the ship must be big and impressive, something that commands attention. Second, it should be comfortable and luxurious, fit for a royal. Third, I want it fully functional with no major flaws or weak points. And finally, it should be strong in combat. Understand? Tom pondered for a moment, then scratched his head. Your Highness, building a ship with all those qualities is fine. But when it comes to luxurious interiors, I might need some assistance. I'm a shipbuilder, not an interior designer. Claudius nodded thoughtfully. Fair enough. I can arrange for someone to handle the finer details of the interiors. But still, this environment you're working in? It doesn't quite feel right for building a ship worthy of celestial dragons. Tom's face turned a bit red as he looked around the rundown dock. Before he could respond, Claudius casually mentioned, Oh, I should probably introduce myself properly. My name is Donquixote Claudius, and yes, I'm one of the celestial dragons. No need to be nervous, though. I'm not big on formalities. As long as you do the job well, we'll get along just fine. Tom's eyes widened in shock as the name sank in. Donquixote Claudius, the celestial dragon responsible for capturing both Golden Lion Shiki and Pirate King Roger. The mysterious power within the world government everyone whispered about. Realizing he was in the presence of such a high-ranking figure, Tom quickly pulled his apprentices to their knees out of respect. All right, that's enough, Claudius waved his hand, signaling for them to stand. Now, I hear your company has been struggling lately. How about this? I'll buy Tom's workers outright and invest heavily to restore it. In exchange, you'll be responsible for building my ship. After that, once you've proven yourself, CPX will be a steady source of work for you. Marine also needs more suppliers for their warships, so you could have plenty of business coming your way. Sound good? Tom seemed taken aback. This was an incredible opportunity. But he hesitated, not because of any dislike for the proposal, but because of his long-standing dream of building the sea train. Would he be able to pursue that if he agreed to Claudius' offer? Seeing Tom's hesitation, Claudius narrowed his eyes slightly. Something wrong with my offer, Tom? Quickly, Tom shook his head. No, Your Highness, it's just, Well, I have a project I've been dreaming of for years, a sea train that could connect the islands of this region. I'd hoped to dedicate my life to making it a reality. Claudius's interest was piqued, though he kept his expression neutral. Of course, he was already aware of Tom's sea train project from his own knowledge. It was a revolutionary technology that would not only benefit the people, but could also become a strategic asset for the world government, allowing faster troop deployment across the islands. And it was sure to be profitable as well. With a supportive smile, Claudius replied, "The sea train, huh? That's an ambitious project. But I'm a fair man, Tom. If you build me a ship that meets my expectations, I'll support your research on the sea train. With the resources of the world government backing you, think how much faster you'll be able to bring your dream to life." Tom was stunned. This deal was far better than he could have ever imagined. With the backing of a celestial dragon, not only would he be able to achieve his dream, but he'd also gain protection and resources beyond anything he'd hoped for. Claudius continued, "And once Tom's Workers is up and running with my investment, you'll be free from financial concerns. No more worrying about who will pay the bills or buy materials. All I ask is that you build me a ship that truly stands out." Tom couldn't believe his luck. Bowing deeply, he said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll make sure we craft a ship that lives up to your expectations." Chapter 88, Deal with Sengoku. The city of Water 7 has pleasant scenery and a beautiful environment. Other than a weak economy, there's hardly anything to complain about here. After Claudius discussed his plans with Tom, he decided to settle in and wait to see his new ship take shape. Over the past 2 months, thanks to Claudius' massive investment, Tom's shipbuilding company had a resurgence. With the backing of a celestial dragon, who in Water 7 would dare to disrespect Tom? And with his unmatched craftsmanship, there was no one who could look down on him. Once on the verge of ruin, Tom had transformed into a prominent figure in Water 7 again. The ship Claudius had commissioned was enormous, practically the size of a small island. Unlike Gecko Moria's Thriller Bark or Guild Tesaro's Grand Tesaro, which were built around the foundations of islands or giant island turtles with minimal technical innovation, Claudius' ship was a completely orthodox ship structure, designed and built from the keel up. The timber used was none other than the famous treasure tree atom. Back in this era, its price wasn't as astronomical as it would later become, since pirate bounties hadn't yet reached the crazy levels of the future. This allowed Claudius to use treasure tree atom as the primary material for the ship's frame without breaking the bank. He even incorporated new technologies into the design, including elements of ironclad construction. The ship was to have every possible luxury, even including an aquarium and a swimming pool. Claudius, an avid reader, had also designed a vast library on board. He had a unique vision for the vessel. By this time next year, it would be the year 1502 in the Sea Circle calendar, and Ohara's fate would be sealed. If nothing changed, the world government would eventually send Fleet Admiral Sengoku to lead a buster call and annihilate Ohara. The Tree of Knowledge on Ohara held an immense archive of rare documents, a treasure trove for humanity. Claudius had already made up his mind. Once the Ohara incident broke out, he would sail his ship there, empty out all the books from the Tree of Knowledge, and enrich his library with the spoils. It would solidify his family's cultural legacy, ensuring this knowledge would endure into the future. "Oh, I'm such a good guy. Even I can't help but admire myself," Claudius said, shamelessly praising himself as he sat at the top floor of Tom's shipbuilding company headquarters, gazing over Water 7 and daydreaming about his plans. This building was now owned by him and had become the headquarters of Tom's shipbuilding. Claudius was staying here and didn't plan to leave anytime soon. Tom, a fishman, was joined by his longtime friend, the mermaid Kokoro. Claudius also brought 2 other mermaids with him, Miro and Lenny. The 4 of them were delighted to be reunited and seemed to be treating Water 7 as a second home. The young Enel was also having a great time, exploring the city with Frankie and Iceberg day in and day out, even learning the basics of shipbuilding. His Thunder fruit abilities also had surprisingly useful applications in ship construction. Claudius mused that the boy seemed to have a knack for this kind of work. After all, Enel had later managed to build a spaceship on Sky Island all by himself. The so-called Arc Maxim had technology nearly on par with what Shiki could achieve with his float fruit. While Cladius wasn't particularly impressed by the golden lion fruit, he encouraged Enel to push his limits in engineering and see if he could develop this technology for his own ship. Meanwhile, Nia stayed close to Cladius, ready to assist at any moment. As for Stussy, she was busy setting up a base of operations for Happy Street in Water 7, mobilizing personnel and arranging various resources. Whenever he had some downtime, Cladius would pull out his den mushy and make a call. Today, he decided to dial Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After a few rings, Sengoku answered, asking, "Your Highness, calling me at this hour. Do you have orders for me?" "Ha, no orders. Come on, Sengoku, we're equals here. CPX and the Marines are just cooperating agencies. I wouldn't presume to order you around," Cladius replied with a laugh. "Ha, CPX might be on equal footing, but you're a celestial dragon, Your Highness. The Marines do answer to the celestial dragons," Sengoku replied, chuckling. "All right, enough joking around. Are you busy these days?" Cladius asked. "Busy? I barely have time to catch my breath," Sengoku grumbled. "The sea's a mess, thanks to that bastard Roger. He stirred up every scoundrel out there. Your Highness, you wouldn't believe it, New World is chaos. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom are all at each other's throats. Every silver-ranked pirate thinks they've got a shot at the top now, so they're all jumping into the fray." Sengoku sighed, clearly exasperated, but Cladius just listened, amused. "And those damn scholars, who knows where they're crawling out from? They ignore every warning we send, obsessing over those damn poneglyphs. We've even had to start hunting down any remnants of Roger's bloodline. The situation is so chaotic, I feel like I need 3 of me to handle it all," Sengoku complained. Cladius chuckled, enjoying Sengoku's rant. The Admiral truly had a tough job, especially with his 2 former comrades-in-arms either refusing promotions or retiring early. Now, he bore the weight of what had once been 3 roles all by himself. "I can only imagine how hard it is to be an admiral. Just think, Sengoku, if you become Fleet Admiral one day, won't you be even busier?" Cladius joked. Sengoku let out a helpless laugh. "What choice do I have? This is all for the sake of justice, after all. Say, Your Highness, why don't you lend me some capable help? I hear that Miss Stussy is rather talented." "Oh, please, Sengoku, the Marines have plenty of people. Do you really need to poach talent from my little organization?" Cladius laughed. After a short pause, he continued, "Actually, I do have something I'd like to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it, Your Highness?" Sengoku replied, his tone more serious. "Are the Marines short on warships?" Cladius asked. "That's right. We're increasing troop numbers, but without ships, what's the point? We might as well station everyone on the Red Line and call it an army instead of a navy. But building ships takes time, and with the sea being as tense as it is, our losses are way up compared to previous years," Sengoku said, laughing at his own misfortune. "Well, I might be able to help with that. I've recently acquired a shipbuilding company here in Water 7, and I'm working on consolidating other struggling companies in the area. Their issues are more environmental than skill-based. The craftsmanship is top-notch. But as much as I'd like to invest, I also need to bring some money in to balance the books," Cladius explained with a smile. Sengoku paused, sensing where this was going. "Are you suggesting? How about we partner up? Given our relationship, I'll even give you a 20% discount. Think you can send some marine shipbuilding contracts my way?" Cladius asked, grinning. "Of course, Your Highness. I trust your integrity, and I know the shipbuilding skills in Water 7 are top-notch. Since you've offered, I have no reason to refuse. I'll make the arrangements," Sengoku replied, not hesitating for a moment. Ha, excellent. I look forward to a successful partnership. And if you ever need CPX's help, Sengoku, don't hesitate to reach out," Cladius said, clearly pleased. "I'll hold you to that, ha, Sengoku replied, laughing as well. Chapter 89, Ace. Originally, Cladius planned to stay in Water 7 until his ship was completed, then set off on his next venture. But, as always, plans couldn't keep up with the changes life threw at him. By the time the new year rolled around, he had been in Water 7 for nearly 3 months. Then, one morning, he received a call from Vice Admiral Garp through the Den Mushy. "What's the matter, Garp?" Claudius asked, a hint of a smile on his face. For a moment, there was silence on the other end. Just as Claudius started wondering if the signal was bad, he finally heard Garp's voice, hoarse and laced with an uncharacteristic sadness. "Claudius, Rouge is dead," Garp said quietly. Claudius froze, processing the words. Slowly, he picked up a cigar from his desk, lit it, and took a long drag. Exhaling the smoke, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It wasn't that he had any personal connection to Rouge. After all, she was the wife of Gall D. Roger. Claudius wasn't that shameless. They'd only met a handful of times. But still, despite everything, she hadn't been able to escape her fate. As his thoughts grew tangled, a sense of regret crept in. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he could have done more to help. But just as quickly, he dismissed the thought. He wasn't under any obligation to help her, after all. Why burden himself with guilt? He didn't want to end up like Rocinante, another tragic soul who couldn't leave well enough alone. "She was truly something. How long did she last?" Claudius asked, voice softened with respect. 20 months. 20 damn months. Can you even imagine the kind of courage and endurance that takes? Garp's voice trembled, and for once, the irrepressible vice admiral sounded genuinely vulnerable. "I don't admire many people, Claudius, but Rouge is one of them." It was a staggering feat. To keep her unborn child hidden from the world, from the relentless search by the Marines and the world government, she had held on for 20 long months, enduring unimaginable strain. All for the sake of her child, with the constant fear that she could be discovered at any moment. "Yeah, she was a great mother," Claudius said softly. "What about the child? Is it a boy or a girl?" With everything in flux, Claudius couldn't be sure if things had turned out exactly as he remembered. "A boy, a real cutie," Garp replied, his tone finally lifting a bit. "Really, what's his name?" Claudius asked. "Ace, good name, isn't it? Roger came up with it. Rouge wanted to honor his wishes, so she named him Portgas d Ace," Garp said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Ace, huh? That is a strong name, like the best, right?" Claudius remarked with a smile. "Yeah, the best," Garp said, chuckling softly. After a brief pause, Garp continued, "Anyway, I've been held up long enough. That bastard Sengoku has been sending me 3 messages a day, urging me to get back to Marineford. I'll be passing by Mariewa on my way. Are you there?" No, I'm still in Water 7, Claudius replied, a bit taken aback. "Water 7? What are you doing all the way out there?" Garp asked, genuinely puzzled. "Getting a ship built, doing some business on the side. You know, keeping busy," Claudius replied, giving a vague answer to avoid too many questions. Garp didn't press further, but instead asked, "Well, can you make it back to Mariewa? We're about the same distance from there right now, maybe we could meet." Claudius hesitated. He was quite comfortable in Water 7, enjoying the leisurely pace of things, and really didn't feel like making the trip to Mariewa. Sensing his reluctance, Garp, the stubborn old marine that he was, didn't hesitate to turn up the pressure. "Claudius, don't be a damn coward. You remember our deal, right? I'd look after Rouge, and you'd take responsibility for the kid. Or are you backing out now that Roger's gone?" Claudius felt his temper flare. "Look after her? You call that looking after her? She died on your watch, Garp. You think you did such a great job." "You think I wanted her to die?" Garp shot back, voice rising. "Do you have any idea how hard it was to keep her hidden from the government's hunters? I did everything I could." Yeah, fine, whatever. I can't win an argument with you," Claudius said, sighing in defeat. He knew Garp was probably taking Rouge's death harder than anyone. After all, he'd been the one protecting her, watching her struggle until the very end. Claudius didn't want to push him any further. "So, what's the plan now?" Garp asked, his voice back to a low rumble. "Do you want me to bring the kid to Marineford?" Claudius rubbed his temples and sighed. Fine. I'll head back to Mariewa. We'll meet there and you can hand the kid over to me. Then you can go back to playing marine hero." "That works. But I'm warning you, Claudius, just because I'm handing him over to you doesn't mean I'm out of his life. I've already decided to raise this kid as my own grandson," Garp said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Claudius was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Only you, Garp. You're really something else. So, Roger's gone, and now you're stepping in as the grandfather? You've just gone and made yourself family. Poor Roger, If he knew, he'd be rolling in his grave. You're making yourself sound like you're his father. With Garp claiming to be the grandfather, that technically made him a generation above Whitebeard in Ace's life. In some twisted way, this old man had managed to leapfrog Whitebeard's title of dad. But before Cladius could continue ribbing him, a sudden realization hit him. Garp had totally roped him into this. "Damn it, Garp, you tricked me, didn't you?" Cladius cursed, only half joking. "Ha ha ha, tricked you? What are you talking about? Look, I'm not getting any younger, Cladius. If I suddenly showed up with a son, how would that look? Dragon would think I'd lost faith in him and was trying to raise a replacement." Garp laughed heartily, clearly amused at Cladius' exasperation. Cladius muttered in a serious tone, "Honestly, I think Dragon could use some company. Maybe if you gave him a brother, it'd make for a good story in 20 years. "Enough with the nonsense. I'll see you in Mariewa," Garp growled, realizing he wouldn't win this banter. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Cladius glared at the now silent Den Mushy, muttering to himself, "Damn you, Garp." Then he let out a sigh, taking a long drag on his cigar. So, Ace, huh? He found himself lost in thought. He already had his hands full taking care of Enel, who was still a kid himself, and now he was about to take in another child. Luckily, he didn't intend to get too involved personally. Mariewa had no shortage of skilled nannies. He'd find a few to handle the day-to-day care. Guess when the kid grows up, I'll see if he can be molded into something useful. Maybe a warlord of the sea one day. Yeah, that could work, Cladius thought, smirking to himself. Chapter 90. Your Highness has an illegitimate child outside. At the holy land of Mariewa, down by the port, Garp was standing there holding a baby, looking as if he was waiting for someone. A ship flying the flag of the world government was slowly docking. As soon as the gangway was lowered, Garp couldn't wait and strode forward. Soon enough, Cladius disembarked, accompanied by Nia and Enel. Stussy, however, had stayed back in the city of Water 7, busy establishing her new organization, Happy Street. Incidentally, she was also waiting for a ship to be built, planning to return directly to Mariewa once it was ready. The two mermaid girls had remained in Water 7 temporarily. The moment Garp saw Cladius, he hurried over and asked, "What took you so long? Weren't we traveling the same distance?" Cladius looked at Garp, who was holding a baby, and couldn't help but chuckle. "You were traveling through the South Blue, while I was coming along the Grand Line. Not quite the same thing. Naturally, it's a bit slower." Traveling along the Grand Line involved a unique set of challenges. Fortunately, Mariewa was well connected to the world. After all, it would be ridiculous if the world government and the Marines had to make detours every time they traveled just because they had to stick to the Grand Line. They'd be late to everything. "Fair enough." Garp nodded in agreement. However, he quickly handed the baby over to Cladius, despite a reluctant expression on his face. "This is Ace. From today, he's your responsibility," Garp said, his tone serious. "Remember, not a word to anyone about who he really is. From now on, this kid isn't Roger's son. If anyone finds out, we're both in deep trouble." Cladius took Ace from Garp, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "You really have to spell it out. If the 5 elders found out I was raising the son of the Pirate King, you think I'd still be standing here in Mariewa?" He still wasn't sure how Fleet Admiral Sengoku had pieced together Ace's identity in the original story. But this time around, with all his efforts to cover things up, Cladius felt like he'd done a pretty thorough job. With Rouge gone, theoretically, Garp was the only person left who knew the truth. As long as Garp kept quiet and Cladius didn't let anything slip, there should be no reason for the secret to ever come out. Besides, as long as Ace didn't choose a path that would pit him directly against the world government, even someone as astute as Sengoku might see any clues as mere coincidences rather than the truth. After all, this was one issue where turning a blind eye was simpler for everyone involved, especially considering the potential fallout with Garp and Cladius, both respected figures within the ranks of the Marines and the Celestial Dragons. "Good, as long as you understand," Garp said with a nod, sounding a bit relieved. "All right, I've got to get going. That bastard Sengoku has been bugging me non-stop." "In such a hurry? What's got the Marines so worked up now? Didn't you just deal with an attack from Roger's crew a month ago?" Cladius asked. Yeah, that's right, Garp replied, nodding. But this time it's about historians. Historians? Claudius repeated, frowning slightly. So, the Marines have tracked down some scholars researching forbidden history and ancient texts. Pretty much. Garp scratched his head. There's a giant vice admiral under me named Saul. He's been tracking a group of scholars causing trouble on the first half of the Grand Line. Recently, he managed to catch one of them alive, along with some undestroyed documents we think may reveal their origins. The Marines are working with CP9 to interrogate the survivor and analyze the evidence. They're hoping for a breakthrough soon. Claudius fell silent, a thoughtful look crossing his face. He had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Jaguar D. Saul, the Marine giant vice admiral under Garp, known for his strength, was also a close friend of Cusin, and was indeed responsible for hunting down scholars who studied poneglyphs and forbidden history. If things followed the course he remembered, Saul had likely captured a key figure in the O'Hara incident, possibly even Nicole Alvia, Robin's mother. Sooner or later, trouble was bound to erupt within the Marines. In a few months, Saul would likely end up swayed by Alvia's ideals, awakening the will of D, and ultimately throwing away his future in the Marines by helping her escape from naval headquarters. That, in turn, would lead Alvia back to O'Hara and set in motion the events that would bring about its destruction. Eventually, Saul would be frozen by Cusin, resulting in his imprisonment. A Marine vice admiral defecting would certainly stir things up, but in Claudius's view, it wasn't his concern. He gave Garp a skeptical look and asked, "But what does any of this have to do with you? You're not an interrogator. Since when did you have those skills?" "Saul's my subordinate, isn't he? So officially, I'm supposed to be involved, at least on paper," Garp grumbled. "I didn't expect the Marines to care so much about formalities," Claudius remarked with a laugh. "The bigger the organization, the more formalities you're stuck with," Garp replied, nodding in agreement. With that, Garp seemed eager to be on his way. After waving goodbye to Claudius, he quickly boarded a merchant ship bound for the Marine residential quarters at Marineford, disappearing as quickly as he'd come. Only after Garp had left did Claudius turn his attention to the little bundle in his arms. The baby was truly adorable, with a face so innocent that it was hard to believe he would one day grow up to be one of the world's most feared pirates, known as a dangerous criminal and the son of the Pirate King. "Ace," Claudius murmured softly, a small smile tugging at his lips. He gently pinched the baby's nose and added, "Grow up fast, kid. The world stage is waiting for you." Not exactly a child-rearing expert, Claudius played with the baby for a while before handing him over to Nia, who held Ace securely as they all headed back towards the palace. "Your Highness, how would you like to handle this?" Nia asked, smiling as he cradled Ace. Go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and have them assign me 2 experienced nannies to take care of Ace. We don't have that kind of free time. Best to leave things to the professionals," Claudius replied with a smile. Nija nodded in understanding. However, Claudius had no idea that by selecting 2 nannies from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and bringing a baby into his household, he'd inadvertently set off a storm of gossip among the celestial dragons of Mariewa. In no time, rumors spread across the Holy Land. The notorious romantic Claudius had fathered a child with some unknown woman outside and was now bringing his bastard son home. That's right, before Claudius even had a chance to arrange a proper identity for Ace, such as an adopted son or ward, the bored celestial dragons had already spun an elaborate backstory for him. Chapter 91, Subtle Hint. Claudius had been living in Mariewa with little Ace for 2 months. During this time, his frustrations had been building up, not because of Ace, but because of the gossip that seemed to follow him everywhere. Every time he stepped outside, there would be whispers among the other celestial dragons, snide remarks and fingers pointing behind his back. People claimed that he'd been off gallivanting around the world, and Ace was the result of some illegitimate affair. It was the kind of rumor that was impossible to squash, so Claudius could only bottle up his irritation and stew about it in private. In his quiet study, a thick, luxurious carpet covered the floor, and little Ace was happily crawling around on it, bursting with energy far beyond that of a typical baby. Incense burned faintly on the desk, releasing a delicate fragrance meant to calm the mind, but today it seemed to be having little effect on Claudius. With an exasperated sigh, he threw his book onto the desk and rubbed his temples. Just then Nia entered the room with a glass of milk. "Your Highness, perhaps a glass of milk to help settle your nerves," he suggested gently. Claudius nodded and took the glass, while Nia glanced at Ace, who was busily crawling across the floor. With a smile, Nia remarked, "The young master certainly has a lot of energy." "This kid's a real handful," Claudius muttered, shaking his head in frustration. As if on cue, Ace let out a mischievous giggle and, to Claudius's horror, proceeded to relieve himself right there on the carpet. Claudius nearly spat out his milk in shock. "You little brat," he cursed, glaring down at Ace. Nia chuckled, unfazed. "I'll get someone to replace the carpet," he said calmly, as if it were a minor inconvenience. "Is raising a child always this much trouble?" Claudius groaned. "And that's with an army of staff to help out. I don't know how people manage it." Meanwhile, at the World Government headquarters, not too far from Claudius's residence, the 5 elders had gathered for a meeting of their own. The bearded elder held a map, with an island circled in the New World, not far from the red line. "Is the information reliable?" asked the blonde elder. "Yes, the agents from CP0 verified it. That man is indeed on this island," the bearded elder replied. "A man like that, roaming free, is a serious threat. We can't let this opportunity slip by," murmured the bald elder. "Patrick Redfield," added the elder with the sword, his tone somber. "To stand shoulder to shoulder with monsters like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki all on his own, it's no small feat." "True, but it's also because he operates alone that he might be easier to deal with," the elder with curly hair remarked thoughtfully. "He's notoriously slippery. Every time the Marines have tried to corner him, he seems to know in advance and escapes without a trace. There's something unusual going on," said the bearded elder. "You think he has informants within the Marines?" asked the bald elder. "It's possible," the bearded elder replied, "though it could also be his observation hacky. He's rumored to be able to hear people's hearts. A dangerous ability indeed, which is all the more reason he must be captured and locked away," said the bald elder, frowning. "Then let's take a different approach this time. We'll send Marshal Kong himself and keep the entire operation secret within the Marines," the bearded elder suggested. The 5 elders had come to realize that tracking down the so-called Red Count, Patrick Redfield, would require an unconventional strategy. If Redfield truly had a source within the Marines, or was using his extraordinary hacky to anticipate their moves, then only a surprise maneuver would have any chance of success. Having the Marine Marshal personally take command would be an unexpected move. After all, Kong almost never left Marineford. "Using Kong makes sense, but I don't think the Marines alone will be enough. We should involve the SUPERPOWERS forces as well." The bald elder paused, then suggested, "Why not call in CPX for this operation?" The other elders exchanged glances before the bearded one finally cracked a small smile. "Claudius, I've heard he's been the center of attention here in Mariewa lately." "Haha, enjoying the passions of youth, is he?" said the blonde elder with a chuckle. "Ah, yes, the rumors," the bearded elder laughed. "They say he left a little legacy out there and has now brought it back with him. These are his personal affairs. We don't need to concern ourselves with such trivial matters. The boy's spirited, I'll give him that," the bald elder said, shaking his head with a bemused smile. The blonde elder nodded. "Yes, young people are bound to make a few mistakes here and there. It's only natural. Still, CPX has proven capable, and Claudius himself is quite reliable. Let's have CPX collaborate with the Marines on this one," the bearded elder said thoughtfully. Capturing both Shiki and Roger was no small feat. Let's see if Claudius can pull off another miracle and bring down the elusive Redfield, the bald elder said with a grin. "If he succeeds, how should we reward him?" the bearded elder asked, smiling faintly. After a moment's pause, he continued, "This boy has almost everything already: power, fame, status, wealth. What could we possibly give him?" The bald elder chuckled and quipped, "Why don't you retire and let him take your seat?" The bearded elder laughed, firing back, "I think you're the one who should consider retirement." "All right, enough with the jokes," the blonde elder interrupted. "We don't even know if this mission will succeed yet, but if we're talking about rewards, What about the title of Donquixote family patriarch? The room fell silent. After a moment, the bearded elder frowned slightly. What about Lancelot? The blonde elder sneered. Lancelot? Don't forget, he and Claudius have history, though it's curious, Claudius hasn't made a move against him. Perhaps he's been waiting, biding his time so as not to upset the balance with us. When Claudius had come under their notice, the 5 elders had, of course, reviewed his background. They knew of his complex family dynamics, how he'd once clashed with his own bloodline to secure his position. Some of the elders found it distasteful, especially as their admiration for Claudius grew. His unwillingness to take action against Lancelot had initially been perplexing, but now the elders saw an opportunity. In the grand scheme, figures like Lancelot were hardly significant to them. Dealing with him was a trivial matter should they choose to allow it. Then it's settled. If Claudius succeeds in this mission, we'll give him a subtle hint. Let him know that we won't interfere in his dealings with Lancelot. He's free to handle it as he sees fit, said the bald elder, his tone firm as he leaned back, crossing his arms with a satisfied nod. Chapter 92, The Arrest of the Red Count. In the waters of the New World, a massive sailing ship quietly cut through the waves, flying the insignia of an official world government caravan. It looked like an ordinary merchant vessel, nothing that would attract undue attention. But standing on its deck were some of the mightiest figures in the world. Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral Kong, Vice Admiral Garp, renowned as the marine hero, and Claudius, the young celestial dragon. Their target was none other than Patrick Redfield, also known as the Red Count, and their destination, Bat Island. Claudius hadn't had many opportunities to meet Fleet Admiral Kong before, and the two didn't share any particular friendship. In fact, he didn't know much about him at all. But in the days they'd spent together, Claudius had come to appreciate that Kong was a straightforward, stubborn man, but not inflexible. The fleet admiral had a strong personality yet remained approachable, and they'd quickly found a mutual respect. "It should be close now, right?" Claudius asked, watching the record pointer in his hand as it swayed in the direction of their destination. Garp, an old sea dog with years of experience, didn't even bother with the pointer. After a moment of thought, he said, "Another half a day, give or take. This mission is as covert as it gets. I didn't even bring any marine soldiers along. Just the 3 of us know about it. I doubt that Redfield would ever expect such a small force," Fleet Admiral Kong remarked with a smile. Claudius looked at him, curious. Is he really as arrogant as they say, always working alone, never trusting anyone? Kong nodded. Exactly. That's why he's earned the nickname Lonely Red. He refuses to rely on anyone. "Well, this time we'll shatter that pride of his and send him straight to Impel Down," Garp said, clenching his fists with a dangerous grin. Kong nodded in agreement. "Garp, once we reach Bat Island, you'll station yourself at the port. That place has a peculiar geography. There's only one port for getting in or out, and the rest of the island is surrounded by cliffs. As long as you hold the port, he won't be able to escape. I'll handle him myself." "Huh, you're planning to take that bastard on solo, Kong?" Garp asked, clearly surprised. "Yes," Kong replied. "As long as the port's secured, it'll be like trapping a fox in a cage. I'll deal with him personally." Claudius raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit uneasy. He wanted to tell Kong that, as strong as he was, he might not fare so well in a one-on-one with Redfield. If his memory served, Kong had indeed gone toe-to-toe with the Red Count on Bat Island once before, and lost due to exhaustion. Redfield, however, didn't get far afterward, as Garp had jumped in and pummeled him into submission, sealing his fate in Impel Down. Looking at Kong, who was older than Garp by a decade and well into his 70s, Claudius couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and concern. This man had been fighting for the world government his entire life. Even when Sengoku, his younger colleague, would later retire, Kong would continue to serve well into his 90s. A lifetime of loyalty and sacrifice, it was something Claudius couldn't help but respect. With this in mind, Claudius asked, "And what about me, Fleet Admiral Kong? Where do you need me?" Kong, fully aware of Redfield's strength, didn't want to put Claudius at unnecessary risk. Despite Claudius's impressive abilities, he was no match for someone of Redfield's caliber just yet. And with Claudius's high status as a celestial dragon, Kong felt an added responsibility to ensure his safety. After a moment, Kong said, "Why don't you observe from a safe distance? You can see everything unfold, but without getting too close to the action." In other words, they wanted him to watch from the sidelines. But Claudius didn't take offense. He understood that Kong's intention was to keep him safe, not to belittle him. Besides, he suspected there would be other ways for him to contribute. So, with a relaxed smile, he replied, "Understood. My experience is nowhere near as extensive as yours, Fleet Admiral. CPX will gladly learn from you on this mission, haha." "Glad to hear it," Kong said with a smile of his own, appreciating Claudius's lack of arrogance. He'd met too many young talents who, brimming with pride, threw themselves recklessly into danger. But Claudius showed a rare combination of strength and humility, which Kong respected. Thinking back, he'd seen many promising Marines fall to their own hubris. Even the Whitebeard pirates had eventually met disaster because Ace had been too headstrong to heed Whitebeard's warnings. Arrogance was a killer. After chatting for a few more minutes, Kong asked, "I heard you have people on Bat Island already." Claudius nodded. "My cousin is stationed there. But don't worry, Fleet Admiral, his cover won't raise any alarms for Redfield." "Oh, you mean that candidate for the 7 Warlords of the Sea project that Sengoku mentioned? His Highness Doflamingo, right?" Kong asked, recalling their conversation. "That's right, though please don't call him Your Highness around him. He's sensitive about it. He was stripped of his celestial dragon status when his father took him to North Blue," Claudius replied with a chuckle. "Got it," Kong replied, slightly embarrassed by his mistake. As they closed in on Bat Island, Doflamingo himself was preparing on the shore, waiting for Claudius's arrival. "So I'm supposed to face off against the infamous Lonely Red, Patrick Redfield. I barely got my feet wet in the New World and I'm already dealing with a legend?" Doflamingo muttered to himself, a cold gleam in his eyes. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Phew phew foo foo. Cousin, I see you're making me prove my worth. If you can't endure this, you'll never reach the top," he recalled Claudius saying over the den mushy before this mission. "This is a chance to show the world government your value. Make a good impression, and we'll both benefit in the future." Doflamingo hadn't reached the level of patience he'd have in the future, but under Claudius's guidance, he'd learned to control his impulses. This mission was just another step in his ascent, a necessary sacrifice for a greater reward. Meanwhile, deep within Bat Island's dense forests, Redfield examined a worn scrap of parchment he had just uncovered. The markings on it hinted at a place called the Sleeping Ancient Town, and he frowned, unfamiliar with the name. "The Sleeping Ancient Town? Never heard of it," Redfield murmured. His latest quest had brought him here, searching for a rare Zoan mythical devil fruit he'd heard rumors about. He intended to find it and harness its power, thinking it might prove useful in his future endeavors. Little did he know, however, that the world government had already set a trap for him, a net that had taken months to weave and was about to be sprung. If he truly wanted that fruit, it would have to wait. It would be over 20 years before Blackbeard would one day come to free him from his cell in Impel Down. Chapter 93, Garp, We're All Men Here. Bat Island wasn't large, just a modest piece of land with a single port, a small town, and a scattering of mountains further inland. It was sparsely populated, with most of the interior overrun by wilderness. There were rumors of ancient ruins hidden in the mountains, and that's where Patrick Redfield had gone searching. As soon as they docked, Garp exchanged a few words with Kong, then took up his position at the port. Meanwhile, Kong turned to Claudius, who simply smiled and said, "I'll head in to meet up with my cousin. No need to worry about me, Fleet Admiral." "All right, I'm off to deal with Redfield," Kong replied without fuss. He gave Claudius a quick nod, then set off toward the heart of the island, ready for the confrontation. Once Kong had disappeared into the dense forest, Claudius turned to Garp with a smirk. "You look like you've been holding something in this whole trip." "Humph," Garp grunted, looking annoyed before quickly asking, "How's Ace?" "With the kind of life I live, do you think he could be anything but fine? He's well-fed, sleeps soundly, and he's got enough energy to tire out anyone. Only downside is, he's ruined my reputation." Claudius sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. "Ahahaha, I heard about that. Word around Mariewa is that you've got yourself an illegitimate child," Garp laughed, clearly amused. Honestly, it's not such a bad thing. That rumor covers up the truth pretty well. Now nobody will be poking their noses into Ace's business. As strange as it sounded, Garp was right. If people believed Ace was Claudius's illegitimate son, then any curiosity would be dismissed as a private matter of the celestial dragons. No one, not even the agents of the CP organizations, would dare investigate too closely, given that they were under the celestial dragon's authority. As long as Claudius and Garp kept quiet, Ace's existence was secure. Claudius sighed, shaking his head again. There goes my perfect image, my spotless reputation, dragged through the mud because of this kid. Oh, please, no one cares about a celestial dragon's private life anyway. But seriously, you're telling me you don't have any women on the side? Garp asked, looking at Claudius with disbelief. Claudius shot Garp a disgusted look. You think I'm as shameless as you? Garp just shrugged, clearly unbothered by the insult. Claudius didn't know much about Garp's personal life, but he had his suspicions. He didn't know who Dragon's mother was, but it wouldn't have surprised him if Garp had a fling somewhere along the line. And considering how Ace's father was Roger, yet Garp had decided to treat Ace as family. Well, the old man certainly didn't follow a conventional life path. Come on, we're all men here, ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily, slinging an arm around Claudius's shoulders like they were old drinking buddies. Before Claudius could pull away, Garp added, Oh, by the way, last time we talked, I didn't get the chance to ask you. I heard that Zephyr got himself a pass that lets him into the Celestial Dragon's mansion areas. Mind getting me one too? Claudius frowned. What do you need that for? You don't even like coming to Mariewa, and you've never had much respect for the other celestial dragons. Don't go stirring up trouble there and dragging me down with you. It's different now, Garp replied, shrugging casually. Ace is there with you, isn't he? I'm just a vice admiral. I've got plenty of free time. Mariewa and Marineford aren't that far apart. I figured I could drop by and see him now and then. Claudius smirked, amused. For someone who openly mocked the nobility, Garp Shore was willing to swallow his pride for Ace's sake. The old man was even shamelessly asking for a pass to the Celestial Dragon estates, all just so he could visit the boy. Fine, but let's get one thing clear, Claudius said, exasperated but smiling. When it comes to raising Ace, keep out of it. I'll handle his upbringing myself, understood? Garp frowned, clearly displeased. What? I'm his grandfather. Can't I help shape him into a fine marine? Oh, please, with your record. Just look at how Dragon turned out, Claudius shot back without mercy. Garp didn't look the least bit ashamed. He just waved his hand dismissively. Well, that's exactly why I'm more experienced now. I know what mistakes not to make. Seeing that Claudius wasn't buying it, Garp finally relented with a sigh. All right, I promise not to interfere with Ace's training. Satisfied? Claudius gave him a nod. That's more like it. Once I'm back, I'll have someone deliver a pass to you. With that settled, the two men shared a few more words before Claudius bid Garp goodbye and headed off into the port town. Doflamingo had already reserved every tavern in the small town. His men, Treball and the others, were stationed at the entrance. Spotting Claudius, they quickly ushered him inside. Claudius walked in to find Doflamingo sitting at a table, a wine glass in hand. At his feet lay a man unconscious or dead. It was hard to tell with blood pooling around his head. Doflamingo looked up, smirking as he poured Claudius a drink. What's with the mess? Claudius asked, taking a seat across from him. Doflamingo handed him the glass. Oh, nothing, just a little stress relief. This idiot tried to pick a fight with me, so I gave him what he asked for. I feel a lot better now, he replied, his grin widening. You're really getting into the pirate lifestyle, huh? Claudius remarked with a laugh. Doflamingo chuckled. Phew, cousin, I am a pirate. Fair enough, Claudius acknowledged with a smile. How's everything going? Not bad, we're making progress. But the new world, the water's deep here, Doflamingo replied, his gaze sharpening. It is, be careful, Doffy. If things ever get too heavy, remember you've got me to back you up. You're my brother, after all. If I don't look out for you, who will? Claudius said with genuine warmth. Doflamingo's usually guarded expression softened for a moment, but he quickly composed himself, grinning. I know, cousin, but enough of that. What's the plan for today? Simple, Claudius said, waving a hand. The world government wants to save face after the fiasco with Roger. They're hoping capturing Redfield will restore some of their reputation. So, when's the action? Doflamingo asked, raising an eyebrow. We're not just going to sit here and drink all day, are we? Just as he finished speaking, an intense surge of conquerors' haki flooded the island. The sheer pressure was overwhelming, sending a ripple of force through the town. The innkeeper behind the bar collapsed instantly, eyes rolling back as he hit the floor. Cladius and Doflamingo were unaffected. With a calm smile, Cladius picked up the bottle, poured them both another drink, and said, "No need to worry. It's already begun." Chapter 94, Death is like the wind, always by my side. Cladius finished pouring his wine. Doflamingo took a sip, then murmured, "Conqueror's haki? You think Kong has it too?" "What is that surprising?" Cladius replied with a grin. "Well," Doflamingo began, "I've always thought of Marines as subservient to the world government, especially the higher-ups like the fleet admiral. How could someone who follows orders have the spirit of a conqueror?" Cladius chuckled. "Conqueror's haki isn't some mystical power that's only reserved for kings and tyrants. It's about having an unbreakable will, a refusal to bend, even if you work within a hierarchy. Conqueror's haki is about ruling yourself, being the king of your own heart." He took a thoughtful sip. "Think about it, Sengoku, the future Marine Fleet Admiral, has Conqueror's haki. Ace, who was once just a son under Whitebeard, had it too. Rayleigh was Roger's right-hand man, yet he possessed it. Even Katakuri, who never led the Big Mom pirates, has it. Conqueror's haki isn't about rank, it's about your heart's refusal to submit." Doflamingo looked at him with genuine surprise. "Cousin, you've clearly put a lot of thought into this. Do you have it too?" Claudius's face went a bit red, and he waved a dismissive hand. "Who, me? No, I just understand it a bit. Conqueror's haki? Yeah, that's one thing I haven't awakened." Doflamingo burst into laughter. "Phew, phew, phew, foo, foo. After all these years, I finally have something over you, cousin." Claudius shot him an irritated look. "You smug bastard. Of all the things you could bring up, you had to pick my one weakness." Doflamingo just grinned, then added with a mischievous glint in his eye, "Don't worry, cousin. I'm sure you'll awaken it eventually. I believe in you." "Sure you do," Claudius replied, rolling his eyes. They both shared a laugh, the tension between them easing. Doflamingo's expression then shifted to curiosity. "So, what's the plan? Are we really just here to get some experience, like you said? Are we really just going to sit back and watch the show as the Fleet Admiral delivers justice to the infamous Red Earl?" "That's the idea, but..." Claudius took a slow sip from his glass. "My gut tells me things won't go that smoothly." Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. "You think Kong might lose?" Claudius smirked, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "Exactly." A wicked smile spread across Doflamingo's face. "Now that's something I'd like to see, the justice of the Marines crushed by evil." Claudius gave him a pat on the shoulder. "But remember, justice always wins in the end." Doflamingo studied him thoughtfully. "So, you're saying you're waiting for Kong to falter, so you can jump in and finish the job?" "Pretty much," Claudius replied, swirling his drink. "But keep in mind, he's still the Fleet Admiral. If he fails, it'll be a blow to the world government. I can't just sit by and let him lose face completely. When the moment's right, I'll step in, and that's where you come in too." Doflamingo nodded, taking his cousin's words to heart. "Understood, I'll be ready." The battle between Kong and Redfield was brutal, shaking the entire island. The town was devastated by the shockwaves of their clash. Buildings crumbled, and residents lay unconscious in the streets, felled by the sheer force of Conqueror's haki that radiated from both combatants. Garp, stationed at the port, was busy pulling civilians out of the rubble, while Claudius and Doflamingo's tavern remained standing, thanks to Treball and the others shielding it from the worst of the aftermath. As the day turned to dusk, Claudius glanced out the window, noting the darkening sky. "It's about time for him to show signs of wear. He's almost 70 after all," he murmured. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. "So, should we make our move now?" Claudius grinned, his voice low and menacing. "The night is perfect." The two of them stepped out of the tavern together. The once lively port town lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere. Claudius rolled his shoulders, looking toward the mountain where the clash was taking place. The ground shook as powerful waves of energy rippled through the air. Daffy, help seal off the island. There may only be one port, but we can't risk Redfield escaping by any means. We need to cut off all exits, Claudius instructed. Doflamingo's lips curled into a smirk. Perfect timing. I've just developed a new technique I call the birdcage. Without another word, Doflamingo raised his hand, his devil fruit powers stirring. Thin, nearly invisible threads spread out from his fingers, weaving together in the sky to create an immense cage that began to descend over the island, trapping everyone within its razor-sharp walls. Claudius watched for a moment, nodding approvingly. Impressive, he said. I'm heading in. Before Doflamingo could reply, Claudius unleashed a burst of wind, propelling himself forward. His figure blurred, disappearing into the shadows as he soared toward the mountain. Watching his cousin vanish, Doflamingo muttered to himself, "Looks like I'm not the only one who can fly. Maybe I should work on that too." As Claudius approached the battlefield, he took in the scene. Fleet Admiral Kong was clearly struggling. His chest bore a deep slash, blood seeping from the wound. His left eye was swollen shut, blood dripping down his face from a particularly brutal cut. Meanwhile, Redfield was also injured. His chest was visibly dented, likely from one of Kong's powerful punches, and his once neat hair was now disheveled. Still, he appeared to be holding up better than Kong. Invisible, Claudius whispered, activating one of his newest abilities. In an instant, his body began to blend with the air around him, becoming completely invisible. It was a technique he'd developed from his nitrogen fruit abilities, using nitrogen's colorless properties to mask his presence entirely. Move with the wind, Claudius murmured as he drifted forward, blending seamlessly into the night air. He knew Redfield's observation haki was exceptional, and that it wouldn't take long before the Red Count sensed his presence. But he needed to get as close as possible before making his move. On the battlefield, Redfield smirked at his wounded opponent. "Kong, you should have known better than to come here alone. Today, I'll add the head of a Marine Fleet admiral to my legacy." Kong ignored the taunt, gritting his teeth as he steadied himself. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself forward, muscles bulging, his fist crackling with armament haki. "Justice will never fall to the likes of you, Redfield." He threw a massive punch, the air itself splitting under its force. Fist of justice. Redfield's eyes narrowed, and he raised his sword, prepared to counter. "Your justice ends here." He swung his blade, unleashing a slicing wave of energy aimed directly at Kong's chest. But suddenly, Redfield's expression shifted. Sensing a new presence closing in fast, he tried to pull his sword back to defend himself, but it was too late. Claudius materialized in midair, his sword Shinda drawn and ready. With a fierce cry, he unleashed his attack. "Death is like the wind, always by my side. One sword style, secret art, Blizzard." A blinding white slash burst from Claudius's blade, a concentrated line of compressed air that shot straight toward Redfield. Redfield, acting on instinct, managed to raise his sword horizontally, preparing to intercept the strike. The two attacks collided in a storm of raw energy, sending shockwaves rippling across the mountainside. Chapter 95, Tough Redfield. Redfield's speed was exceptional, and just as Claudius's slash was about to hit him, he raised his sword to block the attack. But before he could relax, a chill swept over him. The white air current that accompanied Claudius's slash had coated his blade with frost. In an instant, the sturdy sword in Redfield's hand started to crack, becoming brittle under the intense cold. With a sharp snap, the blade shattered, and the remaining energy from the slash tore a small wound into Redfield's chest. The cut immediately turned white, frost spreading across the skin, freezing his flesh on contact. Redfield's expression darkened as he dropped the remains of his sword, watching in horror as the frost crept toward his hand. He quickly released the hilt, letting it fall to the ground like a chunk of ice. "What a terrifying frost power," Redfield muttered, stumbling back. He placed a hand on his chest, feeling the numbed flesh around the wound. As he pinched the frostbitten tissue between his fingers, it crumbled into powder. The wound was necrotic, completely frozen. "How about it, impressed by my technique?" Claudius taunted, a wry smile on his face. Fleet Admiral Kong glanced at Claudius, not saying a word, but his expression showed a hint of respect. He didn't chastise Claudius for interfering. In truth, Kong had underestimated Redfield, and as the fleet admiral of the Marines, he couldn't afford to lose here. Claudius's intervention had pulled him back from the edge of defeat. "Who the hell are you?" Redfield growled, glaring at Claudius with suspicion. Despite Claudius's growing reputation, especially after capturing Shiki and assisting in Roger's capture, he was still somewhat of an enigma to most on the seas. Few knew what he looked like, and even fewer had actually seen him in action. Redfield, for all his experience, had no idea who this newcomer was. With a cocky smile, Claudius replied, "Heth, don't worry, I don't change my name. You're looking at Donquixote Claudius." "Donquixote," Redfield echoed, momentarily confused. Then, as the name sank in, Redfield's expression darkened. "So you're Celestial Dragon Claudius, that infamous CPX operative." Claudius grinned. "Ah, so you've heard of me." Redfield sneered, glancing between Claudius and Kong. "The legendary CPX is real then, and the world government thinks so highly of me that they've sent both a Marine Fleet Admiral and a Celestial Dragon to capture me? I should be flattered." "You're worth the trouble, Redfield," Claudius replied coldly. Without wasting any more words, Claudius raised his sword and unleashed another slash. This time, he didn't add his liquid nitrogen power, but the sharp edge of the attack cut through the air with lethal intent. Redfield braced himself, coating his arms with armament haki as he raised them to deflect the slash. "What exactly is your ability?" he demanded, frustration lacing his voice as he blocked the strike. Claudius simply smirked, refusing to answer. There was no way he'd reveal the nature of his powers to an opponent, especially someone as dangerous as Redfield. On the other side of the battlefield, Fleet Admiral Kong seized the opportunity, launching himself toward Redfield. With a powerful stomp, he appeared at Redfield's side, throwing a heavy punch at his shoulder. The impact sent Redfield hurtling through the air. Claudius had joined the battle at the perfect moment. While Kong was still a formidable opponent, his age had started to show, and Redfield had been gaining the upper hand. Claudius's intervention helped tip the scales back in the Marines' favor, giving them a renewed advantage. As Redfield was knocked back, Claudius was already preparing his next move. "Storm," he shouted, swinging his demon blade Shinda. Several slashes flew forward, each wrapped in a fierce wind current. As they traveled, the air and sword energy combined, forming a twisting whirlwind of razor-sharp gales. The cyclone tore through the terrain, ripping apart trees and rocks as it barreled toward Redfield, who had barely regained his balance. Redfield gritted his teeth and braced himself, covering his entire body with armament haki, turning his skin as black as obsidian. The whirlwind slammed into him, pushing him back and tearing his clothes to shreds, leaving small cuts across his body. "Red Fury," Redfield roared, his eyes flashing with anger. In a blur of red, he transformed into a streak of blood-colored energy, closing the distance between him and Claudius in an instant. Kong barely had time to react, and Claudius felt his heart skip a beat as Redfield's terrifying speed brought him face to face with danger. A wave of dread washed over him, and he instinctively fortified his chest with armament haki, kicking off the ground to backpedal. But even with his quick response, Redfield's claws slashed across Claudius's chest. His armament haki barely managed to hold up against the attack, but it was clear that Redfield's power was in a league of its own. Claudius's haki shattered under the pressure, and 5 deep gashes appeared across his chest, flesh and blood flying from the wounds. If he hadn't managed to pull back in time, Redfield's claws might have pierced his heart. Ignoring any semblance of pride, Claudius dropped to the ground, rolling away from Redfield's follow-up strike. He might have looked undignified, but survival was more important than appearances. As he rolled, Kong rushed in, aiming a massive punch at Redfield's head, forcing him to turn his attention away from Claudius. Redfield hesitated. He wanted to finish off Claudius, but the Fleet Admiral's fist, crackling with deadly intent, was too dangerous to ignore. With a grimace, he shifted his stance and intercepted Kong's punch with his own, their fists clashing midair in a brutal collision of haki. The shockwave from their clash sent Claudius tumbling further back, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Blood trickled down his chest, but he managed a defiant grin as he wiped the blood from his wounds. "Not bad, Redfield, but you're not the only one who can give as good as you get." A rhythmic, powerful heartbeat began to emanate from Cladius, like the pounding of war drums. His aura surged, brimming with renewed strength. "King Engine, on," Cladius murmured, focusing his energy. He tightened his grip on Shinda, the muscles in his arm flexing as he readied his next attack. One sword style, secret art, Winter's Fury. With a powerful swing, Cladius unleashed a massive slash coated in a frigid, white air current. As the attack traveled forward, it left a trail of frost in its wake, freezing the ground, trees, and rocks it touched. The very air around it seemed to crystallize, and everything in its path became brittle, covered in a delicate layer of ice. Fleet Admiral Kong's eyes widened as the freezing slash approached, realizing that he, too, was within its range. Without hesitation, both he and Redfield pulled back, evading the icy path of destruction. Claudius's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Just as the two combatants dodged his slash, he revealed a short sword in his other hand, which he'd been hiding up until now. "Gotcha," he whispered. "Shoot to kill Shinsa." With a sudden thrust, the short blade extended, stretching toward Redfield with blinding speed. The silver glint of the blade cut through the darkness, and Redfield's eyes widened as he twisted midair, sensing the danger. But he wasn't fast enough. The tip of Shinsa pierced his shoulder, drawing blood as it punched through armor and flesh alike. Redfield let out a hiss of pain, adjusting his posture in midair to prevent further damage. He clamped a hand over his injured shoulder, gritting his teeth as he glared at Cladius. Chapter 96, Take My Embrace of Death. Shinsa was originally a powerful weapon, but Cladius had turned it into something even more devious, a tool for surprise attacks. Golden Lion Shiki had fallen for it, twice, resulting in a deep cut across his face. Cladius had exploited that moment to incapacitate Shiki, turning him into a permanent resident of the infirmary at Marineford. And now, Patrick Redfield was facing the same predicament. He'd never encountered a weapon like Shinsa, a sword that could extend and retract at will. The unexpected sting in his shoulder threw him off balance, just enough to hinder his dodge. Unlike Kong, who had managed to avoid Claudius's Winter's Fury, Redfield wasn't as lucky. The cold slash caught his left foot, instantly freezing his shoe and reducing it to ice shards. His flesh wasn't spared either. Frost spread across his foot, seizing up his muscles and restricting his movement. Though he managed to shake off some of the damaged tissue, his mobility was now compromised. As he shifted back, Redfield's mind was reeling. What kind of abilities does this guy have? He thought. One moment, Claudius was wielding frost power, and the next, he was invisible. Then there was that bizarre sword technique, changing length as if it had a mind of its own. On their own, each power was strange, but together they were almost incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Kong had stepped back to avoid Claudius's Winter's Fury, and that gave Redfield a brief reprieve. Claudius, however, wasn't one to waste an opportunity. As soon as Shinsa retracted, Claudius pointed a finger at Redfield. "Finger pistol," Claudius whispered. With his injured foot slowing him down, Redfield had no time to dodge. He crossed his arms over his chest, coating them in armament hacky to block the blow. A sharp sting shot through his arms as Claudius's finger pistol technique hit home. Realizing he couldn't afford to let Claudius keep pressuring him from a distance, Redfield decided to close the gap. With a savage expression, he ignored the pain in his foot and charged forward, prepared to endure whatever Kong threw at him if it meant silencing Claudius for good. But just as he took his first steps, something pulled him back. Thin, nearly invisible threads wrapped around his limbs, restraining his movement. Redfield's eyes darted around, and he spotted the source. Doflamingo standing off in the distance, his fingers twitching as he manipulated the threads. "So, there's another one," Redfield muttered, his instincts kicking in just as a whip-like thread lashed out, smashing through a frost-covered tree nearby. "Phew-phew-foo-foo," sharp reflexes, Doflamingo sneered, stepping out of the shadows. Redfield's eyes narrowed. He felt like he'd seen this man before, but he couldn't place where. His immediate assumption was that Doflamingo was another government operative. Little did he know that his captor was a pirate who'd once crossed into the New World. In that moment, Kong made his move. Using sorrow, he appeared beside Redfield, throwing a powerful punch toward his head. Redfield, wrapped in Doflamingo's threads, was a split second too slow, and though he managed to meet Kong's punch, he couldn't evade it entirely. The two exchanged brutal blows, both staggering back from the force. Kong was knocked to the ground, while Redfield took a powerful hit to his injured chest, coughing up blood and even fragments of his organs. Enraged, Redfield grabbed the threads binding him and yanked, pulling Doflamingo off balance. Doflamingo, whether from surprise or arrogance, held onto the threads, and he was pulled toward Redfield with shocking speed. "Die!" Redfield roared, his hand transforming into a claw armament hacky coating his fingers as he aimed for Doflamingo's heart. But as Redfield's claw closed in, Doflamingo twisted, wrapping himself around Redfield's body like an octopus. His face twisted into a wicked grin. "Cousin, now!" he shouted. Clone string, Cladius realized. In an instant, he used sorrow to appear behind Redfield. Without hesitation, he drove his demon sword Shinda straight through both Redfield and Doflamingo. Redfield spat out blood as the blade pierced him, and he tried to retaliate. But Doflamingo's body began to unravel into countless white strings, binding Redfield tightly and restricting his movement. It wasn't Doflamingo at all, just his string clone, an elaborate ruse. For the real Doflamingo was a safe distance away, manipulating the strings with a grin on his face. Realizing he only had a few seconds, Cladius tightened his grip on Redfield from behind, his muscles bulging with strain. "Embrace of death," Cladius growled, his arms flexing as he pinned Redfield in place. Redfield's struggles grew weaker as an invisible force began to emanate from Cladius's body, his nitrogen powers sapping the air around them, creating a localized vacuum. It was as if all the oxygen had been drained, leaving Redfield gasping, yet unable to draw a single breath. What is this?" Redfield choked, his voice barely audible. Panic and disbelief filled his eyes as he felt the life draining out of him. Cladius's face was set in grim determination. He could feel Redfield's strength waning, his movements growing sluggish. They had almost won, just a bit longer. In mere moments, from the time Kong had been knocked back, the tide had shifted dramatically. Kong staggered to his feet, steadying himself, and quickly closed the distance to where Cladius had Redfield pinned. Together, he and Cladius exerted their combined strength, ensuring that Redfield's last reserves were crushed. With Redfield's resistance fading, Cladius finally released his hold, stepping back to catch his breath. Blood was still dripping from his chest, but he managed a smile as he looked at Kong. "Redfield has been captured, Fleet Admiral Kong. I'd say that's a job well done." Kong grabbed Redfield by the neck, ensuring he was fully subdued. He looked over at Cladius, a weary but grateful smile crossing his face. "If it weren't for you and CPX, this old man might have been outmatched. Thank you, Cladius." "What are you talking about? This was a joint mission between CPX and Naval Headquarters. I just wanted to make sure you didn't take down Redfield so fast that I'd have no chance to show off," Cladius joked, his tone light but respectful, acknowledging Kong's role without taking too much credit. Kong chuckled, appreciating the gesture. "Either way, I owe you one, Your Highness. You saved me from a serious embarrassment." Chapter 97, Rayleigh, the man destined to be the king of freeloaders. In the Sabyati archipelago, inside Shacky's ripoff bar, Silver's Rayleigh sat reading the latest newspaper with a thoughtful expression on his face. For a moment, his face was tense, but it soon relaxed, and he let out a carefree laugh. "What's with that strange look?" Shacky asked, eyeing him curiously. "Ah, it's nothing," Rayleigh replied with a smile. "Just thinking that the world government seems to be getting stronger these days, but then I realized, that doesn't really concern me, does it? Ha ha ha." "Did something happen?" Shacky asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, something big. 2 days ago on Bat Island in the New World, they managed to capture Patrick Redfield," Rayleigh said, nodding. "Redfield?" Shacky repeated, startled. "You mean Redfield the Red Count? The Lonely Red?" "Yep, that's the one," Rayleigh confirmed with a grin. "If I remember correctly, he's supposed to be really powerful, isn't he?" Shacky asked, intrigued. "Rumor has it he could stand toe-to-toe with the likes of the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, all on his own. Even Shiki didn't want to mess with him. Rayleigh chuckled. Well, he's strong, no doubt about that, but it's not like he's invincible. He has his strengths, sure, but he's also got his weaknesses. And sometimes, going it alone isn't all it's cracked up to be. After all, look where it got him. He handed the newspaper over to Shaki. Shaki took the paper and scanned the article, her eyes widening in surprise. Looks like the world government got lucky. Maybe, Rayleigh replied, nodding thoughtfully. The story in the newspaper was, indeed, interesting. It mentioned nothing about CPX or Cladius. Instead, it highlighted a new rising pirate, Doflamingo. According to the article, Doflamingo's Donquixote pirates had been on Bat Island when they encountered Redfield, leading to a fierce battle between the two. While the two were locked in combat, Fleet Admiral Kong supposedly arrived, taking advantage of the situation to capture Redfield. In the end, Redfield was captured, while Doflamingo managed to escape the island, slipping out before Kong could apprehend him. The whole story painted a picture of the Marines catching Redfield at the perfect moment, making it seem as if they'd simply taken advantage of his clash with Doflamingo. And Doflamingo, now recognized as a fierce new power in the New World, saw his reputation soar. Shaki frowned slightly as she looked over the paper. Something feels off about this story. I can't put my finger on it, but it doesn't quite add up. Rayleigh nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yeah, I had the same thought. Guess you can't always rely on the newspapers, can you? Shaki mused, setting the paper down. Sabyati Archipelago is a melting pot of information and people. It'd make a great place for the intelligence business. I've thought about it before, and I think I'm finally going to make it happen. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, looking at her with mild surprise. Congratulations. But you, she said, giving him a pointed look. You're the freeloader here, eating and drinking on my tab all day. Aren't you even a little ashamed? How's that freeloading life treating you, Rayleigh? Ever since the disbanding of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh had returned to Sabyati, reconnecting with Shaki, who he'd met during his travels. The two had struck up a relationship, and Rayleigh had settled into life on the archipelago with her. At first, he'd had a decent stash of treasure from his days with the Roger Pirates, but his love for gambling had drained his funds over time. Now, he was entirely dependent on Shaki and seemed quite content with his freeloading lifestyle. Shaki had put up with it for a while, but as time passed, she started to realize that Rayleigh was getting too comfortable. If he didn't find something productive to do, she feared he'd end up wasting away. Rayleigh suddenly put on a serious face. Actually, I went to see the doctor a couple of days ago. Shaki's expression shifted, genuine worry crossing her face. What? Are you sick? Did you catch Roger's illness or something? No, nothing like that, Rayleigh replied, his serious look dissolving into a mischievous smile. The doctor just said my mouth isn't suited for eating anything too tough. He recommended I stick to softer foods. Guess I'll be sticking to soft rice from now on. In the next second, a bottle flew across the room, smacking Rayleigh squarely on the head and knocking him to the floor. Shaki stood over him, fuming. You old bastard! Are you trying to make me die from anger? Let me tell you, if you don't find yourself a job within the next 3 days, I'll skin you alive. And so, it was with that gentle encouragement from Shaki that Rayleigh eventually found his way into the coding business, earning his moniker as the Coder. Though he'd later joke that he also had a side gig as a slave trader, offering his services, but only to help others. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Mariewa, 5 elders, Cladius and Fleet Admiral Kong were walking down a grand hallway, making their way to the main office. Both Cladius and Kong were covered in bandages, visible reminders of the fierce battle with Redfield. Bloodstains still peeked through Claudius's bandages, and Kong was no less bruised. They wore the marks of their fight with a strange sort of pride, scars left by the Red Count himself. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the next step for you, Fleet Admiral, is a promotion to Commander-in-Chief, Claudius joked, grinning at Kong. And if that happens, you'd better keep an eye out for us over at CPX. Kong chuckled, waving him off. Oh, Your Highness, you're just being polite. I don't think I've done nearly enough to warrant that. Besides, CPX isn't under the Commander-in-Chief's jurisdiction anyway. If anything, I should be asking you to look after me. They laughed, exchanging a few more good-natured jabs as they reached the office doors. Kong knocked, and a voice from inside called for them to enter. The two stepped into the room, greeted by the 5 elders. The elders, for once, were all smiles, their expressions a rare sight of approval. The bald elder, his face crinkling with a grin, spoke up first. "Yes, very good. The two of you performed exceptionally. You've done us proud." Claudius and Kong both inclined their heads respectfully, replying in unison, "Just doing our duty." Chapter 98. Celestial Dragons, the most important thing is to stick together. As usual, the 5 elders started off by speaking with Kong, reviewing the details of the recent mission. Claudius, who had been through this process several times before, was completely at ease. As a celestial dragon, he was well aware of the high level of trust these elders had in him. They appreciated those who were competent and obedient, rewarding them with privileges and resources that few others could imagine. Meanwhile, Claudius had wandered over to the wine cabinet against the wall, rubbing his chin as he carefully inspected the selection without a word to the 5 elders. His casual, almost mischievous attitude didn't seem to bother the elders one bit. In fact, they seemed to tolerate it with amused smiles. Claudius eventually picked out a bottle from the bottom shelf, his eyes lighting up. Sfindex 1450, a true classic. Out of print, aged over 50 years, he murmured. Not bothering to ask permission, he uncorked the bottle, poured himself a glass, and leaned back against the wall, savoring the taste. The 5 elders glanced at each other, their smiles turning wry as they watched him. Claudius's easygoing style and confidence only seemed to make them like him more. After some time, Kong finished his report, and the 5 elders took a moment to reflect on the information. "So, Doflamingo," one of the elders murmured. Claudius took a sip from his glass, swallowed, and then spoke up. "That's right. Daffy has always wanted to return to Mariewa, but I know that doesn't align with protocol, so I convinced him to be patient. I told him that as long as he serves the world government well, the 5 of you would surely recognize his efforts. And maybe, when the time is right, he could return." The bearded elder chuckled. "Yes, we recall the matter from back then. Returning to Mariewa isn't something to be taken lightly, but rules are made by people, after all. If Doflamingo can truly prove his value, we'd be open to having another capable celestial dragon among our ranks." "I'll pass that along to Daffy," Claudius said with a slight smile. "I'm sure he'll be even more motivated to serve." With that settled, the topic shifted back to the recent mission. The bald elder spoke up. "Redfield, has he been secured?" "Yes," Kong replied, nodding. "Garp has personally escorted him to Impel Down, where he'll be placed in eternal hell. Given the timing, he should be safely locked away by now." "Good, you did an excellent job," the bald elder said approvingly. Then, after a brief pause, he turned to Kong and asked, "What do you think of the position of Commander-in-Chief? Are you interested?" Kong was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded. "Of course. As a soldier, there's no greater honor than reaching that rank." "Ha ha ha, well said," the elder chuckled. Before Kong could continue, the elder went on, "We do consider you the ideal candidate for the position. After all these years of service to the Marines and the world government, your achievements certainly qualify you. But the timing isn't right." Kong nodded thoughtfully, understanding the unspoken context. "It seems you're already aware," the elder continued, "but Marine headquarters isn't in the best position right now. If you were to leave, it would throw the organization into a leadership vacuum. Sengoku is ready to take over as Fleet Admiral, but the Admiral's positions would be left unfilled. Kyuzin, Borsellino, and Sakazuki may be strong, but they still lack some of the experience and maturity required for the role. They'll need a few more years to grow into their potential." "Exactly," Kong agreed. "For now, I have no intention of leaving the Marines." "Good, we're glad you understand the importance of this. But know that when the time is right, the role of Commander-in-Chief will be yours. Until then, we'll hold the position open for you," the bald elder said calmly. Kong smiled, bowing his head slightly. "Thank you, honored elders." With Kong's future settled, the elders gave him some additional instructions before dismissing him. Understanding that a more private conversation was about to begin, Kong wisely excused himself, leaving Claudius alone with the 5 elders. The bearded elder turned to Claudius, grinning. "How's the wine?" "It's fantastic. Probably the best I've had in years," Claudius replied with a grin, holding up his half-empty glass. I might just take the rest of this bottle home with me. You're getting more and more comfortable around here, aren't you? The bald elder chuckled. But it's fine, we appreciate your unique style. The bald elder, his smile turning thoughtful, continued, You handled this mission well. I'll admit, Kong was nearly at his limit. You really saved us from a close call. Just doing my job, Claudius replied with a modest shrug. After all, CPX was created to handle the world's more complicated issues. Well said, the curly-haired elder remarked, nodding approvingly. You've earned quite a reputation, along with power, status, and wealth. We almost don't know what to offer you as a reward, so tell us, what do you want this time? Claudius rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then shook his head. Honestly, I don't need anything at the moment. The bald elder chuckled, as if he'd expected that answer. Then he leaned forward slightly, his tone turning casual but probing. By the way, Claudius, I heard you've had a bit of trouble with Lancelot in the past. Claudius raised an eyebrow, then replied calmly, It wasn't much. He tried to start something with me, but I'm not particularly interested in him. Good. It's important that celestial dragons look out for one another, the blonde elder said with a smile. If any of us were to cause trouble within our own ranks, well, that wouldn't be tolerated. Claudius nodded, though he sensed a subtle implication in their words. Were they telling him not to bother with Lancelot, or was there an underlying message of support? As he pondered this, the bald elder cleared his throat and continued. On the 3rd day of next month, we'll be sending the head of the Donquixote family to Dressrosa to pay a diplomatic visit to the Riku royal family. I believe Lancelot will be traveling to the New World around that time. But of course, this isn't of any concern to you, right? A slow, wicked smile spread across Claudius's face. The message was clear. The elders were giving him free rein to handle Lancelot as he saw fit, even in New World territory. Yes, of course. I'm not interested in that at all, Claudius replied, his eyes glinting with a scarlet light. Chapter 99. Prometheus, the prophet guiding the light of the world. Inside the holy land of Mariewa, within the grand halls of Claudius's palace, little Ace was crawling around at his feet. Nia was trying to capture Ace's attention with a soft toy, waving it in front of him. But the young child seemed entirely uninterested, determined to explore on his own. Claudius watched this scene with amusement while holding a phone in his hand. He chuckled and called out, Nia, maybe if you tried a toy musket, he'd be more interested. Nia looked up at him, slightly disapproving. Your Highness, that's hardly an appropriate toy for the young master. Claudius laughed, but before he could reply, the den mushy in his hand crackled to life. His attention shifted as the familiar voice on the other end spoke up. Cousin, don't tell me there's another mission already. Fur. Doflamingo laughed over the phone. What, busy already? Claudius teased, a smile tugging at his lips. Busy? Absolutely, Doflamingo replied, his tone laced with satisfaction. Since the rumor spread that I defeated Redfield, I've got a flood of new recruits begging to join the Donquixote pirates. We've grown a lot recently. He paused, and his voice turned playful. But you know, no matter how busy I am, if there's a task from you, I'll make time. You're acting like big-name pirates grow on trees, Claudius joked. Doflamingo laughed again. True enough, cousin, so what's the big news this time? It's that thing you've been waiting for, Claudius replied in a quieter tone. Doflamingo went silent for a moment before asking, Lancelot. That's right. The 5 elders gave me a little heads up to show how much they value me, Claudius said, his voice carrying a faint edge. On the 3rd day of next month, Lancelot will be traveling to Dressrosa. Ha, so they're really giving you the green light on this? Doflamingo sounded impressed. I knew you'd take him out eventually, but I never thought the 5 elders would practically serve him up on a silver platter for you. Claudius smirked. I'll send you the travel documents for Lancelot's trip. Make sure to handle it cleanly. When the news breaks, it should look like Lancelot's ship encountered an unfortunate accident in the New World, with no survivors. Doflamingo's laughter crackled over the line. Fur. No problem. The sea doesn't care who you are, even celestial dragons aren't exempt from its dangers. Isn't that right, cousin? Claudius chuckled. Are you poking fun at me now, Doffy? Why would you think that? Doflamingo replied, his voice feigning innocence. Claudius let out a hearty laugh. I'll be sure to keep my guard up when I'm in the new world next time. With that, they shared a few more light-hearted exchanges before saying their farewells and ending the call. As Claudius set the den mushy down, he glanced over at the Nia who was still trying to entertain Ace nearby. His thoughts drifted. The fact that the 5 elders would give him such a clear green light was telling. They were practically inviting him to take out Lancelot. But as Claudius thought about it more, he realized this gift from the 5 elders likely came with strings attached. If he did go through with it, no matter how perfectly he covered his tracks, he'd still be holding a dirty secret, something the 5 elders could leverage if they ever needed to. But so what? Claudius muttered to himself. I'm not one to be squeamish about a little dirt. Whatever the 5 elders' true intentions, the benefits were clear. With Lancelot out of the picture, Claudius could solidify his position as the head of the Donquixote family, removing any lingering threat from within his own clan. It would grant him greater freedom and influence, without a meddling patriarch trying to keep him in check. Satisfied with the decision, Claudius set aside his concerns and turned his focus back to the present. A few days passed, and he found himself restless, thinking of his ship in the city of 7 waters. It had been almost 5 months since he'd placed the order, and he was eager to see if it was finally completed. Just as he was making plans to leave, the phone worm buzzed again. This time, it was Stussy calling. At that moment, Claudius was in the middle of experiencing fatherhood, attempting to change Ace's diaper with a kind of fumbling clumsiness. Nia and 2 professional nannies hovered nearby, watching with wary eyes as if they expected some grand disaster. Ace wriggled and squirmed, while Claudius struggled to keep the little boy still. With a mischievous grin, Claudius reached out, lightly poking Ace's belly. Just as he was about to continue, the den mushy's ringing snapped him out of it. Nia quickly handed over the den mushy. It's Stussy, she informed him. Claudius balanced the snail and the diaper in one hand. Stussy, what's going on? Hello, Your Highness, Stussy replied, her voice calm and smooth. I've wrapped up business here in Water 7. Also, our ship has been completed. Tom was asking if you had a name in mind for it. A name, huh? Claudius murmured, pausing his diaper-changing efforts as he pondered the question. Taking the hint, Nia signaled for the nannies to step in. They swiftly took over the diaper duty, gently ushering Claudius aside. He picked up the den mushy with both hands, turning his full attention to Stussy's question. After a moment's thought, he asked, Do you have any suggestions? Stussy's voice turned playful. How about the most handsome celestial dragon in history? Claudius laughed. Oh yeah, that wouldn't look arrogant at all sailing into port. Personally, I think it's fitting, Stussy replied with a chuckle. Claudius smirked. I'll take that as a compliment. Thinking for another moment, he finally said, How about Prometheus? Prometheus, Stussy echoed thoughtfully, the prophet who brings light to the world. I think it suits you perfectly, Your Highness. Then it's settled. The ship will be called Prometheus, the prophet guiding the world's light, Claudius said, a trace of pride in his voice as he envisioned the vessel. Chapter 100, O'Hara's Sin. As Claudius walked through the bustling streets of Mariewa, he held a den mushy to his ear, engaged in a conversation. Behind him, Nia carried little Ace in his arms, following respectfully. I'm heading to the port of Mariewa, Claudius said casually. Didn't I mention it before? I commissioned a ship in Water 7 and Stussy just sailed it back here. I'm on my way to take a look at it. Why? Did something urgent come up? Is this about the joint mission with Marine Headquarters? On the other end of the line, Sengoku's voice sounded serious. Yes, it's a request for assistance. We need to resolve this matter quickly. If we don't, it could turn into a major scandal. Claudius paused, a bit taken aback. That serious? What's going on? Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Sol has gone rogue, Sengoku replied, voice filled with tension. He broke protocol and released a highly dangerous prisoner from headquarters. Both of them are on the run, and Marine forces are doing everything they can to capture them. Given the circumstances, Sengoku hesitated here. Claudius chuckled and said, Spit it out, Sengoku. You know I'm no stranger to these kinds of secrets. With a sigh, Sengoku continued, "You're right, Your Highness. There's no point hiding it from you. You may have heard before that we, along with the Cypherpol agencies, have been tasked with apprehending scholars who have been sailing around the seas, studying certain forbidden topics." "Ah, right," Claudius responded. "Now that you mention it, I remember hearing something about that. Isn't that Vice Admiral Saul one of Garp's men? Garp mentioned to me once that they'd captured a scholar." "Correct," Sengoku said gravely. "The scholar in question is from Ohara. We have irrefutable evidence that Ohara has been secretly researching forbidden history and ancient languages. While their intent might not be malicious, the study of these subjects has long been classified as a major offense by the world government, given the potential consequences." Claudius nodded thoughtfully. "So, it's that serious, huh? Just studying history and languages. It almost sounds absurd." "It may seem so on the surface," Sengoku replied, "but these subjects hold the key to awakening the ancient weapons. The scholars of Ohara may not intend to do harm, but they lack the power to keep such knowledge secure. Imagine if someone with darker ambitions like Kaido or Big Mom learned about the ancient weapons through them." Claudius considered this, his tone turning somber. "That could be catastrophic. The entire balance of power in the world would be thrown off, and countless lives could be at risk." "Exactly. That's the danger of Ohara's actions," Sengoku said. "Their thirst for knowledge, however noble, has created a massive liability. The world government can't risk letting this knowledge fall into the wrong hands. We, the Marines, cannot just turn a blind eye." "I understand," Claudius replied. "But what does this have to do with your giant vice admiral? What happened with Saul?" Sengoku fell silent for a moment, then admitted, "It appears that Saul was influenced by one of the Ohara scholars, leading him to question the government's stance. He ended up helping her escape from detention. 2 weeks ago, a decision was made to initiate a buster call on Ohara. Saul was initially assigned as one of the mission's vice admirals, but now that he's defected, Ohara might receive advance warning, and if the scholars manage to scatter and spread this forbidden knowledge, the consequences could be dire," Claudius murmured. "Exactly," Sengoku said gravely. "The fallout would be beyond imagination. So, we at Marine Headquarters are dedicating every available resource to capturing Saul. I'd also like to request assistance from your CPX in the search. We've already mobilized the Buster Call fleet and will soon be heading to Ohara." Claudius thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Is there any chance I could reach Ohara first and salvage the books in the Tree of Knowledge?" Sengoku was caught off guard, blinking in confusion at the unexpected shift. "Wait, what did you just say?" Claudius cleared his throat, sounding slightly embarrassed but also determined. "I've had a massive library installed on my new ship. I thought it would be a good idea to fill it with as many rare books as I can get my hands on. The idea of the Tree of Knowledge being destroyed feels wasteful. I mean, it's one of humanity's great treasures. I'm just saying, I could make an effort to save that cultural heritage." Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. "If you can reach it in time, I won't stop you." "Perfect," Claudius laughed. "My new ship is the fastest in the world. I'll be there in no time." "And about Saul?" Sengoku asked. "Leave it to us at CPX," Claudius replied. "I'll instruct my agents to assist in the search. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get moving. Can't let you Marines hog all the glory or destroy all the valuable knowledge, for that matter." The two exchanged farewells, and Claudius ended the call. Turning to his butler, Nia, he instructed, "Nia, head back and prepare our travel gear. We're heading to the West Blue. Also, meet me at the port after you've stocked up on supplies." Nia nodded, bowing slightly. "Yes, Your Highness." Once Nia had left, Claudius continued walking, his thoughts lingering on the events unfolding in Ohara. The revered island of scholars, the center of humanity's cultural heritage, would soon be wiped out by a buster call. Thinking about it, Claudius couldn't deny that Ohara's situation was the result of its own actions. Sengoku's words rang true. Ohara had bitten off more than it could chew by delving into forbidden history and languages. As scholars, they might have felt righteous in their pursuit of knowledge, but their inability to protect such dangerous secrets was the problem. If their findings fell into the wrong hands, how many lives would be lost as a result? The risk wasn't hypothetical. Even Robin, the sole survivor of Ohara in the future, nearly brought about a calamity in the hands of Crocodile. If a scholar with knowledge of the ancient weapons fell into the clutches of someone like Kaido or Big Mom, the world would be plunged into chaos. It was no wonder Sengoku and the world government felt compelled to act. They couldn't afford to let Ohara's recklessness endanger the entire world. If they refused to heed warnings and persisted in dangerous pursuits, then, sadly, the only option left was to silence them. Ohara's real sin wasn't curiosity, it was a lack of strength, Claudius muttered to himself. In the end, power dictates truth. Ohara was a beacon of culture, but they failed to grasp something so basic. Chapter 101, Ideals. Under the warm west blue sun, the vast sailing ship glided over the calm seas, its silhouette gleaming against the backdrop of a clear sky. This wasn't just any ship. It was the pride of the Donquixote family, the Prometheus, proudly flying the celestial dragon insignia. However, this symbol was slightly unique. Its traditional hoofmark was adorned with a bright purple flower in the center, the emblem of the Donquixote family. The Prometheus was a spectacle. At the bow was a large statue of a sea god, a formidable guardian for this grand vessel. Reinforced with thick armor plating on its sides, the ship could easily withstand heavy assaults. Armed with 109 cannons spread across its bow and sides, the ship's firepower was nothing short of terrifying, able to reduce any enemy fleet to wreckage in minutes. Beyond its defenses, Prometheus was a floating palace of luxury. The deck was so expansive it resembled a grand courtyard, large enough to host a game of polo or horse races. The deck was lined with lush green grass, complete with a sunken swimming pool and lounge areas. Rising 4 stories above deck, the ship even boasted a massive glass aquarium, teeming with marine life, from vibrant fish to graceful turtles and even a few sharks. At its center was an opulent restaurant, encircled by the aquarium's translucent walls, creating a dining experience that rivaled the finest establishments in the world. Among the ship's many features, there was also a library, a place Claudius had meticulously designed to house a vast collection of books. Although the shelves were still mostly bare, Claudius had grand plans to fill them, especially with the knowledge preserved within Ohara's famed Tree of Knowledge. With some luck, he mused, he might even add a few ancient texts, including the elusive poneglyphs, to his collection. Island sighted? I see a large tree in the middle of it, that must be Ohara. Enel's voice rang out from the hot air balloon tethered to the Prometheus's upper deck. From his vantage point, Enel had been scanning the seas for any signs of danger, telescope in hand. Claudius set down the book he was reading, took a bite from a slice of cake nearby, and asked casually, "Any marine ships in the area?" "Nope, the coast is clear," Enel replied. Claudius chuckled. "Looks like we've beaten them to it. Perfect timing. If all goes well, that Tree of Knowledge will be coming with me." As the Prometheus drew closer to Ohara, a crowd began to gather at the island's port. The townspeople stared in awe at the massive vessel, whispering among themselves. "That's the celestial dragon's banner?" An elderly man exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. The crowd began to scatter, wary of the ship and its feared passengers. Everyone knew the reputation of the celestial dragons. Being in their presence often meant trouble, and people were all too eager to avoid it. Standing on the deck, Claudius watched the townsfolk retreat with a faint sense of pity. "Poor souls," he murmured, "they have no idea what's coming." At his side, Stussy, now dressed in a sharp white suit, gave him a curious look. "Your Highness, do you intend to help them? There must be many innocent people here." Claudius shook his head. "Innocent or not, can you guarantee there aren't any scholars here studying forbidden texts?" he asked pointedly. Stussy hesitated, eventually shaking her head. "No, I can't." "Exactly," Claudius replied softly. "No one can, and if any of them manage to escape with that knowledge, well, that's a risk the Marines won't take, but I'm not here to judge them. I'm just here for the books." He grinned, turning his gaze toward the towering Tree of Knowledge in the distance. Once the Prometheus docked, Claudius and his entourage disembarked, descending down a ramp that extended to the port. They hadn't gone far when they were approached by an elderly man with a distinctive hairstyle resembling a Clover, Dr. Clover, the renowned scholar and head of Ohara's Archaeological Institute. The old man moved forward with the intent to kneel, showing his respect. Claudius, however, held up a hand to stop him. "No need for that," he said gently, helping the man up. For someone of Dr. Clover's age, bowing or kneeling might just do more harm than good, Claudius thought. "Are you Dr. Clover?" Claudius asked. Dr. Clover nodded respectfully. "Yes, that is correct. I am honored by your visit, Your Highness. May I ask your name?" "Cladius, Donquixote Cladius," he replied with a polite smile. "A great honor, Lord Claudius," Dr. Clover responded, bowing his head. "How may we be of service?" Claudius walked with the old man, gesturing toward the distant tree. "I'd like to see the Tree of Knowledge," he said, "and there are 2 things I'd like to accomplish during my time here. Shall we?" "Of course," Dr. Clover agreed, falling into step beside him. After a pause, he asked, "And what might those 2 things be, if I may inquire?" "Firstly, I'm looking for a certain, large individual. From what I've heard, a giant has recently been seen here. Does that ring any bells?" Claudius asked nonchalantly. Dr. Clover's brows knitted slightly. "A giant? I haven't seen any giants on this island, I'm afraid." Claudius waved off the concern. "No matter, I'll handle that myself. As for the second matter, I need your help with something." Dr. Clover inclined his head. "And what might that be?" Claudius looked at him with a faint smile. "I want to take all the books from the Tree of Knowledge. You and your scholars can help me prepare them for transport." Dr. Clover froze, staring at Claudius in shock. You want to take all the books? The Tree of Knowledge holds the history of mankind, a treasure trove of culture and wisdom. Surely you can't mean." "Oh, I assure you, my ship has more than enough space to accommodate the collection," Claudius replied breezily, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Dr. Clover's mind raced, struggling to process what he was hearing. "Lord Claudius, the books of O'Hara, they are more than just objects. They represent centuries of knowledge, preserved by generations of scholars." Claudius met his gaze, his tone softening slightly. "And that's exactly why I want to preserve them, Doctor. You've done a remarkable job here, but the truth is, you don't have the means to keep them safe. Not anymore." A heavy silence fell between them. Dr. Clover's face paled as he began to grasp the unspoken implications. "Your Highness," he said, voice shaking slightly, "we in O'Hara have safeguarded this knowledge for thousands of years." Claudius nodded sympathetically. "Yes, and look where that's brought you. The world isn't as forgiving as it once was. You may call it a pursuit of knowledge, but to others it's a threat. Some things are better left buried. Don't you agree, Doctor?" Chapter 102. History will repeat itself, but humanity cannot turn back time. Claudius's blue eyes seemed to pierce right into Dr. Clover's soul, making the old scholar feel unnerved. Claudius's smile had a disarming quality, but Dr. Clover could sense the threat behind it. Steeling himself, he responded, "I don't quite understand what you're implying, Lord Claudius. O'Hara has the ability to safeguard what we hold here." "No, Doctor, you don't," Claudius replied softly, his tone almost gentle yet unmistakably firm. "You don't even have the strength to protect yourselves, let alone the knowledge you guard. You've lived a long life, haven't you, Doctor? Haven't you learned by now that one should never bite off more than one can chew?" Dr. Clover fell silent for a moment, sensing the gravity of Claudius's words. "What exactly are you saying, Lord Claudius?" he asked cautiously. Claudius chuckled, the sound almost mocking. "Haven't you ever wondered why, in the 800 years since the Void Century, no one from O'Hara's long line of scholars has dared to dig as deep as you have into ancient texts and forbidden history? Do you think they never had the same curiosity, or is it that they knew better than to pursue it?" Dr. Clover's face stiffened as the weight of Claudius's words sank in. He tried to force a smile, but it was strained. "Researching ancient texts and history has been forbidden by the world government. For centuries, we've obeyed the law." Claudius waved a hand dismissively. "Spare me the denials, Doctor. I didn't come here to judge you. That's not my role. Save that speech for the Marines or the CP agents who might actually care to listen. Me, I simply don't want to see the treasures of the Tree of Knowledge destroyed. So, Doctor, why don't you help me transport all the books to my ship? That way, at least they'll be preserved." Dr. Clover clenched his fists, understanding now that Claudius was speaking the truth. It was all too clear. O'Hara's fate had already been decided by the world government. They were seen as criminals, and retribution was on its way. "Lord Cladius," Dr. Clover began, his voice heavy with resignation, "allow me to go and make preparations." As he turned to leave, Stussy, dressed in her pristine white suit, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. "I'm afraid refusal isn't an option, Doctor," she said softly, though her words held a quiet menace. "We're extending you a rare courtesy here. His Highness is being quite generous, but I can be very unforgiving." Her grip on Dr. Clover's shoulder was deceptively gentle, yet he could tell he wouldn't be able to pull away if he tried. Alarmed, he stammered, "What are you planning to do?" "What does it look like?" Stussy replied smoothly. "We're going to help you transfer every single book from the Tree of Knowledge to His Highness's ship." "Impossible! The Tree of Knowledge," Dr. Clover protested, only to notice a group of soldiers approaching under the direction of Claudius's head servant, Nia. "Your Highness," Nia greeted, awaiting orders. Claudius gave a casual wave. "Get the men ready, Nia. Help Dr. Clover gather the books from the Tree of Knowledge, and be careful, those books are valuable. I don't want anything damaged." "Yes, Your Highness," Nia responded crisply. He gestured to the soldiers behind him, and they began making their way toward the massive tree that housed O'Hara's vast repository of knowledge. Desperation flared in Dr. Clover's eyes. He looked at Claudius, his voice trembling. "Lord Claudius, please, is all of this true?" Claudius glanced at him with a hint of impatience. "Are you really asking me that, Doctor? Deep down, you know the answer, don't you?" The old scholar looked down, anguish flickering across his face. "So the world government, they really see us as criminals, all because we dared to seek the truth." Claudius's expression softened for a moment, but his voice remained steady. "Yes, Doctor. Did you really think the world government wouldn't notice? Your scholars have been stirring up trouble on the seas for years now. They warned you to stop, time and again, but you didn't listen. You mistook tolerance for weakness, but before you could bring real harm to this world, they decided it was time to act." Nearby, Dr. Clover caught snippets of hurried whispers among the townspeople, rumors of marine warships spotted approaching O'Hara. His heart sank further. "Why is it a crime to study history?" Dr. Clover asked, his voice a mixture of sorrow and defiance. "Our past defines us, shapes us. How can we move forward if we can't confront the truths of our past? If we keep running from it, we're doomed to repeat the same mistakes." Claudius regarded him carefully. "You're right, Doctor. Understanding history is important, but you're naive if you think that knowledge doesn't come with a price. I believe in looking at things from all angles, Doctor. Sure, your intentions may be innocent, but the impact of what you uncover could put the entire world in danger. And as you so wisely said, history does have a way of repeating itself." "Danger?" Dr. Clover repeated, struggling to grasp the full scope of what Claudius was implying. "We are scholars. We hold no power to harm anyone. What possible threat could we be?" "That's precisely the issue, Doctor," Claudius replied, his tone firm. "You don't have the power to protect yourselves. O'Hara may be the first to unlock these secrets, but what if someone more dangerous comes along? What if Kaido or Big Mom or any other pirate with an insatiable lust for power found out what you've discovered? What if they got their hands on an ancient weapon? Could you bear the consequences?" Dr. Clover faltered, unable to answer. He knew in his heart that O'Hara's scholars would be defenseless against the evils of the world. "But we don't seek the ancient weapons. We only want to understand our past." Claudius sighed, cutting him off. "It doesn't matter what you seek, Doctor. What matters is the risk you pose. You can try explaining that to the Marines or the CP agents if it makes you feel better, but my advice? Help us secure these books. At least that way, something of O'Hara might survive. Consider it your final contribution to humanity." Dr. Clover's shoulders slumped, the fight leaving him as he looked into Claudius's piercing gaze. "So, there really is no way to save O'Hara, is there?" Claudius looked at him with a hint of sympathy. "History will repeat itself, Doctor, but humanity can never turn back time." Dr. Clover took in Claudius's words, his eyes misting over as he whispered to himself, "Humanity cannot turn back time." He gave a sad, resigned smile, seeming to finally accept his fate. "I see it now. This is the end, and I have led O'Hara to its death." Claudius gestured to Stussy, who released her grip on Dr. Clover's shoulder. Go on, doctor, do what you can while you still have time. With one last weary glance, Dr. Clover nodded and walked away, his steps heavy as he prepared to assist Claudius's men in transporting O'Hara's precious knowledge. Chapter 103, Spandine, I'm about to make it big. At the port of O'Hara, Spandine stood in stunned silence as a line of heavily armed soldiers moved stacks of books from the island onto a large ship anchored nearby. Who are these people, and what the hell are they doing? Spandine muttered, glancing questioningly at a subordinate beside him. The subordinate quickly responded, Sir Spandine, I heard it's His Highness Claudius who's on the island. Spandine felt a pang of dread. The presence of celestial dragons complicated everything. Even though he hadn't seen this particular ship before, the flag it bore was unmistakable. No one in their right mind would dare interfere. Why didn't anyone inform me sooner? Spandine snapped, masking his unease. Get moving, take me to him at once. Meanwhile, inside the Tree of Knowledge, Claudius was gazing around in awe at the massive, hollowed-out tree that served as O'Hara's legendary library. Shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls stretched up to the ceiling, housing humanity's forgotten cultures and wisdom. The sheer volume of knowledge amassed here was breathtaking. As he observed, Stussy approached quietly, stopping beside him. Your Highness, our men have found the renegade giant vice-admiral, Jaguar D. Saul, hiding on the west coast. Claudius glanced at her and nodded. I see. Do you wish for him to be apprehended? Stussy inquired. Claudius shook his head dismissively. Let's not get sidetracked. The priority right now is to evacuate all these books from the Tree of Knowledge. Also, hand me the Den mushy. Stussy handed over the Den mushy she carried, and Claudius dialed a number. After a few rings, a lazy voice picked up, sounding as though the speaker had just been woken up. Cusin, Claudius greeted with a slight smile. At that moment, Cusin was lying sprawled out on the deck of a warship stationed around O'Hara, a sleep mask pushed up onto his forehead. Recognizing the voice on the line, he seemed a bit surprised. Your Highness Claudius. That's me, Claudius replied with a grin. So, you're actually on O'Hara? Cusin asked, amused. Of course. If you're all planning to blow this place to pieces, someone has to be here to rescue these precious artifacts before they're lost forever. You know me, always looking out for the world's cultural treasures, Claudius joked. Cusin chuckled. I didn't think of that angle. Well, I didn't call to discuss my library. Sengoku requested that CPX assist Marine with a certain problematic situation. Specifically, your wayward friend, Jaguar D. Saul. If I remember correctly, you two were close, right? Cusin fell silent, clearly uncomfortable. After a moment, he admitted, yes, Saul and I are good friends. We've been through a lot together. Then I'll leave his fate in your hands, Claudius said quietly. There was a pause before Cusin replied, wait, does that mean you know where he is? He's on O'Hara, hiding in the forest along the western coastline. But it's not my place to interfere in marine matters. That's between you and him, Claudius said, his tone carefully neutral. Thank you, Your Highness, Cusin replied solemnly. I'll handle it. As they hung up, Claudius looked down at the phone worm, musing to himself. Was that too harsh? After all, they are friends. Stussy, who had overheard, gave a small smile. I think Your Highness was quite considerate. Precisely because they're friends, you gave Cusin the chance to settle this himself. Maybe, Claudius murmured, before his attention shifted to Dr. Clover, who was walking towards him, holding the hand of a young girl with short, dark hair. The girl looked around in confusion, clearly unsure of what was happening. Nico Robin, Claudius whispered to himself. Did you say something, Your Highness? Stussy asked, not quite catching his words. Nothing important, Claudius replied, smiling faintly. Dr. Clover approached him and spoke in a calm, yet urgent tone. Your Highness Claudius, I see that you're a man who values culture and knowledge. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here trying to save these books. So, I have a request. Go on, Claudius said, nodding. Clover took a deep breath. I'd like to entrust this child to your care. Her name is Nico Robin. She's a gifted child with an insatiable curiosity for knowledge and culture. He didn't mention that Robin was already an accomplished scholar in her own right, despite being only 8 years old. To him, she was like a granddaughter, and now, in these final moments, he wanted to ensure her safety. Claudius looked at Clover, slightly bemused. This was the same man who'd resisted him only moments before, yet now he was entrusting a child to his care. The irony was not lost on him. "And why exactly should I accept this request?" Claudius asked, his tone softer than his words. Clover hesitated, then replied, "I noticed your Highness has a deep respect for books and knowledge. Surely a grand library like yours could use a skilled caretaker. Robin has spent her whole life here in the Tree of Knowledge. She knows these books inside and out. I believe she could be of great help to you, guiding you through the collection, finding whatever you need with ease." Claudius was silent, looking at Clover for a long moment before his gaze dropped to Robin. The little girl was watching them with wide, apprehensive eyes, uncertain but trusting in her mentor. Finally, Claudius let out a small smile. "You make a compelling argument." Clover's shoulders slumped with relief, a small smile of gratitude crossing his face. For him, Claudius was Robin's best chance of survival. Despite her young age, she was already a true O'Hara scholar, and he wanted a piece of O'Hara to live on, even if it had to be through her. He knelt down beside Robin, speaking softly. "Robin, I've entrusted you to this gentleman. His status is very high, he'll keep you safe. From now on, stay close to him, do as he says, and don't cause any trouble, all right?" Robin looked at him with teary eyes. "What about you, Grandpa Clover?" Clover forced a gentle smile. "I'm staying here in O'Hara, my dear." "But I want to stay too," Robin said, her voice trembling. He hugged her tightly, whispering in her ear, "Robin, from now on you are O'Hara." Claudius gave them a moment, his gaze drifting back to the diminishing rows of books. Just then, an overly familiar, sycophantic voice grated on his ears. "Your Highness, there you are." Claudius turned to see Spandine hurrying over, practically tripping over himself in his eagerness. "Ha ha ha, Spandine," Claudius greeted him with a knowing smile. "Looks like you're the CP lead for this operation." Spandine, ever obsequious, nodded rapidly. "Yes, thanks to Admiral Sengoku's recommendation, I was assigned as the overseer for this buster call. Quite an honor." "Well, do a good job, and it might get you some recognition back in Mariewa," Claudius replied, nodding. Spandine laughed nervously, quick to agree. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he cautiously asked, "If I may, Your Highness, what exactly are you?" "Oh, this?" Claudius gestured to the books being loaded onto his ship. "I'm simply salvaging some of these cultural artifacts. No need for you to concern yourself. Go ahead and complete your mission." Relief flooded Spandine's face. "Of course, Your Highness, thank you for clarifying." Just as Spandine was about to turn away, Claudius spoke up again, as if remembering something. "By the way, Spandine, have you ever considered a position in CPX?" Spandine's eyes widened in shock, his face lighting up with excitement. "Your Highness, are you serious? A chance to serve directly under you." Claudius clapped a hand on Spandine's shoulder, smiling in that charming yet unreadable way. "I've always appreciated your skills and loyalty. I think you'd fit right in." In that moment, Spandine's mind whirled with thoughts of his impending success. There was only one thought echoing in his head: "I'm about to make it big." Chapter 104, The End of O'Hara. The books from the Tree of Knowledge were quickly taken by Claudius and his crew. Once he had what he came for, Claudius decided he wouldn't get further involved in the events about to unfold on O'Hara. The rest was bound to get messy, and he preferred to avoid the hassle. Walking toward the port with Spandine, Claudius observed as CP9 agents and Marine soldiers kept tight control over the scholars who had been detained in the Tree of Knowledge. It was only a matter of time before they discovered the ancient text hidden beneath the tree. Following behind them, Stussy held onto little Robin, who kept looking back, clearly distressed. Just as they neared the port, Robin spotted a familiar figure in the distance, one she'd only seen in faint memories, but that still held a place in her heart. She watched as the woman hurried towards the Tree of Knowledge, looking frantic. Claudius noticed too and raised an eyebrow. The woman had silver hair and a sharp, fox-like expression, distinctly resembling Robin's future self. This must be Nico Alvia, Robin's mother. Spandine saw her as well and let out an angry shout. Nico Alvia. Mom, Robin cried out, her voice high with emotion. She didn't need any more confirmation after hearing Spandine's outburst. That was her mother. Alvia stopped in her tracks as she heard Robin's voice, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at her daughter in the arms of strangers. She didn't know why Robin was with these people. Had they captured her to use as leverage? Mom, Spandine glanced between Robin and Alvia, putting the pieces together. Cladius watched in silence for a moment before giving Stussy a small nod. Stussy understood and released Robin's hand, letting her run over to her mother. Robin flung herself into Alvia's arms, and the two embraced tightly, Alvia's face streaked with tears as she held her daughter close. Spandine, his irritation momentarily masked by curiosity, glanced at Cladius. She is the fugitive from Marine. Feigning ignorance, Cladius asked, "Is that so?" Spandine quickly confirmed. Yes, it was because of her that we were able to confirm O'Hara's suspicions in the first place. Cladius nodded. Well, it looks like you have your hands full here. I'll leave you to it. I'm heading back to Mariewa. Understood, Your Highness, Spandine replied, almost too eager to please. Cladius continued. Once everything's wrapped up here, make sure to finish your work at CP9 and bring Robin to me in Mariewa. Oh, and don't forget to bring Lucci as well. Spandine nodded eagerly, his face lighting up with the prospect of a promising future under Cladius. Yes, Your Highness, I'll arrange everything. I also have some capable subordinates in CP9. I was wondering if... Cladius waved a hand, signaling he wasn't particularly bothered. If you think they're up to the task, bring them along. I'm assigning you to set up a specialized intelligence division similar to CP's structure. Under CPX, you'll be responsible for it. Spandine was visibly thrilled. Thank you, Your Highness. I promise to serve you well. Once I finish up matters here, I'll report to Mariewa without delay. Cladius nodded, his expression one of mild approval. I'm counting on you. Satisfied, Cladius turned and walked away with Stussy and the rest of his entourage, leaving Robin and Alvia to share a final moment together. As far as he was concerned, Robin was in no danger. His own orders and Spandine's presence were enough to ensure her safety. Watching Cladius disappear from view, Spandine turned his attention back to Alvia. In another scenario, he would have treated her as any other fugitive, capturing or eliminating her without a second thought. But now, knowing she was the mother of the child Cladius seemed to have taken an interest in, he hesitated. He didn't want to risk offending the young celestial dragon. Is this some kind of test from His Highness? Spandine thought, overanalyzing the situation. After a brief pause, he muttered to himself, maybe I'll just detain her instead of executing her outright. That way, the world government gets their prize, and Claudius's proja doesn't lose her mother completely. Everyone wins. Unaware of Spandine's internal conflict, Cladius had already boarded his ship, the Prometheus. As the ship pulled away from O'Hara, he walked briskly towards the library that had been constructed on board. The sight of row after row of books lining the shelves brought a genuine smile to his face. The library was nearly two-thirds full, filled with the rescued knowledge from the Tree of Knowledge. Cladius was thrilled, picking up a random volume and skimming through its contents. The book contained information he had never encountered before, insight into different cultures, ancient records, and mysteries lost to time. The history of the land of flowers, the fairies of Dressrosa, Nefertari, the descendants of the 20 kings, he murmured, reading off the titles. A spark of excitement lit in his eyes. The depth and range of these records were astounding, covering the histories of countless nations and regions. It truly was a treasure trove of human culture and knowledge. With all this, Cladius muttered to himself with satisfaction, I could train an entire generation of scholars, ones who will be loyal to me. The Prometheus sailed further from O'Hara's shores as Cladius continued his exploration of the library. Nia walked in quietly, carrying a steaming cup of tea, and smiled when she saw her master's enthusiasm. Your Highness, would you care for some tea? She offered. Ah, Nia, Cladius said, taking the cup from her with a grin. What do you think? Isn't this library magnificent? Nia looked around, clearly impressed. Indeed, Your Highness. I just didn't expect that even the entire tree of knowledge couldn't completely fill these shelves. Claudius chuckled. True, we should keep adding to this collection. If we come across more rare books or even records from other races, like from Fishman Island, we'll bring those in as well. They chatted a bit longer about future plans for the library. Then, a thought struck Nia, and she hesitated before voicing it. Your Highness, as we left the port, I noticed Marine and the CP agents were organizing some evacuation vessels. Do you think they're planning to do something drastic? Claudius took a thoughtful sip of tea. And which vice admirals are leading the buster call this time? Nia replied, It's Kyuzen, Sakazuki, Onagumo, Strawberry, and Doberman, if I'm not mistaken. Claudius sighed, the weight of realization settling in. Well, that's quite the lineup. And what do you mean, Your Highness? Nia asked, slightly puzzled. Claudius didn't answer directly. Instead, he glanced back at the distant shores of Ohara. In the quiet that followed, faint sounds of explosions and cannon fire reached their ears, echoing over the water. Chapter 105. Dragon, one of these days you'll drive me crazy. In C Circle Calendar 1505, 3 years had passed since the Ohara incident. The world remained in turmoil, with no signs of improvement. If anything, the pirate forces had grown more rampant, spreading chaos across the seas and leaving a trail of destruction and suffering. Marine, despite conducting several rounds of conscription to bolster its ranks, struggled to cleanse the seas of the ever-growing number of pirates. At best, they were able to maintain a fragile sense of order. Meanwhile, Claudius's CPX had flourished. Under Stussy's management, Happy Street had become a dominant force in the dark world, recognized as the largest network of establishments for entertainment and intelligence. Branches had sprung up in key locations worldwide, with over 170 countries hosting strongholds. Even in territories difficult for the world government to reach, such as Charlotte Linland's expanding Tato land, Happy Street had its presence. Doflamingo and Crocodile were thriving as well, both gaining notoriety as formidable pirates in the New World. Crocodile had assembled a powerful fleet, specializing in piracy, while Doflamingo balanced his pirate persona with his growing underground business. Known as the Joker, he was gaining recognition as a middleman in the underworld, weaving connections with all sorts of shady players. Umit, under Claudius's watchful eye, had expanded his shipping empire significantly. He now controlled nearly 40% of the world's smuggling operations and was well on his way to becoming the king of shipping. However, Claudius could sense that Umit's growing wealth was making him restless, chafing under the heavy tributes he had to pay. Claudius was biding his time, knowing that when the moment was right, Umit's fate would be sealed and his empire absorbed. Spandine, now part of CPX, had proven to be a dependable subordinate. His experience was invaluable in developing Claudius's specialized espionage division. His long-term project involved infiltrating and subtly influencing the World Economy newspaper. Morgan's, that audacious Birdman, would one day have to be put in his place. And then there was the matter of Lancelot. Shortly after Claudius returned to Mariewa from Ohara, Doflamingo sent a gift from the New World. Claudius hadn't needed to open it to know that it was Lancelot's head. A man who once seemed like an insurmountable obstacle was now just another casualty, forgotten and irrelevant. The report labeled it a shipwreck. Every last member of Lancelot's fleet perished, over 2,000 men lost to the sea. No survivors. With Lancelot's demise, Claudius had ascended to the position of patriarch of the Donquixote family without incident. Everything had fallen into place as expected. Now, Claudius found himself in the first half of the Grand Line, near the waters surrounding Little Garden. He was on the Prometheus, heading for the prehistoric island out of simple curiosity. He wanted to see the ancient creature's dinosaurs and perhaps capture one as a pet. Inside the grand library of the Prometheus, Claudius sat comfortably in a chair, holding an ancient history book about Alabasta. Tea and incense were set on a table nearby, adding to the calm atmosphere. The tranquility was interrupted by the sudden ringing of a den mushy on the table. "So, where are you now?" came the voice of Dragon, sounding slightly amused. Claudius sighed, flipping a page. "What do you need, Dragon? I'm on vacation." Dragon chuckled softly. "You never really rest, do you? Let me guess, you were part of the Ohara incident, weren't you?" Claudius rolled his eyes, half smiling. I suppose you could say that. What does that even mean? Dragon asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and exasperation. It means I was in O'Hara at the time, but wasn't exactly participating in the main event. Satisfied? Claudius replied playfully. Close enough, Dragon said, pausing before getting to his point. That means you had access to the books from the Tree of Knowledge. You took them, didn't you? Took them? You make it sound so criminal. I preserved them for the sake of safeguarding the world's cultural heritage, Claudius shot back with mock indignation. There was a silence on the other end, then Dragon sighed. So, you do have them. Let's cut to the chase. Can I borrow some? Claudius looked puzzled for a moment. Why? Planning to switch from leading a revolution to academia? He asked, amused. Dragon chuckled again, though this time there was an edge of seriousness. I want to see if I can train scholars within my own ranks. Claudius's expression darkened slightly. So, you're hoping to decipher the ancient texts, following in O'Hara's footsteps, are you? Your insight is as sharp as ever, Dragon admitted, a note of resignation in his voice. Yes, knowing that history could be crucial to the Revolutionary Army. Why is everyone so obsessed with the past? Claudius muttered, closing his book and rubbing his temple. History is a mirror that reflects our mistakes and triumphs, Dragon said, quoting something Claudius had told him once. Claudius sighed. All right, I'll let you make copies of whatever you need. But let me be clear, if you're hoping to recreate O'Hara's success in decoding the ancient language, you're in for disappointment. The odds aren't in your favor. Dragon's voice hardened, but he maintained his composure. I'm aware, but I have to try. Claudius hesitated, then added in a lighter tone, I'll give you a tip. Nico Alvia is still alive, imprisoned on the 6th level of Impel Down, Eternal Hell. She has the knowledge you're looking for. If you're serious, why not plan a prison break? Dragon scoffed. If I had the manpower for that, I'd be storming Mariewa and setting your palace on fire. Claudius laughed, the sound rich and unbothered. Before he could respond, Dragon cut him off. And no, I'm not talking about breaking into Impel Down. I meant reading. I swear, Claudius, one of these days you're going to drive me insane. Chapter 106, Naval Headquarters Request for Assistance. Ha, don't get so worked up. If you end up dead, this world would be a lot less interesting, Claudius laughed as he spoke. Dragon muttered a few curses on the other end before saying, all right, enough. Can we get back to the main point now? Where exactly are you? Prehistoric Island, Little Garden. I'm almost there, Claudius said, smiling. Little Garden? Dragon's voice carried a hint of surprise. What are you going there for? There's nothing there but giant beasts. I told you, it's a vacation. Why do you care so much? Is it so strange that I want to catch a couple of dinosaurs as pets? Claudius replied, feigning annoyance. The last time you said you were on vacation, you ended up capturing Gall D. Roger. I'm not buying it. Dragon retorted without hesitation. This time I swear it's just a vacation, Claudius said, slightly embarrassed. All right, whatever you say. I'm not too far from there myself, so I'll send someone your way soon, Dragon said after a brief pause. If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up now. I'm trying to read, you know. Books are the ladder to human progress. Are you deliberately trying to hold me back? Is my being too powerful troubling you? Claudius teased. Dragon sighed, as if resisting the urge to snap back. Finally, he said, actually, there's one more thing I need your help with. Oh, Claudius raised an eyebrow. What is it? Well, let me start with some good news. I have a son, Dragon said, his tone revealing a rare hint of joy. Claudius paused for a moment, doing the mental math. It did seem about the right time. Congratulations, he said dryly, but what does that have to do with me? Well, I'm quite busy with my duties, and I don't have time to look after him. I thought that if you, my dear brother, could spare the time, you could help take care of him. Maybe even be his godfather, Dragon said, chuckling. No way, I'm not interested. Goodbye, Claudius said flatly, hanging up the phone without hesitation. On the deck of his ship, Dragon stared at the den mushy in disbelief. Is he serious? Is babysitting that much trouble? He muttered, venting his frustration at Claudius. After a moment of silent deliberation, he sighed, resigned, and picked up the phone again. This time, he dialed a number that stirred up memories and emotions. The voice on the other end was as gruff as ever. "Dragon, you scoundrel, do you know what you're doing? Starting a revolutionary army? That's treason." Dragon pulled the phone away slightly, sighing. "I have news, old man, you have a grandson." "What did you just say?" Garp's voice lost all its usual bluster. "Repeat that." "I said you have a grandson," Dragon replied, this time with a smile. Meanwhile, back on the Prometheus, Claudius put down the phone and muttered a few choice words. "Do they both think I'm running a daycare or something?" It was almost comical how similar Garp and Dragon were in that regard, both thinking Claudius would drop everything to play caretaker. "Monkey D. Luffy," Claudius murmured, shaking his head with a half-smile. Taking care of Ace was already enough of a challenge. He didn't need to add Luffy to the mix, especially considering Luffy's future. The kid was a walking magnet for chaos, and Claudius didn't want to deal with that. If he got involved now, what would happen when Luffy inevitably became a pirate? How would Claudius handle that situation? The thought alone made his head ache. It was better to stay detached, so that if the time came, he could act decisively. He'd spare him for Garp's and Dragon's sake, maybe even lock him up and impel down to keep him out of trouble. But for now, he'd rather not get involved. With his reading interrupted by Dragon, Claudius's interest in his book waned. Looking around, his eyes fell on the little girl sitting on the steps of the library. It was Nico Robin. In the 3 years since the fall of Ohara, Robin had begun to heal, at least outwardly. She wasn't as haunted by sadness as she had been when she first came aboard. Now, she sat leaning on the handrail, engrossed in a book. During these years, Robin had rarely left the Prometheus, even when they docked at Mariewa. She preferred the solace of the ship's grand library. It was so well-stocked that one could spend a lifetime reading without running out of material. "What are you reading, Robin?" Claudius asked with a smile. Robin looked up at him, her dark eyes calm. "The History of Alabasta," she replied. "Really? Looks like we're on the same page," Claudius said, surprised. "You have the first volume, right? I finished that one a few days ago. I'm reading the second volume now," Robin said softly. In these years, Robin had essentially become a walking index for the Prometheus library. If Claudius ever needed a specific book, she could locate it in no time. Robin didn't hate Claudius, per se. She understood that he hadn't been responsible for Ohara's destruction. He had only sought to preserve its knowledge. But she held a deep-seated resentment for the world government, which inevitably colored her feelings toward him. Claudius could sense her conflicted emotions, but he never tried to explain himself. What would be the point? Telling her he was a reformer at heart would sound hollow. Time would be the ultimate judge of his intentions. Before Claudius could continue the conversation, his personal den mushy rang again. Glancing at it, he saw it was from Spanding. "Odd timing," Claudius muttered before answering. "Your Highness Claudius," Spanding's voice came through, dripping with his usual obsequiousness. Claudius chuckled. "What's the matter, Spanding?" "We've located Douglas Bullet, Your Highness. CPX agents and Marine intelligence have pinpointed his position. It seems Marine is preparing to make a move as well. Should we join in?" Spanding asked. Before Claudius could answer, Nia entered holding the world government's official phone. "Your Highness, Marine Fleet Admiral Kong is on the line. They're requesting CPX's assistance in a covert operation, with authorization from the 5 elders." Claudius sighed, realizing he couldn't avoid this one. "Looks like I don't have a choice, Spanding. Get ready." "Yes, Your Highness," Spanding replied eagerly. With a smile, Claudius put down the phone. "Just when I thought I'd have a quiet day." Chapter 107, Mariewa Under Siege. Has the world gone insane? After ending the call with Spanding, Claudius took another den mushy from Nia. "It's been a while, Fleet Admiral Kong," Claudius greeted with a light-hearted smile. Kong mirrored his smile. "Your Highness Claudius, how have you been?" "Quite well, actually. I'm out near Prehistoric Island, planning to capture some dinosaurs for pets," Claudius responded, amused. "It seems I've interrupted your leisure, Your Highness. My apologies, but I have some regrettable news to share," Kong replied with a grin. "My vacation is officially over, isn't it?" Claudius guessed, the smile not leaving his face. "Haha, exactly," Kong chuckled. "So what is it this time, Douglas Bullet?" Claudius asked calmly. As expected, Your Highness, you're already aware. Kong sounded surprised but impressed. One of my subordinates reported spotting him not too long ago, and I noticed that the Navy was deploying forces nearby, so I figured it must be related, Claudius said, nodding. That's right. What you may not know, Your Highness, is that Douglas Bullet is a particularly elusive lone wolf. Ever since he parted ways with the Roger pirates, tracking his movements has been nearly impossible. He's been sighted before, sure, but with everything we've had on our plate, we never launched an operation against him. This time, though, it's different, Fleet Admiral Kong said gravely. Does that mean the Navy actually has the time for it now? Claudius joked lightly. It's more than that. We've discovered that he's planning something severe. Kong's voice dropped to a serious tone. Severe? Just how bad are we talking? Claudius's brows furrowed slightly. If I told you he's planning an assault on the Holy Land, Mariewa itself, would that be severe enough? Kong said, pausing to let the weight of the statement sink in. Kong, that's not exactly a joke one should make, Claudius said, clearing his throat. This was unexpected. In all he knew about Douglas Bullet, attacking Mariewa was never part of the picture. Trust me, I'm not joking. This is the intelligence we've gathered, Kong continued. Before Claudius could respond, Kong elaborated. This situation developed from a stroke of chance. 2 weeks ago, naval headquarters and CP agencies were preparing to capture the world destroyer, Biondy World. We'd gathered a significant amount of intel and even managed to turn some of his subordinates. According to our initial plan, he should have been on his way to Impel Down by now, with the newspapers already writing about his capture. Claudius's eyes widened at that. In his memory, Biondy World had been captured around 30 years before the main storyline. Yet, here he was, still causing havoc at sea. But then again, Claudius reflected, hadn't his arrival already skewed the timeline? A deviation like World still roaming free wasn't out of place anymore. Pushing those thoughts aside, Claudius asked, and how does this relate to Douglas Bullet? They weren't connected at first, but they are now. Our intel suggests that they're planning something massive together, Kong replied gravely. Mariewa as their target, Claudius pressed. Exactly. Biondy World has been keeping a low profile for years, leading us to believe he'd lost his ambition. But we recently discovered he's been constructing a massive battleship tailored to his Devil Fruit powers. The ship's firepower is unparalleled, and combined with his ability, it poses a legitimate threat to Mariewa. It could even be capable of destroying it outright, Kong said, the seriousness in his voice unmistakable. And Douglas Bullet, Claudius questioned. It seems he's bent on defying the world government, wanting to prove that his strength surpasses even Roger's. How they found each other, I don't know, but these two have joined forces with plans to attack Mariewa, each with their own motives, Kong explained. Claudius felt a twinge of disbelief. What kind of world was he living in where pirates entertained such audacious schemes? Just recently, Dragon had been talking about something similar. It seemed like insanity was becoming the norm. Even my palace is still up there, Claudius muttered under his breath. Kong heard and chuckled. Exactly, Your Highness. All the more reason for you to step in. You wouldn't want your home blown to bits, would you? Haha, imagine just sitting somewhere only to find your home destroyed out of nowhere. Worse, not even being there when it happens. Claudius joked, but there was an edge of seriousness beneath his words. After a pause, he added, So, what's the Navy's plan? How do you need CPX to assist? We're looking at a divide-and-conquer strategy with focused containment. Right now, Douglas Bullet is separated from Biondy World, although they aren't too far apart. We plan to launch a buster call against Bullet. There's a chance Biondy World will show up, either to intervene or create chaos, and we're prepared for that as well. Your Highness, we'd appreciate your support. With CPX's involvement, our odds of success would be even higher, Kong said with conviction. Claudius fell silent, contemplating. It wasn't just the ambitions of Douglas Bullet and Biondy World that were on display here. Even Kong was being bold. Taking on two formidable pirates in one coordinated operation wasn't an easy task. Douglas Bullet was undeniably powerful, a figure on par with the likes of Silver's Rayleigh in his prime, an elite pirate by any standard. The only thing that kept him from being even more dangerous was his stubborn reliance on his own strength and his refusal to lead a crew. Otherwise, he could have formed a pirate fleet that rivaled even Kaido's or Big Mom's. As for Biondy World, he had managed to stay under the radar for years, so much so that Claudius hadn't even given him a thought. But in his heyday, World was a force to be reckoned with, fighting battles against the Roger pirates, clashing with Whitebeard's crew, and even sparring with the Golden Lion, Shiki. He'd managed to earn the ire of many top pirate crews and still roam the seas, a testament to his power. His ruthlessness and readiness to eliminate anyone in his way earned him the moniker World Destroyer, perfectly encapsulating his chaotic nature. After weighing the situation, Claudius finally spoke. "All right, I'll head back to Mariewa immediately and join your operation into the New World." "Thank you, Your Highness," Kong said, clearly pleased. Having previously captured the Red Count together, Kong had full confidence in Claudius's capabilities. With Claudius's agreement, the odds of success were looking significantly better. Chapter 108, 7 Admirals, the Marines' Elite Lineup. Claudius had initially planned to visit Prehistoric Island to catch some pets, but unforeseen circumstances forced him to abandon that plan. While on the edge of Prehistoric Island, he made a call to Dragon via a Den Mushy, arranging to meet up later. He instructed Dragon to contact him once he was done with his matters. Dragon didn't push back on this. While it was an urgent matter, it wasn't immediate. The delay wasn't significant, and, as Claudius mentioned, he knew Dragon wanted to learn ancient scripts from the books. It was almost absurd, but there was no alternative. Even if it seemed foolish, one had to give it their best shot. Better that than doing nothing at all, right? Who knows, maybe there'd be a miracle. Although Claudius didn't share the details of what had happened, Dragon could guess that whatever it was that caused him to miss the meeting must have been significant. He'd just have to wait for the latest papers to find out more. The Prometheus, once at full speed, was incredibly fast. The ship was self-sufficient, with enough provisions to last a year without needing to resupply. With the vessel running at maximum power, Claudius quickly made his way back to Mariewa. Vice Admiral Garp seemed to have been waiting for Claudius at the harbor. When he saw the Prometheus docking, he stepped forward to greet them. Claudius and his crew disembarked quickly. Stussy stood beside him, while Nia held little Ace. Enel, carrying his fishing rod, already looked like part of the group. According to their arrangement, Claudius would let Enel set out on his own in a year's time, similar to how he had let Crocodile go off on his own. The young girl Robin showed no intention of disembarking, still holed up in the library. Nothing much to add there. The moment Garp laid eyes on Ace, his face lit up. Without a word, he grabbed Ace and rubbed the boy's cheeks with his bearded face. "Grandpa, that tickles. You're so annoying," Ace complained, trying to push Garp away with a look of mock disgust. "Hey ha ha ha, Ace, it's been a while. Did you miss Grandpa?" Garp asked with a hearty laugh. "No, not at all," Ace replied mercilessly. Garp's grin faltered slightly, and he shot a disapproving look at Claudius. "What kind of upbringing is this? Haven't you taught him to respect his elders?" Claudius returned the look, somewhat exasperated. "What does that have to do with me? Ace is a bright and well-mannered kid. If there's an issue, it's on you." True enough, Claudius had trained Ace well. The boy had received an excellent education and inherited Claudius's love for reading, though his personality remained a bit untamed. Likely due to Roger's adventurous blood running through him, he exuded a natural aura of adventure. Still, he was far better behaved than his original wild child self. Now that he was growing older, Claudius had even started developing his strength. Garp knew better than to argue with Claudius, so he just let out a grumble, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. "All right, time's ticking. Let's not waste any more time. Are you ready to go?" he said. Claudius nodded and turned to Stussy. "You have your own business to handle here, right? Go take care of it." "Of course, Your Highness. I wish you success in your endeavors," Stussy said with a smile. Claudius acknowledged her and then turned to the head steward, Nia. "Nia, stay in Mariewa and take care of Ace until we return." "Yes, Your Highness. I'll look after the young master," Nia said with a nod. Next, Claudius looked at Enel and smiled. "A year from now, you'll set off on your own. Think of this as an opportunity to prove yourself. Enel grinned, his eyes filled with excitement. Your Highness, the standards you set for me are really high, but don't worry, I won't let you down. With that settled, Claudius and Enel departed with Garp. They didn't take the Prometheus this time. With time being short, taking the Prometheus, which would have to pass through Fishman Island, would take at least a week for preparation and transit. By then, they might as well be laying flowers on Douglas Bullett's grave. Crossing Mariewa, they arrived at the port on the New World side, where a marine warship was already waiting. Wasting no time, Claudius and Garp boarded the ship together, a peculiar vessel with a doghead design. Claudius could never quite figure out where Garp's strange sense of humor came from. Once on board, Garp, in a ceremonious fashion, took a doghead cap from an aide and placed it on his head, leaving Claudius momentarily stunned. What are you looking at? Jealous? I've got extras if you want one, Garp said, adjusting his hat. Claudius quickly waved his hands. No thanks, I'm just surprised at your unique taste. You just don't get it. This is called personality. Do you even know what fashion is? Marines shouldn't be so dull, Garp said, pulling out a bag of senbei and munching on it. Soon, the dog-headed warship set sail toward the New World. After a few bites, Garp spoke up again. Sengoku and the others set off 2 days ago, but my ship's been modified, we should be able to catch up. Yeah, I can tell. This thing looks like it's got the speed of a racing hound, Claudius joked, eyeing the doghead bow. Is that a hint of sarcasm I'm hearing? Garp asked, raising an eyebrow. You're imagining things. I'm genuinely complimenting your ship, Claudius replied, not entirely sincerely. Garp scratched his neck but didn't press the issue. Claudius then asked, I heard from Fleet Admiral Kong that you're using a buster call for this mission. Seems like you've been triggering those more often these past few years. Garp nodded, letting out a sigh. Yeah, the increase in buster calls just shows one thing, the threats out at sea are getting worse. So what's the lineup for this one? I'm guessing Kong wants to make sure everything goes smoothly. He's not coming along, is he? Claudius asked. No, Kong is staying back at Mariewa. Sengoku and I are leading the operation, with CP units participating as well. And of course, you've got your CPX involved. On the marine side, we've got me, Sengoku, Tsuru, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kyuzin, plus the likes of vice admirals like the Mamanga and Doberman. Claudius's eyes widened at this. A lineup like that? What do you even need CPX for? With that kind of force, you could take on the Whitebeard pirates. He mentally tallied the power. While Sengoku was the only official admiral, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kyuzin, and Jin were all admiral level in strength. Not to mention, Tsuru's strategic brilliance and Garp's unmatched battle prowess were also part of the mix. More than half of the Marines' high command was deployed. 7 admiral-level powers in one mission, it seemed overkill for handling Douglas Bullet and Byendy World. Well, better safe than sorry. This is a big deal, and we can't afford any slip-ups. If even one of them gets away, it'll be chaos later on, Garp said matter-of-factly. Chapter 109, The Oldest Kingdom of Mankind, Alabasta. In a certain part of the New World, a massive pirate ship was making its way across the waters. Its figurehead was shaped like a crocodile, and the pirate flag it flew bore the image of a skull with 2 crossed blades and purple wings. This was the flagship of the infamous sand crocodile, Crocodile himself. Known as one of the more prominent pirates of the New World, Crocodile had been sailing the seas ever since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Unlike Doflamingo and others who kept their pasts shrouded in mystery, Crocodile's history was more transparent. As his reputation grew, so did the uncovering of his earlier life. While the presence of Claudius behind the scenes remained unknown, it was widely accepted that Crocodile had once been a member of Captain John's crew. Captain John, famous for being the treasure pirate, was said to have hidden countless riches, leaving many on the seas clamoring to claim his fabled legacy. Crocodile had used this connection to his advantage after setting out on his own. With Claudius providing financial backing in secret, Crocodile became one of the wealthiest pirates around, bolstering his reputation by claiming he knew the location of Captain John's treasure. This claim attracted many strong and ambitious followers. At this moment, Crocodile stood on the deck of his ship, holding a den mushy, having just ended a call. The call had been from Cladius, instructing him to cooperate in taking down Douglas Bullet and Byandy World. This feels a bit like dealing with Doflamingo back in the day, Crocodile muttered quietly. Just then, a young man approached him from behind. With a stern expression and shaven head, he exuded an air of quiet strength. This was Daz Bones, Crocodile's first and most trusted recruit, now one of his most valued subordinates. Boss, should we pull out of the New World for the time being? The investigation into Alabasta has wrapped up, and it's exactly what we were looking for, Daz Bones said in a low voice. Not just yet. My old master has assigned me a new task, Crocodile said with a wry smile. Daz Bones frowned at that. He'd long suspected that Crocodile had someone powerful backing him, and now the suspicion was confirmed. After a brief pause, Daz Bones asked, Boss, with our current strength, we don't need to answer to anyone. Are you planning something else? Crocodile took the cigar from his mouth, exhaled a thin stream of smoke, and smirked. Bones, you're right. With the power we have now, there's no need to bend the knee to anyone. The world is wide open to us. Then, Daz Bones said, eyes filled with anticipation. But, Crocodile interrupted, I owe that man my life. An agreement is an agreement. Until the day I can best him, I'll work for him, with diligence and without complaint. And when that day comes... Will we break free then? Daz Bones asked immediately. No, it's actually quite enjoyable working under him. Once I defeat him, that's enough for me. It's more about proving a point, Crocodile said with a chuckle. Daz Bones was taken aback. His boss was fiercely proud, so hearing him speak like this about someone else was unexpected. It seemed Crocodile had a degree of respect for the man who stood above him. But that revelation didn't bother Daz Bones. Knowing his boss wasn't being forced into anything changed everything. Forget about Alabasta for now. Set the course for Cyborilla Island. There's going to be a major event there soon, and we're going to be part of it, Crocodile said calmly. Understood, boss, Daz Bones replied, heading off to relay the command without another word. Crocodile's interest in Alabasta had been piqued not by the ancient weapon, Pluton, but rather by a task Cladius had assigned him. Alabasta was one of the original kingdoms that had founded the world government 800 years ago, similar to Dressrosa. However, unlike the Donquixote family, which had moved to Mariewa to become celestial dragons, the Nefertari royal family had chosen to stay behind, remaining in Alabasta. This gave Alabasta a unique status. While it was one of the world government's member nations, it held a higher standing compared to others. The Nefertari family was known for their sense of justice and fairness. They often clashed with the world government at the Reverie, much to the frustration of the five elders. But because of their special status, dealing with them directly was a complicated matter. In 1504, during the last Reverie, Alabasta had stirred up more trouble than usual by pushing for policy changes that included a reduction in the tribute known as the Heavenly Gold. The five elders, of course, rejected this outright, as making such a concession could set a precedent. If the tribute was reduced today, who's to say someone wouldn't push for its total abolition at the next meeting? The Heavenly Gold wasn't just a tribute. It symbolized the divine status of the celestial dragons, cementing their legitimacy. It was a cornerstone of the world government system, and under no circumstances could it be compromised. The five elders' irritation with the Nefertari family grew, so they tasked Cladius with finding a way to ensure Alabasta's compliance. It wasn't an urgent mission, but a long-term one. The five elders weren't extreme enough to ask for the destruction of the Nefertari family, they just wanted them to fall in line. But Cladius had his own thoughts. Alabasta was an impressive nation. Its long history, culture, and deep-rooted heritage made it the oldest kingdom known to mankind. The Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara had only been around for 3,500 years, but Alabasta's capital had already been standing during that time. Cladius had been studying Alabasta's history and found records proving that the kingdom had been established at least 4,000 years ago. The Nefertari royal family hadn't ruled Alabasta since the dawn of its history. By Cladius's research, King Cobra Nefertari was the 12th generation of his line, aligning perfectly with the events of 800 years ago. Claudius speculated that the Nefertari family might have seized power in Alabasta around that time, subsequently becoming part of the alliance of 20 kings that formed the world government. Still, these historical musings were just a side interest. What truly captivated Claudius was Alabasta's immense military strength. Alabasta was situated on the massive island known as Sandstone Isle, so large that calling it an island felt like an understatement. Despite its desert climate, the nation had a sizable population and numerous cities and towns. The capital city, Alubarna, alone boasted a standing army of 600,000 troops. At its peak, Alabasta could muster 1 million soldiers, an impressive force by any standard. Chapter 110, Sengoku, Sorry, our marine is too strong. Although the 5 elders only wanted Claudius to ensure that the Nefertari royal family in Alabasta would be more cooperative, Claudius's ambitions went further. He aimed to eventually bring Alabasta entirely under his control. As for the Nefertari royals, they would just have to step aside. If he was feeling particularly magnanimous, Claudius might even escort them to Mariewa and compel them to join the celestial dragons. However, for the past 800 years, the Nefertari family had ruled Alabasta with fairness and dignity. Their reputation was deeply rooted among the people, so Claudius knew that taking over couldn't be done with sheer force. It required a subtler approach, a boil-the-frog-slowly strategy that would gradually weaken their influence and allow him to assume control without sparking rebellion. If Claudius succeeded in taking over Alabasta, he would gain significant military power, which would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. To execute this plan, Claudius decided to place Crocodile in charge. In the original story, Crocodile had orchestrated a masterful scheme that brought the Nefertari family to the brink of collapse. If not for the sudden appearance of the Straw Hat Pirates disrupting everything, Crocodile might have become like Doflamingo, a pirate ruler of a kingdom affiliated with the world government. As for the unexpected factor of the Straw Hat Pirates, Claudius was not concerned. As long as Crocodile maintained his focus and determination, defeating that fledgling crew should be easy. And if Luffy did indeed make a move on Alabasta, Claudius wouldn't hesitate to stop him. Alabasta could very well be the end of Luffy's pirate journey, with Impel Down as his next destination. Before Crocodile could make his move, preparations were being set in motion on all fronts. Claudius was finalizing plans for the 7 warlords of the sea, a strategy that was nearly complete. The first candidate he intended to recommend was Crocodile. Only 2 steps remained. The first step was for the world government to officially announce the implementation of the 7 warlords of the sea system. It would be presented as a strategy to control piracy by recruiting formidable pirates, granting them the right to plunder under the condition that they would curb the activities of other pirates, and when needed, respond to the government's summons to assist in various operations. The world government had already agreed to Claudius's plan years ago, but the conditions hadn't been right for its execution until now. The world's growing unrest had reached a level where even solutions that resembled drinking poison to quench thirst were acceptable. The criteria set for the 7 warlords of the sea plan had finally been met. The second step required Crocodile to make a bold move to shake the seas. This would not only demonstrate his loyalty to the world government, but would also prove his power and influence. Originally, Crocodile had proposed challenging the Whitebeard pirates. Claudius had considered the idea, and while he knew Crocodile would almost certainly lose, he saw the potential benefits. If Crocodile could survive the encounter, his reputation would skyrocket, making his promotion to warlord justifiable. Of course, the risk was high. If Whitebeard's temper flared and Crocodile was killed, Claudius's plans would be in ruins. But since it was Crocodile's choice, Claudius chose to respect it. However, the situation had changed. With Douglas Bullet and Byandy World making their moves, Claudius persuaded Crocodile to delay his challenge to Whitebeard. There would be opportunities later, once Crocodile's strength grew. Crocodile ultimately agreed with Claudius. He knew he wasn't yet a match for Whitebeard, let alone for Claudius himself. But as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard was a target everyone wanted to test themselves against. Even Claudius felt the urge from time to time. For now, the plan was for Crocodile to join Claudius and the marine forces on Cyborilla Island, take down Douglas Bullet and Byendy World, and use their defeat as a stepping stone. The world government would then spread word of Crocodile's triumph, elevating his reputation and positioning him as the first warlord. With Crocodile established as one of the 7 warlords, he would have the legitimacy to infiltrate Alabasta. Once his plan succeeded, Claudius would have completed his mission. Officially, the world government would have control over Alabasta, but in reality, the power would be in Claudius's hands, benefiting both sides. True to Garp's words, his modified warship moved like an unleashed beast, cutting through the sea at breakneck speed. Claudius knew the story behind it. Garp had originally modified this ship to hunt down the Roger pirates, but by the time it was completed, the age of Roger had already ended, and the ship's intended purpose had never been realized. On the 6th day, Garp and Claudius caught up with Sengoku's fleet. Sengoku's warship was a scene of high activity, with notable figures gathered to finalize battle plans. If we're going to catch them both, we need to split our forces into 2 groups. But the team handling Douglas Bullet shouldn't be overwhelmingly powerful, Sengoku said, pausing before adding with a smile, although that's easier said than done. As the dominant force at sea, Sengoku had complete faith in the strength of the Marines. Just as Claudius had thought their lineup was impressive, Sengoku shared the sentiment. If they truly threw their full strength at Douglas Bullet, the battle could be over in half a day, with little left but dust and echoes. Such overwhelming force could crush Bullet's fighting spirit entirely. But to lure Byendy World into the trap, they needed to create the illusion of a protracted fight, a stalemate. Sengoku continued, "So for the team handling Douglas Bullet, it'll be me, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Jin." He paused, feeling that the lineup might still be too strong. If they weren't careful, they'd overpower the enemy too quickly. On second thought, Sakazuki should stay on standby, Sengoku decided. Claudius couldn't help but chuckle at that. A problem of being too strong, huh? The room erupted in laughter. Yes, it was true. Being too powerful really was a unique kind of problem. Chapter 111, Garp, do you have any comments on my wise plan? Standing aboard Vice Admiral Garp's warship, Claudius kept his eyes on the vast expanse of sea in front of them. They had already separated from Admiral Sengoku's fleet. Garp and Claudius were tasked with dealing with Byendy World, while the rest of the fleet focused on executing the buster call to take down Douglas Bullet. According to Sengoku's strategy, some units had landed on the island for combat, while others were positioned to stay hidden and provide support. The goal was to drive Byendy World onto the island and then encircle both him and Douglas Bullet in one decisive strike. "It's probably started over there by now?" Claudius asked, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he glanced at Garp. Garp pulled out a pocket watch from his coat pocket, checked the time, and said, "Yeah, it should have begun by now." "What if Byendy World hasn't gotten the news?" Claudius suddenly questioned. If World didn't receive word of the attack on Douglas Bullet and failed to show up, wouldn't that make their efforts here pointless? Garp paused for a moment before shaking his head. "Impossible. Don't forget, this operation involves not just the Marines and your CPX, but the regular CP agencies too. We've planted spies on Byendy World's ship, so he'll get the news. He'll come." Claudius exhaled a plume of smoke, nodding. "All right, here's hoping the plan goes smoothly." Despite Garp's confident assurance, Claudius couldn't ignore the fact that they'd been waiting in this sector for nearly 2 days now, and there was still no sign of Byendy World. Sipping from his teacup as the sea breeze swept across the deck, Claudius remarked, "Could it be that this plan's gone sideways? If we don't act soon, Douglas Bullet's grave will be dug before World even shows up." Garp, who had been starting to look a bit agitated himself, scoffed at Claudius's comment. "The CP agency better not have botched this. We had a solid plan laid out, but if this falls apart, just taking down Douglas Bullet isn't going to cut it." Up to this point, Douglas Bullet hadn't managed to escape. There were enough powerhouses on that island to ensure that wouldn't happen. The real issue was that Byendy World still hadn't appeared, making Claudius feel like they were just waiting around for nothing. As Claudius contemplated this, the watchman atop the mast suddenly shouted, Sighting confirmed. The flag of Bindy World has appeared. Cladius raised an eyebrow and handed his teacup to a nearby marine. Finally, the old bastard shows up. Took him long enough. Is this the day he meets his end? Garp's face lit up with excitement. He tore off the cloak of justice from his back and tossed it to another marine, flexing his muscular frame as he prepared for battle. It's been a while since we've had a proper warm-up, huh? He said, eyes glinting with a competitive spark. Cladius chuckled, an evil grin crossing his face. Take a good look at me, Garp. Do I look like the kind who rushes into a beating? Anyone who won't rush in shouldn't take reckless risks just to win a sparring match, Garp muttered, rolling his eyes. Truth be told, Cladius was in excellent physical condition. He could hold his own in a fight, but with someone like Garp eager to take the brunt of the action, Cladius wasn't about to volunteer as a punching bag. He might be tough, but it still hurt to get hit. I'll support you from the sidelines. Every battle needs a strategist, right? Cladius said, smirking. Garp didn't bother to argue, just nodded and said, all right. We'll rough him up enough to remind him he's out of his league at sea, but we need to block his escape route. Any ideas on how to force him toward the island? Cladius grinned, that's my specialty. Then it's all yours, Garp said firmly. With that, Garp's dog-headed warship surged forward, racing toward Bindy World's ship. As the ship gained speed, Cladius suddenly thought of something and asked, just to confirm, the main objective here is to drive Bindy World to Cyborilla Island, right? Exactly, didn't I mention that earlier? Garp said, giving Cladius a surprised look. Who came up with this plan? Cladius asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course I did. Why got a problem with my brilliant strategy? Garp shot back, frowning. No complaints, Cladius said, his expression turning slightly amused. I just realized that if Bindy World is heading to support Douglas Bullet, wouldn't his destination already be Cyborilla Island? Doesn't that mean we don't need to do anything to force him there? This chase feels a bit unnecessary. Cladius glanced at Garp, wondering if there was a deeper layer he hadn't considered. Garp was an experienced marine, after all. But Garp's face flushed slightly, and he scratched the back of his head, realizing the oversight. With a sheepish grin, he said, the sea's unpredictable. You can't rely on perfect conditions. You've got to keep control of the situation, Cladius. You're still too young. Don't ask too many irrelevant questions, just keep up. Hey, you old dog, you really were bluffing me. You didn't think of that, did you? Cladius snapped irritably. Garp ignored him. They were still a fair distance from Bindy World's ship, but Garp bellowed, open fire, let's go. The marine cannons roared to life, sending a barrage of shells flying toward World's ship. The distance was too great for accuracy, but the sheer display of firepower was impressive. On the opposite side, Bindy World's ship returned fire. The two vessels exchanged volleys as they drew closer. Suddenly, one of World's cannonballs swelled in midair, expanding to 100 times its original size. If that thing hit the warship, it would shatter it in an instant. But Garp was ready. With a powerful stomp that cracked the deck, he launched himself toward the massive projectile. Fist of destruction, Garp roared, landing a direct punch on the giant cannonball. The shell exploded in midair, sending shockwaves that tilted the ship and churned the water. Cladius squinted through the smoke, half wondering if Garp had survived that impact. Moments later, Garp emerged unscathed, charging straight toward World's ship. As Garp was about to land, a blur shot out from World's ship to intercept him. It was Bindy World himself, and without a word, he aimed a punch directly at Garp's chest. World, Garp shouted, armament hacky covering his body like armor. He swung his own fist, meeting World's punch head-on. Cladius watched the exchange with awe. If it had been Fleet Admiral Kong, he might have chosen a more tactical approach, but not Garp. His response was simple. If you hit him, he'd hit back twice as hard, with no hesitation. As expected of the toughest man in the Marines, Cladius muttered, admiring Garp's indomitable spirit. Chapter 112. Lightning walks with me, storm listens to my orders. Bindy World's punch collided with Garp's chest, but Garp's armament hacky was as solid as iron, and he didn't seem fazed by the blow. At the same time, Garp's own punch slammed into World's chest. World, who also had his armament hacky activated, managed to withstand the impact, but both men were sent flying. Garp's figure blasted through the dark smoke and crashed back onto the warship deck, skidding a few steps before stopping and cracking the wood beneath him. He patted his chest and cursed, "What a solid punch." Claudius ignored Garp's remark and instead focused on World, noticing a thin line of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, World wasn't as sturdy as Garp. It confirmed Claudius's suspicion. While World was indeed strong, he was not quite at Garp's level. In terms of sheer strength, World fell just short of that peak tier. With that in mind, Claudius wondered why they needed to push him to the island at all. Why not just take him down right here and now? Seriously, Marines and their elaborate plans. If it were up to me, I'd just split into 2 teams and crush them head-on, Claudius thought to himself. But he understood why things were this way. The Marines always erred on the side of caution. Pushing World onto the island would almost guarantee his capture or defeat. Claudius, on the other hand, preferred more straightforward approaches, direct and effective. If a problem could be solved with sheer power, why complicate things? As Claudius mulled over these thoughts, Garp was already on the move, charging back into the fray. Collecting his focus, Claudius knew what needed to be done. No matter the approach, whether taking down World here or forcing him to the island, World's escape had to be blocked first. "Enel," Claudius called out. "Yes," Enel, who was standing nearby, responded promptly. "Time for one of our combos," Claudius said, a grin stretching across his face. A similar look of excitement flashed across Enel's features. He raised his hands, and an immense surge of electricity crackled from his fingertips, shooting into the sky. Within moments, the clear skies turned heavy and dark, clouds shifting from white to ominous black as lightning bolts crackled across the sky. Claudius lifted his arms as well. They twisted and transformed into swirling currents of air. As he added more power, fierce winds roared across the sea, stirring up the waves and making the once calm ocean an unstable battlefield. "Lightning walks with me," Enel murmured, his voice low but commanding. "And the storm listens to my orders," Claudius shouted, a fierce energy in his voice. As the two of them combined their powers, the weather around them shifted dramatically. A storm burst forth, and bolts of lightning shot through the darkened sky, encircling the entire sea area. The only clear path left was the one leading straight to Cyborilla Island. In the heat of battle, World, who was trading blows with Garp, noticed the sudden change. His eyes narrowed, bewildered. What in the world was happening? Why was the weather turning against him? Garp laughed heartily. "Claudius, you really do have a bag full of tricks, using the weather itself to box him in, huh?" Realizing that he might be walking into a trap, World decided to switch tactics. He dodged Garp's next punch, grabbed a nearby cannonball from his ship's deck, and shouted, "Moa Moa 10 times the speed." With that, he propelled himself at incredible speed toward Garp's dog-headed warship, leaving Garp's punch striking empty air. World's plan was simple. If he was in a trap, he needed to break it. Destroying Garp's warship would disrupt their strategy and put the advantage back in his hands. If needed, he could make his escape. Flying midair, he hurled the cannonball with a sneer. "Moa Moa 100 times the cannon." The moment the cannonball left his hand, it swelled to a massive size. If it hit the warship, it would obliterate it. But just as he thought victory was in his grasp, Claudius sprang into action. He unsheathed the sword at his waist, the demon blade Shinda, and slashed at the oncoming cannonball. A cloud of white mist enveloped his blade as he swung with immense force. "One sword-style white frost dance," Claudius whispered. The instant the blade met the cannonball, the blackened metal turned a frosty white. The slash didn't just cut it in half. It shattered it midair into a shower of icy fragments, scattering harmlessly across the deck. World's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of power was this? Before he could process what had happened, he saw Claudius make another move. Claudius raised his sword and launched a powerful air slash. "Storm!" Claudius yelled. The blade of air shot forward, twisting into a cyclone mixed with the sharpness of the slash and hurtling straight toward World. "Moa Moa 30 times the speed," World muttered, launching himself into the air to evade the attack. The cyclone missed him by a hair, and he reappeared on the deck of the warship, ready for more. Without hesitation, World lunged at Cladius, aiming a punch directly at his head. Cladius stood firm, making no move to dodge. The demon blade Shinda blurred as he spun it in his hand and aimed for World's chest. "White Lotus," Cladius said under his breath. World was momentarily caught off guard. This man was really willing to trade blows, but he wasn't intimidated. His chest darkened as armament haki spread across it, reinforcing his defenses. He calculated that while he might take a hit, it wouldn't be fatal. His fist, however, would crush Claudius's head, allowing him to gain control of the battle before Garp could react and destroy the warship. But in that moment, his calculations failed him. Just as his fist was about to make contact, a bolt of lightning flashed, and a long golden staff, coated with armament haki, appeared. The tip of the staff connected with World's fist, not enough to block it entirely, but enough to push it off course. The redirected punch grazed past Claudius's head, sending his hair flying from the force of the wind, but missing its mark. Claudius grinned. Enel had come through. In the next instant, Shinda slashed across World's chest. The blade's frost-coated edge clashed with his haki, but managed to freeze a thin layer of skin and armor on contact. The impact of the slash sent World flying, smashing him into the bow of Garp's warship. World hit the deck hard, feeling a numbing cold spread across his chest. Part of his skin had gone completely numb, deprived of sensation by the freezing slash. Rolling to the side without even glancing at his wound, World used a quick maneuver to put some distance between himself and his previous position. And not a moment too soon. Garp's massive frame landed where World had just been, his fist smashing into the deck with such force that it punched a hole straight through. Chapter 113, Garp, Don't Hit My Dog Head. Garp pulled his fist out of the deck and laughed. "Nicely done, Claudius." "Claudius?" Bindy World's eyes narrowed as he pieced together the identity of the blonde man. The legendary leader of CPX. The infamous celestial dragon with a reputation unlike any other. "I'd say this guy isn't as tough as expected, Garp. Maybe we should forget about pushing him to the island and just take him down here," Claudius said with a grin, shaking the demon blade Shinsa in his hand. Garp, the unorthodox and unpredictable marine hero, found himself agreeing. "You know what? You're right. Sengoku's plan feels a bit overblown anyway. Let's just finish him here." Of course, Garp hadn't considered that if he hadn't made his move earlier, World might have already reached Cyborilla Island on his own. "Are you underestimating me?" World roared, a mix of rage and humiliation on his face. Enel, wielding his golden staff, gave a smirk of pure arrogance. "No doubt about it, we absolutely are." "Die," World bellowed as he launched himself forward, vanishing in a burst of speed. He reappeared in front of Enel, aiming a powerful punch at his head. But Enel barely flinched. His body dissolved into a burst of lightning, evading the strike and leaving World punching empty air. "Thunder fruit, huh?" World muttered as realization set in. "Thunder metallurgy, snake bind." Enel reappeared at World's side, and with a twist of his staff, it softened and coiled around World's body like a constricting serpent. The staff, reinforced with armament haki, tightened its hold, binding World in place. Claudius seized the opportunity and lunged forward, Shinda ready for another strike. He couldn't help but feel that he was straying deeper into the path of a swordsman with each battle. "Frost burial," Claudius whispered, his voice cold and steady. World's eyes blazed with fury, and in a sudden burst of strength, his body surged with raw power. The golden staff wrapped around him shattered, fragments spinning away as he roared, "Moa Moa, 10 times the power." Without hesitation, World met Claudius's blade head-on, fist cloaked in haki. The impact shattered his armored gloves into frost-covered shards, and the skin beneath turned pale and lifeless from the cold. Claudius felt the irresistible force slam into Shinda, knocking the weapon from his grasp and sending him skidding across the deck before he tumbled overboard. What is this? Can his ability enhance strength too? Claudius thought as he stabilized himself, floating in midair thanks to his Logia powers. Moments later, he noticed that Enel, under the pressure of World's Moa Moa, 50 times speed, had failed to dodge the next blow and was sent crashing into the marine cabin with a loud impact. "Moa Moa, 30 times impact," World roared, pivoting to deliver a crushing blow to Garp. Even Garp, with all his experience and strength, was sent flying by the attack. Claudius watched the scene intently, narrowing his eyes as he noted the blood trickling from World's mouth and the sudden flush of his face. So that's it. Using that much power must take a toll on his body, Claudius realized. World stood on unsteady legs, his body trembling from the self-inflicted strain. Yet, he gathered enough force to punch the deck beneath him, splintering it and sinking the ship's bow. "My dog head," Garp shouted in anguish as he righted himself midair, using moonwalk to hover. His eyes widened with grief as he saw the figurehead of his beloved warship sink into the sea. "It's just a figurehead," Claudius muttered, unable to resist a chuckle at Garp's reaction. He tightened his grip on Shinsa and aimed it at World. "Shoot him, Shinsa," he commanded. Sensing imminent danger, World activated his ability once more, vanishing at 30 times the speed just as Shinsa's blade sliced past, barely grazing his arm and embedding itself in the shattered deck of the warship. "Claudius, you're going to owe me a new ship," Garp yelled, his voice tinged with frustration. World reappeared on his own ship, clutching the wound on his arm as blood trickled between his fingers. Relief washed over him as he caught his breath. "Barely made it, but at least I have the upper hand now. Their warship's damaged beyond use. Let's see them chase me without it." Raising his voice, World shouted, "Garp, Claudius, remember this day because I'll make sure you regret it. Don't let me catch you off guard again." Garp's eyes widened with realization. Was World about to make a break for it through the storm? Before he could react, Claudius's expression shifted to one of amused confidence. "Running, are we? A little late for that, don't you think? Crocodile." As if on cue, a swirl of yellow sand swept across the sea, cutting through the waves and slicing World's ship clean in half. "Desert Spada?" Crocodile's voice called out as he materialized on the mast of World's ship. A cigar dangled from his mouth, and he wore the brown coat Claudius had gifted him long ago. His eyes narrowed, clearly displeased. "If it weren't for your storm and lightning, I'd have been here sooner." Crocodile had been lying in wait, watching the commotion from a distance. But with no movement from the battlefield and the storm clearing, he decided to intervene. His sand-based powers allowed him to fly short distances, so he arrived just in time to see World preparing to flee. World's eyes blazed with rage as he locked onto the new arrival. "Sand Crocodile? You're a pirate. Why are you siding with these marine dogs?" "Pirate?" Crocodile smirked, exhaling smoke from his cigar. "Don't mistake me for trash like you. I'm not just any pirate, I'm a warlord of the sea." "Warlord of the sea? What in the world is that?" World asked, bewildered. Crocodile had no intention of explaining. With a flick of his wrist, he sent another blade of sand hurtling toward World. Chapter 114. Sorry, there was a little accident in the plan. Around the waters of Cyborilla Island, several massive marine warships had formed a blockade. The small island itself was engulfed in flames, turning it into a vision of hell on Earth. Amidst the burning landscape, remnants of what appeared to be an enormous construct lay in ruins, likely the work of Douglas Bullett's Devil Fruit abilities. The battle sounds echoed across the island. Clashes of armament haki, bursts of Conqueror's haki, and powerful energy explosions made it seem as though fireworks were being set off. On one of the warships encircling the island, Vice Admiral Cusin stood with a pensive expression as he gazed out at the distant sea. Behind him stood Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, her sharp eyes scanning the scene. "Chief of Staff, if we're counting the time, Byandy World should have arrived by now, right? What's the holdup? Do you think something happened to Garp?" Cusin asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Tsuru's usually composed expression was tinged with worry. They'd received a report from Garp's ship earlier, confirming that Byandy World had appeared in the designated area. By all calculations, he should have been here by now. Garp isn't always the most dependable, but when it comes to missions like this, he won't be careless, Tsuru said quietly. If World doesn't show up soon, this whole act will be for nothing. It's been nearly 3 days already, and I'd bet Admiral Sengoku's patience is wearing thin, Cusin muttered. At that moment, Sengoku, Borsellino, and Jin were locked in a prolonged battle with Douglas Bullet on the island. The trio could have finished Bullet off, but they were playing their roles to lure in Byandy World. Borsellino, with his nonchalant attitude, was content to drag this out, claiming he could keep it up for another 10 days. But Sengoku and Jin were nearing their limit, and frustration was starting to show. As Kyuzin and Tsuru discussed the situation, the lookout on the mast shouted down, "There's movement, but it's not Garp's ship or Byandy World's vessel, it's a pirate ship. Wait, I can see it clearly now. It's Sand Crocodile's ship. Vice Admiral Kyuzin, should we intercept it?" Both Kyuzin and Tsuru looked momentarily taken aback. Crocodile? What was he doing here? "Stand down, let them come," Kyuzin instructed. But the lookout hesitated. Crocodile was a notorious New World pirate after all. "It's fine, it's part of the plan," Kyuzin said firmly. Moments later, Crocodile's ship drew up beside Kyuzin's warship. The marine vessel towered over the pirate ship, and from the deck, Kyuzin and Tsuru looked down to see a surprising sight. Garp and Cladius were standing aboard the pirate ship. Kyuzin's and Tsuru's eyes widened in shock. Garp's dog-headed warship was nowhere in sight, suggesting something had gone seriously wrong. Had they been defeated by World? Had he managed to escape? "Garp," Tsuru called out, her tone sharp and questioning. Garp waved up at her with a broad smile. "Hey, Tsuru, haven't wrapped up with Bullet yet, ha 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 ha." Tsuru's brow furrowed. "You didn't bring Byandy World here as planned, so of course, we haven't moved in yet. Where is he? And where is your ship? Did the operation fail?" "Fail? Are you kidding me?" Garp scoffed, crossing his arms. "It's just Byandy World. Do you really think we'd fail against him?" Tsuru's eyes narrowed. "Then where is he, and what happened to your warship?" Claudius stepped forward, an amused smile on his face. "Relax, Chief Tsuru. The plan hit a few unexpected bumps, but we've essentially completed our task. Now we can put our full attention on taking down Bullet." "Unexpected bumps," Kyuzin echoed, raising an eyebrow. Claudius cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. "Well, let's just say Byandy World wasn't as tough as we anticipated. Things got a bit heated, and well, we ended up subduing him on the spot. He's locked up on the ship now." Kyuzin's jaw clenched, trying to process the absurdity of it all. They'd been waiting here for days, only to find out that the enemy they were trying to lure had already been captured. Tsuru, however, quickly understood and took control of the situation. Trusting Garp and Claudius's word, she pulled out a den mushy and spoke into it. "Attention all units, the plan has changed. Byandy World has been captured. Proceed with the operation to capture Douglas Bullet immediately." As soon as Tsuru's command was issued, a warship in the distance fired a massive volcanic shell toward the island. Kyuzin recognized the attack instantly and muttered, "Sakazuki? Looks like he's been holding back too long and finally snapped." On Cyborilla Island, Sengoku in his golden Buddha form was exchanging fierce blows with Douglas Bullet. The larger construct Bullet had initially formed was now reduced to rubble, but he had managed to create a smaller, but still formidable, machine to match Sengoku's size. Borsellino stood on the sidelines, lazily firing occasional laser beams with a relaxed expression. Meanwhile, Jin, gripping her blade Kanpira, seemed on the edge of losing her patience. Just as she was preparing to strike again, her den mushy rang, and she picked it up. The voice of Tsuru came through, delivering the long-awaited news. As the message sank in, Jin's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Byandy World is down. Admiral Sengoku, we can go all out now." Sengoku blinked in surprise as Jin suddenly transformed into a pink blur, moving faster than she had throughout the entire fight. Even Douglas Bullet was caught off guard, not expecting such a sudden shift in the battle. The next moment, Jin appeared in front of Bullet, her eyes fierce and determined. Without giving him a chance to react, she delivered a powerful kick to his chest. "Saru," she cried out as her attack connected. Having fought for 3 days and nights, even a powerhouse like Bullet was exhausted. He couldn't respond in time to Jin's sudden burst of strength. Her kick shattered the machine he was controlling and sent his muscular frame crashing backward. Chapter 115. Bullet. My body is the strongest, my heart unyielding, I will never back down. Before Douglas Bullet's figure could even hit the ground, Sengoku in his golden Buddha form unleashed a full-powered shockwave, sending it hurtling through the air and colliding directly with Bullet. Realizing there was no way to dodge, Bullet's battle-hardened instincts kicked in. His eyes sharpened as he enveloped his entire body in a thick layer of armament haki, transforming himself into a human fortress of dark iron. The shockwave crashed into Bullet, sending him smashing into the earth below. Shards of rock and debris erupted around him, scattering like shrapnel. Despite the searing pain, Bullet braced himself, pushing off the ground and propelling his battered form upward. Just as he regained his footing, a bright beam of light shot toward him, detonating the spot he just vacated in a fiery explosion. The attack came from none other than Borsellino. Landing in a crouch, Bullet supported himself with one hand on the ground while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other. His chest heaved as he caught his breath, the earlier impact having taken its toll. Before he could counterattack, a voice boomed from above, "Dog-biting Red Lotus." Sakazuki descended from the sky, one arm transformed into molten magma shaped like the snarling head of a vicious dog. The intense heat radiated in waves as the Admiral aimed his attack straight at Bullet. Bullet's eyes glinted with rage, and his already massive frame seemed to expand even more. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist, layered in armament haki, and met Sakazuki's attack head-on. The fiery dog's head shattered under the impact, revealing Sakazuki's clenched fist, which collided directly with Bullet's own. The force of Bullet's punch drove his feet into the cracked ground, anchoring him as he absorbed the blow. Sakazuki, unable to brace himself in midair, was forced back as Bullet shouted, "Out of my way!" With a twist of his waist and a burst of energy, Bullet hurled Sakazuki to the side with a powerful punch. "So Byandy World was taken down, huh? You were using me as bait all along? I couldn't figure out why you lot were pulling your punches and missing your chances. Turns out, this whole thing was a ruse," Bullet said, his voice low and dangerous. His tone dripped with fury, but it wasn't because World had been captured. It was the realization that the Marines had been holding back, treating him as an afterthought. To Bullet, that was an insult worse than defeat. "Now there's nothing left to hold back for, right? Let's see what you've really got," Bullet roared, his battle aura flaring violently. The ground beneath him cracked and shattered as he lunged forward, charging at Sengoku's golden form like a human tank. "Oni take fist," Bullet bellowed, slamming his fist into Sengoku's midsection. The massive golden Buddha skidded backward from the impact, while Borsellino appeared next to Bullet, his leg raised high. "Lightspeed kick," Borsellino whispered, bringing his leg down at blinding speed. Bullet didn't flinch. He folded his arms over his head just as Borsellino's kick made contact, absorbing the blow. The force sent him sliding back, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground, but he held his ground. Rabbit Strike, Jin appeared next, transformed by her Zoan powers. Her hands, shaped into powerful claws, pressed against Bullet's chest before releasing a burst of energy. The force made Bullet stagger, blood trickling from his mouth, but he remained unyielding. Before Jin could react, Bullet's foot shot upward, catching her square in the chest and sending her flying backward. Airborne, Jin coughed up blood, her chest throbbing with pain. Thankfully, as a user of a Zoan-type mythical beast, her durability was higher than it appeared. Just as she stabilized herself midair, a pair of strong arms caught her. "Bullet really has no idea how to treat a lady, does he? Are you okay, Jin? Want me to take a look at that injury?" Claudius's teasing voice met her ears. Jin's eyes narrowed, even as she struggled to catch her breath. "He's not the only one. Didn't you stab me once? And don't treat me like some damsel, I'm fine." As if I'd let you of all people check me over, she thought. Typical men, trying to take advantage even in a situation like this. Strong-willed women never seem to attract the right kind of men. "You'll scare them off," Claudius quipped as he gently set her down. "And any man who's scared off by me isn't worth my time." Jin shot back, pulling away from his arms as she regained her footing. Claudius's grin widened, but he let her go, focusing his gaze on Bullet, who was now locked in combat with Sakazuki again. "That guy dared to lay a hand on our marine treasure, huh? He should know by now that only I have that privilege," Claudius joked as he prepared to launch himself into the fight. Before Jin could comprehend his strange comment about marine's treasure, Claudius had already become a blur, transforming into a gust of wind that surged forward. "Breath of the storm," Claudius's figure appeared between Sakazuki and Bullet. As the two fighters separated momentarily, Claudius delivered a swift punch to Bullet's chest. It looked like a light hit, but Bullet felt as if an invisible force had slammed into him with tremendous power. His feet left the ground as he was thrown backward. "Frozen time capsule," Cuzin's voice rang out, and an icy beam shot through the air, encasing Bullet in a thick layer of ice as he landed. But the ice only held for a moment. With a roar, Bullet shattered it, sending shards flying in all directions. Before he could regain his balance, a flash of golden light appeared before him, and a crushing impact hit the bridge of his nose. Bullet's body was sent reeling again, this time courtesy of Borsellino, who landed softly on the ground, brushing off his sleeves and adjusting his sunglasses with an infuriatingly casual air. Despite Bullet's formidable power, the assembled warriors were relentless, their combined might pushing him to his limits. The injuries piled up, his breathing became labored, and the gleam in his eyes grew ever more frenzied. Even cornered, Bullet's resolve did not waver. Claudius watched with a newfound respect. As much as he despised Bullet's arrogance, the man's sheer tenacity and indomitable will were worthy of admiration. "My body is the strongest. Where my heart stands, I will never back down," Bullet roared, launching another punch that sent Sakazuki sprawling. Chapter 116, Marine's Gradual Freezing Plan. Despite putting up a fierce fight, Bullet was unable to turn the tide on his own. The coordinated attacks from Claudius and the others became increasingly overwhelming, leaving Bullet struggling just to defend and dodge. Eventually, exhaustion and the weight of his injuries caught up to him. With one final punch from Sakazuki, the mighty Bullet was struck on the head, his blonde hair singed and turned to ashes. He collapsed to the ground and did not rise again. On the flagship of Admiral Sengoku, anchored near Cyborilla Island, Claudius and the senior Marines gathered for a debriefing. Even though the results of this mission were perfect, the plan was indeed disrupted, not due to any force majeure, but because some individuals took it upon themselves to change the course of action. Yes, it worked out this time, but that doesn't make it acceptable. If it had failed, who would take responsibility? Sengoku said, his tone tinged with disapproval as he sat at the round table in the conference room. Claudius, always quick on his feet, put on an innocent expression and said, "Well, I sense that something felt off at the time. The plan didn't seem necessary as originally outlined, but Garp told me not to dwell on such details and to just follow his lead. Considering his experience, I figured he knew best, so I went along with it." Garp, who had been sipping tea, almost spat it out. Sure, his plan was shaky, but he hadn't intended to skip the original goal of luring Biondy World to the island. It was Claudius who had suddenly suggested capturing World directly. "Hey, Claudius, you," Garp began, but Sengoku cut him off with a sharp reprimand. "Garp, you were the one in command, not His Highness Claudius. Isn't that right?" Sengoku's voice echoed through the room, silencing Garp immediately. Caught off guard by Sengoku's outburst, Garp shifted uncomfortably. "Yeah, but—" "No buts," Sengoku snapped. Sengoku knew well enough that both Garp and Claudius had likely made that decision together. But Claudius was a celestial dragon, placing him out of Sengoku's reach for reprimands. Besides, Claudius wasn't technically part of the Marine chain of command. His status as a member of CPX and his rank in the world government hierarchy made him administratively higher than Sengoku himself. As an admiral, Sengoku had no real authority to chastise Claudius, so he focused his frustrations on Garp, who, despite being a Marine hero, still held the rank of vice admiral and thus was under Sengoku's purview. However, Sengoku's expression softened a moment later. "That said, you did achieve the mission objectives. Well done." "Ha ha ha ha, I knew it was the right call to change things up," Garp said, immediately rebounding with a grin. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp's casual demeanor. "Next, we return to Mariewa. While Bullet is no longer a threat, Biondy World's Devil Fruit power is too dangerous. We need to make some preparations for that." The room grew thoughtful at Sengoku's words, but Claudius looked puzzled. "Preparations? What kind of preparations?" he asked directly. Chief Staff Officer Tsuru's eyes softened as she explained. The Marine Science Unit has recently developed a device that can freeze a person's body and keep them alive indefinitely. Cladius raised an eyebrow. So you're planning to freeze Bindy World? Just store him away. Sengoku met Claudius's gaze and nodded. Precisely. The Marine Science Unit has made significant progress over the past 2 years, especially in studying devil fruit abilities. We have reason to believe that, within the next few decades, we might be able to control the rebirth of devil fruit powers. The Moa Moa no Mi is indeed a dangerous ability. If Bindy World were to die, that fruit would reincarnate somewhere in the world, potentially causing untold chaos, Tsuru added. So your plan is to freeze Bindy World, keeping him alive and thereby keeping the fruit's power contained, until such a time when the world government can control devil fruit rebirths and harvest the Moa Moa no Mi for itself. This would prevent its power from falling into the wrong hands? Claudius summarized thoughtfully. Sengoku nodded. Exactly. We may also use this process for other high-risk individuals, such as Golden Lion Shiki. His Fua Fua no Mi is another devil fruit with considerable destructive potential. Claudius couldn't help but smirk. Shiki, once a fierce rival and the greatest challenge of his early exploits, had been reduced to a vegetative state after being captured. Now, the plan was to freeze him as well. The idea that Shiki might remain indefinitely trapped, unable to escape, was almost comical. Sengoku looked around the room. If there are no objections, we'll move forward with these arrangements. Now, let's discuss how we're going to announce the results of this mission, the capture of Douglas Bullet and Bindy World. Claudius leaned forward. CPX has plans for this announcement and would like Marines' cooperation. Oh, what kind of plans? Sengoku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. We intend to use this event to promote the implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea program. The first candidate we've selected is Crocodile, so we'd like Marine to emphasize his involvement in this mission, Claudius explained. At the mention of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, the room's atmosphere shifted. Sengoku and the other senior officers remained composed, while Garp said nothing, perhaps remembering the favor he owed Crocodile. Sakazuki, however, visibly stiffened, his face set in a disapproving frown. As a hardliner, the idea of fighting pirates with pirates grated against his principles, but at this moment, he was only a vice admiral. His objections, for now, carried little weight, so he sat in silence with a scowl. Sengoku sighed, nodding. Given what we've seen, including Doflamingo's involvement in capturing the Red Count and Crocodile's role in this mission, we can't deny that the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan holds some merit. If it benefits marine operations, we'll cooperate with CPX's initiative. Claudius noted the slight unease in the room, but pressed on. Unlike the original 7 Warlords of the Sea concept, which felt like a reluctant compromise, this iteration had been carefully crafted. It was more akin to embedding trusted operatives within the ranks of pirates, shifting the nature of the arrangement and making it more palatable for some of the senior officers. With the major players on board, the plan was ready to move forward. Chapter 117. The 7 Warlords of the Sea announced themselves to the world. In the New World, at the base of the Whitebeard Pirates, Newgate was sitting in a pub, a newspaper in his hand, his expression shifting as he took in the latest news. Both the World Destroyer and that bullet taken down by the Marines. Now that's quite the headline, Newgate muttered. First the Red Count and now this. The Marines seem to be making moves again, and they're still cooperating with pirates, Marco said, surprise lacing his voice. The last time could have been a one-off, but this time there's more to it. Look at this here. What do you make of this 7 Warlords of the Sea title? Newgate pointed to the name Crocodile in the newspaper and asked. Father, isn't it obvious? That sand crocodile's just sold out to the government. The 7 Warlords of the Sea, recruiting pirates now. It looks like the world government's running out of options, Marco said, a hint of disdain in his tone. Gururara, Newgate's deep laughter filled the room before he spoke again. It does seem desperate, but I can't shake the feeling that there's more going on beneath the surface. Definitely a ploy. See here? The 7 Warlords will answer the world government's summons, working for them and hunting down other pirates. No matter how you look at it, it spells trouble, Marco nodded. Meanwhile, on the Sabyati archipelago, Rayleigh pushed open the door to Shaki's bar, a small box under his arm. As he entered, he found Shaki mid-interrogation, holding a rough-looking thug by his collar, while several more battered bodies lay crumpled at her feet. Catching sight of Rayleigh, Shaki let go of the thug, who slumped to the ground unconscious. "Done with your work already?" she asked. Rayleigh grinned. "Just some ship coding, the job was quick." "No complications," Shaki smiled knowingly. "Not a one," Rayleigh chuckled. "Great, now would you mind tossing these troublemakers out for me? I'm just a frail woman, no strength to spare," Shaki said, gesturing to the unconscious thugs. Rayleigh didn't bat an eye at Shaki's claim of being a frail woman and instead asked, "You got their money, right? Can't let them leave without paying up." Shaki pointed to a pile of wallets sitting on the bar, undoubtedly collected from her recent customers. Satisfied, Rayleigh tossed the thugs out of the bar, then sat at the counter and took a sip from his hip flask, feeling at ease. "Have you seen today's paper?" Shaki asked after a moment. "No, I haven't had the time. Something big happened." Rayleigh's curiosity was piqued. "Pretty significant. The Marines took down both the World Destroyer and the Demon Heir," Shaki said. Rayleigh's eyes widened in surprise. "Douglas Bullet." "Yeah, wasn't he one of your old crew? Quite the powerhouse, wasn't he?" Shaki asked, leaning forward. "Indeed, the kid had an incredible talent for combat. Back in the day, I wouldn't have bet on winning against him. It's hard to believe he's been captured by the Marines," Rayleigh said, a touch of nostalgia in his voice. "That's just the start. The real shocker comes after that. The world government has rolled out a new initiative called the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Here's the gist," Shaki explained, laying out the details. Rayleigh shook his head slowly as he absorbed the information. "The world government's getting more daring. This strategy splits the pirate world in two, plain and simple." "Exactly. Pirates who work for the government and pirates who oppose it. It's quite a scheme," Shaki nodded. "And the first of these warlords," Rayleigh pressed. "A guy called Sand Crocodile, named Crocodile. According to the paper, he helped the Marines capture both World and Bullet and earned himself the title of warlord for it," Shaki said. "The first, so they're not rolling out all 7 warlords at once?" Rayleigh asked. "No, it'll probably take some time. The government's openly inviting capable pirates to sign up for this new position," Shaki said with a slight smirk. "The times are changing. The world's becoming even more chaotic," Rayleigh said softly. At the same time, within the holy land of Mariewa, Cladius was walking alongside the Nia heading toward the hall where slaves were bought and sold. "Why the sudden interest in buying slaves?" Cladius asked, giving Nia a curious look. Nia replied, "Your Highness, isn't it too lonely for young Master Ace to be in the palace by himself? I thought it'd be good to find him a couple of playmates. I heard there'll be some young slaves at the market today." "Playmates," Claudius repeated thoughtfully. Over the past couple of years, Ace had indeed spent most of his time alone in the palace. Claudius rarely had time to entertain him, and while Nia tried, she couldn't always be around, and the age gap didn't help. "You're quite considerate," Claudius said with a smile. The slave market in Mariewa was unlike the auctions held elsewhere. Only the celestial dragons were permitted to purchase here, making it a more exclusive and tightly controlled environment. Claudius hadn't often visited the place before, as he'd never found much interest in owning slaves. As they walked in, they passed rows of iron cages containing various individuals, newly captured and only partially trained. Many still retained their will, their rebellious spirits not yet broken. This, in itself, was a selling point, as some celestial dragons preferred slaves with some fight left in them, enjoying the challenge of breaking them in themselves. There were also celestial dragons looking to offload slaves they had grown bored of, not for profit, but for the sheer entertainment of participating in commerce. Claudius and Nia made their way through the hall, observing the scene. Claudius stopped suddenly in front of one particular cage and smirked as he looked inside. "Fisher tiger, interesting," Claudius muttered. Indeed, the figure inside the cage was none other than Fisher Tiger, a powerful merman with striking red skin. He sat in the corner, his expression dark, eyes burning with defiance and seething hatred. Claudius glanced at him briefly before turning away and moving on. As they walked further, they heard the voice of a female celestial dragon nearby. She was holding 3 chains, each attached to a scrawny figure on the other end. Her voice rang out with irritation. "Get rid of these 3. They're no fun anymore. I even fed them devil fruits, and all it got me was 2 of them turning into snakes. Boring." Chapter 118, Hancock. When Claudius heard the words and looked at the 3 figures, he paused for a moment, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The 3 figures were young girls, appearing to be around 12 years old. One had bright emerald green hair and another had reddish-brown hair. There wasn't much to say about those 2. They were plain in appearance, nothing particularly striking. But the last girl, slender with flowing black hair, stood out. Even at a glance, it was clear she would grow up to be a stunning beauty. And from what the female celestial dragon had just said, all 3 girls had consumed devil fruits, and 2 of them could transform into snakes. Claudius quickly pieced it together. The 3rd girl must have eaten the paramecia-type love fruit. These 3, without a doubt, were the Boa sisters from Amazon Lily: Boa Hancock, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold. "So I've stumbled upon 3 devil fruits right here. What a stroke of luck," Claudius thought, a smile playing on his lips. He had to admit, these 3 sisters were quite promising, especially Hancock. While Sandersonia and Marigold might not have seemed exceptional at first glance, Claudius knew they were skilled fighters, having seen how they were overshadowed by Luffy's wild escapades, much like Crocodile. Back then, they were seasoned haki users and top lieutenants under a warlord of the sea. They couldn't have been that weak, right? If I train them properly, even if they don't reach the top tier, they should still become formidable warriors, Claudius mused. As for Hancock's paramecia-type love fruit, Claudius considered it to be one of the most broken abilities out there. Among paramecia fruits, it ranked highly in his opinion, though it came with significant drawbacks. The love fruit fell under what he called rule-type abilities, similar to the heat fruit or the gravity fruit. However, unlike the straightforward nature of those powers, the love fruit had a peculiar condition. If an opponent felt even a hint of desire or fascination toward the user, they would be affected and potentially petrified. This power essentially bypassed brute strength. As long as the opponent's will wasn't strong enough, they would fall prey to it. The catch was that it required the user to be highly charismatic. If someone unattractive ate the fruit, it would be almost useless unless they underwent some kind of transformation. But if the user was charming, the fruit's power could be nearly unstoppable. Claudius figured there were only 2 people in the world who could maximize the potential of this fruit. The first was Hancock herself, and the second, theoretically, was Cavendish. Hancock was already a given. As for Cavendish, known as the most handsome man in the world, Claudius found it ironic. He didn't see himself as particularly charming, not even a bit. But Cavendish, with his unnaturally striking looks, had inadvertently caused chaos in his homeland. Women were so infatuated with him that the kingdom's marriage and birth rates plummeted because no one wanted to marry anyone else. In the end, his own father had to exile him on the grounds of being too handsome. Claudius chuckled to himself. Imagine being charged with that. I'd take that accusation any day. Come on, give me that problem, I'll take one for the team. But that was neither here nor there. In the end, Hancock would use her ability to become a warlord of the sea and earn the title of Pirate Empress, rivaling even Charlotte Linlin in status. Claudius had always thought that while Hancock's beauty was unparalleled, her combat skills had always seemed underwhelming. Yes, she was powerful, but she never quite exuded the full force of being a pirate empress. Even during the Marineford War, Sengoku, the then fleet admiral, specifically mentioned that Hancock's involvement would increase their chances of victory. And yet, Hancock's actual performance was lackluster, more focused on her own agenda and distracted by her obsession with Luffy. It was as if she was merely going through the motions. Until the chaos surrounding Douglas Bullet, that is. When Luffy, Sabo, Crocodile, Lucci, Smoker, Usopp, Buggy, and the other supernovas were struggling against Bullet's monstrous combined form, Hancock was the one who delivered a decisive kick that disrupted Bullet's synthesis. It proved she was a thinking fighter, not just someone going through the motions. Her previous mediocre performances hadn't been due to a lack of skill, but a lack of focus. With such a prime candidate, not to mention the two other decent options, how could Claudius pass this up? Plus, he knew that one day, Hancock would grow to become the world's most beautiful woman. As a man, how could he not be interested? Even if he had no ulterior motives now, having the world's most beautiful woman as an ally or subordinate would be a serious flex. I have a soft heart. I can't stand to see others suffer. These poor girls need rescuing, and as the wise and benevolent Claudius, it's my duty to pull them from the depths, Claudius thought, finding solace in his own justification. After a pause, he turned to Nia. Let's take a look at those 3 slaves who ate the devil fruits. I have a feeling it'll be worthwhile. Nia, the ever-loyal butler, was taken aback. Claudius had never shown any interest in slaves before. Why the sudden change? But Nia had one unwavering trait: she never questioned Claudius. No matter how unusual the decision, she supported it fully. Yes, Your Highness, Nia replied with a nod. They approached the female celestial dragon from behind. She was wearing an air of superiority, but when she turned and saw Claudius, her eyes widened, and her expression shifted to excitement. Saint Claudius, what an unexpected pleasure to see you here. It's an honor, she said eagerly. Claudius was momentarily caught off guard. He didn't know her name and felt a bit awkward being greeted so warmly without knowing how to respond. Your Highness, she is Lady Coronello, Nia whispered helpfully. Claudius's eyebrows raised in realization, and he offered a polite smile. Ah, Lady Coronello, I didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as radiant as ever. Coronello's face lit up at his words. Thank you, Claudius, you're too kind. It was true that among the celestial dragons, the upper middle class was generally well-kept and presentable. They didn't carry the lethargic air of indulgence that some of the lower-tier nobles did. This held especially true for the women, who took great care with their appearance. At the very least, they weren't unpleasant to look at. Perhaps it was just natural for women to care about beauty, and the celestial dragons were no exception. Plus, there was the matter of their lineage. Celestial dragons only accepted the best, generation after generation, which meant the gene pool stayed strong. Look at Claudius himself. He'd gone from an overweight child to a strikingly handsome man. Chapter 119. Claudius, the most eligible celestial dragon bachelor. After a brief conversation with Coronello, Claudius had her both charmed and somewhat confused, but she smiled with obvious delight. Claudius's current status was well known. No longer the disgrace he once was, he had become one of the most brilliant figures among the celestial dragons in recent years. As the head of the esteemed Donquixote family, he wielded considerable power and influence. And unlike many of his peers, Claudius was noted for his striking looks, which only amplified his reputation among the female celestial dragons. He was, in fact, quite the sensation, embodying everything one might want in a perfect match. With his status and charm, it wasn't surprising that many noblewomen dreamed of becoming Claudius's wife. Yes, among the celestial dragons, Claudius was now seen as the Golden Bachelor, an ideal son-in-law. The rumors swirling around Mariewa about him having an illegitimate child, hardly an issue for the celestial dragons. Nearly everyone had a skeleton or two in their closet. Claudius's case just happened to be more visible, making it a frequent topic of teasing. But in the world of celestial dragons, where lineage and legal recognition mattered most, an illegitimate child without formal acknowledgement posed no threat whatsoever. After a few pleasant exchanges with Claudius, Coronello felt she'd moved a little closer to her dream of possibly becoming his wife someday. Not that Claudius gave it much thought. He soon shifted the conversation, his eyes turning to the trio of young girls standing behind Coronello. A smile spread across his face. I overheard you saying you're looking to offload these 3 slaves. As it happens, I'm here today looking for potential acquisitions myself. You mentioned they've all consumed devil fruits. That piqued my interest. If you're selling, why not sell them to me? Claudius's interest in devil fruits was well known among the celestial dragons. Years ago, he'd been tricked into eating one himself, and it had been a source of amusement for many. While no one dared to mock him now, it was common knowledge, so his statement raised no eyebrows. Coronello smiled easily. If Claudius wants them, how could I refuse? And as for selling, there's no need for you to pay me. I'm happy to gift them to you. She wasn't here to make a profit. This was just entertainment for her, a whimsical way to pass the time. If it had been a slave trader making the request, she would have charged without hesitation. But Claudius? She couldn't bring herself to ask for payment. Claudius chuckled and patted Coronello's smooth, platinum blonde hair. I couldn't possibly accept without paying. I wouldn't want to diminish the wealth of someone as lovely as you. The truth was, Claudius wasn't particularly smitten with her looks, but preferred not to owe favors, which could lead to future complications. A simple business transaction was cleaner and less binding. Coronello blushed at his words and, flustered, quoted a price of 500 million berries. It wasn't cheap. Devil fruits alone rarely started below 100 million berries for even the most basic types. With 3 devil fruit users, the combined value easily exceeded 600 million berries. Zoan-type fruits typically fetched at least 200 million. If Claudius had to estimate the true value of Hancock's paramecia-type love fruit, it would be priceless. In his mind, the deal was a steal. Nia, ever efficient, promptly handed a check for 500 million berries to Coronello. Business concluded, Claudius made his exit without further conversation. He did, however, extend a gentlemanly invitation for afternoon tea in the future, which made Coronello positively beam. At that moment, Nia held the 3 iron chains connected to the Boa sisters, who followed silently behind her. Claudius didn't spare them a glance, signaling their insignificance to him at that moment. After walking a short distance, Nia asked, "Your Highness, shall we continue searching?" Claudius glanced at her and replied, "Of course. These 3 girls aren't going to be Ace's playmates." "Understood," Nia said, nodding. Hancock, walking behind them, had a glimmer of wariness in her eyes. Whatever thoughts were swirling in her mind, she kept them to herself. Hancock was 12, while Ace was only about 3. The idea of the 2 playing together was laughable. Claudius needed children closer to Ace's age. They reached a section where the slaves were notably younger. Taking a few steps further, they came across rows of cages housing children no older than 5 or 6. "This is just despicable," Claudius muttered to himself. He could understand enslaving pirates or criminals and might even have applauded it. But capturing innocent children for slavery, that was something Claudius found repugnant. Each child represented a broken family, another casualty of the world's injustices. This slave market was steeped in hidden crimes. And yet, Claudius knew he was complicit. Though he felt a pang of guilt, he knew better than to let it show. There was nothing he could change at the moment, and indulging in guilt served no purpose. Stopping in front of a cage that housed 4 or 5 young children, Claudius gave them a once-over. None of them particularly stood out to him, but it wasn't an important matter. "These kids will do. Buy them all," Claudius instructed. Nia nodded and moved to negotiate with the slave merchant. Just then, a commotion erupted from another section of the market. Voices shouted, and it sounded like someone was desperately calling out. "Stella! Stella, I'm here, don't worry. I'll save you, I promise." A young man, imprisoned in a cage, reached out and waved frantically toward the source of the disturbance. The direction he was shouting in led to a celestial dragon who held a beautiful woman by the arm, a fellow slave, it seemed. So, a slave hoping to rescue another, must be lovers. How tragic, Claudius thought with a touch of melancholy. Celestial dragons were notorious for their excesses. Taking beautiful women by force was almost routine, and Claudius could easily piece together the story. This man had been lucky to survive at all. After a moment's pause, Claudius looked away. Nia had completed the transaction and was making her way back toward him. Suddenly, Claudius froze. Chapter 120, Do You Take Off Your Shoes in Public? Seeing Claudius suddenly freeze in place, Nia tilted her head slightly in confusion and asked softly, "Your Highness, is something wrong?" "Wait a moment, I'm thinking," Claudius replied, his brows furrowed as he waved her off. Nia nodded silently and stepped back, allowing Claudius the space he needed. "Why does the name Stella sound so familiar?" Claudius muttered to himself. After a few seconds, his eyes lit up, as if he'd stumbled upon something valuable. If I remember correctly, isn't Stella the goddess in Guild Tesoro's life? Claudius thought, piecing the memories together. The memories took a moment to resurface. Stella hadn't played a significant role in the stories he knew, but the details were there. A stunning girl with golden hair and a warm smile who had once brought light into Tesoro's dark world. Before Tesoro became the notorious Golden Emperor, he'd lived a life marked by suffering and misfortune. Born into a broken home, with a father who gambled their wealth away and died penniless, Tesoro's mother was left deranged and abusive, taking out her anger on her son. Eventually, she too passed away, leaving Tesoro to fend for himself. He survived through petty thefts and scams, scraping by in the underworld just to live another day. That was until he met Stella at the Sabyati archipelago, where she was imprisoned as a slave, on display like merchandise. Tesoro, with a passion for singing, would visit her and sing by her cage, bringing her moments of happiness amidst her captivity. Their interactions grew into something deeper, and for the first time in his life, Tesoro found a reason to be better. He worked hard, enduring grueling jobs, all to save up enough money to buy Stella's freedom. He dreamed of building a life where they could be together. But fate, always cruel, had other plans. On the day Tesoro finally amassed the funds to free Stella, she was purchased by a celestial dragon, someone who could easily outbid any commoner without a second thought. Tesoro arrived just in time to see her being dragged away. In a rage, blinded by despair, he tried to fight back against the celestial dragon, but it was a fight he couldn't win. The guards made short work of him, and Tesoro was beaten down and captured, becoming a slave himself. During his years of servitude in Mariewa, Tesoro's spirit was shattered piece by piece. The day he learned of Stella's death, something in him broke beyond repair. He blamed himself, convinced that if he had only been wealthier, he could have bought her freedom and led a happy life with her. Instead, she died, and he was left a slave. From that moment, Tesoro swore an oath: poverty was the original sin. He resolved to become the richest man in the world so that he would never be powerless again. Tesoro's escape came in the chaos when Fisher Tiger led the attack on Mariewa, liberating slaves and setting the city aflame. Tesoro, among the freed captives, took this as his second chance at life. In the years that followed, he clawed his way up from nothing, becoming the Golden Emperor and achieving his dream of wealth. Yet, the hole in his heart, left by Stella, could never be filled. That void, masked by riches and power, would ultimately lead to his downfall. Claudius admired Tesoro. The man was talented and relentless, driven by a tragedy that shaped him. And while Tesoro eventually became a symbol of greed, his journey was born out of pain and loss. Claudius had always wanted someone like Tesoro on his side, someone who understood money and power. He'd thought about seeking him out in the future, but hadn't made it a priority. But now that fate had placed Stella right in front of him, Claudius knew he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. "Nia, organize the children and wait here for me," Claudius instructed. Nia nodded briskly and set about her task. Meanwhile, Claudius turned on his heel and strode purposefully towards Stella. If he wanted Tesoro's loyalty, he'd need to offer something in return. Helping reunite him with Stella seemed the perfect way to do that. Claudius didn't just see it as a strategic move. He found himself genuinely drawn to the idea of giving them the chance fate had cruelly stolen. At that moment, Stella was chained by the neck, held by none other than Charlos, the future imbecile of the celestial dragons. The younger Charlos hadn't yet become the balding, middle-aged degenerate of later years, but the vacant, entitled look in his eyes was already the same. He was known for snatching up beautiful women to serve as his wives, only to discard or kill them when he tired of them. The scene Claudius stumbled upon perfectly fit that pattern. Charlos stood in front of Tesoro's cage, holding Stella's chain tightly. His eyes sparkled with sadistic excitement. "Take off my shoe and lick my toes in front of this man, or I'll kill him," Charlos sneered, lifting one grimy foot. "No, Stella, don't do it," Tesoro shouted, his hands gripping the cage bars so hard that his knuckles turned white. His eyes were wild with desperation. Stella's face was filled with sorrow as she glanced at Tesoro. Just as he had once tried to save her, she would now do anything to keep him alive. Resigned to the humiliation, she knelt, reaching to remove Charlos's shoe. A pungent odor hit her as she worked, making her stomach turn. As she bent lower, a sharp voice cut through the air. "What the hell, you're taking off your shoes in public. And they reek too, you're polluting the whole place. Who do you think you are? I'll teach you a lesson." Before Stella could process what was happening, Charlos's foot suddenly lifted off the ground, and she watched as he was sent flying, the chain slipping from his grasp. She felt the collar around her neck tighten momentarily before going slack and dropping to the ground. When she looked up, Charlos was sprawled on the ground near Tesoro's cage, his nose bent at an awkward angle, a distinct footprint imprinted on his face. He groaned in pain, writhing helplessly. Chapter 121. St. Cladius has beaten celestial dragons again. Charlos writhed on the ground in pain, his nose broken and blood mingling with the tears streaming down his face. His privileged, pampered body had never experienced such pain before, and he screamed and flailed in front of the cage, unable to comprehend the situation. Through his agony, Charlos struggled to grasp what had just happened. He was a celestial dragon, untouchable, yet someone had dared to lay a hand on him. He couldn't believe it, not even his father had ever hit him. Overwhelmed by the sudden violence, he hadn't even seen who had kicked him. Still clutching his broken nose, he screamed in a shrill voice, "Who dares hit me? I'm a celestial dragon. Kill him now." But despite his orders, none of his servants moved a muscle. They exchanged wary glances, their gazes shifting to the figure standing before them. While Charlos might not have recognized who attacked him, his servants certainly did. They were all too aware of who Donquixote Cladius was, a celestial dragon unlike any other, with status and power that made him untouchable even among his kind. Cladius was not just any celestial dragon. He was an upper-rank member of the Donquixote family, one of the most powerful in Mariewa. Anyone foolish enough to challenge him would be digging their own grave. Cladius, hearing Charlos's pitiful demands for retaliation, chuckled coldly as he picked up an iron bar from the broken cage. He flexed his shoulders and called out with a sardonic smile, "You want to kill me, huh? Who do you think you are? You, a lower-ranked celestial dragon, dare to threaten me, Donquixote Cladius, head of the Donquixote family? You must be out of your mind." Claudius's voice turned harder as he continued, "If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think you can get away with anything. Maybe tomorrow, you'll even try pulling stunts in front of the 5 elders. Someone has to set you straight." With that, he strode toward Charlos, dragging the iron rod across the stone floor with a screech that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Even Tesoro, who was watching from the now-broken cage, was stunned. The scene was surreal. Moments ago, he had been on the brink of despair, and now, here was someone who seemed to be a powerful celestial dragon, coming to his rescue and attacking another. Claudius's approach snapped Tesoro out of his daze. He wasted no time in scrambling out of the cage and pulling Stella into a protective embrace. "Are you okay, Stella?" he asked urgently, his voice shaking. "I'm fine, Tesoro," Stella said, clinging to him as tears of relief streamed down her face. The nightmare they had endured was shifting, though neither of them could quite believe what was happening. Meanwhile, Charlos, who now recognized Cladius, was stricken with terror. The stories about Cladius were infamous in Mariewa. Years ago, he had slapped another celestial dragon in public at the Sabyati archipelago and faced no consequences. To make matters worse, Charlos remembered mocking that incident at the time. He never thought he would be at the receiving end of this notorious man's fury. Desperate and panicking, Charlos babbled, "Cladius, don't come any closer. I'm a celestial dragon too." "Celestial dragon, my foot," Cladius scoffed. "I'm ashamed to even share that title with trash like you." He lifted the iron rod and brought it down with a resounding thud. A chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers as Charlos's pain screams echoed throughout the area. The gathered crowd included many servants and even some fellow celestial dragons, among them Kareen, who had only just parted ways with Cladius earlier. Fights among celestial dragons were rare but not unheard of, usually occurring once or twice a year. Most disputes were limited to shouting matches or, at most, pulling hair. But this was brutal. Blood had been drawn, and one of their own was being beaten like a criminal. "Unbelievable, is this really happening?" whispered one of the bystanders. Is this what a real man looks like? Coronelu's eyes shone as she watched Claudius wield the iron rod, dispatching his version of justice. Compared to the disheveled, foul-smelling mess that was Charlo's, Claudius looked like a hero, a striking, charismatic figure who was now even more dazzling in her eyes. Some of the other celestial dragons started cheering Claudius on, their disgust for Charlo's outweighing any sympathy they might have had. His antics, especially involving his notorious lack of hygiene, had long made him a nuisance. "Good job, Claudius, teach him a lesson," one of them called out. "Yeah, make him pay for sullying our dignity," another jeered. Claudius paused his beating for a moment, smirking at the encouragement from his peers. He raised a hand in acknowledgement and called back, "Don't worry, I'll make sure he learns that hygiene and basic decency are mandatory for celestial dragons." The crowd erupted into laughter and applause, except for those too terrified to react. Charlos could barely move now, his body bruised and swollen, his face an unrecognizable mask of pain. His cries had dwindled to weak whimpers. Claudius knew when to stop. He wasn't interested in killing Charlos. That would bring complications, even if the 5 elders were inclined to protect him. Murdering another celestial dragon would carry consequences that even Claudius preferred to avoid. After one final strike, Claudius let the iron rod fall to the ground with a clang. He looked down at the pitiful form of Charlos and addressed the stunned servants. "Well, what are you standing around for? Take your master and get him out of here. He's polluting the atmosphere." The servants rushed forward, trembling as they carefully lifted Charlos, who whimpered pitifully. A few of them made tentative moves toward Stella, intending to retrieve the property of their master. "Touch her and you'll regret it," Claudius warned, his voice icy. "You think I'd go through the trouble of beating your boss just to let you take her back? She's mine now." The servants looked between each other, fear in their eyes. No one dared challenge Claudius. Reluctantly, they backed away. Claudius then turned to Tesoro, who was holding Stella tightly. He caught sight of the slave merchant nearby, who was watching the scene with wide, terrified eyes. "And this man," Claudius said, gesturing to Tesoro, "is mine too. Name your price." The merchant, still shaking, stammered, "No, your highness. I wouldn't dream of asking for payment. Consider it a humble gift to your highness." A small smile touched Claudius's lips. "Good answer." He pulled a jade bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the merchant. "Take this as a token of my appreciation." The merchant scrambled to catch the bracelet, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, your highness. Thank you for your generosity." He knelt, forehead touching the ground, unable to contain his gratitude. Chapter 122, Inside Claudius' palace in Mariewa, Claudius was staring at the little girl standing before him with an expression of surprise. After dealing with the mess involving Charos, Claudius had decided he'd had enough of the slave market and returned directly to his palace, accompanied by his trophies and the newly purchased Hancock and her sisters. As for Charlos, the expected retaliation never came. It seemed even his father, Saint Rosward, had accepted the reality of the situation. Facing Claudius, wrath again was not worth the trouble, and the last thing Rosward wanted was for Claudius to go on another rampage. Claudius hadn't given it much thought. What was a celestial dragon anyway? Just another obstacle to kick out of his way. After returning, he had instructed Nia to have the newly acquired subordinates cleaned up. They were filthy after their ordeal and needed fresh clothes and care. The 4 young children he had picked up were the first to be attended to, as they required less time and attention. Most of them were simply regular kids, but one of them stood out to Claudius. The little girl standing in front of him was unexpectedly familiar. At first, Claudius hadn't noticed anything unusual. She looked just like an ordinary, albeit unusually cute, little girl. But as he questioned her, Claudius began to realize why she was different. This girl's name was Koala. It might not have meant much by itself, names repeated often enough across the world, but the fact that she was captured and sold from an island called Foolshout Island made Claudius take a closer look. "What's with today? It's like the slave market is full of hidden treasures," Claudius thought, mildly amused. First, he had stumbled upon Fisher Tiger, locked up in a cage, then the Boa sisters. Not long after, he had encountered the tragic couple, Tesoro and Stella. Now, while looking for a few playmates for Ace, he had unintentionally discovered Koala. If Claudius' memory was correct, this koala would grow up to be an important figure in the Revolutionary Army, known affectionately as the Second Sister. Koala, at this moment, didn't bear the same hardened, resolute demeanor she would come to have after being rescued by Fisher Tiger in the future. But she was visibly nervous, which was hardly surprising given her situation. Claudius could only imagine the darkness she must have endured to end up here. I really have found another gem, Claudius thought, a smile playing on his lips. In the future, Koala would be known for her incredible skills, even learning fishman karate, which spoke to her talent and adaptability. Claudius figured that if she could master that, then with the right training, she would pick up other forms of martial arts, like the rokushiki, with ease. She might not be far behind Rob Lucci, another talented young protege of Claudius, who was currently training under Spandine. Returning his attention to Koala, Claudius considered her future potential. She wasn't just skilled in combat, she had an impeccable knack for organization and reliability. In the Revolutionary Army, she was known for her uncanny ability to manage tasks so efficiently that Sabo would often joke about having nothing left to order her to do because she had already done it. This made Claudius smile inwardly. Ace, although young, was showing signs of being highly capable, but there was still that spark of wildness in him. Even as a baby, Ace had shown a rambunctious side. He wasn't one to play quietly with plush toys, but had an immediate interest in toy swords and guns. Ace was now 3 or 4 years old and was polite and well-mannered, but Claudius could still see the fire in his eyes. He had always thought about finding someone to complement Ace's strengths and cover his weaknesses, someone who could be a trusted ally. Until now, no one had seemed suitable, but Koala might be the answer. If they grow up and develop feelings for each other and end up as a pair, that would be perfect, Claudius mused, smiling to himself. Then he paused as the thought took root, realizing the implication. If Koala ended up with Ace, that would mean the second sister would become the sister-in-law. Claudius burst out laughing at the thought. Startled, Koala took a nervous step back before realizing what she had done and hurriedly stepped forward again, eyes fixed on the floor. Koala, isn't it? Claudius said, his voice softening. There's no need to be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. This place is your home now, so relax. From today onward, you're no longer a slave. Let's see. You can think of me as your godfather. Of course, Claudius meant this in a strictly paternal sense, not in any dubious way. From this day forward, Koala would be under his protection. As for the Revolutionary Army and whatever influence Dragon might have, Claudius didn't care. If Dragon couldn't grow the Revolutionary Army without Koala, that was on him. As for Sabo, well, if he found himself without a partner because of this twist of fate, it was just as well that Ace gained a valuable companion. Claudius felt no guilt over it. Koala stayed silent, the nervousness still etched on her face despite Claudius's attempts to reassure her. After a few more moments of comforting words, he dismissed her to rest. With that taken care of, Claudius stepped into the courtyard for a walk. Nia followed closely behind, ready for whatever task might be needed. It's customary to mark them, isn't it? Claudius remarked. Yes, Your Highness, Nia replied. The 3 sisters, Tesoro and Stella, already bear the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof. It's the common branding, of course. Claudius touched his chin thoughtfully. Koala will have to bear a mark as well, but branding is too cruel. Let's use a tattoo instead. Something elegant that symbolizes she's under my protection. Nia's lips curved in a small smile. She might not understand the significance now, but when she grows up, she'll know what an honor it is. Claudius nodded. And as for the others, have the hoof of the celestial dragon covered with the crest of the Donquixote family. It's time they bore my name instead of that symbol of oppression. Yes, Your Highness, Nia replied, already mentally arranging the task ahead. Chapter 123, Let's Take a Bath, Hancock. The bathhouse in Claudius's palace was enormous. Just how enormous? It could easily fit 100 people bathing at the same time and still feel spacious. It was practically a personal water park. The interior was magnificent, complete with fountains, multiple pools for different types of baths, including medicinal baths, floral baths, milk baths, and even red wine baths. Each section was set at different temperatures to suit any preference. The sheer opulence of the place could meet anyone's wildest bathing dreams. At this moment, the three Boa sisters were bathing in one of the pools, joined by Stella. Tesaro had to make do with a sink. Claudius's bathroom was exclusive to women and children when it came to guests, with men permitted only under certain conditions. Enel occasionally managed to squeeze in, and little Ace had no restrictions due to his age. Also present in the bathhouse were Lenny and Miro, the two mermaid girls. Lenny was soaking in the milk bath, while Miro relaxed in the red wine pool. Though mermaids were creatures of the sea, they too enjoyed the luxury of a good bath. Claudius wouldn't have them lounging in an open-air pond all day. That would be beneath them. So, the two often found themselves in the bathhouse, sometimes without even announcing their presence. Claudius himself had walked in on them more than once when he planned to bathe, only to be greeted with a surprise. "You're quite fortunate His Highness brought you here," Miro said with a smile as she splashed water lightly in the milk bath, looking over at Stella and the Boa sisters. "Absolutely, His Highness rarely brings anyone back. It's been years since I've seen him bring a slave to the palace. You must be special," Lenny added with a warm smile. "Congratulations on escaping that life." Stella still looked a bit lost, taking it all in. At their words, she asked curiously, "He's a powerful celestial dragon, isn't he? Are you too? Slaves as well?" Lenny chuckled. "His Highness Claudius is indeed a powerful celestial dragon. Just how powerful? Well, let's just say it's beyond what you can imagine. Just the other day, I heard from Nia that he had a run-in with Charlos. You've seen that guy, right? Even after Claudius beat him, Charlos wouldn't dare utter a word of complaint. That's the kind of power he holds." "As for us," Miro said, leaning back in the water, "we're technically his slaves, mermaids he keeps in the palace. But it's not what you think." Hancock, who had been mostly silent, suddenly asked, "But if you're slaves, why do you seem content? Shouldn't you be sad or angry?" The three sisters had been slaves for half a year now, previously owned by Coronello. Although Coronello hadn't been excessively cruel, she had forced them to eat the foul-tasting devil fruits and treated them with indifference, no different than any other trinket or object she possessed. The sisters bore the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof, a permanent reminder of their suffering. Hancock, especially, resented celestial dragons and Mariewa deeply. So, she was baffled at the apparent cheerfulness of Lenny and Miro. Why did they seem so carefree, even friendly with the palace staff like Nia? "Sad and angry?" Lenny murmured, trailing her fingers over the scales of her tail. "We were at first. Before, we weren't under His Highness Claudius but his cousin's care. He was, let's just say, not the kindest person. Thankfully, we didn't stay there for long before we were gifted to His Highness. His Highness Claudius isn't like other celestial dragons. He doesn't treat us as slaves, not really. If anything, we're more like friends," Miro said with a soft laugh. "He's often lonely, you know. His heart longs for the freedom of the sea, but his status keeps him here, in Mariewa. We help him forget that loneliness." "That's true," Lenny added. "He treats us so well. We're free to move around the palace, and though Mariewa itself is dangerous and full of people who aren't like him, we're safe here. And even though he's never said it outright, he promised that when he makes a trip to Fishman Island, he'll set us free." Hancock's eyes narrowed. "He's lying to you. How could he let you go? You're his slaves." "No, it's true. If we wanted to leave, we could have many times," Lenny said. "When he takes us on his trips, we don't have any collars or chains. We're free to swim in the sea. If we really wanted to escape, no one could catch us." Hancock was taken aback, disbelief clouding her eyes. "Then why didn't you? This place is hell. If I had the chance, I'd be gone in a heartbeat." Miro laughed lightly. "So, we'll have to keep an eye on you, won't we?" Realizing she had spoken too freely, Hancock stiffened, casting wary looks at the two mermaids. "Relax," Lenny said with a smile. "Miro's just joking. As for why we stay, maybe we don't want him to feel abandoned. Betrayal hurts, you know? His Highness has been so kind to us, we wouldn't want to make him lose trust in everyone." Hancock frowned. "Kind, you're still prisoners here, you don't have freedom." "Freedom will come," Miro replied, unwavering. His Highness might be a bit mischievous, and he might have his peculiarities, but he never breaks a promise. Until then, we have everything we need here. Sometimes I even feel like we are the celestial dragons, Lenny said, giggling. Hancock didn't know how to respond. Frustrated, she sank deeper into the water until half her face was submerged, blowing bubbles as she brooded. Still, a small part of her wondered, could there really be a celestial dragon who was different from the rest? Donquixote Cladius, she whispered, the name lingering in her thoughts. Chapter 124. I, Hancock, will never be fooled by you. The courtyard of Claudius's palace basked in the warmth of the sun. Claudius was lounging on a sunbed, a glass of juice in his hand, and a fawn snail perched on the table beside him. The scene exuded an atmosphere of casual comfort, with laughter and conversation filling the air. Hancock and her sisters had been freed from their slave collars, but Claudius wasn't in a rush to brand them. They still looked frail and undernourished. In the meantime, a lavish dining table had been set up in the courtyard, and Hancock and the others were seated, savoring their meal. While eating, Hancock occasionally glanced at Claudius, who was sitting a short distance away. They had been in his palace for more than 2 days, yet he hadn't shown much interest in them. It was strange. She expected harsh orders or demeaning treatment, but there was none of that. He simply let them be, as though their presence was insignificant. But as Lenny and Miro had said, life here was unlike the nightmare of other slaves. The only restriction was that they couldn't leave the palace without permission, but otherwise there were no harsh commands or punishments. Hancock didn't mind staying inside. She knew how terrifying the world outside these walls could be, how it teemed with threats. What if another celestial dragon saw them and took them away? That would be a disaster. Nia treated them with kindness, far from the cold, stern figure Hancock had known under Coronello. Nia made sure they were comfortable, assigned them luxurious rooms that resembled royal suites rather than cells, and provided meals fit for royalty. The harsh metal chains that once bound them like animals were nowhere in sight. Despite still being technically enslaved, everything in Claudius's palace screamed luxury and comfort. Hancock, who grew up as a royal on Amazon Lily, wasn't used to such extravagance. Even on Snake Island, resources were scarce, and they survived through piracy. Even the queen's meals weren't as opulent as what Claudius seemed to consider everyday dining. Here, fragrant incense burned at night to soothe their nerves and help them sleep, and Hancock assumed it must be something rare and valuable. As she nibbled on a donut, its sweet and tangy flavor made her pause in delight. It was so good that she felt a pang of guilt for enjoying it. The taste seemed to linger with hints of citrus, perhaps lemon or orange. She took another bite, savoring the burst of flavor before she mentally chastised herself. No, Hancock, don't be fooled by the kindness here. This is how he wants to break your will, make you soft and complacent, she reminded herself. But then a small voice in her mind whispered, but it would be a waste not to enjoy the food, right? Besides, eating more means more expense for him. I'm not being greedy, I'm fighting back. Yes, this is revenge for what he and the other celestial dragons did to us. I'll eat him out of house and home. Her resolve set, Hancock bit into the donut with newfound determination. She decided that she would light 3 incense sticks in her room tonight, no, 6, 2 for each of her sisters. That would really show Claudius. Looking over at her sisters, she noticed Marigold and Sandersonia eating with wide smiles, stuffing their faces without a care in the world. Marigold noticed Hancock's gaze, and with a mouth full of food, said cheerfully, "Sister, the food here is even better than on Snake Island." Hancock couldn't help but smile, reaching over to ruffle Marigold's hair. "If it tastes good, eat as much as you want, we don't need to hold back." She picked up a glass of freshly squeezed juice and took a sip. It was as if a garden of fruits had blossomed in her mouth. The flavor was rich and refreshing, and Hancock's mind wandered. Just how wealthy was this Claudius? What if he decided to share some of this wealth with Amazon Lily? Her eyes drifted back to Claudius, who was still deep in conversation with the person on the phone snail. She couldn't shake the thought that he looked different from the celestial dragons she despised. There was something about him that was intriguing. "No, this is nonsense. I won't let myself be taken in by him," she assured herself, shaking her head. But the fear she felt when she first arrived seemed to be slipping away. What fear? I refuse to fear those vile celestial dragons, Hancock told herself. Yet the curiosity lingered. Who was this Cladius, really? And why did he act so differently? Elsewhere at the table, Tesoro was cutting a tender piece of steak for Stella, who sat next to him. The flavor was so rich that Tesoro felt as if he'd never truly tasted steak before. Each bite was an explosion of taste, and he felt a pang of disbelief at his current circumstances. His gratitude for Cladius was immense. When Cladius had taken them away, Tesoro feared he would separate him from Stella, treating her like the other celestial dragons had. But Cladius hadn't done that. He hadn't even shown interest in her, despite her beauty. Tesoro didn't know whether to feel relief or confusion, but he was grateful nonetheless. More than that, Cladius had assigned them a room together. It was almost too much to believe. "Your Highness, Cladius, as long as Stella can live like this, I don't care what happens to me. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth," Tesoro vowed silently. He placed the steak on Stella's plate and said softly, "Here, try this. It's really good." Koala, sitting quietly, glanced at Ace, who was playing on the grass with a milk bottle. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Brother, brother." Today, under the gentle warmth of the sun in Mariewa, everything seemed oddly peaceful, almost as if the harsh realities of the world were nothing more than a distant memory. Chapter 125, The Sadness of Doflamingo. Hancock and her sisters were enjoying their meal. Cladius, however, had already finished eating earlier. Originally, he had planned to dine with them to build rapport, but he realized that rushing things might not be the best approach. It was better to let them get used to the place on their own for a bit, so he had been giving them space for the past couple of days. The morning had been a whirlwind for Cladius. The phone calls from the transponder snail seemed endless. First, there was a call from Dragon. The revolutionary leader reminded Cladius about the promise of lending him an old tome. Cladius had casually agreed to this a while back, and now he felt a bit embarrassed for not following through sooner. Despite thinking that Dragon's endeavors were bound to fail, Cladius appreciated that the man was persistent. Thus, they arranged a time for Dragon to come by and borrow the book. Not long after, Doflamingo reached out. The flamboyant pirate had seen Crocodile become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and was clearly eager to claim such a title for himself. His voice over the transponder snail was animated as he inquired, "Hey, cousin, what's the plan? When do I get my turn as one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" Cladius could hear the impatience in Doflamingo's tone. He knew his cousin had vested interests in the underworld and needed that legitimacy to keep the world government off his back. Despite wearing the uniform of a CP agent, Doflamingo was heavily involved in arms dealing and other illicit trades. This made the title of warlord even more valuable. "Don't rush, Doffy," Cladius said, sipping his juice. "Are you really planning to head to Dressrosa this early?" Doflamingo chuckled. "I hadn't intended to go so soon, but securing the warlord title earlier would speed up my plans and expand the influence of the Donquixote pirates. So, cousin, can you make it happen?" Cladius smiled, understanding the urgency. "It'll happen soon enough, but we need to let the world process the recent changes. Be patient." There was a brief silence on the line before Doflamingo spoke again. "If anyone else told me to wait, I'd demand an explanation. But since it's you, cousin, I'll trust you. I can wait." "Ha ha ha, good, it won't be too long," Cladius assured him. "By the way," Doflamingo's voice trailed off, as though he was hesitating. "What is it?" Cladius asked, intrigued. "Rocinante has come back," Doflamingo said, his voice wavering. "He's joined up with me. I've made him a senior officer of the Donquixote family." "Rocinante?" Cladius was surprised. "And what about Uncle Homing?" The old man's dream was always to wander the world and experience life. He's been doing just that, sending us the occasional letter. "Rocinante and I send him money when we can, so there's no need to worry about him," Doflamingo replied, his tone growing softer. Cladius listened carefully. He knew that Doflamingo once harbored deep resentment toward their father, who had cast them out from the privilege of the celestial dragon's world into the harsh reality of ordinary life. But it seemed time had eroded some of that bitterness, leaving behind only a trace of nostalgia. Cladius chose not to comment on their father. It was better to leave some things unsaid. "So, how's Rocinante?" Claudius asked, trying to steer the conversation to safer ground. Doflamingo sighed, the sound heavy and regretful. "Even though he's my brother, I'm starting to doubt him. I think he might not be as trustworthy as he once was." "What do you mean?" Claudius asked, an uneasy suspicion forming in his mind. "I've found traces of information he tried to hide from me. If my hunch is correct, Rocinante has become a marine at some point. Now, he's rejoined me as a pirate. You understand what that implies, right, cousin?" Doflamingo's voice had a bitter edge. Claudius's eyes narrowed. "A marine, huh?" Claudius's tone grew colder as the pieces fell into place. He had a cordial relationship with Sengoku and shared mutual respect with Marshal Kong, so the notion that they'd send an agent to infiltrate Doflamingo's ranks felt off. They wouldn't take such a risk unless their hands were forced. The only ones who could override their judgment were the 5 elders. 5 elders, Claudius whispered, his voice filled with realization. "So you think the same, cousin?" Doflamingo said, letting out a hollow laugh. "The 5 elders must have pushed for this. I can't see Sengoku or Kong taking such a step willingly. They wouldn't want to jeopardize their standing with you." Claudius agreed. Yes, if Rocinante is indeed working for the Marines, it's likely that Sengoku and Kong were pressured into it. If it were purely up to them, they'd never risk damaging our relationship. They'd have no way to explain it if I found out. Their theory was accurate. Sengoku and Kong hadn't wanted any part in sending Rocinante as an undercover operative, but the 5 elders had insisted, forcing them to comply. The choice had been between disobeying the highest authority or risking Claudius's wrath. In the end, they'd chosen the path with the least immediate consequence. "I've been careful and low profile," Doflamingo said with a hint of sarcasm. "But the 5 elders are still wary of me, even though I'm a celestial dragon. They must think I'm plotting something against them." Claudius gave a thoughtful hum. "If I were in their shoes, I might be cautious too." "Still, they bypassed you, cousin. They didn't want you to know. They're probably afraid you'd be deceived by me," Doflamingo said with a wry smile. "But they don't know that we've always been on the same side," Claudius said, his voice carrying a note of amusement. The 5 elders' suspicion of Doflamingo made sense, but they hadn't anticipated Claudius being involved. After all, as an upper-ranked celestial dragon, it seemed inconceivable that he would align himself so closely with Doflamingo's ambitions. This operation was meant to protect Claudius, not to undermine him. "This will need some patience," Claudius finally said. "Understood," Doflamingo replied, the tension easing from his voice. Claudius knew it wasn't his place to suggest Doflamingo take drastic measures against his own brother, no matter the circumstances. For now, it was enough for Doflamingo to keep an eye on Rocinante and not take any public action against the world government. Besides, Claudius was confident that while Rocinante might be the perfect spy to infiltrate the Donquixote family, he was also too compassionate. The world government might find that their clever plan would backfire one day. And when that day came, Claudius would be waiting, ready to watch the 5 elders grapple with their miscalculated scheme. Chapter 126, Cunning Crocodile. After finishing his conversation with Doflamingo, which involved some light-hearted banter between brothers, Claudius hung up the den mushy and was just about to get up. He intended to check on Hancock and the others to establish more familiarity and build connections. However, before he could take a step, the phone rang again. "What's with today? It never ends," Claudius muttered, half amused and half exasperated. A quick glance revealed that it was Crocodile on the line. Setting aside his plans, Claudius settled back down on the sun lounger, picked up the receiver, and said, Well, if it isn't the illustrious warlord of the sea. What can I do for you?" "What's up with your phone, Claudius? I've been trying to reach you forever, but it just kept going unanswered. You need a new one?" Crocodile's annoyed voice grumbled through the speaker. Claudius chuckled. "Ahahaha, there's nothing wrong with the phone, my friend. I've just been tied up with calls. You're not the only one trying to reach me, you know." "Is that so? Busy man, are you?" Crocodile's tone carried a touch of sarcasm. "Naturally. When you're at my level, where hundreds of thousands of berries change hands with every passing moment, Life tends to stay busy, Claudius responded with a grin. Perhaps, Crocodile said dismissively, as if humoring him. So, to what do I owe this call? Claudius inquired. There was a pause before Crocodile spoke again. It's been a year. Claudius raised an eyebrow, then let out a laugh. Oh, are we talking about our little agreement? So, you're planning to challenge me again this year? Claudius and Crocodile had a standing arrangement. Once a year, Crocodile could challenge Claudius to a duel. If he won, he would regain his freedom. He hadn't taken up the challenge the previous year, so Claudius found this sudden announcement intriguing. Of course, unlike you, Claudius, I spend my time navigating the dangers of the sea, growing stronger with each passing day. By now, both my experience and my strength should surpass yours. What do you say? Are you willing to face me, or will you admit defeat? I promise not to gloat. Crocodile's voice carried a biting edge. Fair point. I may not be out there risking my life every day like you, but if you really think you've caught up to me, you're sorely mistaken, Claudius said with confidence. Come to Alabasta, then. I'll be waiting, Crocodile challenged. Claudius paused, then let out a hearty laugh. Ahahaha, so that's your game. You've gotten a bit more cunning, haven't you, Crocodile? You want to fight me on your turf, the deserts of Alabasta. Trying to use the environment to your advantage, are we? And all that talk before was that just to bait me into accepting. Crocodile remained silent for a moment, but when he spoke again, there was no trace of embarrassment. Our agreement never specified neutral ground, did it? There was no clause saying we couldn't use any resources at our disposal. What's the matter, Claudius? Are you scared? Scared, hardly. If I beat you in Alabasta, I assume that'll make you feel even more defeated, Claudius smirked. Crocodile let out a dry laugh. Exactly. Who knows, maybe in another year or two, I won't be calling to challenge you at all. Well, now that's a delightful thought, Claudius said, his tone amused. After a short pause, he continued, so, was this the only reason you called? Crocodile glanced around the room of his new residence in Alabasta and replied, Not quite. I wanted to inform you that the plan is already underway. Just today, I secured a noble title here in Alabasta. Ahahaha, is that so? Congratulations, Crocodile, Claudius said, genuinely pleased. But, Crocodile hesitated, the mirth in his voice replaced by a serious tone. But what? Claudius asked, curiosity piqued. I initially estimated it would take about 5 years to seize control of Alabasta. But now, after getting a better sense of the place, I've realized the influence of the Nefertari royal family is deeper than I anticipated. I'm revising my estimate. It might take 10 years or even more to achieve full control, Crocodile admitted. Claudius went silent for a moment, processing the new information. Then, he responded, That's fine. As long as we achieve our objective before the big change I've envisioned, I'm not worried. A decade is nothing to me. I have all the time in the world. Crocodile was taken aback, though he didn't show it. Claudius' immediate acceptance of his new timeline, without a single question or reprimand, spoke volumes. It was trust, plain and simple. Crocodile realized that Claudius, with his ability to command loyalty and confidence, was indeed a master at managing people. It was strange. In some ways, Crocodile felt almost proud to be associated with him, not that he'd ever admit it out loud, of course. He composed himself and said, I have a few strategies in mind, but I might need your input now and then. Make your way to Alabasta soon. Don't worry, I'll make sure to beat you soundly, Claudius said with a grin. But first, I have to finish my little errand at Little Garden. I'm close by anyway, and there's a certain dinosaur I'd like to catch. One more thing, Crocodile interjected. I need your assistance with acquiring certain contraband. I could handle it myself, but why go through the trouble when I have you as a resource? I need a substantial amount of dance powder. Dance powder was banned for good reason. It was an artificial rain stimulant that could siphon precipitation from surrounding regions, leading to droughts and potentially catastrophic conflicts. While the world government had officially outlawed it, the black market still thrived with the trade of such dangerous substances. Ah, for the sake of stirring up trouble in Alabasta, I see. I'll point you to Doflamingo. If it's illegal, he's your guy. I have a feeling you two will get along just fine, Claudius said with a chuckle. We'll see, Crocodile replied, his tone as cool as ever. Chapter 127, Go to the Oldest Kingdom of Mankind. Standing on the deck of the Prometheus, even though the ship had been sailing for several days now, Hancock still couldn't contain her excitement and anticipation. Amazon Lily, located in the Calm Belt, had powerful warriors, but the nation's resources were limited, making it difficult to build many ships. Even though Hancock and her sisters were members of the royal family, they had never ventured out to sea. On Amazon Lily, only the most powerful warriors could join the Kuja pirates and sail under the command of the Empress. While Hancock and her sisters were undeniably talented, they still needed more time to grow into such powerful figures. The reason the three sisters had been captured by slavers and ended up as slaves was due to their intense curiosity about the outside world. They often ventured to the coast, waving excitedly whenever they spotted a ship brave enough to traverse the Calm Belt. In retrospect, who would dare cross the Calm Belt without reason? Only those with significant power or individuals fearless enough to risk their lives on dangerous ventures like the slave trade. It was during one of those risky moments that Hancock and her sisters encountered a slaver crew, sealing their fate as captives and taking them to the cruel world of Mariewa. While they technically did sail on that dark journey, it was nothing like now. They were trapped in a dank, suffocating cell below deck, consumed by fear and darkness. The splendor and adventure of the sea were replaced by dread. From there, their world only worsened as they found themselves in the hellish conditions of slavery. It was only by some miracle that the three sisters survived. Everything changed when Cladius appeared. His intervention turned their bleak fate upside down. Lenny and Miro were right. He really is different, Hancock thought as she glanced at the ocean where Lenny and Miro, the mermaid sisters, were frolicking without a care. The two mermaids wore no collars, nor were they restricted in any way. They could leap into the sea and vanish to freedom at any time, yet they stayed close, playing by the ship. When they were tired of swimming, they would climb back aboard and rest, enjoy some refreshments, or lounge in the large pool on the deck. They weren't treated like slaves at all. It seemed more like they were guests aboard this luxury ship, free to enjoy themselves. Hancock realized that her situation wasn't so different. Other than being unable to swim due to her devil fruit powers, she and her sisters were free to roam the ship, just as they had back home. Cladius even mentioned they were bound for the desert nation of Alabasta, and it didn't seem like he planned to confine them to the ship. That meant she and her sisters could set foot on Alabasta and experience the desert for the first time. If we're allowed to wander Alabasta freely, maybe there will be an opportunity to take Mary and Sonia and escape, Hancock considered. But her expression shifted as she muttered, "No, it's too dangerous. Staying with Cladius is safer. If we escape and get caught again, what then?" Cladius had mentioned that soon they would receive training to become stronger. Hancock knew he was referring to Haki training. On Amazon Lily, all warriors possessed Haki, but she and her sisters had never trained seriously. Now that they understood the harsh reality of the world, they figured it was wise to take advantage of Cladius' resources. He was willing to train them, so why not use this chance to become stronger? Once we're stronger, we'll find a better opportunity to leave, Hancock thought, not realizing she was once again compromising with her situation. Hancock and her sisters weren't the only ones enjoying the deck. Stella was standing beside Nia, keenly learning the art of service and refining her skills. Meanwhile, Tesoro was being drilled by three elderly scholars on economics, finance, and the intricacies of wealth management. It was exhausting, but the thought of creating a better life for himself and Stella fueled him. He absorbed every piece of wisdom from the old men with unwavering focus. The more I learn now, the more valuable I'll become to His Highness. If I can prove my worth, Stella's future will be secure and happy, Tesoro thought, encouraging himself to push through. On the third floor of the ship, in the expansive library, Cladius sat with a thick history book on Alabasta. Little Robin, who had been aboard the Prometheus for weeks, hadn't stepped foot off the ship. In fact, she'd taken it upon herself to organize and categorize the entire library during her free time. At this moment, Robin sat on the steps, leaning against the railing with a book in her hands and a cup of warm milk by her side. It was clear that she was content with this routine. From where he sat, Claudius could see the two youngest members, Ace and Koala, poring over a picture book. He'd left most of the other children at home this time, not wanting the ship to be overcrowded. Teachers had been arranged to take care of them and oversee their studies. But Koala was an exception. She was always a little different. "Robin," Claudius called out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Robin, who had been casually observing Ace and Koala, looked up, surprised. Her large eyes met Claudius with a hint of curiosity. "Would you like to join us on our visit to Alabasta?" Claudius asked with a smile. Robin didn't hesitate. She shook her head and replied, "No, I'm not interested." Claudius chuckled. "You'll end up as a recluse like this," he teased. "What's a recluse?" Robin's brows furrowed slightly as she questioned. "Ah, nothing good, that's for sure. As the saying goes, reading 1,000 books is only half the journey, walking 1,000 miles completes it. Books alone won't teach you everything, Robin. Sometimes you need to see the world to truly understand it. So why don't you come with me to Alabasta? It's the oldest known human kingdom. I'm sure it's rich in culture and history," Claudius said, his tone persuasive. Robin's eyes softened. The idea of Alabasta did hold some allure. A kingdom with over 4,000 years of history, what historian could resist such an opportunity? "Who knows, maybe you'll even find ancient ruins," Claudius added enticingly. That was all it took. Robin couldn't hide her intrigue any longer. She nodded in agreement. "Hey ha ha ha, that's the spirit," Claudius said with a laugh. Chapter 128, A Certain Scientific Devil Fruit. In the vast expanse of Alabasta's desert, Claudius and Crocodile were locked in a fierce clash. There was no denying it. Crocodile's power in the desert was formidable, amplified by the surrounding sands that played directly into his abilities. It made him a fearsome opponent. On a small sand dune at a safe distance, Nia and the others watched the battle unfold. Tesoro and Stella had stayed behind on the ship, with Tesoro deep in his studies and Stella choosing to keep him company. Likewise, Koala and Ace had remained on the vessel, engrossed in their own games. Miro and Lenny, the two mermaid sisters, had insisted on seeing the desert despite knowing the sweltering heat would be a challenge for them. They claimed that they might never have another chance to witness a desert again. Now, having fulfilled that curiosity, they regretted it. Both sisters were sprawled out in a large glass tank filled with water on the sand boat, looking as though they were on the verge of being boiled alive under the scorching sun. Hancock looked over at the mermaids, shaking her head with a touch of exasperation. "I told you it would be unbearably hot. Now the water tank is practically steaming," she said, a trace of concern in her voice. "Please, Hancock, I have one final wish. Send me back to the ship," Miro whimpered, extending a hand out of the water feebly. Nia chuckled at the sight and reassured them, "Hold on just a little longer. Once His Highness finishes up, we'll head to town. The oases in Alabasta's towns are quite refreshing." Enel, who had been standing by holding his golden staff, glanced at the struggling mermaids and sighed. A small current of electricity crackled at his fingertips, and in moments, his golden staff morphed into a thin parasol. He placed it over the water tank to shield them from the sun. Miro perked up slightly. "Enel, you really are a good guy. I've decided to forgive you for electrocuting me in the water the other day," she said with a playful smirk. A look of embarrassment crossed Enel's face. "That was an accident," he muttered. He paused, then added, "We're leaving Alabasta after this, and it will be some time before we return to Mariewa. His Highness might visit Fishman Island soon. If so, you'll finally be free. This could be the last time we see each other." "What do you mean the last time?" Lenny chimed in. "Exactly. When you enter the New World, be sure to stop by Fishman Island. We'll welcome you properly," Miro added, her voice more lively now. Enel smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting in rare cheer. "I'll hold you to that," he said, genuinely touched. On the other side, Marigold pointed toward the battle in awe. "Sister, look, His Highness Claudius is so powerful." Hancock followed her gaze, watching Claudius face off against Crocodile. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, he's even stronger than the Empress." In the distance, Claudius wielded his demon blade, Shinda, with expert precision. "One sword style, frost flower burial," he called out as a frosty slash cut through the air toward Crocodile. With a swift movement of his arm, Crocodile commanded the desert to rise. A wall of sand appeared in an instant, blocking the icy attack. The wall froze on contact, its surface glistening with frost, but Crocodile shattered it effortlessly, sending the now loose sand surging toward Cladius. "Desert Spada," Crocodile shouted, his arm slicing through the air as a deadly sand blade hurtled toward Cladius. "Your power is truly troublesome in this environment," Cladius said as he dissolved into an invisible gust of wind, letting the attack pass harmlessly through him. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. "Your power is bizarre as ever. Just what kind of devil fruit is this so-called nitrogen fruit?" It wasn't the first time Claudius's abilities left someone baffled. His power was strange and unpredictable, even to those who fought him. "It's just science, nothing too complicated," Claudius replied nonchalantly, unwilling to go into detail. Before Crocodile could question him further, Claudius posed his own question. "One last thing, my frost technique hasn't been affecting you much, has it?" Crocodile's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. "It has an effect, but not enough to be a concern. Why do you ask?" Claudius's lips curled into a smile. "Just making sure. I've been wanting to try out a new move, a bit of a trump card, if you will." Crocodile raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead and show me." "Are you sure? I might actually defeat you with this one," Claudius said, smirking. Crocodile scoffed, his patience waning. "In the desert, I won't lose, and even if I do, I'll accept it." "Well then, as you wish," Claudius whispered, his voice taking on a more serious tone. His heartbeat quickened, a signal Crocodile recognized as Claudius activating his unique power. The shift was subtle at first, but soon Crocodile felt an inexplicable tension. Claudius's skin began to flush red, as though he were holding his breath or straining under intense pressure. From his 7 orifices, wisps of white vapor began to seep out, covering him in a shroud of smoke. Crocodile noticed the sand beneath Claudius's feet crystallizing with frost. The air felt different, almost thinner, as if it had become lighter. Crocodile's brows furrowed in confusion. In the next moment, Claudius pressed his hands together at his chest and spoke. "Uranus, death of winter." A transparent liquid spread rapidly from under Claudius's feet, rippling out like a small tide that consumed the desert around him. Crocodile's instincts kicked in, and he turned to sand, lifting himself into the air. From above, he could see the liquid envelop the ground below. He felt relieved for a moment, believing he had escaped the attack. But then, the liquid began to evaporate rapidly, turning into thick white mist that rose around him. The sand below was now covered in a layer of frost, an impossible sight in the heart of the desert. Was that it? Impressive, but too slow. Easy to dodge, Crocodile thought, a hint of smugness seeping into his mind. He was ready to counter when an odd sensation washed over him. His head felt light, and his vision wavered as if he were intoxicated. "What's going on?" Crocodile's thoughts turned sluggish as Claudius's voice reached his ears. "The true power of this move lies in its most subtle effect. Ever heard of nitrogen narcosis?" Claudius said, stepping forward with a grin. Crocodile's eyes widened in sudden realization, but it was too late. His consciousness slipped away, and he fell from the sky, landing unceremoniously in the frost-covered sand below. Chapter 129, It's Terrible That You Have No Culture. Rainbase, an oasis city in Alabasta, is part of a land where every city is centered around an oasis. Building a city in the desert without such a water source would mean certain death. In Claudius's memory, Rainbase would later be transformed by Crocodile into one of the most prosperous cities in Alabasta. It would become famous, in particular, for hosting the most impressive casino in the first half of the Grand Line. But right now, Rainbase was still just a modest town with a small population. Crocodile, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had entered Alabasta and swiftly dealt with some of the pirate threats. His power and decisive actions earned him the status of a noble, a knight, bestowed upon him by King Nefertari Cobra. The fief he was granted was none other than the city of Rainbase. Although Alabasta's civilization was advanced in many respects, its governance still held onto some archaic traditions. Nobles here, even new ones like Crocodile, wielded significant power within their domains. At this time, Claudius and his group were guests in Crocodile's newly acquired mansion in Rainbase. Crocodile had recovered from the effects of Claudius's death of winter technique, but he was still trying to understand how he had been caught off guard. What kind of ability was that? He wasn't the only one curious. The rest of Claudius's party looked just as puzzled. "Why are you all staring at me like that? Do I look strange?" Claudius asked, lounging on a sofa with a glass of wine in hand. After a pause, Crocodile frowned and said, "I may not know a lot about your abilities, but I have to ask, what exactly happened back there?" "Yeah, what was that? Did you make Crocodile drunk with some kind of drink?" Enel added, his curiosity piqued. Even little Robin, who had been quietly holding a book, was now eyeing Claudius with interest. Claudius chuckled. "Ah, this is the power of science. You see, Death of Winter is all about deception. It looks imposing and dramatic, but the real trick is in the intoxication." Crocodile had suspected that the move was all show, but it still left him baffled. How could something that looked so grand fail to touch him physically, yet still take him down? A large amount of liquid nitrogen rapidly vaporizes, increasing the nitrogen concentration in the surrounding area. This process is nearly imperceptible. You don't feel any difficulty breathing, and for a few seconds there are no adverse reactions. But by the time you notice it, it's too late. You're already in a state of what I like to call nitrogen intoxication, much stronger than any alcohol. Once that kicks in, any effective response is pretty much impossible, Claudius explained with a grin. The room fell silent as everyone tried to digest what he had just said. Though the words made sense individually, they seemed foreign when strung together in this context. Crocodile and the others looked utterly perplexed. Claudius sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, it's terrible when there's a lack of culture. Forget it, just think of it as a really powerful move." Not wanting to seem ignorant, Crocodile took a sip from his glass, choosing not to press further. He then shifted his gaze to Enel. "I heard you won't be heading back to Mariewa after this." "That's right. I'm planning to roam the seas as a pirate and aim to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, like you," Enel replied confidently. "With your thunder fruit powers, that should be achievable. I'll admit, I'm a bit envious of such a powerful ability," Crocodile said, his tone genuine. After exchanging a few more words with Enel, Crocodile turned back to Claudius. "I've already finalized an arrangement with Doflamingo. He'll be providing the contraband dance powder." Claudius nodded approvingly. "Good, so what's your plan for Alabasta?" The Nefertari family holds significant influence in Alabasta. They are revered and trusted by the people. The first step is to erode that trust, to sow the seeds of doubt and internal strife, Crocodile said calmly, as if he were discussing the weather. "So, you'll be aiding the rebels to undermine the royal family?" Claudius inquired, a slight smirk on his lips. "Not exactly. That approach is too blunt. I aim to position myself as the hero of this nation. Once the rebels topple the royal family, I'll step in to quell the rebellion and restore order. With that move, I'll be seen as the savior of Alabasta and gain control of the country," Crocodile explained. "Sounds like a solid plan, but building that kind of reputation will take time," Claudius said. Crocodile nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Accumulating that level of prestige is a gradual process." Claudius took a thoughtful sip from his glass. "Stick to your plan, I won't interfere." Crocodile seemed satisfied with that response. After a moment's pause, he added, "There are rumors of poneglyphs in Alabasta. Are you interested in those? Should I obtain one for you?" At this, Robin's eyes lit up with sudden interest. She stared at both men, anticipation flickering in her gaze. Claudius chuckled. "The poneglyphs, huh? They're just icing on the cake. I'm not particularly concerned about them." There was a time when Claudius would have been intrigued by the mysteries of the Void Century and the secrets hidden in the poneglyphs. But he had since realized something. Historical revelations might shake the world, but they were only catalysts. True change was brought about by power. An ordinary man could uncover the greatest of secrets and broadcast them to the world, but what would that achieve? He would remain a nobody, easily swept away by the tides of history. The real players, the ones who stood to gain, would always be those in power. So Claudius didn't care much about the poneglyphs anymore. Whether someone exposed their secrets or not, he was more focused on consolidating his strength. That was what really mattered. Just icing on the cake, huh? Crocodile echoed, a smile playing on his lips. You might be right. Chapter 130 Dragon, I brought you a great gift. In the Alabasta Desert, a camel caravan was slowly making its way through the dunes, heading toward Rainbase. Among the riders was a figure who seemed entirely out of place, not because of his presence, but because of his sheer size. While the rest of the caravan sat comfortably atop camels, this towering man could only walk alongside the group. It wasn't an act of discrimination, but sheer practicality. The camels simply weren't tall enough to accommodate his massive frame. Wearing a Madura barriered cap and tinted glasses that obscured his eyes, the figure carried a Bible in one hand. His face remained stoic and unreadable. This was none other than the infamous tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, a notorious pirate on the surface, but secretly an essential cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Next to him rode another man, his face concealed beneath the traditional desert garb of Alabasta. Despite his attempts to blend in, his sharp, commanding gaze and the prominent blood-red tattoo over his left eye made his identity unmistakable. This was Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and one of the most wanted men in the world. With a bounty of 2 billion berries on his head, he was a constant thorn in the side of the world government, a man whose name sent ripples through even the highest echelons of power. Dragon stared out at the endless dunes, deep in thought. Crocodile has settled here as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he muttered to himself. What's the problem, Dragon? Asked Ivankov, riding beside him on a camel. There's definitely a problem, Dragon replied, his tone quiet but firm, his piercing gaze cutting across the landscape. I'm worried about Cladius and what he might be planning for Alabasta. Ivankov raised a curious brow. Why would you think that? Dragon exhaled slowly, gathering his thoughts. The Nefertari royal family of Alabasta is unique. By bloodline, they could have been part of the celestial dragons, but they gave up that privilege long ago. They refused to move to Mariewa and chose to stay with their people instead. Their actions have made them an outlier, a potential problem for the world government. At the last World Summit, King Cobra even proposed reducing the heavenly tribute. It wouldn't surprise me if Claudius were ordered to deal with them quietly. Ivankov fell silent for a moment, digesting this. But I thought you admired the Nefertari royal family. Didn't you say they were different from the rest of the oppressive nobility? They are different, Dragon admitted, his voice tinged with both respect and frustration. The Nefertari family governs with compassion. They care for their people, despise exploitation, and even consult public opinion in their decisions. They're one of the few royal families in this world that could serve as a model for others. That's exactly why they're a threat to the current system. Ivankov's frown deepened. So, what do? Do we intervene if Claudius is really planning something? Dragon hesitated, then sighed. For now, this is just speculation. I can't predict Claudius's moves entirely. He's an enigma. He's a celestial dragon, yes, but he doesn't operate like the rest of them. You still trust him? Ivankov asked, raising an eyebrow. Dragon smiled faintly. Trust is a strong word, but I don't think Claudius has deceived me yet. He's not a traditionalist. His vision aligns with ours in certain ways. A top-down change complementing our bottom-up revolution, it's not impossible. Maybe, but don't forget, he is a celestial dragon. And people can change, Dragon, Ivankov warned. True, Dragon admitted, but at least for now, I don't believe he poses an immediate threat to us. If things change, we'll act accordingly. The caravan eventually arrived at Rainbase, stopping just outside the city. Dragon decided to visit Claudius in person. Kuma and Ivankov, however, chose to remain outside, setting up camp in the dunes. Their identities were far too recognizable, and their presence in the city would draw unnecessary attention. By the time Dragon met Claudius, night had fallen. Alabasta's desert sky was clear, untainted by clouds, and the stars twinkled brightly above, a breathtaking view that seemed almost otherworldly. You actually came in person? Claudius asked, stepping out into the courtyard to greet him. He looked Dragon up and down, noting the dust clinging to his clothes. You could have just sent someone to collect the books. Was this really necessary? Dragon removed his desert veil, revealing his sharp features and the unmistakable tattoo over his eye. He smirked lightly. "Can a guest visit for a drink and a chat?" Claudius laughed and gestured for him to come inside. "Fair enough. My apologies for the lack of hospitality. Come on in." The two sat in the courtyard, sipping tea under the starlit sky. After a moment of silence, Dragon spoke. "See, doesn't this show I'm sincere?" Claudius chuckled. "What's the point of sincerity between us? You, of all people, should know there's no such thing as pure altruism in this world." Dragon smiled faintly, not disagreeing. "Fair enough, but I do have a gift for you." "A gift, huh?" Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. "What's the occasion?" Dragon leaned back, his tone light but deliberate. "The world government's been hunting us relentlessly. I thought I'd make your job easier by giving you something you can use." "Generous of you," Claudius said, his voice laced with amusement. "But aren't you worried I'll use this gift to hurt you?" Dragon shook his head. "It doesn't matter. There's a group of people within the Revolutionary Army who have questionable loyalties. Consider this my way of taking out the trash while giving you something to appease the 5 elders." Claudius's expression didn't shift, but he understood the subtext. These traitors were likely being served up to the world government intentionally, Dragon's way of controlling the narrative and diverting attention. Still, Claudius saw no need to point this out. Why ruin the game? "Very well," Claudius said, taking a sip of tea. "And what's the catch? You didn't come all this way just to clean house, did you?" Dragon smiled, leaning forward slightly. "I heard about your 7 Warlords of the Sea initiative. I think we should talk about it." Chapter 131 Claudius, "I can't help myself." "I think the concept of the 7 Warlords of the Sea is fascinating. Legal pirates? That's certainly a unique approach," Dragon said with a slight smile. If one were unaware of Claudius' deeper intentions, they might think this was just the world government's attempt to divide pirate forces, creating a schism between allies and enemies. But Dragon knew Claudius too well. To him, the 7 Warlords of the Sea represented something far more significant. It was a calculated move by Claudius, a strategy to build his personal power base under the very banner of the world government itself. Normally, the 7 Warlords of the Sea were tools wielded by the world government. But in Claudius' hands, this system had the potential to become a blade aimed back at the heart of the government itself, a force that could betray them from within if necessary. "Well, yes, I do work for the world government. Naturally, I should be doing my part to ease their burdens. In this age of rampant piracy, one has to find ways to patch the leaks in the ship, don't you think?" Claudius said with a casual smile, his tone so genuine that it seemed as though he had no hidden agenda. Dragon smiled too, but made no effort to expose Claudius. "Mask. So, do you think we can place one of our people within the 7 Warlords of the Sea?" Dragon asked, his tone light but purposeful. "You mean Bartholomew Kuma?" Claudius raised an eyebrow. "Exactly. Considering his reputation and strength, he seems to fit the criteria for the 7 Warlords of the Sea, doesn't he?" Dragon nodded. "Oh, he certainly fits the profile," Claudius acknowledged. "But let me make one thing clear, Dragon. By pushing Kuma into this position, you're essentially slipping a piece of your puzzle into my hand. And while that's a tempting offer, it's not enough compensation for what you're asking." Bartholomew Kuma, or the Tyrant, was infamous across the seas. Though ruthless toward other pirates, he rarely targeted civilians or caused unnecessary destruction. His calculated approach had earned him fear and respect, making him a prime candidate for the 7 Warlords of the Sea. However, Kuma wasn't one of Claudius' people. While Claudius didn't need all the warlords to be under his control, he certainly intended for most of them to be. He even had plans to include Dracul Mihawk in the group, not because Mihawk was someone Claudius could manipulate, but because Mihawk's apolitical and solitary nature would reassure the world government that the 7 warlords weren't entirely Claudius pawns. Mihawk was a perfect mascot, for the organization an unassuming, neutral figure. As for the rest of the 7 warlords, Claudius already had his own list in mind. Crocodile was a guaranteed choice, as was his own cousin, Donquixote Doflamingo, 2 seats filled. Other candidates like Gecko Moria didn't interest him, and Jinb, though notable, had no immediate relevance since he was still loyal to Ryugu Kingdom. The remaining slots were tentatively assigned to Hancock, Enel, and Ace. That left one final position, which Kuma could potentially fill, but only if Dragon made it worth Cladius' while. "Don't you think you're being a bit greedy? Not enough compensation, really?" Dragon frowned. "Greedy? You must be joking," Cladius retorted. "Do you think 7 warlords of the sea positions are like cabbages sold on the street? That there's an endless supply? I'm holding onto a limited resource here, Dragon." Dragon rubbed his temples, clearly annoyed but unwilling to argue further. After a moment's thought, he sighed. "Fine, what do you want? How much is it going to cost me?" Cladius smirked. "Simple. After Kuma joins the 7 warlords of the sea, I get a share of whatever benefits your revolutionary army reaps from his position." "You're not even trying to hide your greed, are you?" Dragon raised an eyebrow. "Do you even know what we intend to use Kuma for?" "I don't know, and frankly, I don't need to. But whatever it is, I'm sure it'll pay off handsomely for you, won't it?" Cladius replied, still smiling. Dragon didn't deny it. Although Cladius didn't have all the details, he had a general idea. Dragon intended to use Kuma to infiltrate the Marines' scientific division and exploit its resources. That was likely just one piece of Dragon's larger scheme, but it was enough to justify Cladius' terms. Cladius himself had some influence over the Marines' scientific division, but directly utilizing it would draw too much attention from the world government. If he wanted to keep certain gains hidden, he needed a proxy like Kuma. After a long pause, Dragon finally nodded. "Fine, let's do it." "What, no counteroffer?" Cladius asked, genuinely surprised. "Would it make a difference if I tried?" Dragon replied, giving Cladius a sharp look. "Not at all," Cladius said with a grin. "Business is business, after all. Mixing it with personal relationships only complicates things." Dragon snorted. "I figured as much. Still, don't think you've won here. The next time you need a favor, don't blame me if I make you pay dearly for it." "Ha ha ha, I'll take my chances," Cladius laughed heartily. The two continued to discuss the arrangement briefly. Cladius assured Dragon that Kuma's position in the 7 warlords of the sea would be reserved, but reminded him that the plan was long-term. Dragon would need to be patient and allow Cladius to move at his own pace. Dragon had no choice but to agree. He could only urge Cladius to expedite the process as much as possible. Changing the subject, Dragon casually poured himself a cup of tea and asked, "What's the deal with Crocodile going to Alabasta? What are you plotting?" Cladius raised an eyebrow as he sipped his tea. "What do you mean? What am I plotting? Crocodile went there on his own. Why are you poking your nose into this?" Dragon set the teapot down and after a brief silence said, "Let's not beat around the bush. The Nefertari royal family in Alabasta, they're good people. Are you planning to target them?" Cladius was quiet for a moment before placing his teacup on the table. Meeting Dragon's gaze, he replied, "And if I said yes?" A glint of understanding flickered in Dragon's eyes, and he asked, "Is there no way to avoid this?" Cladius sighed, feigning helplessness. "It's not entirely up to me, you know. I am still a servant of the world government, after all. And the Nefertari family? Well, let's just say their refusal to fully cooperate with the government has made them a target. They've been talking about reducing their heavenly tribute payments. You can imagine how well that went over." In truth, the 5 elders hadn't explicitly ordered an attack on Alabasta. But Cladius didn't hesitate to use them as a scapegoat, framing his own plans as mere obedience to higher orders. Now, it wasn't about what he wanted to do to the Nefertari family. It was about following the will of the world government. Surely, Dragon could understand that Cladius had no choice in the matter, or so Cladius wanted him to believe. Chapter 132. Dragon is heading to East Blue to stir things up. Dragon took another sip of tea, his expression seeming somewhat conflicted. Cladius noticed Dragon's hesitation and stayed silent. The atmosphere between the two grew heavy as neither spoke for a while. After a long pause, Dragon finally asked, "So, what exactly are you planning to do in Alabasta?" Cladius glanced at Dragon with a somewhat amused expression, saying nothing, which only made Dragon feel a little awkward. After a moment, Cladius spoke, "Is it really appropriate to ask?" Dragon shook his head with a faint smile. No, it's not. I guess it's as inappropriate as you prying into how our revolutionary army handles its affairs. Ha 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 ha, at least you understand that much, Dragon. Tell me, do you have any personal connection to the Nefertari royal family? Claudius asked with a chuckle. Dragon shook his head. Not really. Back when I was with the Marines, I met them once or twice, but we didn't have much interaction. Exactly. Since there's no personal connection, why are you so interested in involving yourself in this muddy water? Claudius asked casually, lifting his teacup to take a sip. It's not really about them. It's more regret, I suppose. There aren't many royal families like the Nefertari clan left in the world. You know that as well as I do, Dragon replied after some thought. Claudius nodded slowly, acknowledging the point. From an outsider's perspective, the Nefertari family truly was an exceptional royal family. They ruled Alabasta with fairness and maintained their kingdom's prestige. If they hadn't governed so well, they likely would have been overthrown long ago. But from Claudius' perspective, their excellence was precisely the problem. In this world, a piece of unblemished jade invites trouble. If the Nefertari family had been an ordinary royal family from a small and insignificant kingdom, Claudius might have even protected them. However, as rulers of the powerful kingdom of Alabasta, with significant military strength at their disposal, they became a strategic target. For Claudius, building his power meant he couldn't afford to let such a potential threat stand. I understand where you're coming from, Dragon, but I have my own burdens to carry, Claudius said softly. You don't tell me the revolutionary army doesn't shed blood for its cause, do you? Dragon fell silent, not responding to Claudius' rhetorical question. Whether it's your bottom-up revolution or my top-down approach, blood will be spilled. If you flinch today, you'll end up paying the price tomorrow. Don't underestimate this world, Dragon, Claudius said seriously. Dragon suddenly smiled. Are you lecturing me now? Of course, Claudius replied with a laugh. Dragon knew there was no changing Claudius' mind. He also recognized that he was unnecessarily meddling in something unrelated to him. Deep down, he understood Claudius was right. This wasn't his fight, so why wade into it? After some quiet reflection, Dragon decided to back off. As Claudius had said, there was no point in stirring up unnecessary trouble. You've made your point. What else can I say? If I keep pushing, I'll just look unreasonable, Dragon said, shrugging his shoulders. Good, let's not dwell on unpleasant topics. Besides meeting me, do you have any other plans while you're in Alabasta? Claudius asked. Dragon shook his head. I'm just passing through. My next stop is East Blue. East Blue? Ah, right, that's your homeland, isn't it? Claudius remarked with a grin. Yeah, the Goa Kingdom. It's said to be the most beautiful country in East Blue, though. Well, Dragon's tone softened for a moment, as if reminiscing, but a flicker of disgust soon crossed his face. Claudius knew about the Goa Kingdom. It was indeed renowned as the most beautiful country in East Blue, with its polished image of wealth and prosperity. However, it achieved this reputation by ruthlessly discarding anything deemed undesirable. The nobles lived in luxury, while the poor barely survived in the squalor of the kingdom's infamous gray terminal. It sounds like East Blue is in for some trouble, Claudius said with a chuckle. Dragon waved his hand dismissively. You're reading too much into it. Nothing major. I'm just visiting a friend and taking care of some business while I'm there. Care to share the details? Claudius asked curiously. Tequila Wolf, Dragon replied nonchalantly. I think it's a place with fertile ground for sowing the seeds of revolution. The Tequila Wolf country was a peculiar place. Technically, it wasn't even a proper nation since it had no king or centralized government. But its history spanned more than 700 years, making it one of the most unique regions in East Blue. Over 7 centuries ago, the Celestial Dragons had conceived an ambitious plan to connect the world's islands through an extensive network of bridges. While it sounded grandiose at the time, the sheer scale of the project made it utterly unrealistic. From a modern perspective, it was nothing short of absurd. However, viewed through the lens of history, the idea wasn't entirely without merit. It was a colossal undertaking meant to benefit future generations, even if it was impractical in its own time. When the celestial dragons proposed the project, the world government had taken it seriously. But the labor requirements were astronomical, so vast that not even the wealth of the world government could sustain it. To address this, they came up with a brilliant solution. Instead of hiring workers, they would use slaves. At first, the slaves were primarily pirates and criminals captured by the world government. But as time went on and the government's morality eroded, they began enslaving innocent people as well. Generations of slaves and their descendants toiled on these bridges, and over centuries, their numbers grew into what could be described as a nation in itself, a nation built on suffering. The Tequila Wolf Country's resentment toward the world government had festered for centuries. And yet, despite their hardships, they had managed to achieve remarkable feats. Over 700 years, they successfully connected many of East Blue's islands through their bridges. This had significantly boosted the region's prosperity, as the bridges became vital trade routes linking various countries. Claudius had once studied the history of the Tequila Wolf Country and its cultural significance. He even speculated that its existence might explain why East Blue had earned its reputation as the weakest sea. The bridges not only enhanced the world government's control over the region, but also improved the standard of living for the people. Pirates who ventured into East Blue often found themselves captured and sent to the Tequila Wolf Country as laborers. Over time, the harsh consequences deterred many would-be pirates from even attempting a career in piracy, giving East Blue its reputation as the most peaceful sea. Perhaps this was why the world government promoted East Blue as a shining example of stability, a sea untouched by chaos, serving as a symbol of their governance. And now, Dragon intended to use the Tequila Wolf Country as a foothold to plant the seeds of revolution. In a few decades, this region, which had contributed so much to East Blue's prosperity, would likely see drastic changes. By then, the bridges might no longer serve their original purpose. But history always marched forward. Even if the bridges were abandoned, perhaps new technologies like the sea train would emerge to take their place. The world was ever-changing, after all. Chapter 133, Thinking of a Way to Take in Little Quina. Dragon left Alabasta shortly after, wasting no time lingering. It seemed he truly had no intention of involving himself in Claudius' affairs. As for his mention of heading to East Blue to meet a friend, Claudius could only speculate. If his guess was correct, it was most likely Kashiro from Isshin Dojo in Shimitsuki Village. After all, in Claudius' memory, Kashiro seemed to have subtle ties to the Revolutionary Army, often supplying them with essentials like food and other resources. His dojo could even be considered an unofficial safe house for the Revolutionary Army in East Blue. Speaking of Kashiro, Claudius couldn't help but muse over the man's origins. There was something distinct about him that hinted he might hail from Wano country. The clues were numerous. His name was uniquely Wano-esque, his village bore the name Shimitsuki, and he possessed the sword Wado Ikemanji, one of the most famous blades crafted by Shimitsuki Kazaburo, a legendary swordsmith who had fled Wano decades ago. Kazaburo, renowned for forging both Wado Ikemanji and Enma, was a pivotal figure in Wano's history. The latter blade had belonged to Kazuki Oden, while Wado Ikemanji now rested with Kashiro. Everything about Kashiro, from his name to his sword to the name of his village, hinted strongly at his Wano heritage. Kashiro, Kuina should have been born by now, right? I wonder if Rorinoa Zoro, that directionally challenged fool, has stumbled his way to that village yet. No, it's probably still too early for that, Claudius muttered to himself, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Zoro was undeniably a rare talent, one destined to ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Claudius wouldn't deny being interested in him, but raising a child from scratch wasn't something he had any patience for. He was content to let Kashiro handle Zoro's training and perhaps revisit the matter once Zoro had fully matured as a swordsman. Kuina, on the other hand, intrigued Claudius even more. In his eyes, her talent may have surpassed Zoro's, but her only perceived flaw was that she was a girl. Kashiro, being from Wano, likely carried some of its deeply ingrained patriarchal values. In Wano, samurai were almost exclusively male, and the idea of a powerful female swordsman was nearly unheard of. It was no surprise that Kashiro doubted Kuina could ever reach the summit of swordsmanship. But Claudius didn't share that belief. The world had no shortage of women who stood at its apex. From Charlotte Linlin to Boa Hancock, to Admiral Candidate Jin and Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, and even Stussy, one of the underworld's queens, all of them were powerful figures who had carved out their place in the world. If these women could dominate in their respective fields, why couldn't a female swordsman stand at the pinnacle of kendo? Especially Jin, her abilities as a top-tier swordsman were unquestionable, even without relying on her bunny knight combat style. Claudius didn't buy into Kashiro's belief that women couldn't excel in swordsmanship. The real tragedy of Kuina's story, in his opinion, was her untimely death, a vivid reminder of how fragile humans truly were. Despite her relentless efforts and immense potential, a single accident had claimed her life. Maybe when the time is right, I should make a trip to East Blue myself, Claudius murmured. He firmly believed that Kuina was destined to become a great swordsman. If he could intervene and save her from her fate, she might one day grow into the world's strongest female swordsman. Such a figure would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. If the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind recruiting her into CPX as one of his trump cards. After Dragon's departure, Claudius spent a few more days discussing plans with Crocodile. Their conversations revolved around the core strategy for taking control of Alabasta. While the broader outline was set, Crocodile would need to fine-tune the details over time. Once everything was settled, Claudius saw no reason to linger in Alabasta any longer. Robin, however, seemed especially curious about the kingdom after hearing its rich history and ties to the Void Century. Before leaving, Claudius asked Robin if she wanted to stay in Alabasta. He assured her that if she chose to stay, Crocodile could look after her temporarily. Though tempted, Robin ultimately shook her head. "No, I'll stay with you for now," she said. Her decision wasn't based on logic, but rather a lingering sense of insecurity. For Robin, the Prometheus felt like a piece of O'Hara, a living remnant of her home, and Claudius, who had been entrusted to protect her by her mother and Professor Clover, was her anchor of trust. As long as she remained on the ship or by his side, she felt safe. The thought of staying in Alabasta, even temporarily, filled her with anxiety. "I'll come back and explore Alabasta when I'm older," Robin added softly. Claudius didn't press the issue. He had no desire to leave his librarian behind in the desert anyway. After bidding farewell to Crocodile, Claudius set sail from the port. His next destination was Little Garden, where he hoped to capture a dinosaur as a pet. The voyage to Little Garden was long, and midway through the journey, Claudius received a call from Stussy. "Stussy, it's been a while. Where are you now? Have you missed me?" Claudius asked with a grin. Stussy's lips curled into a smile as she replied, "Of course I miss you, Your Highness. But I know you're not a fan of pretty ornaments without value, so I've been working hard to stay useful. Otherwise, what if you decide to throw me away one day?" "Throw you away? Do I seem like such a heartless man?" Claudius said with mock indignation. "All men are the same," Stussy quipped before continuing in a more serious tone. "By the way, Your Highness, something big has happened on my end recently." "Oh, where are you right now?" Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm in the New World, near the seas around Wano," Stussy replied. Before Claudius could respond, Stussy added, "Gecko Moria and his crew have been wiped out." Claudius paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of amusement, he scratched his head and asked, "Let me guess he went to Wano to pick a fight with Kaido." "Pretty much," Stussy said with a laugh. "I think he got inspired by all the commotion lately. Doflamingo clashing with the Red Count, Crocodile creating waves with Bullet and making a name for himself, it must have lit a fire under Moria. So, he decided to take his shot at Kaido. Well, it didn't end well. His entire crew was annihilated." "And Moria himself, is he dead?" Claudius asked, still smiling. "No confirmed reports of his death, but it seems he managed to escape. His abilities are quite impressive, after all," Stussy noted. "True, the Shadow Fruit is a powerful ability," Claudius admitted. He had always thought Moria's fruit was incredibly versatile, especially its Shadow Clone ability, which created a duplicate nearly equal to the original in strength. The ability to control someone's life and death by stealing their shadow was also immensely dangerous. Unfortunately, Moria had squandered such potential. Instead of maximizing its power, he had turned it into a tool for cheap tricks, hiding behind hordes of zombies while cackling in the shadows. What a waste. Chapter 134, Cladius, Here We Go Again. Although it was a pity that the shadow fruit was wasted on someone like Moria, Cladius didn't really care. Whether Moria lived or died wasn't his problem. Stussy also understood that Moria wasn't exactly a pressing issue. She had simply missed Cladius over the last couple of days and used the topic to start a conversation. After chatting a bit more about Moria, Stussy changed the subject. By the way, Your Highness, are you aware of something that's been going around in the New World recently? Cladius raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? There's a term that started making waves in the New World, Stussy said softly. She paused for a moment, seemingly choosing her words carefully, before continuing. They're calling it the Pirate Emperor. Hearing this, Claudius' eyes lit up, as if something had clicked in his mind. The term Pirate Emperor was new, but it wasn't hard to see where it was heading. It was likely the precursor to what would later become the Four Emperors. In the past, there had been no such terminology, only vague categorizations of pirate power levels. Even during the time of Rox D. Zebek, one of the most formidable pirates in history, the term Pirate Emperor wasn't used. Zebek had been called the Pirate Overlord, and that was the extent of it. Later, Golden Lion Shiki became the most powerful pirate after Zebek's era. At his peak, even Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was slightly overshadowed by him. Pirates like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who were still climbing the ranks, were no match for Shiki back then. Yet, even Shiki had only inherited the title of Pirate Overlord, not Pirate Emperor. What exactly are you trying to say? Claudius asked quietly, his tone thoughtful. The current structure of the New World's pirate factions is becoming increasingly clear, Stussy explained. And without a doubt, the most dominant force is Whitebeard's crew. The Whitebeard pirates hold countless territories in the New World. Just their flag alone is enough to ensure the safety of an entire country. Take Fishman Island, for example. 2 years ago, it was devastated by the chaos of the Great Pirate Era. But now, under the protection of Whitebeard's banner, while it hasn't fully recovered, things have improved significantly. That should give you an idea of how much influence Whitebeard has. Claudius nodded in agreement. Stussy's observations were accurate. Although there were many pirates in the seas, the only one who could truly be called an emperor was Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Kaido was strong, yes, but his recklessness and lack of a cohesive strategy meant he hadn't yet established dominance. Charlotte Linlin's development was more organized than Kaido's, but her territory, Tado Land, wasn't yet the impregnable fortress it would become. Moreover, her children hadn't matured into the powerful force they would eventually be, leaving her empire somewhat incomplete for now. Meanwhile, among the rest of the prominent pirates, the standouts were pretenders like Doflamingo and Crocodile, individuals whose reputations often exceeded their actual strength. They were from the same tier as Moria, yet had managed to elevate their standing through cunning and ambition. It was as if the current pirate landscape was a case of, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. This situation was largely due to the efforts of the Marines and the world government, who had systematically eliminated many of the true heavyweights of the previous generation. From Achoku to Captain John, from the Golden Lion Shiki to the Red Count, and finally to powerhouses like Byandy World and Douglas Bullet, the world government had dismantled one major pirate after another. This left a vacuum, where newer pirates like Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Moria were able to rise to prominence, despite being far from the level of someone like Newgate. This created an interesting dynamic. While the pirate forces were somewhat depleted, the Marines remained at the peak of their strength, maintaining their position as the dominant force in the seas, even in the midst of the Great Pirate Era. As for Shanks, he was still a salted fish, as Claudius liked to put it, a late bloomer to say the least. At the moment, Shanks and his red-haired pirates were likely still a small-time crew with minimal influence. He had yet to gain the fame or status of figures like Doflamingo or Crocodile. His only real claim to fame was being a former crew member of the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger, which gave him some level of credibility among the major players. And yet, within a few years of entering the New World, Shanks would skyrocket in prominence. 6 years before the main story began, he would ascend to the position of Emperor of the Sea. His meteoric rise was proof that the 4 emperors weren't established all at once, but gradually, much like the system of the 7 warlords of the sea. Returning to the topic, Claudius nodded and said, "When Roger was alive, it was undeniably his era. But now that Roger is gone and others like Shiki have fallen, this is without a doubt Newgate's time. I don't see that changing for at least another decade or two. Unless someone like Bullet or World manages to emerge again, Newgate's position as the dominant force in the seas is secure. But I doubt the World government will make any aggressive moves against him for the sake of stability." Stussy nodded. "Even the World government has its limits," she trailed off, not finishing her thought. Claudius smirked. "So what's the point of this whole Pirate Emperor thing? Is it just people hyping up Newgate?" "More or less," Stussy replied. "In the eyes of the pirates, Newgate is already being called the Pirate King in everything but name. Many believe that if there's ever going to be another Pirate King, it has to be him." Claudius paused for a moment, then said, "That's true if he wanted it." Newgate was a peculiar figure. Despite his immense power, he had no interest in claiming the title of Pirate King. Yet his sheer strength allowed him to dominate the pirate world, suppressing any challengers. As long as Newgate stood unshaken, no one else could claim the throne. This had left the title of Pirate King vacant for over 2 decades since Roger's death. This was undeniably Whitebeard's era. This is just the beginning. It wouldn't surprise me if in the future we see a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th Pirate Emperor, Claudius remarked with a smile. Perhaps, but compared to the situation with Moria, this is undoubtedly a much bigger issue. Even if you think the World government won't take action, I believe they'll have to respond in some way. Doing nothing would damage their authority, Stussy said softly. Claudius stroked his chin, considering her words. Just as he was about to respond, the butler Nia entered the room, holding a den mushy. For a moment, Claudius felt a sense of déjà vu. The same waters, the same scenario. "Your Highness, there's an urgent summons from Mariewa. You're required to return immediately for an important meeting," Nia said quietly. Claudius groaned, covering his face with one hand. Was it really so difficult to catch a dinosaur in Little Garden? Once again, his plans were being derailed. "Well, that was fast," Claudius muttered helplessly. "I barely finished saying the World government wouldn't act, and now this happens. Stussy, it seems you've jinxed me." Stussy chuckled mischievously. "Heh, I'll be heading back to Mariewa as well. I can't wait to see you there." Chapter 135. Sengoku, what else can I do? Pretend to be humble. Claudius sighed in frustration. As much as he wanted to visit Little Garden to capture some dinosaurs, an urgent summons from Mariewa left him no choice but to abandon his plans. Occasionally, he couldn't help but think about how easy life would be if he were just a typical, pampered celestial dragon, living idly without a care in the world. But of course, that was just a fleeting thought. He couldn't help but chuckle at the ridiculousness of it. The reality was that an order was an order, and he had no intention of testing the limits of the higher-ups' patience. Rushing back to Mariewa, Claudius didn't want to risk arriving late. After all, many influential figures would be present. It wouldn't do to appear disrespectful by showing up last, as though he thought himself above everyone else. When the ship docked at the port, Hancock, still pouting, voiced her displeasure. "I thought we'd have more time to enjoy ourselves. We didn't even get to see any dinosaurs, and now we're heading back to the cage." Claudius glanced at the young Hancock, her face still carrying traces of childhood innocence despite her growing beauty. Amused, he replied, "In this world, once you step into the fray, you don't get to make all your own choices. Work hard and grow strong, and maybe one day you'll be able to live as freely as Enel." That's right, Enel had stayed behind in Alabasta, eager to learn from Crocodile. His goal? To understand what it meant to be a great pirate. The thought made Claudius laugh to himself. Was there really a need to seek guidance on how to become a pirate? Still, it wasn't entirely surprising. Crocodile had played something of a mentor role for Enel, even teaching him the finer points of fishing. So, for now, Enel intended to study under Crocodile before setting out on his own. As for Hancock, her relationship with Claudius had improved during this trip. Though she was still somewhat guarded, she had grown to acknowledge that Claudius wasn't like the other celestial dragons she had encountered. However, her defiance hadn't entirely faded. Hearing Claudius' words, Hancock scoffed, "I won't let myself become one of your pawns like Enel." "Pawn?" Claudius echoed, knocking lightly on her head with his knuckles. "Don't talk about him like that. Enel isn't a pawn, he's one of my precious subordinates, and who knows, maybe you will be too one day." Hancock swatted Claudius' hand away. "Don't count on it. I'm the heir to Amazon Lily's throne. I'll become the empress of the Kuja tribe. I'm not one of your subordinates." "Is that so?" Claudius teased with a grin. "I thought I was quite generous to my subordinates. If you joined me, perhaps Amazon Lily would thrive like never before. But never mind, you can't force these things, can you?" Hancock froze for a moment, then glanced at Claudius. She wanted to retort but hesitated, feeling trapped by her own earlier defiance. She couldn't deny the truth in his words. Claudius wielded wealth, influence, and connections that could undoubtedly benefit Amazon Lily. If she were willing to lower her pride a little, she could potentially secure immense advantages for her people. Should I really lower my head for the sake of Amazon Lily? Hancock wondered silently, conflicted. But Claudius paid her no further attention. As the ship docked, he disembarked quickly. Not far away, he spotted a warship, and to his surprise, Sengoku was stepping off it. Claudius decided to put the Hancock situation aside for now. After all, the duck was already in his grasp. It wouldn't fly away so easily. As Sengoku approached, Claudius waited, greeting him with a smile. "Your Highness, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here at the port," Sengoku said, his tone warm and cordial. "Indeed," Claudius replied with a smile. "I rushed back as quickly as I could and managed not to be late." Despite the fact that Sengoku had planted an undercover agent in Doflamingo's operation, Claudius bore him no personal grudge. He understood that Sengoku had been forced into a difficult position. There was no need to hold it against him. The two exchanged casual pleasantries as they walked. Soon, a few other marine officials joined them, and the group headed to the world government's headquarters in Mariewa. Without even stopping by his residence, Claudius went straight to the familiar conference room. The room was already filled with figures from both the marine and CP agencies. Claudius took his seat, with Sengoku sitting next to him. Looking around, Claudius noticed that the 5 elders had yet to arrive. Figuring it would take some time before the meeting began, he turned to Sengoku and asked, "So, what's the rush this time? Why the urgent summons?" "What else could it be?" Sengoku said with a bitter smile. "Your Highness, you must have heard about it. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has more influence in the New World than our world government. His flag alone offers more security than the franchise agreements of the world government." Claudius chuckled lightly. "Isn't that old news? Everyone knows the world government's control over the New World is weak. It's no secret." "It's true that this has always been the case," Sengoku admitted. "But until recently, it was a quieter reality, hidden from the public eye. Now, with the rumors about a so-called pirate emperor, Whitebeard's dominance has been thrust into the spotlight. It's becoming a matter of public perception, and that's bad for the world government's image." Claudius smirked and teased, "Well, it sounds like the Marines are about to take the brunt of the criticism for this. Pirates are your jurisdiction, after all. I'm sure the CP agents will have a field day mocking you." Sengoku sighed, his expression bitter. "As if I don't already know that. Your Highness, you'll need to speak up for us later." Claudius burst out laughing. "Oh no, I wouldn't dare cross those 5 old men. You'll have to fend for yourself, Sengoku. Good luck." Shaking his head, Sengoku sighed again. He knew Claudius was only teasing. Regardless, he couldn't escape the inevitable scolding from the 5 elders. After a moment, Claudius raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you have any concrete countermeasures in mind?" "Against the world government or against Whitebeard?" Sengoku replied with a wry smile. Before Claudius could answer, Sengoku continued, "For the world government, The only countermeasure we have is to keep pretending to be humble. What else can we do? Refuse their funding. Claudius laughed again, finding Sengoku's honesty amusing. Beneath his serious exterior, Sengoku clearly had a sharp sense of humor. We're used to being scolded, beaten down, and then being the ones to clean up the mess. It's just how it is, Sengoku said. As for Whitebeard, he trailed off, his expression growing serious. After a brief pause, he shook his head. There's not much we can do. The tide has already turned. If we're being honest, this all traces back to Roger and his parting words before his execution. That bastard. Claudius nodded in agreement. Without Roger, there would have been no great pirate era. The Marines' carefully laid plans to suppress piracy had been thrown into chaos, and now they were struggling just to maintain balance. The original Marine strategy had been straightforward: eliminate Roger and his contemporaries to strike fear into the hearts of pirates everywhere. With that fear, they'd clean up the remaining major figures like Newgate, Kaido, and Linlin. But Roger's declaration of the One Piece had turned the seas into a chaotic free-for-all, rendering those plans irrelevant. Now, the Marines were just trying to hold the line. It really is a tough situation for you, Claudius said sympathetically, shaking his head. Chapter 136, Claudius, I came prepared. Claudius chatted a little longer with the visibly frustrated Sengoku. Soon after, the arrival of one of the 5 elders was announced. As usual, not all 5 appeared. Presiding over this meeting was Saint Ethanbaron V. Nusjuro, commonly referred to as the Bald Elder. From the moment he entered the room, his foul mood was palpable. His expression was grim, and his heavy footsteps filled the air with tension as he approached the table. With a sharp motion, Nusjuro threw a folder onto the table, the slap of paper echoing in the room. He sat down heavily and snorted coldly. The Pirate Emperor? Huh? How very impressive. Why haven't I heard that there's another great noble in this world holding court over us? Claudius suppressed a laugh, carefully glancing at Sengoku, who looked as though he had been hit by a bus. The Admiral's expression was filled with aggrieved resignation, as if mentally preparing himself for the verbal lashing to come. Thank goodness I'm not Marine, Claudius thought with amusement. Kong probably saw this coming and sent Sengoku in his place to take the heat. What a clever move. Ha ha ha. As expected, Nusjuro's attention quickly focused on Sengoku. His sharp gaze bore down on the Admiral as he said, Well, Sengoku, what's with that look? Feeling wronged, are we? Is it not Marine's responsibility that the pirates have grown so out of hand? Sengoku, clearly holding back a sigh, bowed his head slightly and replied, It's Marine's unshirkable responsibility. Then why do you look so aggrieved? Nusjuro barked, leaning forward. What do you want from me? Sengoku thought bitterly. But outwardly, he quickly adjusted his posture, straightened his back, and said, I don't feel wronged at all. Now you're sitting up like nothing matters. Do you think this isn't a big deal? Nusjuro snapped again, his tone growing even harsher. Sengoku nearly choked. Seriously, what am I supposed to do here? Meanwhile, members of the CP agency sitting across from Sengoku were barely containing their smirks. Seeing the Marines and especially Sengoku being dressed down was a rare treat. The rivalry between Marine and CP was no secret, and watching Marine get scolded was a small victory in their long-standing feud. Even Guise, the leader of the CP delegation, couldn't help but show his amusement. Though he tried to suppress his laughter, his shoulders trembled slightly, betraying his glee. Sengoku shot him a glare that could have melted steel, but Claudius was thoroughly enjoying the scene. Watching Sengoku get chewed out while the CP agents gloated made for an entertaining show. But Nusjuro wasn't blind to Guise's amusement. His sharp gaze turned toward the CP leader, and his tone grew icy. Guise, don't think you're in the clear. You've had every resource you could possibly ask for: funding, manpower, intelligence, and yet, what do we have to show for it? You promised to dismantle the Revolutionary Army within 3 years, yet they've only grown stronger. Care to explain that? Guise's smirk vanished instantly. His shoulders straightened, and he looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Wasn't this meeting supposed to be about the pirates? How did we end up talking about the Revolutionary Army? Meanwhile, Sengoku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, Guise. I owe you for taking the spotlight off me. Truly. But Nusjuro wasn't done with Marine just yet. And don't think this Revolutionary Army issue doesn't concern you, Sengoku. One of your people, Monkey D. Garp, is directly tied to this mess. Or have you forgotten that the leader of the Revolutionary Army is his son? Sengoku froze, a shiver running down his spine. He remained silent, knowing there was nothing he could say to deflect this particular accusation. Having vented his frustrations on Marine and CP, Nusjuro finally turned his attention to Claudius. His sharp eyes bore into him, and Claudius instinctively straightened in his seat. Why is he looking at me? Surely I'm not in trouble, am I? Claudius, Nusjuro began, his tone pointed. I've heard you've been quite busy recently. Is CPX running out of things to do? Claudius felt a pang of dread but maintained a calm facade. He replied in a steady voice, Sir, you've misunderstood. CPX has been operating at full capacity. In fact, I just returned from Alabasta after handling the task assigned to me. Nusjuro raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Alabasta? That doesn't seem like a high-priority matter. Sounds more like you took a little vacation. Claudius inwardly cursed his luck. Why did he have to call me out on that? But outwardly, he shook his head and replied firmly, On the contrary, sir. While in Alabasta, I also gathered intelligence on the Revolutionary Army. This seemed to catch Nusjuro off guard. Oh, the Revolutionary Army, you say? And what did you find? Claudius silently praised his good fortune. Thank you, Dragon, for providing me with an excuse. Without that little gift, I'd have been cornered here. Yes, sir, Claudius said with a confident nod. We identified the location of a Revolutionary Army cell. Spandine is currently leading an operation to apprehend them. Initial reports suggest there are high-ranking cadres among their ranks. Once they're captured, I'll hand them over to CP for interrogation. I believe this could lead to a significant breakthrough. Just as Claudius finished speaking, his den mushy began ringing. The sudden sound drew everyone's attention, and the room fell silent. Claudius glanced at the device, his eyes lighting up when he saw the caller. Spandine, you really are my lucky star today. Seems like Spandine has an update, Claudius said aloud. Nusjuro nodded, his curiosity piqued. Let's hear it. Claudius answered the call, and Spandine's voice came through, brimming with excitement. Your Highness, I have excellent news. Spandine, Claudius replied smoothly. I'm currently in a meeting with the elders. Go ahead and report. Yes, of course. Spandine's tone turned more formal as he continued. I'm pleased to report that the operation was a success. We captured a group of Revolutionary Army operatives, including 2 high-ranking cadres. Even better, all were taken alive. Claudius couldn't help but grin. Well done, Spandine. You've exceeded expectations. Bring them back to Mariewa immediately. Rewards will be waiting for you. Spandine, practically giddy with gratitude, thanked Claudius profusely before ending the call. When Claudius turned back to the room, he noticed that Nusjuro's expression had softened considerably. Excellent work, Claudius, Nusjuro said, his tone genuinely approving. Once again, you've proven yourself reliable. Claudius offered a modest smile, though inwardly he sighed in relief. Crisis averted, for now at least. Chapter 137, Let's Shake the Pot Together. At this moment, Nusjuro was visibly in a much better mood. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Now this is what it means to have capable people on your side. Claudius' ability to deliver results at critical moments clearly set him apart. He was shaping up to be the most reliable celestial dragon of his generation, a rarity that Nusjuro couldn't help but appreciate. Without even needing direct orders, Claudius had taken the initiative to address the Revolutionary Army issue. Unlike the CP agencies, who had spent years only managing to capture small-time players, Claudius, CPX had managed to grab 2 cadres in a single operation. To Nusjuro, this demonstrated that CPX was proving to be an extremely useful organization. Meanwhile, Claudius was breathing a quiet sigh of relief. The operation had gone better than he could have hoped, and now he could take the credit while passing off the risks. Putting on a confident front, he said, I've always kept the guidance of the 5 elders in mind, never daring to slack off. It's my responsibility to contribute to the world government, and it's the very purpose of CPX to solve problems for our cause." Hearing this, Nosjuro's satisfaction grew even further. He nodded approvingly and said, "It's good to hear you think that way. Excellent work, Claudius." Claudius nodded humbly and added, "Once Spandine escorts the captured Revolutionary Army operatives back to Mariewa, CPX will transfer them to the CP agency for interrogation. I trust they'll yield results soon enough." This was Claudius' way of skillfully passing the responsibility along. He knew very well that the operatives Dragon had handed over were likely expendable pawns. Even if they were cadres, Dragon would have thoroughly prepared them to give false leads or useless information. Anything gleaned from interrogating them would likely turn into traps for the world government. Claudius wasn't about to step on those landmines. His role was done, he had captured them and earned the credit. What happened next was someone else's problem. Guise, however, wasn't privy to this subtext. Hearing Claudius' gesture, he was genuinely touched. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. Our CP agency will spare no effort in interrogating these operatives and securing actionable intelligence. We'll strive to neutralize the Revolutionary Army as soon as possible." Claudius waved his hand in an almost magnanimous fashion and said, Of course. We're all part of the same family. It's only right to support one another." The sense of satisfaction he felt at passing the responsibility while being thanked for it was almost addictive. Not bad at all. Maybe I should help like this more often, Claudius mused. Unaware of Claudius' real intentions, both Guise and Nosjuro continued to regard him with approval. Nosjuro, in particular, was especially pleased with how Claudius had shared the credit so generously. "Look at Claudius' mindset and awareness," Nosjuro said, casting a critical glance at both Sengoku and Guise. "Now compare it to your agencies. Don't you feel ashamed? Both of you represent vital branches of the world government, yet you can't cooperate sincerely. Why can't you work together more like this?" After a few more words of reprimand, Nosjuro took a sip of tea to calm himself. Then, in a slightly more relaxed tone, he said, "In the end, I just want you all to focus on the bigger picture. Do your jobs, cooperate, and take a page from Claudius' book." Setting down his teacup, Nosjuro turned back to Claudius. "Speaking of which, you've always shown a knack for flexibility and results. What's your take on this Pirate Emperor situation? Any ideas on how we should handle it?" Claudius froze for a moment. "Is this what they call shooting yourself in the foot? I really was on vacation. I didn't give this matter a second thought." Scratching his head in mild embarrassment, Claudius replied, "Well, regarding this Pirate Emperor situation, specifically Whitebeard, I must admit that CPX hasn't had the bandwidth to focus on it yet. My knowledge on the matter is limited, and I'd prefer not to speak out of turn. Perhaps I could learn from the perspectives of others here before offering my own thoughts." Nosjuro considered this for a moment. He nodded thoughtfully, reasoning that Claudius had indeed been occupied with Alabasta and the Revolutionary Army. While CPX was proving to be an effective organization, it was still relatively new and lacked the resources and legacy of the older CP agencies. It was only natural that Claudius couldn't tackle everything at once. "I see, that's understandable," Nosjuro said. Claudius, sensing Nosjuro's leniency, quickly added, "However, once this meeting concludes, CPX will begin looking into the matter. I assure you, we'll do everything we can to support the world government on this issue." When you say that, Claudius, it really puts me at ease," Nosjuro said with a smile. Satisfied for now, Nosjuro turned his attention to Sengoku. "All right, Sengoku, what about Marine? Do you have any strategies or countermeasures?" Sengoku resisted the urge to sigh. "Can I say we have nothing?" Keeping his expression composed, he answered, "From what I can see, the situation in the New World is relatively stable at the moment. While Marine has managed to plant a few footholds in the region, they're still new. Expanding Marine's influence in the New World to create an effective deterrent will take considerable time. As for the Whitebeard pirates specifically, if it comes to a direct confrontation, Marine headquarters is confident we can defeat them." Nosjuro frowned slightly. Sengoku's response felt like empty words. If Marine can't even handle a single pirate crew, what good are they? But at the same time, Nusjuro knew the reality. Mobilizing enough forces to take on Whitebeard directly would destabilize the entire region. It wasn't a question of whether Marine could win, it was a question of whether they could afford the consequences of such a fight. I asked for ideas beyond brute force, Nusjuro thought with irritation. Instead, all I get is this pretense of readiness. Do they think I don't understand the stakes? Still, Nusjuro chose not to escalate things further with Sengoku. He turned to Giz instead. What about the CP agency? Any ideas? Giz hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. After a moment of thought, he said, "Our CP agency is exploring options to destabilize the Whitebeard pirates from within. If we can sow discord and create internal divisions, that would be ideal." Hearing this, Claudius nearly laughed out loud. Internal divisions? You're talking about Whitebeard's crew here, one of the most famously united groups in the New World. Their entire ethos is built around loyalty and family. Unless you somehow have the dark fruit and a line to teach himself, good luck with that nonsense. Chapter 138, Claudius, Sengoku, are you pitting me? During the meeting, Claudius came to a deeper realization about the inner workings of the world government. It wasn't just the external forces pressing against them, their internal rot and stagnation were all too apparent, and the worst part was, they were aware of it. Nusjuro glanced unhappily between Sengoku and Giz, his displeasure clear. He wasn't blind to the underlying challenges of the situation. He knew full well that Whitebeard's influence was an almost insurmountable problem. But doing nothing? That was out of the question. His expression darkened as he said in a low voice, "I don't care how complicated the situation is. We must come up with a plan today. That plan will be implemented, regardless of whether it works or not. We cannot sit idle. If we do nothing, where is the majesty of the world government?" At those words, the room fell silent. Everyone present knew how difficult it was to deal with Whitebeard, and no one wanted to be the first to speak. Claudius leaned back in his chair, his thoughts churning. Dealing with Newgate was no simple matter, but if someone could figure out a way to eliminate him, it would be beneficial, even for Claudius. Whitebeard was a giant of an era, suppressing chaos and maintaining a delicate balance. If he were to fall, the sea would plunge into further turmoil. From Claudius' perspective, a chaotic sea would serve his larger plans. A more unstable world would give him greater opportunities to strengthen CPX and extend his influence. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was a symbol of stability in his own way, even if it wasn't the kind of stability the world government liked. But after a moment's thought, Claudius frowned. If Whitebeard were so easy to deal with, someone would have taken him out long ago. The only scenario I can think of where he'd fall would be something on the scale of the Summit War years down the line. Even then, it wasn't like Whitebeard would go down easily. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Sengoku suddenly broke the silence. "It's not entirely hopeless. There may be a possible breakthrough." The room's attention shifted to him immediately. Claudius, surprised, thought, "You don't get called the resourceful admiral for nothing, do you?" Giz and even Nusjuro turned their focus to Sengoku, waiting for him to elaborate. After a brief pause, Sengoku continued, "That said, it won't be easy." "Speak your mind," Nusjuro said, his tone slightly more even. Sengoku nodded and said, "Currently, Whitebeard's banner flies over Fishman Island. Fishman Island, as you all know, is a legitimate member of the world government. If we could remove Whitebeard's pirate flag from Ryugu Palace, it would deal a serious blow to his prestige and influence." Nusjuro frowned at this suggestion. His initial frustration with Whitebeard's influence stemmed from the exact issue Sengoku had pointed out. A world government member state, Fishman Island, sought security under Whitebeard's flag rather than the government's. The mere sight of that flag spoke volumes about the world government's failure to protect its own. But the problem wasn't as simple as Sengoku made it sound. Fishman Island's unique history made it a deeply complicated matter. Nusjuro sighed and said, "Sengoku, you're aware of the factors that have driven Fishman Island to this point, aren't you?" Sengoku was silent for a moment before nodding. "I am." "Then do you think your suggestion is feasible?" Nusjuro pressed. Sengoku hesitated before replying, "It won't be easy, but we have to start somewhere. We'd need to create an opening, a shift in their trust." Nuzjuro shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a note of resignation. It's not just difficult, it's near impossible. The situation with Fishman Island was far from straightforward. While it had long been a member of the world government, its relationship with Mariewa was strained due to the enduring issue of slavery. Officially, slavery had been outlawed by the world government decades ago, yet the practice persisted openly in Mariewa, especially among the celestial dragons. Fishmen and merfolk were particularly valued as slaves, which only exacerbated the racism and exploitation faced by Fishman Island's people. This historical mistreatment had left the island's rulers deeply distrustful of the world government. Turning to Whitebeard for protection wasn't a choice they made lightly, it was one born of desperation. If the world government wanted to replace Whitebeard's flag with their own, they would need to rebuild trust with Fishman Island. But that would require addressing the root of the problem, the institution of slavery in Mariewa. And that was no small task. Even the 5 elders, who personally disliked the slave trade, knew how entrenched the practice was among the celestial dragons. Changing that would be akin to trying to uproot a mountain. The room grew tense as the implications of Sengoku's suggestions sank in. It wasn't just about removing a flag, it was about confronting a deeply ingrained system. Just as Cladius was considering how to stay out of this mess, Sengoku's next words sent a chill down his spine. But, Sengoku continued, his tone shifting, if there's anyone who could take the first step, it might be His Highness Cladius. Cladius froze. What the hell, Sengoku? Why are you dragging me into this? Hearing Sengoku's suggestion, Nuzjuro turned his attention to Cladius. His expression was one of intrigue, as if he were seriously considering the idea. Cladius, suppressing the urge to glare at Sengoku, forced a polite smile and said, "What do you mean by that, Sengoku? Are you suggesting I take responsibility for the slavery issue in Mariewa?" "Not all of it," Sengoku replied with an awkward smile. "Just the issue of slaves from Fishman Island. It's a more contained problem, and if addressed, it could serve as a gesture of goodwill toward Ryugu Palace. That, in turn, might lead to progress on the flag issue." Cladius narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing Sengoku was deliberately throwing him under the bus. But Sengoku wasn't entirely wrong. Compared to dismantling the entire slave system, focusing on Fishman Island's specific grievances was more manageable. Still, it wasn't a task Cladius wanted to take on lightly. Before Cladius could respond, Nuzjuro leaned forward slightly, his interest clearly piqued. "Cladius, this might actually work. You've always been bold and unorthodox, traits that could make a difference here. After all, your reputation in Mariewa is unique. You have room to maneuver in ways others don't." Cladius sighed inwardly. "By unique, you mean I'm seen as a troublemaker, don't you?" But he knew better than to argue with Nuzjuro in this setting. Leaning toward Sengoku, Cladius whispered in a low, irritated voice, "Sengoku, are you trying to set me up?" Sengoku, trying to look as innocent as possible, replied just as quietly, "Help me out here, Your Highness, or they'll tear into me even harder." Cladius sighed again, this time more audibly. "After this meeting, you'd better give me a damn good explanation." "I promise, Your Highness, you won't be disappointed," Sengoku said quickly. Chapter 139, Calm Belt. Coming out of the World Government Headquarters, Cladius walked side by side with Sengoku, seemingly deep in conversation. "Let me get this straight. The mess was caused by the Marines, but somehow it all landed on me. Sengoku, you're really something. You found the perfect job for me," Cladius said, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Sengoku looked slightly embarrassed but managed a wry smile. "Your Highness, isn't the CPX division specifically there to handle issues that both the Marines and the CP agencies struggle with? I'll admit it, there are some things that even the Marines just can't manage." Cladius raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, "I didn't expect this." "Didn't expect what?" Sengoku asked with a curious smile. "I didn't expect you, Sengoku, to have such a thick skin. You're really something else," Cladius said with a tone of disdain. "Hehehehe." Sengoku laughed heartily but then shook his head and said, Sometimes there's no choice but to adapt." "Fine, I'll let it slide this time, but your Marines owe me one," Cladius said, arching an eyebrow. And what exactly do you have in mind? Sengoku asked, nodding with a polite smile. The scientific department, Claudius replied without hesitation. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, clearly finding the request somewhat tricky. After all, the Marine Scientific Department was a highly sensitive unit, handling crucial technology and research. Don't worry, I'm not asking to take over or command them, Claudius clarified, waving his hand dismissively. I just mean that if there's something interesting or useful that I know you guys have, you won't keep it hidden from me. Sengoku considered it for a moment. That request wasn't too unreasonable. After all, they all worked under the world government, and Claudius held a prestigious position. Refusing him outright wouldn't look good. In truth, Claudius had been fairly accommodating to the Marines overall. He didn't make a habit of demanding favors or causing unnecessary trouble for them. And from Claudius' perspective, maintaining a good relationship with the Marines made sense. Their combat strength and unique system of justice could prove useful in the future. Helping them clean up their current mess was part of a larger picture. Since Your Highness has made this request, the Marines certainly won't keep anything good from you, Sengoku said with a smile. Claudius nodded in satisfaction. Just recently, he'd struck a deal with Dragon over Bartholomew Kuma, and now he'd secured an arrangement with the Marines as well. With all these connections, the scientific department's resources should be within his grasp soon. As they continued walking, Sengoku suddenly said, "By the way, Your Highness, about the matter of the warships you promised to help push along." "Warships? I don't recall owing you anything about warships," Claudius replied, puzzled. It's not that you owe us. It's just that we Marines discovered that the warships produced by Water 7 are of exceptional quality. We want to increase our orders, but their production seems to have reached its limit. They're avoiding taking on too many orders from us, so I was hoping you could put in a good word for us. Sengoku's tone was amiable, almost pleading, as he added, "We're all part of the same family, after all." Now Claudius understood. Smirking, he said, "So now you're impressed with the shipbuilding skills of Water 7? Fine, I'll help you out. But what's with the sudden rush to produce so many new warships? You're not exactly expanding recruitment right now, are you?" Sengoku hesitated briefly, but decided to explain. "It's partly related to the scientific department. We've recently developed a technology that allows sea stone to be applied to warships. Ships equipped with this can essentially blend in with the sea." "Blend in with the sea?" Claudius asked, intrigued. "Exactly. With this technology, the warships emit a unique signal that makes them undetectable to sea beasts and sea kings. This significantly reduces the chances of warships being attacked by marine creatures," Sengoku explained. "Don't underestimate this," Sengoku continued. "Every year, at least 20% of our warships are damaged by attacks from sea creatures. While the issue is minor in most standard waters, in the New World, it's a completely different story. The seas there are full of dangerous monsters, and our warships frequently come under attack. This new technology could save us an enormous amount of resources and, more importantly, the lives of countless soldiers." "And I assume this would also let you navigate the calm belt safely?" Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. "In theory, yes," Sengoku admitted. "But the calm belt is still a high-risk area, and the technology isn't fully tested yet. We haven't officially implemented it." Claudius rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Interesting. And because of this, you need more new warships. I assume it's because retrofitting old ones with sea stone is too costly." "Exactly," Sengoku replied. "Sea stone is incredibly valuable. Retrofitting old ships feels like a waste, so we're hoping to produce a new fleet specifically designed for this technology. That's why we need your help to speed up production." Claudius smiled faintly. "So, once you have a fleet of these ships, the calm belt becomes open for exploration." "Potentially, yes. This hasn't been officially reported to the higher-ups yet. In fact, Your Highness, you're one of the first to know about this outside of the Marines," Sengoku said with a sly grin. Claudius' interest was piqued. Smiling, he replied, "I see. Looks like you've been saving this little secret to win me over, huh, Sengoku?" "Heh, sometimes you have to give a little to get a little," Sengoku said with a chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, Claudius said, "Do you need me to cover for you?" Well, given that this technology hasn't been fully tested in the calm belt, it's still a theoretical application. The calm belt is dangerous, after all. Personally, I think it'll take another 3 to 5 years of experimentation before it's ready for full deployment. What do you think? Sengoku said cautiously, testing the waters. Claudius nodded knowingly. You're right. Rushing something like this would be reckless. If certain nosy celestial dragons got wind of it and decided to demand a test run through the calm belt for fun, only to meet with disaster, who'd take the blame? It's better to wait until the technology is completely mature and proven before anyone hears about it. Sengoku was relieved to see Claudius on the same page. Exactly. Rushing things could lead to unnecessary problems. It's always better to proceed carefully. Claudius added with a sly grin, of course, CPX operates on the same principle, helping the world government solve problems. Perhaps we could collaborate on this? It might speed things up, don't you think? Sengoku laughed and nodded. Your Highness, that's an excellent suggestion. The Marines would be happy to cooperate with you. Despite their cautious words about the dangers of the calm belt, both men were clearly aware of the enormous potential profits and resources waiting to be exploited there. For centuries, the calm belt had remained untouched, its natural treasures and opportunities beyond reach. Now, with this new technology, the possibility of free passage through the calm belt was within sight. Though dangerous, the benefits were undeniable. For the Marines, assembling a large fleet was entirely feasible. And for Claudius, with Water 7 under his control, the opportunities were just as promising. Between them, the allure of the calm belt was becoming hard to ignore. Chapter 140, Sengoku, St. Claudius is my patron. At the end of the day, everyone has some degree of selfishness, and Sengoku was no exception. In a different situation, if Sengoku didn't have the backing he now enjoyed, he wouldn't dare to overreach. If a major breakthrough like the new seastone technology appeared, his only option would have been to report it directly to the world government and hope for some recognition in return. But things were different now. For years, Marine's relationship with Claudius had been exceptionally close. Claudius wasn't just some random celestial dragon sitting idly in Mariewa. He was a true power player, a heavyweight within the Holy Land's inner circle. His authority rivaled anyone below the 5 elders themselves. And Claudius had a natural advantage. As long as the Marines didn't pull something outrageous like declaring independence, Claudius could shield them from almost anything. So naturally, Sengoku saw an opportunity. But this wasn't just about taking advantage of Claudius. He knew better than to let someone like Claudius do all the heavy lifting without giving anything in return. That wasn't how partnerships worked. As someone destined to become Marine Fleet Admiral in the future, Sengoku understood the rules of the game. Friendship alone wasn't enough to bind 2 parties together. True alliances were built on mutual interests. Claudius cultivated his ties with Marine because it benefited his own ambitions. Likewise, Sengoku sought to strengthen the Marines by nurturing his connection with Claudius. It wasn't a one-sided relationship, but a give-and-take dynamic. And now, the fruits of this long-standing partnership were starting to show. With Claudius' support, Marine would soon gain the capability to access the calm belt, a game-changer in every sense. Through Claudius, Sengoku could position this innovation under the guise of experimental testing. With this classification, Claudius' influence could shield the project from scrutiny by the world government. In truth, Sengoku's move wasn't just about technology, it was about the bigger picture. The age of pirates was snowballing out of control. Whitebeard's rise as a pirate emperor was a reality, and Sengoku had every reason to believe he wouldn't be the last. Soon, there might be a second emperor, a third, even a 4th or 5th. How would Marine respond to such a crisis? To truly hold their ground, the Marines needed overwhelming strength, enough to dominate the seas with absolute authority. If Marine were 3 or 5 times stronger than they were now, wiping out the Whitebeard pirates would be just another day's work. They could restore order to the world without breaking a sweat. But the unfortunate reality was that, while Marine was strong, they weren't invincible. Their resources were limited, their forces spread thin. And this led to an even bigger problem. Marine's reliance on the world government for funding. Marine's budget, its military strength, was entirely dependent on how much funding the world government allocated each year. Even with the best intentions, Marine couldn't expand its forces beyond the limits of its budget. Justice, while noble, couldn't fill empty stomachs. And no matter how passionate the soldiers were, they couldn't fight for justice on an empty stomach forever. If the world government reduced Marine's funding, even by a little, it would be enough to spark internal chaos. There would be no need for pirates to intervene. Marine would collapse under its own weight. So for years, Marine's growth had followed a step-by-step plan dictated by the world government's financial constraints. This slow and steady pace ensured stability, but it wasn't nearly enough to meet the challenges of the escalating pirate era. While the world government had been generous with funding recently, Sengoku knew this couldn't last forever. The system itself was flawed. The world government was an enormous bureaucracy, and Marine wasn't its only concern. In fact, Sengoku understood that the CP agencies were the world government's true favorites, receiving preferential treatment in both resources and attention. Although Sengoku didn't have access to the full details, he could guess the situation. The world government was likely stuck in a vicious financial cycle. Marine's recent budgets may have been generous, but that generosity came at a cost. The truth was, the world government had been running at a deficit for years. It was a carefully guarded secret, one that even Cladius was unaware of. But for those paying attention, the signs were clear. The massive structure of the world government meant that only a fraction of the taxes collected worldwide actually made it to the central authority. Of the hundreds of billions in taxes collected, only 7 or 8 billion reached the world government's coffers. The rising tide of piracy had further worsened the situation, disrupting trade routes and strangling maritime commerce. Merchants struggled, and as their profits declined, so did the wealth of the nations they operated in. A weakened economy meant lower taxes, and the world government's revenue continued to shrink. In response, the world government had been forced to increase its spending, pouring more money into Marine's military budget and other initiatives to combat piracy. But even amidst this financial crisis, the celestial dragons lived in their own world, oblivious to reality. They spent extravagantly, their opulent lifestyles draining the treasury with no regard for the consequences. The gap between the world government's income and expenses had grown unsustainable. Sengoku could see the writing on the wall. The military budgets of today wouldn't last forever. 2 years from now, Marine might find itself facing serious cutbacks. If there were no other options, Sengoku would accept this fate. But now, there was an alternative, a chance to break free from the world government's tight grip. The new seastone technology for ships had opened a door. With the ability to access the comm belt, Marine could tap into untold natural resources. And while Marine wasn't allowed to engage in independent business operations explicitly forbidden by the world government, Cladius could. As a celestial dragon and head of CPX, Cladius operated outside the usual restrictions. His pedigree and privileges made him a perfect shield. Marine could work with Cladius to exploit the comm belt's resources, turning them into a new source of revenue. It wouldn't just be about survival, it would allow Marine to grow on its own terms, free from the limits of the world government's budget. Of course, Sengoku had no intention of reporting this development to the higher-ups. Instead, he labeled the seastone technology as still in testing, ensuring that no one could interfere for the time being. Cladius' support would cover any minor infractions, smoothing over potential complications. And Sengoku had no doubt that Cladius was just as eager to see this succeed. The prospect of vast wealth and influence in the comm belt was too enticing to ignore. By working together, Cladius could serve as Marine's umbrella, shielding them from bureaucratic scrutiny while they developed the comm belt's resources. With this new revenue stream, Marine could finally break free from its financial shackles. If the plan succeeded, Sengoku was confident Marine could enter a new era of rapid development. With increased power and resources, they could suppress pirate forces worldwide with ease. It wasn't a perfect plan, there were risks and potential pitfalls, but with Cladius covering their tracks, Sengoku believed the partnership was rock solid. Having a backer is a wonderful thing, Sengoku thought to himself with a satisfied smile. Chapter 141, Cladius. I'm a celestial dragon, what do I have to fear? Sengoku had his plans, but Cladius wasn't without his own. The Calm Belt, an untapped reservoir of immense natural resources, was a place Cladius had been eyeing for a long time. However, for the longest time, he hadn't found a practical way to exploit it. His original idea was to wait until Amazon Lily came into play specifically to see if their unique sea serpent biotechnology could be of any use. He'd also considered the seastone-coated ship technology used by the Marines to navigate the Calm Belt. Yet, he wasn't sure when exactly this technology had been developed. From his memory, this innovation came into play during the Summit War, when Vice Admiral Mamanga used it to summon Boa Hancock to fulfill her warlord obligations. As of now, Cladius wasn't sure if Marine had already perfected the technology. This uncertainty was part of the reason why he had always wanted to probe deeper into Marine's mysterious scientific division. Technology, after all, was the primary driver of progress. Even something seemingly simple could lead to massive breakthroughs and unimaginable profits. Now, however, Cladius didn't need to chase after the technology himself. Sengoku had delivered it right to his doorstep. Only an idiot would refuse such an opportunity. Why had Cladius spent so much effort maintaining close ties with Marine's upper echelons over the years? Was it purely out of nostalgia for Zephyr's kindness? Perhaps a little, but not nearly enough to justify his actions. The real reason was far more practical. Cladius wanted to influence Marine headquarters in the long term. He aimed to make his personal presence felt within the Marine hierarchy. While direct control over Marines similar to how the world government wielded authority was ideal, Cladius knew it wasn't realistic. Marine's structure was too insulated, its systems too rigid. It wasn't a power easily infiltrated or controlled. So, he settled for a different approach, gradually accumulating influence within Marine, waiting for the right opportunity to leverage the banner of justice to his advantage. And this opportunity had finally arrived. Sengoku's proposal to use Cladius as a shield for broadening Marine's financial resources wasn't just about tapping into the Calm Belt. It was about opening a door, one that allowed Cladius to embed himself in Marine's operations. Once this door was opened, Marine, having tasted the benefits, wouldn't be able to close it again. For Cladius, the profits of the Calm Belt were secondary. The real prize was the influence and leverage this arrangement gave him over Marine. After all, wealth was just money, but power was the ability to shape events. The world government kept Marine under control by holding their purse strings. The threat of cutting military expenditures was enough to force even someone like Akinu to compromise. No matter how fiery his absolute justice burned, even Akinu had no choice but to bow to reality when the world government controlled the funding. But now, thanks to Sengoku, Cladius was planting a seed of independence within Marine. With this new financial channel, Marine wouldn't be as constrained by the world government's budgetary whims. From Sengoku's perspective, this deal was a minor gray area, barely a violation. With Cladius covering for them, it was a negligible risk. Cladius was a celestial dragon, the very embodiment of the world government's legitimacy. So long as the money was technically coming from Cladius, it was just an extension of the system itself. But from Cladius' perspective, this was much more significant. He was laying the groundwork to influence the world government's strongest force, making it easier to sway Marine's actions in the future. As for the immense profits of the Calm Belt, Cladius felt that with his identity and Marine's partnership, those profits were already as good as his. Even if this arrangement lasted for 7, 8, or 10 years before the world government caught wind of it, Cladius wouldn't lose any sleep over it. If they did catch on, what could they even say? Cladius could easily argue that all the money had gone toward strengthening the world government's forces. Specifically Marine and CPX, it wasn't as if he were embezzling funds or using the money for personal gain. After all, both Marine and CPX were officially part of the world government. Cladius could even frame it as a move to reduce the world government's financial burden, sparing them from the need to provide annual funding. Although Sengoku himself lacked the authority to formalize such a deal, Claudius was confident in his own ability to convince the five elders if necessary. He could present the Calm Belt's development as a win-win. If the world government attempted to control it directly, at least half the resources would be lost to corruption before reaching their hands. Claudius, however, had no need for such underhanded tactics. As a celestial dragon, the world government's wealth was already his wealth. There was no reason to siphon funds. By placing himself in charge, Claudius could ensure all resources were collected efficiently and allocated transparently. And with this newfound wealth, Marine and CPX could strengthen their forces, stabilizing the seas and securing the world government's rule. It was a proposal that ticked every box. Of course, all of this hinged on Claudius remaining loyal and not overstepping his bounds. But as a celestial dragon, especially one as high-ranking as he was, Claudius had a natural advantage in earning trust. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Claudius decided that Sengoku's plan was not only feasible, but highly advantageous for everyone involved. Sharing a knowing look, Claudius and Sengoku both broke into laughter. The understanding between them had deepened, and without others to intrude, their alliance now felt solidified. Placing a hand on Sengoku's shoulder, Claudius said with a grin, "Sengoku, I'll make sure Water 7 prioritizes this project. We'll push aside any unimportant orders and focus all our efforts on your Marine and CPX ships. Let's make sure we complete these experimental results as soon as possible to serve the world government." "Ha ha ha ha, much appreciated, Your Highness," Sengoku replied with a smile. "There's no need to stand on ceremony," Claudius said grandly. "Up until now, perhaps there's been a bit of distance between us, but starting today, we're truly on the same side. Don't worry, Sengoku, I'll never shortchange your Marines. How about a 50-50 split? I won't take advantage of you." Sengoku's eyes widened slightly at the offer. He had been prepared to settle for a 3-7 or even a 4-6 split, given the weight of Claudius' involvement and his role as a protective shield. To hear Claudius suggest an even 50-50 split without hesitation was beyond generous. Claudius, a celestial dragon, had no need to make such an offer, but the fact that he did was enough to leave Sengoku thoroughly impressed. Chapter 142, Ready to Clean Mariewa. As the two continued walking and chatting, Claudius eventually said, "Sengoku, once I've taken care of the mess in Mariewa, how about we meet at Sabyati Archipelago?" Sengoku nodded. "I'll leave it to your arrangements." During the earlier meeting, Sengoku had successfully passed the responsibility for dealing with Fishman Island onto Claudius. Nuzjuro had also agreed that Fishman Island was a logical starting point to make progress, an opening to begin tearing a hole, as Sengoku had put it. The reasoning was straightforward. While Whitebeard's flag could be seen flying in various territories, there was no justification for it to be raised over a member nation of the world government. That had to be addressed. Fishman Island was such a place, and it had to be resolved. The meeting concluded with Nuzjuro deciding to reevaluate and reorganize the world government's relationship with Fishman Island. In the original timeline, there was no such effort. Princess Ottoheim's plans were disrupted when she was captured by a celestial dragon, an event that should still be 2 years away. That incident strained the relationship between Fishman Island and the world government even further, leaving it unresolved for years. Even later, at the World Summit, Fishman Island still operated under the protection of pirates, with Whitebeard's flag being replaced first by Big Mom's and later by Luffy's. The island's allegiance was dictated by strength, with one pirate group after another acting as its guardian. Although the five elders had attempted to improve relations with Fishman Island, appointing Jinbei as one of the 7 warlords of the sea was merely a symbolic gesture, with limited impact. But this time, things were different. Claudius, as Sengoku described, was an anomaly among the celestial dragons, much like how Garp was a disruptive force within Marine. Claudius could do things that the 5 elders couldn't or wouldn't, and he felt no qualms about breaking convention. The preliminary plan was for the world government to free 1/3 of Mariewa Fishman Island slaves, focusing primarily on the merfolk. It was a gesture of goodwill designed to show sincerity toward Fishman Island. This wasn't about morality or fairness, merely pragmatism. It would give the celestial dragons time to process the changes while demonstrating to Fishman Island that the world government was serious about improving their relationship. The message was simple. We're showing you good faith. Now it's your turn to meet us halfway, take down Whitebeard's flag, and we'll provide the protection you need. Of course, this plan applied only to slaves from Fishman Island. It wasn't a blanket liberation effort, nor was it meant to address other types of slavery. This was just one part of a larger strategy. The reason Cladius and Sengoku planned to meet at Sabyati Archipelago was that the area had been designated for cleanup as well. Unlike Mariewa, where freeing slaves meant dealing with the celestial dragons directly, Sabyati was less complicated. The merfolk and fishmen there were mostly held by slave traders, who lacked the untouchable status of the celestial dragons. The decision was clear: crush them completely. Nasjuro and Claudius agreed to a no-tolerance policy, wipe out the slave trade in Sabyati related to Fishman Island. Any merchant caught trafficking merfolk or fishmen would face absolute consequences. If they dared to repeat their crimes, they'd pay with their lives. Sabyati Archipelago also held symbolic importance. Part of the plan was to establish a special zone on Sabyati where Fishman Island residents could come freely, providing them with a safe haven. This gesture was another way of demonstrating the world government's commitment to change. After parting ways in front of the social square, Sengoku headed to the port to return to Marineford and make the necessary preparations, while Claudius returned to his palace to set things in motion. As soon as Claudius stepped inside, he saw Nia waiting for him. "Nia, I need you to contact the Ministry of Internal Affairs and find out how many slaves in Mariewa are from Fishman Island. They have 3 days to compile the information and send me a full list," Claudius instructed with a smile. Though curious about the sudden request, Nia refrained from asking questions and simply nodded. "Yes, Your Highness, I'll handle it immediately." Once Nia left, Claudius made his way to the courtyard. There, he spotted Lenny and Miro chatting with the 3 Boa sisters by the pool. "Your Highness, you're back," Lenny said cheerfully as she noticed him approaching. "Yeah, I'm back," Claudius replied with a nod and a smile. However, there was a hint of melancholy in his voice as he continued, "Lenny, Miro, it's time for you two to pack your things." The 2 mermaid sisters froze, clearly confused. "Are you sending us away, Your Highness? Are you giving us to someone else?" Lenny asked nervously. Claudius chuckled and patted her head gently. "Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am? I promised you a long time ago that I'd set you free. In a few days, I'm heading to Fishman Island, and that's where you'll finally be able to go home." The moment Claudius finished speaking, Lenny and Miro's faces lit up with joy. Watching from the side, Hancock looked at Claudius in surprise. Though she had overheard this promise before, she had always thought he was simply placating the 2 mermaids. She never imagined he'd actually follow through, especially so soon. Lenny, however, noticed the slight sadness in Claudius' expression. Feeling a pang of guilt, she hesitated before saying, "If we leave, Your Highness will be lonely, won't you? Why don't we stay a little longer? You'll have another chance to visit Fishman Island in the future." Claudius smiled warmly at her words, his mood visibly lifting. "No need. Every journey has its end, Lenny." After a brief pause, he added with a playful grin, "Besides, I've worked hard for you merfolk this time. I just persuaded the 5 elders to implement some changes in Mariewa. 3 days from now, we'll be freeing 1/3 of the Fishman Island slaves in Mariewa. For Sabyati Archipelago, the world government will prioritize cleaning up the mermaid slave trade there as well. And that's not all. New legislation will be put in place to protect the personal safety of Fishman Island residents. From now on, anyone who harms or enslaves merfolk will face severe punishment. It's no longer just empty formalities. How does that sound?" Though Claudius exaggerated slightly by taking full credit for these reforms, he didn't feel too bad about it. After all, he was spearheading the effort, so why not claim a bit of the glory? Lenny and Miro were ecstatic, their gratitude and excitement evident in their expressions. "My doors will always be open to you," Claudius added with a smile. "If you ever feel like visiting, you're always welcome." At this moment, Hancock spoke up, her voice tinged with anticipation. "What about us?" "What about you?" Claudius asked, raising an eyebrow. "Can we be free too?" Hancock asked eagerly. Claudius burst into laughter. "Free? Ha ha ha, don't even dream about it. You three will never escape my grasp." Chapter 143. I was ordered to raid their homes. Mariewa was unusually noisy today, especially within the Celestial Dragon's residential district, commonly referred to as the House of the Gods. The source of the commotion, none other than Claudius himself. The Ministry of Internal Affairs didn't dare keep a celestial dragon like Claudius waiting for the 3 days he had allotted. In just a day and a half, they delivered a comprehensive list of all slaves in Mariewa, originating from Fishman Island to Claudius' palace. With the list in hand, Claudius gathered a large entourage and began his self-proclaimed mission to clean up Mariewa. Walking down one of the grand avenues of the domain of the gods, Claudius held the list in one hand, a pen in the other. Having just left a celestial dragon's estate, he crossed a name off the list with a flick of his pen. Trailing behind him was a frail fishwoman, her body scarred and her spirit broken, moving like a lifeless puppet. She followed Claudius' group in silence, a stark reminder of the system he was now challenging. "Who's next on the list?" Claudius muttered, scanning the names. Then, with a slight smirk, he said, Well, Rossward, let's see what you've been hiding." The list showed that St. Rossward's household held 4 fishwomen as slaves. Unbelievable! I only have 2 mermaids in my house, and that bastard dares to keep 4? Disgusting. Claudius clicked his tongue in irritation. Without looking back, he waved his hand and declared, "Turn around. We're heading to Rossward's place." As the words left his mouth, a familiar voice called out behind him. "Your Highness, what's all this commotion about, making such a scene?" Claudius turned, and his expression brightened as he recognized the speaker. "Well, if it isn't Stussy, long time no see." It was indeed Stussy. She looked as youthful and radiant as ever, her appearance unchanged despite the years. "You haven't aged a day," Claudius said with a grin, "still as stunning as always." A faint blush crept onto Stussy's face as she rolled her eyes. "Oh, stop it. I'm barely over 20, what's supposed to change?" Claudius chuckled but didn't press the topic further. For all the years they'd known each other, Stussy had never revealed her real age. It didn't matter to him, she was beautiful, and that was enough. TN, once again don't forget that this fic was written back in 2020. Thanks to Stussy's influence, even Nia, his ever-efficient butler, had maintained a near-ageless appearance over the years. What sort of tricks these 2 women used to maintain their looks was a mystery to Claudius, but he wasn't particularly concerned. If he ever stumbled upon a way to prolong his own life, whether through pure gold or the opope fruit, he'd gladly seize the opportunity. "Ha just got back today?" Claudius asked, changing the subject. Stussy nodded. "That's right. I only just returned to Mariewa and thought I'd come see what you were up to. As soon as I entered the domain of the gods, I could tell something was off. The atmosphere was strange. I asked around and found out you're on some kind of mission. Care to explain?" It's simple enough," Claudius replied with a laugh. "I'm raiding houses." Stussy blinked in disbelief. "Raiding houses? You're raiding celestial dragons' homes." "Why not?" Claudius shrugged as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Your Highness, isn't that going a bit too far? What if this backfires? Can you handle the consequences?" Stussy asked, her tone laced with concern. Her worries weren't unfounded. Even though Claudius held a special status and was valued by the 5 elders, openly antagonizing other celestial dragons could create enormous pressure that even he might struggle to withstand. Claudius understood her concerns perfectly. His reputation as a wild card among the celestial dragons allowed him to act freely in many ways, but it wasn't without its risks. This entire cleanup operation was bound to offend the majority of Mariewa elite families. And once it was over, Claudius would have no choice but to lean even harder on the 5 elders for protection. Without their support, the backlash could be overwhelming. But Claudius didn't care. Outside of his own Donquixote family, the rest of the celestial dragons meant nothing to him. In his eyes, they were just parasites. This world wasn't big enough for all of them to coexist forever. Eventually, there would be only one family standing at the top, and he intended for it to be the Donquixote family. Even the 5 elders posed a dilemma for Claudius. Initially, he'd viewed them as the root of the world government's problems. But over time, as he interacted with them more, he began to see them in a different light. Unlike most celestial dragons, the 5 elders genuinely seemed to care about the world's stability and development. They understood that a strong, orderly world would make the world government stronger. They worked tirelessly to suppress piracy and maintain peace, and they fought back against the revolutionary army because it threatened the established order. Of course, they had their flaws, power-hungry and self-serving as they were, but who didn't? Claudius hadn't yet uncovered any deep, unforgivable secrets about them. For now, he could only speculate about their darker side. What troubled him more was how well the 5 elders treated him. Despite occasionally setting him up to take the fall for various schemes, they had otherwise supported him wholeheartedly, even going so far as to groom him for greater responsibilities. Sometimes, Claudius couldn't help but wonder, were they preparing him to succeed them one day? This thought made him hesitate. If the 5 elders continued treating him with such generosity, would he even have the heart to eliminate them when the time came? For now, though, these were questions for the future. As long as they maintained this mutually beneficial relationship, there was no harm in letting things play out. If they could accept his leadership down the line, Claudius might even consider sparing them. But as for the rest of the celestial dragons, they were irrelevant to him. He wasn't afraid to offend them. If anything, they'd likely hate him even more after today's events. And if they wanted to complain, they could take it up with the 5 elders. "Don't worry, Stussy," Claudius said confidently. "If this operation creates any trouble, there are people above me who can handle it. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up." With that, Claudius handed Stussy a royal order from the 5 elders, granting him full authority over the operation. Stussy skimmed the document, her eyes widening slightly. She couldn't help but smile. "I see, you're carrying out the higher-ups' orders. Well, I suppose that makes things easier." As they talked, Claudius' group reached the gates of St. Rosward's estate. The gates were shut tight, as if to ward off Claudius' intrusion. Looking at the grand, ornate palace, Claudius smirked. "Ah, how welcoming. Locking me out, are they? Well, no matter." Without hesitation, he turned to his men and ordered, "Break the door down. Let's see what treasures they're hiding inside." Chapter 144. Being a bandit is fun, especially when stealing from celestial dragons. Hearing the relentless pounding on his courtyard gates, St. Rosward was both nervous and furious. What the hell is Claudius trying to do? I've shut the gates and stayed out of his way, and now he's banging on my door. Rosward fumed, pacing back and forth in his courtyard, his face red with anger. Surrounding him was a group of slaves, along with his mentally deficient son, St. Charlos, who was sitting on a chair being carried by attendants. Charlos, still recovering from the beating he'd received from Claudius some time ago, flinched at the noise outside. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and every movement reminded him of the pain. Hearing the commotion, Charlos looked panicked. "Father, that guy is here for trouble again. Let's run away," Charlos blurted, his voice trembling with fear. He didn't dare provoke Claudius anymore. The last time, he'd only taken his shoes off, and yet Claudius nearly beat him to death. He still couldn't take care of himself, not that he ever really could. Just the thought of Claudius storming in made him shudder. Suddenly, a thought crossed Charlo's mind, and he twisted his bloated body in a panic. "Quick! Someone bring me water to wash my feet. If my feet are clean, maybe Claudius won't hit me." Rosward's eye twitched as he watched his son. He nearly spat blood in anger. "What kind of idiot are you?" Rosward roared, slapping Charlos across the face. "Calm down, I'm here. Let's see if Claudius really has the guts to lay a finger on you while I'm standing. If he tries anything, I'll take this straight to the 5 elders and demand justice. We're celestial dragons. How dare we endure this kind of persecution?" Charlos froze in shock, holding his cheek where his father had slapped him. "Father, you hit me," he stammered in disbelief. Rosward's anger flared again, and he looked like he was about to kick his son. But a young celestial dragon girl tugged at his arm. "Father, don't be mad at brother. "He's just scared," said the girl gently. Rossward sighed and patted her on the head. "Shaurya, stay behind me. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." From their conversation, one might think Claudius was some notorious villain terrorizing the innocent. Well, given the current circumstances, perhaps that wasn't entirely wrong. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The ornate gates of Rossward's estate fell to the ground with a thunderous bang, crushing the manicured flower beds below. Through the settling dust, Claudius strode in with his usual carefree demeanor. He looked around the courtyard, rubbing his chin as if inspecting the place. "Not bad, not bad. The landscaping here is pretty unique," he mused aloud. "Claudius, what is the meaning of this?" Rossward roared, stepping forward in fury. "What's the meaning of this?" Claudius replied casually. "I was just passing by and noticed your door seemed broken, wouldn't open no matter how hard I knocked, so I did you a favor and opened it for you. Don't worry, I'll send someone to install a brand new one later. I'm very considerate like that." Rossward's face turned crimson with rage. His hand trembled as he pointed at Claudius. "Get out of here, you're not welcome in my home." Claudius didn't bother responding. He stepped forward, brushed aside Rossward's hand with ease, and leaned down slightly. Using his height advantage, he tapped Rossward on the forehead with his finger and said, "Listen here, Rossward. Don't stand here pointing at me like you're somebody important. Don't forget your place. We may both be celestial dragons, but there's a hierarchy even among us. You're just a mid-level celestial dragon, while I'm from the Donquixote family. Don't get too full of yourself." The tap on the forehead made Rossward stagger back a few steps. He clenched his fists, swallowing his humiliation as he stared at Claudius with a mix of anger and fear. "Don't be too arrogant, Claudius," Rossward finally snapped. "I haven't even settled accounts with you over what you did to Charlos last time. Now you come storming into my home? If you don't give me an explanation, I'll take this straight to the 5 elders." "Oh, are you threatening me?" Claudius asked, his voice dripping with mockery. Then, with a smirk, he added, "Let me give you a little advice, Rossward. Don't push your luck. Resisting the law is a serious offense, you know." Rossward felt like his brain had short-circuited. Resisting the law? He was sitting at home minding his own business, and now Claudius was accusing him of breaking the law? What law? What nonsense was this? Ignoring Rossward's dumbfounded expression, Claudius shifted his gaze to Charlos. The moment Charlos caught Claudius' eye, he flinched as though he'd been struck, trembling in his seat. Claudius, however, didn't bother with him. Picking on Charlos was hardly satisfying, it was like bullying a puppy. Behind Rossward, Claudius noticed a young girl peeking out nervously. Shaurya, if he remembered correctly. She was pretty, but he had no time to concern himself with her. "I hear you've got 4 mermaid slaves in your house," Claudius said, his tone turning cold. "Hand them over now. If even one is missing, you'll find out why the flowers are red." "Preposterous," Rossward roared. "Even if you're a high-ranking celestial dragon, you can't just waltz in here and rob us. Those mermaids are my property, my slaves." Claudius waved dismissively at one of his attendants and said, "Write this down. Rossward obstructed justice, resisted law enforcement, and refused to surrender illegal slaves. Record this as an act of defiance against the world government." Behind him, one of his clerks dutifully scribbled the words into a notebook. Rossward was livid. "What law did I break? What nonsense are you spewing, Claudius?" Instead of answering, Claudius slapped Rossward across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then turned to his entourage and ordered, "Go inside, find those 4 mermaids, and bring them out. Take anything else that looks interesting while you're at it. We can't visit a place like this and leave empty-handed." Rossward writhed on the ground, his voice trembling with rage. "Claudius, you're nothing but a bandit. This isn't over, I'll make sure you pay for this." Claudius casually dusted off his hands, ignoring the outburst. "Bandit? Me? Nah, I'm just following orders from the 5 elders. See for yourself." He tossed the royal edict onto Rossward's chest, then leaned down with a grin. "This is official business, sanctioned by the highest authority. If you've got a problem, go ahead and take it up with them. But let me give you some advice, don't waste your breath. I've got more houses to raid today, and as long as you stay out of my way, I couldn't care less about you." Without waiting for a response, Claudius strode deeper into the estate, his entourage following close behind. Chapter 145, Let the blood flow like a river. For 3 full days, Claudius stirred up chaos across Mariewa, leaving no stone unturned. Nearly every celestial dragon family had been visited by him, their homes ransacked under the guise of enforcement. Like at St. Rosward's estate, wherever Claudius went, he left with something valuable, whether it was slaves or treasures. By the end of it, Claudius had accumulated a small fortune. He wasted no time. All 300 freed mermaid slaves were loaded onto his ship, and with Miro and Lenny accompanying him, Claudius set sail for Sabyati Archipelago. Once there, he planned to have his massive flagship, the Prometheus, coated, a task that would take at least a week given its size. But Claudius wasn't one to sit idle. During that week, he intended to get a few things done. First, he'd send word to Fishman Island, letting them know to prepare for his arrival. Second, he would oversee a joint operation between CPX and Marine headquarters to clean up Sabyati Archipelago. The normally chaotic island was about to become a war zone. Back in Mariewa, inside the grand offices of the 5 elders, a pile of complaints sat on their table, and none of them were laughing. The pile was made up entirely of letters from furious celestial dragons, all directed at Claudius. The grievances were identical, accusing Claudius of raiding their homes, stealing their slaves, and even taking their rare treasures. Of course, Claudius denied everything. "What nonsense," he'd say. "As an upper-tier celestial dragon, I have more wealth than any of you. Why would I stoop so low as to covet your measly possessions?" The bald elder picked up one of the letters and shook his head. Apparently, Claudius did agree to replace the gate at Rosward's estate, but what he installed instead was a giant iron wall that sealed them inside completely. They can't even leave their own house because he didn't bother leaving a keyhole. "Ha ha ha ha," the sword-wielding elder chuckled, tapping his sword's hilt. "That kid has really caused a stir. Mariewa has been in an uproar for days now. He's become the embodiment of chaos like a plague god come to life. And he refuses to admit he's taken anything from them," added the blonde elder, shaking his head in exasperation. The initial edict to free the mermaid slaves had been a relatively straightforward order, but Claudius had turned it into a full-blown spectacle, stirring up all of Mariewa. Now, not only the celestial dragons, but nearly everyone in Mariewa knew what he'd done. News had spread that St. Claudius had stormed through the domain of the gods, liberated over 300 mermaid slaves, and was now escorting them to Fishman Island. Even the major slave traders in Mariewa, sensing which way the wind was blowing, had sent their remaining mermaid slaves to Claudius without waiting for him to demand them. They couldn't afford to provoke someone who dared to disrespect even other celestial dragons. In the past, Claudius had a decent reputation in Mariewa. While he was known to be eccentric, people didn't see him as a threat. But now, his actions had cemented him as someone no one wanted to cross. By the time he left for Sabyati Archipelago, his new reputation as Mariewa Demon King was solidified. Even the 5 elders, sitting amidst piles of complaints, couldn't deny that Claudius had lived up to his title. "How should we handle this?" asked the bearded elder with a small grin. "Well," the bald elder began, "it's not like Claudius is doing this for himself. He's carrying out an important task for us. No matter how messy this has become, he acted without hesitation, showing us his loyalty in the process. We can't let him feel abandoned now." The bald elder's tone was protective, and his fondness for Claudius was evident. Truthfully, the more he watched Claudius, the more he appreciated him. In fact, he'd even started entertaining the thought of arranging a marriage between Claudius and his granddaughter. After all, Claudius wasn't just competent, he was reliable, resourceful, and carried himself like a leader. But for now, those musings were set aside. The curly-haired elder frowned and rubbed his chin. "Still, he's a bit too arrogant. If this continues, the grievances in Mariewa will grow too large to ignore. We need to rein him in just a little." The bald elder nodded thoughtfully. "That's fair. We need to address the optics, perhaps something symbolic to appease the others." "Let's fine him," the blonde elder suggested after a moment. 500 million berries. The bald elder considered the figure and then nodded. "All right, 500 million it is." On the surface, it sounded like a significant punishment, but in reality, it was little more than a slap on the wrist. The annual funds allocated to Claudius by the world government were well beyond that amount, not to mention the wealth he'd accumulated through other ventures. And after ransacking the celestial dragon's estates during his operation, Claudius had likely pocketed a sum well exceeding 2 billion berries. Losing 500 million would hardly faze him. With the matter settled, the conversation shifted. "So, what's he up to on Sabiati Archipelago?" asked the blonde elder. "Causing even more trouble than he did in Mariewa," the bald elder replied, pulling out 2 files from the stack of reports. He opened them and placed them on the table for the others to see. The top report was accompanied by a gruesome photograph, a pyramid of severed human heads. In the underworld, such displays were referred to as skull towers, used to terrify and suppress opposition. "Killing," murmured the blonde elder, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed," the bald elder confirmed. "Claudius cleaned out the slave trade on Sabiati Archipelago. Every slave trader there has been executed, their heads piled up in the lawless zone as a warning. Even a number of pirates got caught up in the purge. The message is clear, and the results have been effective." "Violent but efficient," the sword-wielding elder noted, leaning back in his chair. "It seems Claudius' methods are already producing results." "Ultimately, it's just some scum getting what they deserve," the bald elder said. "And beyond eliminating the slave trade, this sends a strong message. Whether it's Mariewa or Sabiati Archipelago, the world government's sincerity toward Fishman Island is on full display. Claudius' actions speak for themselves." Indeed, Claudius' over-the-top antics weren't just about theatrics, they were calculated. By raising such a commotion, he demonstrated the world government's commitment to improving relations with Fishman Island. The more chaos he caused, the more weight his negotiations would carry. For the 5 elders, this was all part of the plan. "Think about it," the bald elder said. "For Fishman Island, Claudius went as far as offending the entire celestial dragon community in Mariewa. He left Sabiati Archipelago soaked in blood with over 2,000 heads on display. If that's not sincerity, what is? If they still hesitate or try to push back, they're only making things harder for Claudius. And do you think someone with the title of Mariewa Demon King will let himself be embarrassed on Fishman Island? I'd love to see them try." Chapter 146, Raiden Karmapa Enel. Early in the morning, at the marine station on Sabiati Archipelago, Sengoku was busy handling the aftermath of the recent chaos. In the past few days, Claudius had turned the entire Sabiati Archipelago upside down. True to his nature, though, Claudius was the type to throw everything into disarray and then walk away, leaving others to deal with the fallout. Naturally, Sengoku found himself left to clean up the mess. "Admiral Sengoku, the coating on the Prometheus is complete," a Marine colonel reported as he entered the office. Hearing this, Sengoku looked up from the pile of documents cluttering his desk. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Where is St. Claudius?" "We're not sure, sir. He didn't return last night. Shall we begin searching for him?" the colonel asked hesitantly. Sengoku waved off the suggestion. "No need. His Highness knows exactly when the coating would be finished. With his strength and identity, there's nothing on Sabiati Archipelago that could pose a real danger to him," he said, though there was a faint edge of exasperation in his tone. As if on cue, Claudius strolled into the office, his expression lighthearted as usual. "A celestial dragon goes missing overnight, and Admiral Sengoku isn't the least bit worried? That's truly disappointing." "I'm hurt, Sengoku," Claudius teased with a smile. Sengoku chuckled as he gestured to the mountain of paperwork on his desk. "Worried? About you? If it were anyone else, I'd have mobilized an entire fleet. But you, Your Highness, I only need to worry about the bloodbath you've caused. Who would dare provoke you when they know the kind of chaos you bring with you?" He pointed to the stacks of reports on his desk, most of them related to Claudius' actions over the past few days. "Ahahaha, fair point," Claudius laughed, completely unbothered. "It's not trouble, just time-consuming," Sengoku said dryly. "These could be handled by subordinates, but since you're back, let's get moving. The Prometheus is ready, and I've got plenty of other work waiting for me in Marineford. I can't afford to sit around here forever." Claudius nodded, unbothered by Sengoku's impatience. No problem, let's head out. The enormous Prometheus was now fully coated in a shimmering bubble and ready to dive into the depths of the sea. This was Claudius' first time experiencing the process of descending beneath the ocean, and he couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before him. Schools of vibrant fish swam past the bubble coating, their movements graceful and hypnotic. Even Robin, who rarely left her library, had emerged onto the deck. With wide, curious eyes, she leaned against the railing, taking in the sights of the underwater world. Sengoku, holding a glass of juice and leaning casually against the mast, took a rare moment to relax. "So, Your Highness, you've been missing for the past 2 days. Care to share what you've been up to?" he asked with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. Claudius didn't look away from the fish swimming just outside the ship's protective bubble. "I heard there was an interesting guy on Sabyati, so I went looking for him. Spent 2 days searching but only found his partner. So, I had a couple of drinks with her. That's about it." Sengoku blinked, momentarily stunned. "So, you went looking for a man, didn't find him, and just decided to hang out with his partner instead. Your Highness, the way you celestial dragons operate never ceases to amaze me." In truth, Claudius had been searching for Silver's Rayleigh, the legendary Dark King. They had crossed paths years ago and shared a certain camaraderie. Claudius had been curious to see him again. But Rayleigh, likely aware that both Claudius and Sengoku were on the island, had chosen to lay low. As someone who preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, Rayleigh likely concluded that the simultaneous presence of a celestial dragon and a marine admiral spelled potential disaster. So, in true Rayleigh fashion, he had likely taken to the sea, vanishing before Claudius could catch sight of him. Meanwhile, Claudius had spent those 2 days at Shaki's Ripoff Bar, enjoying drinks and lively conversation with Shaki, the proprietress. Sengoku, however, had no idea who Claudius had been looking for, nor did Claudius plan to tell him. After all, it wasn't like Rayleigh needed to appear on Marine's radar. Still, Sengoku found the situation absurd. Shaking his head, he decided not to press the matter further. As Marine Admiral, he felt it was beneath him to pry into such frivolous gossip. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject. "Speaking of interesting things, Your Highness, I almost forgot to show you something." Claudius turned away from the mesmerizing underwater view and looked at Sengoku. "Oh, what is it?" Reaching into his coat, Sengoku pulled out a slightly wrinkled bounty poster and handed it to Claudius. "Take a look at this," Sengoku said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Claudius unfolded the poster and read the name printed across it, Enel, his brow furrowed in mild surprise. Enel, haven't checked on him recently," Claudius murmured, scratching his chin. He had assumed Enel was still following Crocodile around, learning the ropes of piracy. It turned out he was wrong. 30 million berries, Claudius remarked with a hint of amusement. "Not a huge bounty, but for a newcomer it's respectable. How long has it been since he set out?" 2 months. "Not even 2 months, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. "But he's made a name for himself already. He's destroyed 5 pirate crews in such a short span. Oddly enough, he hasn't harmed any civilians or merchant ships. His actions are unusual, to say the least. People are starting to call him the REINCARNATION, a pirate who enforces his own brand of justice on the seas. It's almost embarrassing for us Marines, but at least we know he's on our side." Hearing this, Claudius almost choked on his laughter. "REINCARNATION, really? What, is he some kind of vigilante now?" The name was a bit over the top, but Claudius knew such titles often evolved. Even legends like Silver's Rayleigh and Gall D. Roger hadn't started out with their iconic epithets. Rayleigh had once been known as Silver Rayleigh, while Roger was simply referred to as Gold Roger. Compared to those humble beginnings, Enel's title wasn't too bad, though Claudius suspected it would eventually shift to something like God of Thunder. Chapter 147. Claudius, I feel like I missed out on hundreds of billions. The name Fishman Island conjured images of a distant paradise located deep beneath the ocean, isolated and serene. But in reality, it wasn't nearly as remote as it seemed. Geographically, Fishman Island was astonishingly close to Mariewa, Sabyati Archipelago, and Marine headquarters at Marineford. If one was adequately prepared and faced no interruptions, the journey from Sabyati Archipelago to Fishman Island could be completed in half a day, a stark contrast to the weeks or even months it took to travel between islands above the sea. After all, Fishman Island was simply located 10,000 meters below the ocean's surface. In practical terms, it was only 10 kilometers straight down, not far at all in the grand scheme of things. As Cladius was chatting with Sengoku, he barely noticed the passage of time before Lenny, the excitable mermaid, shouted, "Your Highness, we're here. We've reached Fishman Island." Cladius blinked in mild surprise. Already, that was quick. He walked to the edge of the ship and peered out. In the distance, he saw a massive bubble enveloping the island. While the island itself didn't look particularly large at first glance, what stood out most prominently was the enormous tree that seemed to grow straight out of the sea, towering over everything else. It was the largest tree Cladius had ever seen, far more massive than the mangroves of the Sabyati archipelago. "What a tree," Cladius murmured, awestruck. "Your Highness, that's the sunlight tree Eve," Miro said excitedly. "It's the mother tree of our Fishman Island. Thanks to it, even though we're 10,000 meters under the sea, we can still see sunlight and blue skies. Without it, this place would be shrouded in darkness." The enthusiasm in Miro's voice was evident. Both she and Lenny were practically glowing with excitement now that they were so close to their home. Cladius nodded, but his thoughts briefly wandered. The sunlight tree Eve was indeed a marvel, one said to rival the treasure tree Adam in legend. Unlike the Eve, however, the Adam had suffered greatly over the years, its wood harvested for shipbuilding after being damaged by war. Cladius' own flagship, the Prometheus, used materials from the treasure tree Adam. Staring at the colossal Eve tree, a peculiar thought crossed Cladius' mind. What kind of battleship could I build if I chopped that tree down? Of course, he quickly dismissed the idea. Attempting such a thing would undoubtedly turn Fishman Island's population against him, and he had no intention of creating such chaos. As the Prometheus sailed closer to the island, it entered a vast coral forest on the seafloor. The towering coral formations were so massive that they resembled a sprawling jungle. Among the corals, Cladius noticed countless treasures scattered about. Black pearls the size of fists lay strewn like ordinary pebbles. It was a mesmerizing sight, one that spoke to the wealth hidden beneath the waves. "This place is a treasure trove," Cladius muttered, his voice low and contemplative. "What are you thinking, Your Highness?" Sengoku asked, noticing Cladius' expression. "I'm thinking about how much the world government has overlooked in the past few centuries," Cladius replied with a hint of bitterness. "All this untapped wealth, all these treasures, and we've barely scratched the surface. I feel like I've missed out on hundreds of billions of berries just in my lifetime." Sengoku raised an eyebrow, confused by Cladius' lament. As a marine admiral, his mind didn't work like a businessman's. While he understood large-scale strategies like the Calm Belt project, the smaller, more practical ideas often eluded him. To him, the pearls and treasures scattered around the coral forest were just part of the local scenery, beautiful but not particularly significant. Cladius, on the other hand, saw opportunities everywhere. His mind raced with possibilities. Establishing trade routes between Fishman Island and the surface world could be immensely profitable. Exotic items from the surface could be sold to Fishman Island at exorbitant prices, while treasures like pearls and coral from Fishman Island could fetch astronomical sums on the surface, especially among the nobles. And that wasn't all. The untapped wealth of the ocean floor minerals, rare materials, and other resources represented an opportunity so vast it was almost overwhelming. "If I managed to secure a monopoly on trade with Fishman Island," Cladius thought, his excitement building, "I could become the richest man alive." His gaze shifted to Lenny and Miro, the two mermaids who had been with him for over a decade. He trusted them completely, knowing they would never betray him, even with the freedom to return to the sea. If he needed reliable agents to manage his business interests on Fishman Island, they were the perfect candidates. "Good deeds really do pay off," Cladius mused, feeling rather pleased with himself. "All these years of treating Lenny and Miro well, turns out I was investing in my future." Lenny's excited voice broke his train of thought. "Your Highness, this is Coral Hill, the most prosperous port on Fishman Island. All major fleets arrive here first. Once we dock at Coral Hill, we can disembark." Claudius smiled as he took in the sight of the bustling port. Coral Hill was indeed vibrant, its bright coral structures contrasting beautifully against the deep blue of the surrounding ocean. "This is my hometown," Lenny continued, her voice tinged with both excitement and nostalgia. "Miro and I used to live here before we were captured by slavers. It's hard to believe how far we've come since then." The two sisters glanced at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude. Though their journey had been harrowing, meeting Claudius had changed everything. Sengoku, observing the port ahead, remarked, "It looks like King Neptune is prepared to welcome us." Before leaving Sabyati Archipelago, Sengoku had sent word to King Neptune, informing him of Claudius' arrival and emphasizing the importance of the visit. As a ruler, Neptune was obliged to extend the utmost respect to someone of Claudius' status, even if he did so with some trepidation. At the port, the Fishman Island Honor Guard had cleared the area, forming a grand welcoming procession. Standing at the forefront were King Neptune and his wife, Princess Ottoheim. As the Prometheus approached, the two exchanged uneasy glances. Neptune's towering frame seemed tense, his expression filled with uncertainty. Watching the enormous ship draw closer, he couldn't help but wonder, is the arrival of Saint Donquixote Claudius a blessing for Fishman Island or a curse? Sensing her husband's anxiety, Ottoheim placed a gentle hand on Neptune's tail. Her bright, hopeful smile seemed to dispel some of his worries. "Don't fret, my king," she said softly. "Didn't Admiral Sengoku assure us that Saint Claudius comes with goodwill?" Neptune frowned. Marine officers like Sengoku may be honorable, but they would never dare speak ill of a celestial dragon. How can we trust their words entirely? Despite his doubts, Neptune could only hope that this meeting would bring his people closer to a brighter future and not plunge them into deeper despair. Chapter 148. Princess Ottoheim, I have a 100 million berry deal to discuss with you. The Prometheus docked smoothly at Coral Hill, and the ship's gangway extended automatically, connecting the deck to the stable ground of the port. Though Fishman Island was located 10,000 meters below the surface of the sea, it wasn't entirely submerged in water. Enclosed within a massive protective bubble, much of the island resembled dry land. Of course, places like Ryugu Palace remained underwater, but the water could be drained when necessary to accommodate surface dwellers. The island had already been prepared for Claudius' arrival, sparing him the indignity of needing to wear cumbersome bubble suits like other visitors. The first to disembark were Claudius' attendants, who immediately laid out a luxurious gold-threaded red carpet. The carpet stretched from the ship's gangway all the way to where King Neptune and Princess Ottoheim were waiting. Claudius' honor guard then lined up on either side of the carpet in perfect formation. Seeing such an extravagant display, both Neptune and Ottoheim were a bit taken aback. The sheer formality and grandeur were overwhelming. This was the unmistakable presence of a celestial dragon. Sengoku descended the gangway first, seemingly clearing the way for Claudius. Then, slowly, Claudius himself appeared. With his short, dazzling blonde hair, a handsome face, and a tall, athletic build, Claudius cut an impressive figure. His well-toned physique, combined with his naturally commanding presence, made him undeniably charismatic. He wore a pristine white suit, tailored from fabrics so fine they practically radiated luxury. Draped over his shoulders was a dark brown coat, creating a striking contrast that enhanced his noble aura. Every step he took down the gangway was measured and deliberate, exuding both confidence and control. As a celestial dragon, Claudius knew when to lean into his high-status demeanor. His calm, unhurried steps, paired with the faint smile on his face, gave him an approachable air, but beneath it was a subtle but unmistakable sense of authority, a noble detachment that reminded everyone of his exalted position. Behind him followed the ever-dutiful Nia, who was dressed in a classic maid's uniform, her hands clasped demurely at her abdomen. Beside her walked Stussy, clad in an elegant white ensemble that perfectly blended businesslike refinement with feminine grace. She carried a small, sophisticated handbag and wore a tiny top hat adorned with a single flower. Together, these two women flanked Claudius like delicate yet regal ornaments, further amplifying his commanding presence. Despite the serious tone of the scene, Claudius' lips moved slightly as he whispered to Stussy, "Don't you think I'm missing something? Maybe a low-key yet luxurious cane would really complete the look." Stussy stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with amusement as she whispered back, "Your Highness, are you sure you can maintain this demeanor throughout the entire event?" Claudius smirked, but resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "Do you think I enjoy this charade? This level of posturing is more exhausting than fighting the Red Count. I have to maintain appearances for now. This is my first time here, after all. I need to establish my authority as a high-ranking celestial dragon. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with any of this nonsense." Stussy covered her mouth with her hand to hide her grin. "And the cane, Your Highness?" "I thought it would make me seem more mature and dependable," Claudius replied, his tone mock serious. Stussy chuckled. "Mature and dependable, you? Let's not forget your title, the Demon King of Mariewa. Mature and dependable people don't earn nicknames like that." Claudius raised an eyebrow and shot her a sidelong glance. "You're getting bolder, Stussy. Are you mocking me now?" Her smile widened, her voice teasing. "Will you punish me for it, Your Highness?" Claudius leaned in slightly, his tone playful yet mischievous. "Once we're done here, I've got 100 million berry deal to discuss with you." Though her experience as the Queen of Happy Street had left her largely unflappable, Stussy couldn't help but blush faintly at Claudius' words. She averted her gaze with a quiet scoff, choosing not to respond further. As Claudius continued walking, Neptune and Ottoheim stepped forward to meet him. They couldn't very well wait for him to come to them. It was only proper to greet a celestial dragon halfway. "Neptune of Fishman Island humbly welcomes St. Claudius," Neptune said as he bowed deeply. Despite his towering stature, he bent his massive frame respectfully, his voice polite but tinged with nervousness. Claudius smiled warmly, his gaze meeting Neptune's. The contrast between Neptune's imposing height and his deferential posture was almost amusing. "The name of Neptune, the great knight of the sea, is one I've heard often during my time on the surface. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You truly live up to your reputation." Neptune felt a small sense of relief at Claudius' words. The celestial dragon seemed approachable so far, not as overbearing or arrogant as he'd feared. Perhaps this meeting wouldn't be as difficult as he'd anticipated. Claudius then turned his attention to Princess Ottoheim. Compared to Neptune, Ottoheim was petite, practically doll-like. Claudius couldn't help but marvel internally at how the two could have made their relationship work. The logistics must be something else, he thought, quickly dismissing the curiosity before it showed on his face. Extending his hand to Ottoheim, Claudius smiled and said, "You must be Princess Ottoheim. I've long admired your tireless efforts to bridge the gap between our two races. Your dedication is truly remarkable." A little flustered, Ottoheim quickly reached out and took his hand. "Your Highness, the work you've done for Fishman Island humbles me. It is I who admires you." Claudius chuckled lightly. "Well, while it may sound boastful, I assure you, Princess, I am not like the typical celestial dragon. I've come here today with genuine sincerity." He gestured to Nia, who promptly stepped forward with a neatly prepared document. Taking it from her, Claudius handed it directly to Ottoheim. "This," he explained, "is the first token of goodwill I bring on behalf of the world government. It contains the names of merfolk and fishmen who were taken from your island and enslaved. Arrangements have already been made for their safe return. I thought it best to resolve this matter first. Surely, those who have been separated from their home for so long must be eager to return." As Ottoheim flipped through the file, her eyes filled with tears. Each page listed names and photos of Fishman Island citizens who had been captured and sold into slavery. For years, Ottoheim had fought tirelessly to protect her people, and now, at last, there was real progress. "On behalf of Fishman Island, we deeply thank you for your kindness, Your Highness," Neptune said earnestly. Claudius nodded casually, accepting the gratitude as if it were his due. "Nia," he said, turning to his butler, "work with Lenny and Miro to ensure everyone on board is handed over to Princess Ottoheim and her people." "Yes, Your Highness," Nia responded promptly. Claudius then turned his attention back to Ottoheim, a bright smile on his face. He took her hand again, this time with an added touch of excitement. Princess Ottoheim, beyond the goodwill and friendship I bring today, I also have a rather lucrative proposal. I'd like to discuss a business opportunity worth hundreds of millions of berries with you. Hearing this, Stussy nearly stumbled, her face turning red as her mind jumped to the wrong conclusion. Even Sengoku looked momentarily stunned. Was Claudius really that shameless? Was he flirting with Princess Ottoheim right in front of Neptune? Thankfully, neither Neptune nor Ottoheim seemed to share their thoughts. As pure-hearted individuals, they took Claudius' words at face value. Ottoheim's eyes sparkled with hope. Your Highness, we on Fishman Island will respond to your sincerity with our own. We are eager to hear your proposal. Chapter 149. Neptune is dumbfounded. The Ryugu Palace on Fishman Island was vast and magnificent, rivaling even the opulence of Claudius' own palace. Although Fishman Island was somewhat isolated from the rest of the world, it was clear they were far from destitute. In fact, the grandeur of the palace showcased the island's wealth and affluence. Claudius, alongside his entourage, followed King Neptune into the palace. Walking behind Neptune was a burly blue-skinned man who caught Claudius' attention. The man's presence felt familiar, and after a moment of recognition, Claudius realized who he was looking at, none other than the future warlord of the sea, Jinbei. Jinbei, still relatively young at this time, carried himself with a calm dignity and exuded strength. Yet, there was something faintly endearing about him, a certain unpolished charm that seemed out of place given his imposing stature. Noticing Claudius' lingering gaze, Neptune smiled and introduced him. This is my most trusted subordinate, Jinbei, the captain of the Ryugu Palace Guard. So it really is him, Claudius thought to himself. Then, with a polite smile, he said aloud, You certainly look the part, impressive and commanding. Thank you for your kind words, St. Claudius, Jinbei replied, his deep voice resonating through the hall. Claudius returned the smile but didn't continue to focus on Jinbei. While Jinbei was undoubtedly strong and loyal to Fishman Island, Claudius had no particular ambitions concerning him at the moment. For now, Claudius had no intention of trying to sway Jinbei's allegiance. After all, his heart belonged to Fishman Island, and while the celestial dragons held no ill will toward him, earning his loyalty would be no simple feat. Still, Claudius mused that in the future, as he built stronger ties with Fishman Island, perhaps their relationship might evolve. But that was a matter for another time. For now, Claudius followed Neptune and his party into the Ryugu Palace. The palace's interior was just as impressive as its exterior, a masterpiece of underwater architecture. Neptune had prepared a grand banquet in honor of Claudius' visit, and Claudius graciously accepted the hospitality. The banquet was lavish and enjoyable, a display of Fishman Island's rich culture and culinary delights. After the feast concluded, the room was cleared, leaving only a small group: Sengoku, Stussy, Neptune, Princess Ottoheim, and Claudius himself. It was time to get down to business. Seated with a glass of deep-sea wine in hand, Claudius took a sip and marveled at its unique flavor. This wine is remarkable. The taste is unlike anything on the surface. I wonder what ingredients were used to make it. Neptune chuckled at Claudius' praise, and Claudius turned his attention back to him with a smile. Fishman Island truly is a remarkable place. Lenny and Miro weren't lying to me about how beautiful it is. At the mention of the two names, Neptune raised an eyebrow. Lenny, Miro, I believe I heard those names at the harbor earlier. Are they part of your esteemed entourage, Your Highness? Claudius paused, his expression briefly thoughtful. You could say that, though it's a bit complicated. Lenny and Miro are mermaid girls from Fishman Island. They were previously slaves in Mariewa, and by law they belong to me. At these words, Neptune and Ottoheim's expressions darkened. Despite Claudius' otherwise cordial demeanor, hearing him speak of their people as slaves was a painful reminder of the injustices Fishman Island had endured for centuries. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere, Sengoku quickly intervened. There's been a misunderstanding. Please don't take this the wrong way. Yes, exactly, Stussy added, her tone calm and reassuring. His Highness Claudius is not like the other celestial dragons. Over the years, he has done nothing but protect Lenny and Miro. They are not merely his subordinates, they are his friends. His Highness has never restricted their freedom. Claudius nodded, his expression softening. That's true. Lenny and Miro are my dear friends. Their return to Fishman Island is something I struggle with, as I'll certainly miss them. But at least we're not far apart. Mariewa and Fishman Island aren't so distant, we'll always be able to see each other again. Hearing this, Neptune and Ottoheim visibly relaxed. It was unlikely Claudius would lie so openly about such matters, especially when the truth could be easily uncovered. I see. It seems we misunderstood you, Your Highness. Please forgive us, Neptune said, bowing slightly. Claudius waved it off with a smile. No offense taken. Let's move on to the reason for my visit. He leaned forward slightly, his tone turning more serious. As you both may know, I'm not just a celestial dragon. I also oversee CPX, an organization under the world government. Our goal is to improve the world, to address its flaws and weaknesses. And, as you are undoubtedly aware, one of the most glaring issues within the world government is its treatment of Fishman Island. As Claudius finished, Sengoku chimed in, his voice steady. Exactly. We won't deny the faults within the world government. That's why we're here today, to address these issues and work toward a solution that benefits both sides. Neptune's expression grew heavy, his tone laced with doubt. I'm grateful that Your Highness is willing to acknowledge these problems, but I must be honest. We of Fishman Island have little faith in humans from the surface. Ottoheim looked at her husband with concern, but she remained silent, letting him speak. Claudius nodded thoughtfully. I understand completely. Centuries of mistreatment and oppression cannot be undone with words alone. Trust must be earned through actions, not promises. After a brief pause, Claudius continued. That's why I've come here with sincerity. I'm sure you've already heard about what transpired in Mariewa and Sabyati Archipelago. I imagine news travels quickly to Fishman Island. Ottoheim glanced at Neptune before nodding. Yes, we've heard of it. Despite our isolation, Fishman Island often receives visitors from the surface. We are not entirely disconnected, and we know of your efforts on behalf of our people. Claudius smiled. Good. Then you understand that the measures I've taken are only the beginning. The world government is determined to demonstrate its commitment to Fishman Island, and I'm here to make that clear. However, there is one matter we must address directly. Neptune's expression tightened, a hint of apprehension crossing his face. Claudius leaned back slightly, his tone measured. It's no secret that Fishman Island has sought protection under the flag of Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. The pirate flag is a public declaration, one that cannot be ignored. Am I correct in saying this? Neptune hesitated, unsure how to respond. Before Claudius and Sengoku's arrival, the island had temporarily removed Whitebeard's flag, but the implications of Claudius' words left him uneasy. Claudius smiled, waving a hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm not here to reprimand you. I see that the flags have already been removed, which demonstrates your understanding of the matter. That's all that needs to be said. Neptune nodded reluctantly. Yes, we took them down. Good, Claudius said with a nod. Recognizing and correcting a mistake is the mark of a wise leader. With this step, we can move forward without issue. Chapter 150, Change is Inevitable. Seeing Neptune's bewildered expression, Claudius smirked internally. Without giving the king a chance to interject, he continued, Of course, the safety of Fishman Island is a top priority for the world government. This is something we must address with utmost seriousness. A place as vital as Fishman Island should never have to rely on a pirate's flag for protection. Such a thing would be unacceptable. Sengoku couldn't help but admire Claudius in this moment. His Highness was truly a masterful speaker. Without needing prior discussion or preparation, Claudius had subtly reframed the narrative. Neptune's removal of Whitebeard's flag, even if temporary, was now being portrayed as a conscientious act of cooperation. Sengoku couldn't help but think, Your Highness, you're incredible. Without breaking a sweat, you've turned the tables and forced Neptune's hand. Claudius, seemingly oblivious to Sengoku's thoughts, turned to him and said, Sengoku, this situation does point to some serious negligence on Marine's part, doesn't it? Isn't it Marine's duty to ensure the safety of world government territories? Shouldn't we protect member nations from pirates without forcing them to rely on paying tribute to lawless criminals? Isn't this your failure as admiral? Sengoku nodded solemnly, playing along perfectly. You are absolutely correct, Your Highness. This is our failing, and it's a point of deep shame for me. Claudius nodded approvingly, as if Sengoku's admission of guilt had satisfied him. Good. At least you understand the weight of your shortcomings. Recognizing your mistakes is the first step toward improvement. Just like King Neptune here, he has seen the error of his ways and acted promptly to address it. That's something to be commended. Turning back to Sengoku, Claudius added, Well then, let's rectify this situation immediately. I want you to make a public commitment to the safety of Fishman Island right now. What's your plan, Admiral Sengoku? How do you intend to make up for this gross oversight? Sengoku's eyes gleamed with understanding. He knew exactly where Claudius was steering this conversation. Your Highness, we in Marine fully acknowledge our failings. I propose that we establish a Marine base directly on Fishman Island. This base will be staffed with capable personnel, dedicated solely to protecting the island from any external threats. What do you think? Claudius clapped his hands together, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Now that is a solid plan. Fishman Island pays taxes to the world government every year, not to mention the heavenly tribute paid to the celestial dragons. They deserve proper protection in return. I'll approve this initiative. In fact. He paused for a moment, as if struck by a sudden idea, and then continued, I'll personally allocate 2 billion berries to assist Marine in constructing this branch. Once you return to Naval Headquarters, Admiral Sengoku, visit CPX to collect the funds. I'll have the authorization papers ready for you. Sengoku bowed his head slightly. Thank you for your support, Your Highness. We are deeply grateful. While Sengoku played his role perfectly, Neptune was silently fuming. He felt completely sidelined. Claudius and Sengoku were casually discussing the establishment of a marine base on his island as if it were already decided, without even consulting him properly. What's worse, Neptune knew Whitebeard's protection had cost him nothing. He and the pirate shared a personal friendship. Building a marine base here wasn't just unnecessary, it felt invasive. Summoning his courage, Neptune cleared his throat, ready to voice his objections. But before he could get a word out, Claudius waved him off dismissively. No need to thank me, King Neptune. This is simply the duty of the world government. It's our responsibility to care for our member nations. Any negligence in the past will be corrected starting now. Before Neptune could protest further, Claudius pressed on. I understand that placing a marine base here might not be enough to ease all your concerns. After all, this era of piracy is more chaotic than ever, and Fishman Island sits on a crucial route to the New World. That's why I propose we go one step further. CPX will also establish a station here to assist Marine in ensuring the island's safety. With the combined forces of Marine and CPX, you can rest easy knowing that Fishman Island will be thoroughly protected. At this point, Neptune felt completely helpless. His thoughts were in turmoil. Marine and CPX? What is this? Are they planning to turn Fishman Island into some kind of military outpost? Claudius wasn't done. He smiled reassuringly at Neptune and said, You don't need to worry about the financial burden either. I know building such a base usually involves contributions from the host nation, but given the unique circumstances here, I promise not a single berry will come from the Dragon Palace treasury. Everything will be funded by Marine and CPX. Neptune felt like crying. He didn't need their money. He didn't even want the base in the first place. But how could he say that aloud without offending Claudius? While Neptune struggled to find the right words, Claudius leaned forward slightly, his tone becoming more commanding. So, King Neptune, what do you think of the world government's sincerity? Everything I've proposed here is not mere talk, it will be done. And I assure you, I never go back on my word. The weight of Claudius' words, combined with the intensity of his gaze, left Neptune speechless. The king felt trapped. On the surface, Claudius' proposals sounded reasonable, even beneficial. But beneath that polished veneer, there was an undeniable sense of pressure, an unspoken threat that rejecting these plans might have dire consequences. Is this what they call sincerity? Neptune thought bitterly. It feels more like an ultimatum. At that moment, Claudius' expression softened, and he smiled as if to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. After all, King Neptune, isn't it better for Fishman Island to stand under the protection of the world government rather than a pirate's flag? Surely you see the wisdom in that. He raised his wine glass, taking a leisurely sip, as if he had already secured Neptune's agreement. For Neptune, the message was clear. Whether he liked it or not, change was coming to Fishman Island. Chapter 151, Sengoku, Wonderful. In the end, Neptune finally succumbed. He didn't dare to confront Claudius head-on. After all, the imposing demeanor of the celestial dragon left him little room for argument. Neptune nodded and said, "Your Highness' kindness is something we, the Fishman Island, will remember in our hearts. We will rely on you and Admiral Sengoku moving forward." Claudius withdrew his gaze from the scenery outside, placing his wine glass on the table with a smile. "There's no need to thank me. In truth, it is the world government, and I who owe your people an apology. This is simply us trying to correct a mistake." Standing to the side, Sengoku adjusted his glasses, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Claudius' ability to lead conversations and create resolutions without causing conflict was nothing short of extraordinary. His methods were subtle yet forceful, making it hard for others to resist or refute. Before they had arrived at Fishman Island, Sengoku had prepared himself for lengthy discussions and possible pushbacks. He imagined days of back-and-forth negotiations, or worse, weeks of tension and mistrust before reaching any agreement. But in the span of a single conversation, Claudius had neatly wrapped up the matter of Whitebeard's flag without even directly demanding its removal. Instead, he'd framed it as if King Neptune himself had eagerly removed it for the sake of diplomacy. From a world government standpoint, this was a masterstroke. It not only reclaimed their authority, but also made Fishman Island appear cooperative, an invaluable gesture of respect that Claudius had cleverly maneuvered them into. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little giddy. "I thought this mission would drag on for days, maybe even weeks, and now I might be able to head back to Marineford tomorrow. Truly a miracle." But before Sengoku could fully indulge in his relief, Claudius' voice rang out again. "With the security issue resolved for now, and with any future adjustments to be addressed as needed, I believe it's time we move on to a different topic. Let's discuss the development of Fishman Island," Claudius said with a smile. Sengoku's fleeting happiness disappeared as quickly as it had arrived. He groaned internally. "Development? Wasn't our job here just to deal with the pirate flag issue?" But as the thought settled, Sengoku reconsidered. Perhaps Claudius had been tasked with broader responsibilities by the five elders. CPX, after all, was a jack-of-all-trades department, capable of meddling in everything from politics to economics. Neptune was visibly stunned, unsure how to respond. He had assumed Claudius' only purpose here was to address the presence of Whitebeard's flag, but now the discussion had shifted into unfamiliar territory. "The development of Fishman Island," Neptune repeated, his tone uncertain. Princess Ottoheim, however, looked intrigued. She remembered how Claudius had mentioned a business worth hundreds of millions when they first met at the port. Unlike Neptune, who had grown resigned to the island's isolation, Ottoheim had always dreamed of bridging the gap between their people and the surface world. "Your Highness, what exactly do you mean?" Ottoheim asked eagerly. "We of Fishman Island have long yearned to integrate with the sea above us. It's been 800 years since that promise was first made." Claudius nodded knowingly. He had done his homework. 8 centuries ago, Joy Boy had made an unfulfilled promise to bring the people of Fishman Island to the surface. Though that promise had been broken, the longing for coexistence with the surface world had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of Fishman Island's residents ever since. However, Claudius knew that such a monumental goal couldn't be achieved overnight. For now, building trust and fostering cooperation between the two sides would be crucial steps. Fear and misunderstanding had created an invisible wall between the Fishman Island and the rest of the world, and tearing it down would require time and effort. "I understand this dream of yours, Princess Ottoheim," Claudius said sincerely. "I've taken it into consideration, but we must take this process one step at a time. Trust must first be built between our peoples before we can make any large strides." He glanced at Neptune, then back at Ottoheim, and continued, "The best way to eliminate fear is through understanding, and understanding comes through interaction. Both sides need to face their fears and work to dissolve them." Claudius paused for a moment, then smiled. "This is why I believe that trade and cooperation should be the foundation of our efforts. It will allow both sides to engage with one another gradually and in a controlled manner. For that to happen, Marine and CPX are more than willing to serve as the bridge that connects Fishman Island to the surface world." Princess Ottoheim nodded thoughtfully, feeling that Claudius' words carried merit. She admired his logical approach, even if the path forward wouldn't be easy. Sengoku, on the other hand, had no idea what Claudius was doing. He glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, his mind racing. "Marine as the bridge? Couldn't you have at least briefed me on this plan, Your Highness?" Despite his confusion, Sengoku trusted Claudius' judgment. If this was the plan, he would support it fully. Without missing a beat, he nodded firmly and said, "Yes, we in Marine are ready and willing to shoulder this responsibility." Princess Ottoheim smiled, clearly reassured by the Admiral's support. "Then, Your Highness, what specifically do you have in mind?" Claudius leaned back slightly in his seat, the picture of ease. "The first step is employment," he said. "Employment?" Ottoheim asked, tilting her head in curiosity. "Exactly. I've learned that one of the root causes of the unrest on Fishman Island stems from poverty. Many of your residents, especially those from Fishman Street, lack stable opportunities. This has led to desperation and, in turn, crime. The solution, then, lies in providing them with dignified work," Claudius explained. Ottoheim looked thoughtful, nodding as Claudius spoke. "Yes, that's something we've always believed, but we've struggled to find the right avenues." Claudius smiled. "Then allow me to propose one. As I understand it, the fishmen are naturally gifted in shipbuilding, and their strength and skills make them ideal for heavy labor. As it happens, both Marine and CPX are in dire need of skilled workers and laborers. Why not employ them? With fair wages and proper training, this could be a win-win situation for everyone involved." Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes lit up as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. He hadn't considered this before, but it made perfect sense. The mermen and fishmen could be invaluable assets, especially in Marine's current efforts to expand and develop. Their expertise in shipbuilding alone could help bolster Marine's fleet. "Brilliant, Your Highness, this is an excellent idea," Sengoku said with enthusiasm. "If we can hire fishmen to assist with projects like constructing ships or developing routes in the Comm Belt, it would benefit everyone. Why didn't I think of this sooner?" Chapter 152, Uranus, The Secret of Uranus. The meeting with Ottoheim didn't last long. After all, this was a monumental undertaking, so massive that even Claudius himself couldn't estimate how much profit or benefit could be drawn from it. A few basic agreements were tentatively reached, such as hiring the tens of thousands of idle fishmen from Fishman Street to work as laborers, addressing issues with merchant fleets, and ironing out smaller details. However, the full scope of their discussions was left for future talks. After concluding the meeting, Claudius decided to take some time to explore Fishman Island. King Neptune and Princess Ottoheim graciously invited Claudius to stay in Ryugu Palace, and after giving it some thought, he accepted. He had heard that not too long ago, Princess Ottoheim had given birth to a little princess named Shirahoshi. Naturally, Claudius was curious about her. But of course, not in the way one might assume. Claudius had no inappropriate thoughts about Shirahoshi. Rather, his interest lay in her unique status. After all, Shirahoshi wasn't just any princess, she was the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon, a living entity said to possess world-shattering power. That being said, Claudius couldn't help but feel a little perplexed about one thing. How had Princess Ottoheim, with her petite frame, managed to give birth to someone as massive as Shirahoshi? He had done some research before arriving on the island and knew that the inhabitants of Fishman Island reproduced as mammals do, through pregnancy and live birth. But no matter how much he thought about it, the logistics of Shirahoshi's birth baffled him. Naturally, Claudius wasn't about to ask Princess Ottoheim directly. Some curiosities were best left unspoken. Shirahoshi's special status as Poseidon tied into the legend of the ancient weapons, three legendary powers that could change the course of history. The first of these was Pluton, said to be a massive warship with firepower capable of obliterating entire islands with a single strike. Claudius already had some knowledge about Pluton. For one, he knew that Master Tom, the legendary shipwright, had inherited the blueprints for building it. Those blueprints had been passed down through the generations in the shipbuilding hub of Water 7. However, Claudius wasn't particularly interested in Pluton at the moment. Even if he were to acquire it, it wasn't something he could use freely. In all likelihood, it would have to be handed over to the world government anyway. In addition to Tom, there were rumors that the actual Pluton warship itself was hidden somewhere in the vast deserts of Alabasta. The Nefertari royal family, who ruled the kingdom, were said to possess records of its location in the form of an ancient poneglyph. Claudius believed this was likely true. After all, why else would Alabasta frequently find itself at odds with the world government? It couldn't merely be because they had declined to ascend to the celestial dragon class 800 years ago. There had to be more to the story. Claudius suspected that the world government's lingering concerns about Alabasta stemmed from their supposed ownership of Pluton. While the Nefertari family might never use such a weapon recklessly, certainly not against their own people during a civil conflict like Crocodile's coup, Claudius reasoned that in a dire enough situation, they might unveil it as a trump card in a war against an external threat. Moreover, Claudius had always wondered why the Nefertari family had refused to join the other 19 royal families in moving to Mariewa and becoming celestial dragons. Was it simply a matter of pride, or did it have something to do with safeguarding Pluton? Whatever the case, Claudius was certain that there was a deeper story hidden in Alabasta's history. The second ancient weapon, Poseidon, was much simpler in nature compared to Pluton. It wasn't a man-made object, but rather an ability passed down through the royal bloodline of Fishman Island. Every few generations, a member of the royal family would awaken the power to communicate with and command sea kings, the massive creatures that ruled the ocean depths. These sea kings were capable of immense destruction, earning the title of kings of the sea. This generation's Poseidon was none other than Shirahoshi. Claudius mused on how easily people underestimated the power of sea kings. While ordinary sea kings were formidable, the true leviathans of the deep, those colossal creatures larger than entire islands, were an entirely different matter. Their numbers were unknown, but their presence was enough to strike fear into the hearts of even the bravest sailors. He chuckled at the thought. The people of Fishman Island really don't know the cards they're holding, do they? With a power like Poseidon, they could dominate the seas, yet they've allowed themselves to be bullied and oppressed for centuries. Truly baffling, Claudius muttered to himself. But his train of thought didn't stop there. The final ancient weapon, Uranus, was arguably the most mysterious of the three. Unlike Pluton and Poseidon, which had clear origins and functions, Uranus was shrouded in secrecy. Claudius had managed to piece together some details about Uranus during his years in Mariewa. According to his research, Uranus was in the hands of the world government. In fact, it was one of the primary reasons they had been able to maintain control over the world for 800 years. From what Claudius had gathered, Uranus was not a ship in the traditional sense, but rather a massive aerial weapon, a sort of flying fortress. It was said to have the ability to unleash devastating attacks from the sky, living up to its name as the King of the Heavens. Based on various records and his own speculations, Claudius believed that Uranus was likely a relic left behind by the Moon People, an ancient race known for their advanced technology. Thousands of years ago, these Moon People had descended to Earth, leaving behind their knowledge and bloodlines, which eventually became the inhabitants of Sky Island. Even the enigmatic Enel had stumbled upon their ruins when he ventured to the moon. As for Uranus' current location, Claudius had no solid evidence, but he had his suspicions. He believed it might be hidden beneath Mariewa itself. The reasoning was simple. Uranus was too large and too valuable to store anywhere else. Mariewa, as the seat of power for the world government and the celestial dragons, was the safest and most logical hiding place. It would explain why the holy city held such significance beyond its geographic position. Why else would they call it the Holy Land? Claudius mused. Could it be because Uranus itself is buried beneath their feet? The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Mariewa wasn't just a political and symbolic center. It could very well be the resting place of one of the greatest weapons in the world. Still, Claudius kept these thoughts to himself. Without concrete evidence, he had no intention of prying into matters he wasn't yet ready to confront. As he wandered through Fishman Island, Claudius found himself shaking his head in disbelief. The islanders truly didn't realize the potential of the power they held. With Poseidon in their hands, they could have ruled the seas and turned the tides against any oppression. Just one Poseidon is enough to rewrite the balance of the entire world, Claudius thought with a wry smile. And yet, here they are, struggling to find their place on the surface. He chuckled softly, the irony of it all not lost on him. If only they had recognized their strength earlier, perhaps history would have taken a very different course. Chapter 153, Shiarli. While Claudius and his group were meeting with King Neptune at Ryugu Palace, the transfer of the freed mermaid slaves from the Prometheus was successfully completed. At that moment, Nia had just exited the palace and was standing near Jinbei, the stout, blue-skinned merman who was also King Neptune's trusted subordinate. The two seemed to be engaged in some light conversation, and Claudius happened to notice them as he stepped out of the palace. Upon seeing Claudius, Nia quickly approached to give her report. After hearing that the handover had been completed without issue, Claudius nodded in satisfaction. The rest, he figured, was up to Fishman Island to handle. There was no need for him to concern himself further with such minor details. As they made their way back to Coral Hill, Claudius took in the sights of the island with a growing sense of admiration. Although he couldn't help but criticize Fishman Island's submissiveness, over the past 800 years, he had to admit that the island itself was breathtakingly beautiful. The dreamy, otherworldly scenery, with its glowing coral and shimmering waters, felt like something out of a fairy tale. What a wonderful place, Claudius murmured to himself, clearly impressed. Hearing this, Nia smiled and suggested, "Your Highness, if you like it so much, why don't we establish some property here? After all, it's not far from Mariewa, a trip would only take a day at most. If your Highness enjoys this place, you could come here to relax whenever you please." Claudius chuckled and asked, "Property? You mean like real estate, a manor?" Nia nodded matter-of-factly and said, "Yes. I've heard there's an area called Euphory Hills, considered the most prestigious residential district on Fishman Island. It has several beautiful estates available for purchase. While the manors there are said to be expensive, it's hardly an issue for us." Nia's confidence was apparent, her tone brimming with the self-assurance of someone who knew their wealth could solve any problem. To her, buying a luxurious villa seemed no more difficult than picking out a new coat. And truthfully, she wasn't wrong. Claudius had built up an impressive fortune over the years. In his younger days, he had been far more restrained with his spending, carefully managing his limited funds. But now he was wealthy beyond imagination. Whether it was the tributes he regularly received from underworld figures like Umit, the generous annual allowances from the world government, the vast sums of heavenly tribute owed to the upper echelon celestial dragons, the profits generated by Happy Street under Stussie's management, or the earnings funneled through his alliances with pirates like Crocodile and Doflamingo, money was something Claudius no longer needed to worry about. Hearing Nia's suggestion, Claudius stroked his chin thoughtfully before smirking. "You've grown quite attached to Miro and Lenny, haven't you? Is that why you want to buy a property here?" Nia's cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked away, embarrassed. "Well, Lenny and Miro are leaving, but you've become good friends with them over the years," Claudius said, his tone teasing yet kind. "You've spent so much time together that you're like family. Now that they've returned to Fishman Island, you'll want to visit them from time to time, and for that, you'd need a place to stay. Am I right?" Caught off guard by how easily Claudius had guessed her thoughts, Nia lowered her head in bashful silence. Claudius chuckled at her reaction, amused but also touched. "Nia, you're the person I trust most. You don't need to ask for my approval for something as trivial as this. If you want to buy property here, go ahead. And if it's what you want, we'll purchase all of you free hills. Nia's eyes widened in shock and she quickly waved her hands. No, no, Your Highness, there's no need to go that far. A small manor would be more than enough. Claudius laughed. If you say so, but make sure it's one of the best manors on the island. No need to settle for second best. Take your time and pick one you really like. Seeing the sincerity in his words, Nia's initial embarrassment was replaced by warmth and gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll take care of it. As the group continued walking, Stussy, who had been quietly observing their conversation, smiled. She and Nia shared a close bond, so she wasn't surprised by how easily Claudius indulged her. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who had been walking a short distance away, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Celestial dragons really live on a completely different level, he thought with a sigh. They can just casually decide to buy the best property on an entire island, as if it's nothing. Still, Sengoku quickly consoled himself. It's fine. Marine will soon be flush with resources after all these new developments. Maybe I'll propose building a nice marine base with comfortable accommodations. Surely an admiral deserves a decent place to stay. Had Claudius been aware of Sengoku's musings, he would have likely laughed and remarked on the creeping corruption in the admiral's thoughts. But all of this was just playful banter in his mind. Sengoku, despite his occasional complaints, remained an upright and disciplined leader. Eventually, Claudius and Nia arrived at Coral Hill, where they spotted Lenny and Miro walking around with a young mermaid girl. The girl was noticeably larger than Lenny and Miro, and her shark-like features hinted at her being a rare shark mermaid. When Lenny spotted Claudius, she immediately waved and called out, "Your Highness." Claudius smiled and waved back as the group approached him. "You seem happy. Is it because you're back home?" he asked. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Miro introduced the young shark mermaid. "Your Highness, this is Shiarly. She's the daughter of a dear friend of ours. Well, her mother isn't with us anymore. She's only 15, so Lenny and I thought we'd take care of her together. Is that all right?" Claudius blinked in surprise. Shiarly, a shark mermaid? He couldn't help but feel that the name and her appearance were familiar, though he couldn't immediately place why. Still, he smiled warmly and said, "You don't need my permission for something like that. You're free now, aren't you?" Hearing this, Lenny touched the mark on her arm, a combination of the celestial dragon's hoof and the Donquixote family crest. Originally, the mark had been branded onto her when she was enslaved, but the addition of the family crest had come later, symbolizing her bond with Claudius. "Even though we're free, this crest means we'll always belong to you, Your Highness," Lenny said with a grin. "Wise words, little one," Claudius replied, stroking his chin with mock seriousness. "We're not little," Miro chimed in indignantly. "We're older than you by a few years." As the group laughed and chatted, Lenny suddenly perked up and said, "Oh, Your Highness, Shiarly has an amazing ability. She can predict the future. Why don't you let her try it for you?" Chapter 154. Shiarly, will you become Marine Fleet Admiral in the future? As Claudius listened to Lenny's suggestion, he studied Shiarly for a moment. This time, he was certain this young mermaid was indeed the future owner of the mermaid cafe. If memory served, wasn't she somehow related to Arlong? Perhaps his older or younger sister. Before Claudius could say anything, Stussy's curiosity got the better of her. With a gleam of interest in her eyes, she said, "You can predict the future? I love divinations like this. Why don't you give me a try first?" It had to be said regardless of age or maturity. Women seemed to have a natural fondness for fortune-telling and mysterious predictions. "Are you interested, Stussy? Great. Let's find a nice spot to sit and do this together," Lenny said enthusiastically. Seeing their excitement, Claudius smiled and glanced at Sengoku Admiral, who appeared both exasperated and amused. With little else to do, both men decided to join the group. Under Lenny's guidance, they soon arrived at a cozy cafe. As they stepped inside, Shiarly's eyes lit up with admiration, her gaze darting around the establishment with evident fascination. "My dream is to open a cafe here in Coral Hill," Shiarly whispered to Miro, her tone shy yet full of longing. Miro paused, touching her chin thoughtfully before nodding. "Since we're back now, And after all these years, so much has changed, including our homes being gone. Why don't we help you make that dream come true? Let's open one together." Lenny clapped her hands in agreement, but then blinked mischievously and said, "That sounds like a great idea, but we're broke. If we want to open a cafe, we're going to need a generous investor, right?" Miro caught on quickly and nodded with a sly smile. "You're right, but where would we find such a kind, handsome, and wealthy benefactor willing to invest in 3 poor little mermaids?" Hearing their playful banter, Claudius chuckled and shook his head. "You too, handsome and kind? Are you fishing for compliments or trying to guilt-trip me?" "We're talking about a benefactor, Your Highness," Lenny teased with a grin. "Let's be real," Claudius replied with mock seriousness. "Who else but me, this kind, handsome man, would be foolish enough to indulge you 2 schemers?" Miro didn't even hesitate. "So, it's settled then, you'll help us, Your Highness." Claudius couldn't help but laugh at her shamelessness. Not that he minded. After all, he'd long planned to establish some influence on Fishman Island. Miro and Lenny would play key roles in his plans, and the friendship they had built over the years only cemented his desire to support them. "Fine, fine," Claudius relented with a wave of his hand. "But remember, this isn't without a price. Someday, I might need the 2 of you to lend me a hand." Lenny immediately raised her arm, pointing to the mark of the celestial dragon's hoof on her shoulder, now tattooed with the Donquixote family crest in its center. "Don't worry, Your Highness. Whatever you need, leave it to us." Once they settled into a corner of the cave, the conversation shifted to Shirley's abilities. Stussy, ever curious, leaned forward eagerly. "So, how does this work? Do you need my hair? My palm?" Claudius raised an eyebrow, surprised by Stussy's enthusiasm. Judging by her eagerness, she must have had her fortune told more than once before. Shirley, a little shy, shook her head and replied, "No, I just need my crystal ball." From her bag, Shirley retrieved a clear crystal ball and set it gently on the table. "What would you like me to predict, Sister Stussy?" Stussy's excitement faltered for a moment, and she glanced at Claudius with a suspicious look, as if worried he might overhear. Then, lowering her voice, she leaned close to Shirley and whispered something in her ear. Whatever Stussy said made Shirley's cheeks flush pink, but she nodded in understanding. Placing her hands on the crystal ball, Shirley closed her eyes, and the ball began to emit a soft, ethereal glow. Claudius and Sengoku both leaned forward slightly, intrigued by the sight. "Can she really see the future?" Sengoku muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "If this ability is real, its strategic value could be enormous." Claudius shared his curiosity but was also cautious. "Does this ability have limitations?" he asked. Before Shirley could respond, Lenny eagerly chimed in. "Of course, there are limits. Shirley's predictions are very accurate, but they don't work every time. The bigger the event, the harder it is for her to see clearly. Sometimes even she doesn't know why her visions succeed or fail, it's all up to fate. But she did predict the start of the Great Pirate Era, and that came true." "Seriously," Claudius said, genuinely impressed. Sengoku's expression became more serious. For a moment, he even considered whether Shirley should be brought into Marine's fold as a strategic resource. But then, his gaze softened. "It's an incredible ability," he murmured, "but also a painful one. Predicting the future, isn't that an unbearable burden? People strive toward the future because they can't see it. If you already know what's coming, what's left to hope for?" Claudius nodded in agreement. "True. Even if you could glimpse the future, would it be worth it? The future isn't set in stone. I'd rather face it head-on and shape it with my own hands." Hearing this, Sengoku abandoned any thoughts of recruiting Shirley. As admirable as her gift was, it seemed like a heavy cross to bear, one he had no desire to exploit. Meanwhile, Shirley finished her prediction and looked at Stussy. "Sister Stussy, you and..." Before Shirley could finish her sentence, Stussy let out a shriek and leapt to her feet, clapping a hand over the young mermaid's mouth. "Privacy? This is private. Shirley, don't say it out loud." The scene was so over the top that Claudius couldn't help but laugh. "What's with all the mystery?" he teased. Ignoring him, Stussy whispered something to Shirley, who then shared the rest of the prediction in a hushed voice. Whatever Shirley said caused Stussy's face to flush crimson, and she returned to her seat, clearly flustered. For the rest of the time, she sat in silence, occasionally breaking into a dreamy, silly smile. Claudius couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What could she possibly have told you to make you, the unshakable Queen Stussy, act like that? After Stussy, Sengoku decided to try his luck. With a grin, he said, "Why don't you show me too? Let this old man see what the future holds." Shirley smiled and nodded. "What would you like to know, Grandpa?" "Anything is fine, just surprise me," Sengoku said good-naturedly, ignoring the grandpa label. Shirley once again placed her hands on the crystal ball, and it began to glow. After a few moments, she opened her eyes, startled, and exclaimed, "Grandpa, you're going to become Marine's Fleet Admiral soon." Chapter 155, Claudius, Who Devours All Futures. As soon as Shirley's voice fell, Claudius laughed and said, "See, it seems little sister Shirley's ability is quite powerful and very accurate, Sengoku." Sengoku chuckled modestly, waving his hand as he replied, "Your Highness, don't tease me, it's just a coincidence." Although Sengoku spoke with humility, the subtle joy written across his face betrayed his true feelings. In reality, this wasn't much of a secret, at least not among senior figures in the world government like Claudius and Sengoku. Whether it was Kong or the Five Elders, everyone had long been grooming Sengoku to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. Currently, Sengoku was the only admiral who fulfilled the conditions for promotion. To qualify as a Marine Fleet Admiral, one must first serve as an admiral, and Sengoku was the sole active admiral at the moment. Zephyr, the former admiral, had retired years ago to head the Marine Officer Training Camp, where he now trained the next generation of Marines. Meanwhile, the position of admiral that was meant for Garp remained vacant since the man stubbornly refused the role. Garp's rejection was so absolute that the idea of him becoming Fleet Admiral was entirely out of the question. Tsuru, while highly capable, had no interest in becoming Marine Fleet Admiral either. Among those most qualified, Sengoku was the only one both eligible and willing. He was also the most suitable candidate in terms of temperament and experience. This is why Claudius, after hearing Shirley predict Sengoku's promotion in the near future, praised her ability. It was essentially a confirmation of what everyone already expected. The mention of the near future meant Sengoku's promotion was imminent. As Claudius thought about this, he couldn't help but reflect on how Sengoku's rise would soon bring major changes to Marine. The vacant admiral positions would need to be filled quickly, and the candidates for those roles were already established. There were 5 contenders: Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kyuzin, Jin, and Takacake. Among them, Sakazuki had openly expressed his ambition to become an admiral. He was driven and confident in his abilities. Borsellino, on the other hand, took a much more relaxed approach. His attitude could be summed up as, "If they offer me the position, I'll take it. If not, I'll just continue being vice admiral." Kyuzin, while not as eager as Sakazuki, also quietly hoped to be promoted. As for Jin, she showed little interest in becoming admiral. Despite her qualifications, her lack of enthusiasm for the role was evident. She seldom participated in admiral-related training and clearly had no intention of competing for the title. Lastly, Takacake, while skilled, shared a certain carefree attitude with Garp. He wasn't motivated by ambition and seemed indifferent to the prospect of becoming an admiral. Based on what Claudius remembered from the original timeline and the current developments, he was confident the new admirals would be Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kyuzin. These 3 were poised to lead Marine into a new era of strength and authority. With this lineup, Marine would undoubtedly experience significant growth and development in the next 5 to 10 years. After Sengoku's reading was complete, the group shifted back to lighthearted conversation. Stussy, Miro, and the others were soon urging Claudius to give Shirley's ability a try. Despite some initial reluctance, Claudius eventually agreed. Shirley began her usual process, placing her hands on the crystal ball. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. The crystal ball remained dim, showing none of the glowing light from earlier readings. Confused, Shirley tried again and again, but the results were the same. Finally, she spoke, her tone puzzled. "It's strange, there's no response at all. I can't see Big Brother Claudius's future. Lenny stepped in quickly to reassure her. You've been using your ability a lot today, Shiarly. Maybe you're just tired. It's okay if it doesn't work, don't blame yourself. Claudius nodded with a gentle smile. Exactly. It's no big deal. Honestly, I've already seen enough of my own future. His words were meant to comfort, but deep down, Claudius was genuinely curious. Shiarly's explanation soon gave him something to think about. It's not a failure, Shiarly insisted, shaking her head. This is different. It's not like the times when my ability simply fails. It feels like there's nothing there. Like something is actively blocking me from seeing you. It's as if your future doesn't exist, it's being devoured. Her words made Claudius pause. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Was this because he wasn't truly a part of this world? After all, his soul came from another place entirely. If he was, in a sense, a dead man, it would make sense that his future was obscured. In any case, he saw this as a good thing. If some unseen force was protecting him from being spied on, it was better than the alternative. Still, Claudius didn't dwell on it for long. With a casual wave of his hand, he laughed it off. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome for the future to handle. Ha ha ha, let's not overthink it. The group quickly moved on from the topic, treating the failed reading as little more than a minor oddity. They continued to enjoy their coffee and conversation, and even Sengoku had fully relaxed into the atmosphere. Sengoku couldn't help but marvel at how much he had changed recently. The more time he spent with Claudius, the more he felt his perspective shifting. There was something about Claudius, an ineffable quality that seemed to influence everyone around him. People who stayed in his orbit inevitably changed, though whether for better or worse was up for debate. For Sengoku, the change felt positive. He found himself feeling younger in spirit, less rigid in his thinking. In the past, he would have approached someone like Shiarly with purely strategic intent, seeing her as an asset for Marine. Yet now, he felt no desire to exploit her gift. Sengoku didn't know if this newfound mindset was entirely a good thing, but for the moment, he was content to let it be. In the days that followed, Claudius held several more discussions with Princess Otoheim and King Neptune, solidifying a number of agreements. One of the most significant deals involved the liberation of the remaining fishman slaves in Mariewa. Claudius assured Neptune that these individuals would be gradually freed until the number of enslaved fishmen reached 0. Once this task was complete, Claudius anticipated earning a great deal of goodwill from the people of Fishman Island. With this trust established, he planned to move forward with CPX and Marine's efforts to reform the lawless Fishman district. However, one key obstacle remained: the unruly leaders of Fishman district. To bring them under control, Claudius would need someone capable of commanding their respect. Fortunately, he already had someone in mind: Fisher Tiger. Currently imprisoned in Mariewa, Fisher Tiger was a wildcard. Claudius had initially debated killing him outright to prevent the infamous Mariewa fire that would threaten his own home. But now, he saw a better opportunity. Come work for me, Fisher Tiger, Claudius thought with a sly smile. Let's see if we can rewrite your story. Chapter 156, Robin on a Whim, I Stole the Poneglyph. After spending several days on Fishman Island, Claudius and his party successfully concluded their mission for the world government. Whitebeard's flag could no longer be raised, and Neptune and the others understood the stakes. If the Fishman Island royals dared to defy this arrangement, the consequences would be catastrophic. Not only would the 5 elders lose their patience, but Claudius himself would not tolerate being made a fool of. If such a situation arose again, Claudius jokingly thought to himself that he might destroy the entire Fishman Island in retaliation. He could even uproot Eve itself to use its wood for shipbuilding. Of course, this was just an exaggerated thought. Neptune and Princess Otoheim were certainly not foolish enough to push things that far. During their stay, Claudius finally saw Shirahoshi. Though she was just a newborn, her immense size was astonishing. Shirahoshi was absolutely adorable, to the point of being overwhelmingly charming. In the future, 2 individuals would be widely regarded as the most beautiful women in the world. One of them was Boa Hancock, whose beauty captivated countless hearts. However, despite her fame, Hancock's beauty would only be acknowledged unofficially, revered among pirates and civilians alike, but never formally recognized. The other was Shirahoshi, who was considered the world's most beautiful woman with official recognition. When comparing the two, Claudius leaned toward Hancock. While Shirahoshi was indeed stunning, her appeal leaned more toward innocence and cuteness, with her status as the mermaid princess adding significant weight to her reputation. Hancock, on the other hand, relied solely on her extraordinary looks to command attention. If beauty alone could determine rank, Hancock's presence was on par with that of a Marine Fleet admiral. As the Prometheus descended from Fishman Island back to the sea surface, Claudius found himself marveling at the beauty of the deep-sea landscape. Unlike the trip down, which had been occupied with conversations with Sengoku, this time Claudius took the opportunity to appreciate the underwater world. Both Lenny and Miro remained behind on Fishman Island. Claudius ensured they were well-funded, leaving behind significant resources to support their new life. He even spoke with Neptune, requesting the king to look after the two women. For Neptune, this was an opportunity to gather more insight into Claudius. Were the rumors of his goodwill genuine? Was this celestial dragon someone they could trust? With these questions in mind, Neptune readily agreed to Claudius's request. On Sengoku's side, plans were already underway. Upon his return to Marineford, he would begin preparations to station Marines on Fishman Island, further cementing the new arrangement. As the Prometheus moved through the depths, Hancock leaned against the railing, her eyes wide with excitement as she spotted a massive, glowing anglerfish in the distance. "What is that? It's so big!" she exclaimed. Claudius smiled at her enthusiasm. "That's a lanternfish. They're huge, and I've heard they even prey on sea kings. But, well, they are pretty ugly, aren't they?" Hancock nodded quickly. "Yes, it's so ugly, it looks like it's from some horror story." Robin, standing quietly nearby, commented in a calm tone, "I think it's kind of charming." Claudius turned toward her, amused. Over time, he'd realized that Robin's unusual aesthetic preferences weren't born from trauma or hardship, but were simply an intrinsic part of her personality. It was the same Robin who had adopted Saul's odd chuck-hee-hee laugh back when she was a child. Even as Claudius reflected on her quirks, he couldn't help but wonder about Saul. The giant vice admiral with such a promising future, wasn't he locked away in Impel Down? Shaking the thought from his mind, Claudius asked Robin, "Did you find anything interesting on Fishman Island? Something that caught your attention?" Robin turned to him, her gaze thoughtful. "Yes, I found it fascinating. The culture there is so distinct from the surface world. I also bought a lot of books." Hearing this, Claudius smiled warmly. "Books, huh? That sounds like you, Robin. Did you spend a fortune?" Robin hesitated for a moment before admitting, "I might have gone a little overboard. It cost quite a bit." Claudius chuckled. "How much could books possibly cost? Don't worry about it. How much did you spend?" Robin hesitated again before sheepishly responding, "About 1,000,000,000 berries." Claudius froze, nearly falling over the railing. "What? 1,000,000,000 berries? You spent that much on books. Did you buy a library or something? Or was it the Poneglyph?" Robin flinched at his outburst, her face filled with embarrassment. Many of the books were original manuscripts, some of them centuries old. Others were rare editions thought to have been lost to time. Knowledge is priceless, isn't it? You always say that, Your Highness. Books are the ladder of human progress, and knowledge is the most valuable treasure. Hearing her justification, Claudius laughed, shaking his head. "All right, fine, I suppose I did say that." Robin sighed in relief, her tension easing as she smiled. "I've already placed them in the ship's library, but it still feels so empty. Your library is too big." Claudius nodded, a spark of pride lighting his eyes. "One day, Robin, we'll fill that library together. Every book will represent a journey, an adventure. The Prometheus will truly live up to its name, the Ship of Wisdom." Robin didn't reply right away. Instead, she gazed at him for a moment before asking, "The Ship of Wisdom?" "Yes," Claudius replied confidently. "The Prometheus isn't just a ship, it's a vessel of knowledge, discovery, and understanding." Robin hesitated, then added, "While we were on Fishman Island, I visited the sea forest." Claudius raised an eyebrow. The sea forest, that's the place with the poneglyph, isn't it? Robin nodded, her expression suddenly uncertain. I had someone move the poneglyph to the ship's library. What? Claudius nearly choked on his words. You moved the poneglyph. The fishmen didn't try to stop you. Robin frowned thoughtfully before replying. No, I don't think they saw it as anything important. It was just lying there in the sea forest, like an abandoned relic. No one seemed to care. Claudius groaned and rubbed his forehead, but he couldn't find it in himself to be angry. Ultimately, it was a poneglyph, a priceless artifact that couldn't be read by just anyone. Its presence aboard the Prometheus was both a risk and an opportunity. Well, what's done is done, Claudius said with a shrug. No one can read it anyway, so I doubt it'll cause much trouble. Robin glanced at him, conflicted. She had considered revealing her ability to read the poneglyphs but decided against it. Not yet, she thought to herself. I'll tell him when the time is right. Chapter 157. Enel's Big Adventure. Got rich, Your Highness. The Prometheus continued to glide smoothly through the deep sea as Claudius chatted casually with the girls around him. At that moment, Nia approached with a den mushy in hand, saying, Your Highness, it's Enel. Oh, the Thunder Lord, Claudius asked with a chuckle. Nia smiled as well, handing him the den mushy. Yes, it's our very own Thunder Lord. Taking the receiver, Claudius smiled as he greeted, Enel, is that you? How are things lately? I hear you're going by the name Thunder Lord now. The voice on the other end of the line practically buzzed with excitement. Your Highness, are you paying attention to me? I'm so happy. Claudius couldn't help but laugh at Enel's enthusiasm. The guy really was like a loyal little puppy, eager to please, ecstatic at even the smallest bit of praise. Compared to Crocodile, who always acted like a stubborn, arrogant tsundere, Enel was oddly refreshing. Ha ha ha, of course, I'm paying attention. You're my favorite subordinate, after all, Claudius said, lying through his teeth without the slightest hesitation. Truthfully, he hadn't been keeping track of Enel's pirate activities until Sengoku Admiral had casually mentioned them a few days ago. But hearing the excitement in Enel's voice, Claudius resolved to give him a bit more attention in the future. Your Highness, guess where I am right now, Enel said, his excitement mounting. Claudius tilted his head, trying to piece it together. Based on his earlier conversations with Sengoku, he had a rough idea of where Enel might be. Let me guess, you're near Water 7, or maybe you've taken one of the other routes. Wrong, Your Highness, you'll never guess it, ha ha ha, Enel replied gleefully. Claudius raised an eyebrow. All right then, where are you? I'm in the White Sea, Enel declared. For a moment, Claudius was stunned. The White Sea? How in the world had Enel ended up back in the sky? The White Sea, how did you end up there? Claudius asked, now genuinely curious. Well, it's like this. I was originally heading toward Water 7 along the Alabasta route, but then I stopped at Jaya Island. Have you heard of Jaya Island, Your Highness? Enel asked, his voice brimming with excitement. Of course, that's the starting point for the Sky Island route with the infamous knock-up stream. Did you take the ocean current to get back into the sky? Claudius asked, his tone a mixture of surprise and amusement. That's exactly what happened, Enel said proudly. Claudius couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Only someone like Enel would casually take such a dangerous and unpredictable route as the knock-up stream and live to tell the tale. Well, considering you're talking to me right now, I assume you survived the trip unscathed. You've got some luck, I'll give you that, Claudius said, shaking his head with a wry smile. It was amazing. The knock-up stream shot us straight into the sky. Your Highness, it's incredible up here, Enel said. So, what brought you to the White Sea? Feeling nostalgic for your old home? Claudius teased. Not at all. The place where Your Highness is, that's my home now, Enel replied with surprising sincerity. Didn't you always say, this piece of mind is my hometown? Claudius raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He had indeed quoted that phrase from Sushi, a poet from his previous world. It seemed that his random musings had left an impression on Enel. Well, I didn't expect you to remember that, Claudius said with a laugh. All right, then, what are you up to in the White Sea? Your Highness, I've made a huge discovery, Enel said, his voice dropping to an excited whisper. I think I've found a great treasure. Claudius's curiosity was piqued. A treasure? Tell me more. Excitedly, Enel launched into the story of his latest adventure. As it turned out, Enel had stopped at Jaya Island on his way to Water 7. He had heard rumors about the fabled city of gold, Shandara, and became intrigued. Apparently, Enel recalled stories from his time on Burka about a mysterious land in the White Sea. Piecing everything together, he theorized that the city of gold had been launched into the sky by the Nakup stream centuries ago. Unable to resist the allure of such a grand treasure, Enel had used the soaring current to reach the White Sea. Once there, he began exploring, and soon confirmed the existence of the Golden City near Angel Island. "I knew it, Your Highness. The Golden City is real, there's gold everywhere, but it seems like it's been in the middle of some war for centuries. But I'm sure we can take it all," Enel said excitedly. Claudius was equal parts amused and impressed. He had considered searching for the City of Gold years ago during his visit to Sky Island, but had ultimately been too busy to follow through. Yet here was Enel, stumbling upon the treasure almost by accident. "Well, well, it seems you've had quite the adventure, Enel. I'll figure out how to send some people up to help you," Claudius said with a smile. After a bit more conversation, the call ended, and Claudius leaned back, deep in thought. The Golden City, Shandara? This could turn out to be a massive haul. Enel might have stumbled into something extraordinary, but now Claudius had to figure out how to capitalize on it. With a smirk, he began planning his next move. Chapter 158, Sengoku, Is Your CPX Really This Good? For centuries, 3 legendary treasures have been whispered about across the seas. And now, with the addition of Roger's One Piece, there are 4 ultimate treasures in existence. Unlike the mystery surrounding Roger's legendary treasure, the other 3, Golden City, Emerald City, and the Sea of Gems, are ancient legends passed down since time immemorial. Each one is cloaked in mystery, with a history stretching back hundreds of years. The Sea of Gems is rumored to exist somewhere within the Grand Line. The entire sea is said to glitter with precious gems, but no one knows exactly where it is. There are no clear records, and Claudius himself isn't sure whether it's real or just a fanciful tale. The Emerald City is said to have been a city built entirely from priceless jade. The legend dates back more than 800 years, long before the world government came into existence. Like the Sea of Gems, its existence remains unproven, though that hasn't stopped countless treasure hunters from seeking it. Compared to these 2 enigmatic legends, the Golden City feels more grounded in reality, though its origin is still shrouded in the past. It all began more than 400 years ago with an expedition launched by the North Blue Kingdom of Elvenial. Though it was described as an expedition, it was actually a treasure-hunting mission led by the infamous liar Mont Blanc Noland. According to the story, Noland discovered the ancient civilization of Shandara on what is now known as Jaya Island. The people of Shandara were said to be prosperous, building their city with gold and living in unimaginable wealth. Upon returning to the Elvenial kingdom, Noland shared his discovery with the king, who was so enticed by the thought of golden riches that he sent a fleet back to Jaya to claim it. However, when Noland returned, the civilization of Shandara had mysteriously disappeared. Branded as a fraud and traitor for leading the king on a fruitless expedition, Noland was executed in disgrace. His name became a mockery, and the legend of the Golden City was written off as nothing more than a fanciful tale. However, not everyone on the seas dismissed the legend. Over the last 4 centuries, countless adventurers and treasure hunters have searched for the Golden City, though none have succeeded. Even Noland's descendants have dedicated their lives to clearing his name, hoping to find the elusive city of gold. Unlike those countless failures, Claudius now knew the truth. Thanks to Enel, he was certain the Golden City existed hidden high above in the sky on Skypia. The sheer wealth contained within the city was incalculable. At a conservative estimate, it was worth at least tens of billions of berries. And at its peak, who knew where the numbers would stop? Even just scratching the surface of that wealth had netted Luffy's crew hundreds of millions of berries in gold. How much would it amount to if Claudius managed to bring down the entire city? But there was a problem. Claudius knew he couldn't claim all that gold for himself. It was simply too vast. Even with his connections, manpower, and resources, moving that much gold alone would be impossible. When he had visited Skypia years ago, Claudius had briefly considered searching for the Golden City but ultimately abandoned the idea. At the time, his fleet was small, and transporting the gold was a logistical nightmare. Now, however, he had more options at his disposal, especially with Enel on his side. Still, the operation would require careful planning. For one, transporting the treasure would require a massive fleet. Claudius had the fleet, but there was another challenge: getting the fleet to Skypia. There were two known ways to reach Skypia. The first was the knock-up stream, a natural phenomenon that shoots ships into the sky. While it was possible for a single ship to survive the stream, sending an entire fleet through would be impossible. Not only was the stream unpredictable, but there was no guarantee the ships wouldn't be destroyed mid-ascent. The second route was the High West Path, the route Claudius had taken on his initial trip to Skypia. While safer, this route required experienced navigators to guide the fleet through treacherous waters and up the sky currents. Unfortunately, Claudius didn't have anyone in his crew with that expertise. However, he knew someone who did: Marine headquarters. Specifically, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had decades of experience navigating tricky waters. If Claudius wanted to pull this off, he would need to partner with the Marines. Sharing the profits with Marine might sting, but the potential payout was worth it. Besides, forming a deeper alliance with Sengoku and the Marines would benefit Claudius's long-term plans, especially with his calm belt projects underway. With this plan in mind, Claudius made his way to Sengoku, who was currently occupying himself in the Prometheus Library. "Your Highness, Admiral Sengoku is in the library," the butler Nia informed him. Claudius chuckled. "Ha ha ha, the resourceful general indulging in some light reading? Let's go see what he's up to." When Claudius arrived, he found Sengoku seated on one of the library steps, engrossed in a book. His glasses reflected the warm library light as he carefully flipped through the pages, clearly immersed in his study. Hearing footsteps, Sengoku glanced up and smiled. "Your collection here is incredible, Your Highness. I must admit I'm a little envious." Claudius laughed. "Well, a good chunk of it is thanks to you. Without Ohara, I wouldn't have been able to gather such a collection." Sengoku sighed, a trace of regret crossing his features. "I didn't want that outcome either. Ohara was a cultural treasure, but as Marine Admiral, I had to make tough choices. It wasn't a decision I made lightly." Claudius nodded but didn't push the conversation further. Instead, he gestured to a nearby slab of stone, the poneglyph Robin had brought aboard. "Ah, so you've noticed the historical text? I thought it would pique your interest," Claudius said. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. "I was curious. Collecting something like this? Your Highness truly has a unique sense of curiosity." "Haha, it's indestructible, isn't it? Fire, water, blades, it survives them all. I thought it was fascinating, so I brought it aboard to study." Sengoku didn't press further. As a celestial dragon, Claudius's actions were beyond reproach. Instead, the two chatted for a bit before Claudius finally broached the topic of his grand plan. "Sengoku," Claudius began with a sly smile, "I've got a business proposal for you, something big. Are you interested?" Sengoku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A business proposal? How big are we talking, Your Highness?" Claudius grinned. "Let's just say, hundreds of millions at the very least." Sengoku leaned back, crossing his arms. "All right, you've got my attention. What exactly is this proposal?" Claudius's eyes gleamed as he leaned forward. "Golden City, Admiral. What would Marine think if CPX found the legendary Golden City?" Sengoku's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening. "Are you saying you found it?" Claudius's grin widened. "I'm saying we might have a very profitable opportunity on our hands, Admiral. But to make it work, we'll need Marine's help." Chapter 159. Sengoku. I'm dealing in billions of berries. Who has time for Whitebeard? Claudius didn't hold back and laid everything Enel had told him out for Sengoku. Sengoku was genuinely surprised. After listening carefully, he let out a sigh and muttered, "To think. Yes, it all makes sense now. Why didn't we think of this sooner?" Then again, who would have guessed the answer was in the sky? Most people would naturally assume such treasures lie hidden on the seabed. "Exactly," Claudius nodded. a faint smile tugging at his lips. That's why Golden City has remained hidden for so long. Hardly anyone would suspect it's above the clouds. Now that we know, we're sitting on first-hand information. But here's the thing, CPX can't handle this alone. The scale of this operation is beyond us. Sengoku perked up at the mention of CPX's limitations. His curiosity piqued. Claudius continued, "That's why I want Marine to join forces with us. Together, we can tackle this." But he paused deliberately, letting his words sink in. "If Marine doesn't want to get involved, I can always report this to the world government. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to help. Of course, if that happens, I'd have to split the spoils with them, and you know how that goes. They'll take the lion's share, and we'll be left with scraps. That's why I'm offering this to you first, split it 50-50. Sengoku's eyes lit up at the mention of splitting the spoils. He quickly interrupted, "Don't even think about reporting this to the world government. Why wouldn't Marine be interested? Eat. Of course, we'll eat. Forget the Golden City. If you found the Sea of Gems or Emerald City along with it, we'd find a way to swallow that whole too." The usually composed Sengoku spoke with uncharacteristic fervor. The Golden City wasn't just any treasure. It was potentially worth tens of billions of berries. Even if Marine only got half, that would still mean 25 billion, enough to cover a significant chunk of Marine's annual budget. And that was just Sengoku's conservative estimate. If Golden City's wealth reached higher, say, 100 or even 200 billion, the payoff would be astronomical. Marine's military expenses were no small matter. With an active force numbering in the millions, maintaining their vast operations across the globe required a staggering amount of resources. Between warships, weapons, ammunition, and salaries, Marine burned through hundreds of billions of berries annually. Sengoku, ever the tactician, immediately saw the value in this operation. A windfall like this could fund new warships, strengthen bases, and bolster their forces, all without eating into their regular budget. The potential was immense. After a moment's thought, Sengoku spoke decisively. "Your Highness, Marine will absolutely participate in this. You've already done us a great favor by bringing this to our attention. There's no way we'll let you shoulder the burden alone. We'll assemble a fleet, no, a large fleet, and take care of the logistics. We've got plenty of warships nearing the end of their service life. They may not be ideal for combat anymore, but they're more than capable of hauling gold. Consider it done." Claudius chuckled to himself. Hook, line, and sinker. He could tell Sengoku was fully invested now. The Admiral's initial reservations about working closely with CPX had evaporated. Ever since the Calm Belt Initiative, Marine had grown increasingly comfortable with these joint ventures. And now, Sengoku didn't even hesitate to dive into this new partnership. "Excellent," Claudius said, his tone lighthearted. "If Marine already has the ships, that'll make things much easier. Shall we finalize the agreement then?" Sengoku nodded firmly. "Leave the fleet to us, Your Highness. We'll handle the logistics and manpower. I'll make sure Marine carries out this operation smoothly. And don't worry, we won't touch a single berry of your share. I swear on my position as Marine Admiral." Claudius smirked. "I wasn't worried about that. Marine wouldn't risk damaging its reputation over something so petty. Besides, we both know this is just the appetizer. The Calm Belt project is the real feast, and that's a long-term venture. Neither of us can afford to burn bridges here." Sengoku agreed wholeheartedly. Golden City was a massive prize, but it paled in comparison to the sustained financial benefits that could come from properly exploiting the Calm Belt. As tempting as it might be to take a larger cut now, Marine's leadership wasn't short-sighted enough to jeopardize their future gains. "Exactly," Sengoku said. "We're on the same page then. Let's proceed carefully and keep this operation under wraps. The fewer people who know about it, the better. We don't want the world government getting wind of this prematurely." Claudius raised an eyebrow. "And how do you propose we keep this quiet? Moving that much gold isn't exactly subtle." Sengoku thought for a moment before replying, "We'll use older warships for transport. They won't draw as much attention, and if anyone does notice, we can pass it off as a routine operation. As for manpower, let's keep it small and trusted. Marine will provide a select group of loyal officers. Your CPX can supplement them with your own agents. That way, we maintain control and secrecy." Claudius nodded. "That sounds reasonable. I'll arrange for some of my people to assist, perhaps Crocodile or Doflamingo can spare a few hands, but we'll need absolute discretion. The fewer loose ends, the better. Agreed, Sengoku said. Let's aim for perfection on this one. I'll contact Marineford as soon as we reach Sabyati and begin preparations immediately. The sooner we execute this, the better. Claudius raised an eyebrow, amused. Wait, what about Whitebeard? Weren't you just saying how urgent it was to deal with him back on Fishman Island? Something about needing to move quickly. Sengoku froze for a split second before waving his hand dismissively. Whitebeard? Bah, how much is that old man worth? What, 3 billion berries? I'm dealing in billions every second now. Who has time for some pirate squabble? Claudius burst into laughter, genuinely amused by Sengoku's response. Watching the Admiral, usually so serious and duty-bound, brush off Whitebeard with such nonchalance was a rare sight indeed. I never thought I'd see the day, Claudius said, shaking his head. Sengoku, you've changed. Sengoku didn't respond, too busy hurrying out of the library to begin making arrangements. As Claudius watched him leave, he couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like the lure of gold really does bring out the best, or worst, in people, Claudius muttered. I never thought I'd see Sengoku so fired up over treasure. What a sight. Chapter 160, Another Logia Devil Fruit. On the docks of Sabyati Archipelago, Claudius stood watching Sengoku as he hurriedly boarded a warship bound for Marineford. With a smirk, Claudius called out, Sengoku, aren't you supposed to report back to Mariewa first? Sengoku, halfway up the gangway, paused and turned. No need for that. I'm just an errand runner on this mission, after all. The real responsibility lies with you, Your Highness. CPX is spearheading this operation now. As for me, I've got urgent matters back at Marineford that require my attention. Claudius raised an eyebrow. Urgent matters, huh? He muttered under his breath. This guy spent all of Fishman Island talking about Whitebeard being his top priority. Now that he smells money, Whitebeard's nothing more than a minor distraction. Typical. Still, Claudius decided not to tease him about it further. He waved a hand in casual farewell and said, All right then, I'll handle Mariewa. Good luck with your, important matters. Sengoku nodded but couldn't help throwing in a subtle reminder. And Your Highness, please keep this operation discreet. You know what I mean. Don't worry, it's all under control, Claudius replied with a reassuring smile. Very well, by the way, what about you? Heading back to Mariewa as well? Sengoku asked. Claudius shook his head and stroked his chin in thought. Not just yet. I'll check on the changes here at Sabyati Archipelago first. Maybe drop by for a drink with a certain someone's wife. Sengoku froze, staring at Claudius with a peculiar expression. After a moment, he chuckled awkwardly and muttered, Your Highness, you make me grateful I don't have a wife. With that, he waved goodbye, adding, Take care, Your Highness. May fortune favor you, or whatever it is you're seeking. Claudius stood there, scratching his head as Sengoku's warship departed. Fortune favor me? What the hell does that mean? He shrugged, dismissing the odd comment, and turned toward the illegal zone of the archipelago. This time, he was determined to pay a visit to Rayleigh. The man had evaded him the last time, and Claudius couldn't help but feel intrigued. It wasn't about hunting him down or squeezing information about Laugh-Tale, it was simple curiosity. Stussy, Nia, and the others had chosen to stay behind, busying themselves with shopping and sightseeing around the archipelago. Alone, Claudius wandered into the illegal zone. He noticed the changes immediately. The once chaotic streets were far quieter. Slave merchants were nowhere to be seen, and pirates, who used to roam freely, now seemed reluctant to leave their ships docked in the illegal harbors. The atmosphere was tense, and Claudius could guess why. The fallout from the head-on pikes, no doubt. It's amazing what a little display of brutality can accomplish. After a leisurely stroll, Claudius arrived at the infamous Shacky's Ripoff Bar. As always, the place stood isolated on a hill with no activity around it. He walked up, knocked on the door, and then, without waiting for a response, pushed it open and stepped inside. The bar was as empty as ever. Behind the counter, Shacky stood lazily leaning against the shelves, cigarette in one hand and a glass in the other. She glanced at Claudius and smiled wryly. No customers, huh? Claudius remarked, glancing around the room. Shaki chuckled and replied, "Thanks to your efforts, my business is practically dead." Claudius grinned and shrugged. Who knew pirates could be so timid these days? He approached the bar and took a seat. Shaki poured him a drink without needing to ask, sliding the glass over to him. "I get the feeling that was a bit of a double entendre," she said with a smirk. "Ha ha ha, sharp as ever, Shaki. Is Rayleigh around, or is he still in hiding?" Claudius asked, taking a sip of his drink. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and shook her head. "If you're on the island, you can bet Rayleigh won't show his face. Seems like he's determined to stay out of your way." "That's a shame," Claudius said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I was hoping to run into him. Nothing serious, just curiosity." Shaki raised an eyebrow. "Curiosity? That's a dangerous word coming from someone in CPX. Don't tell me you're planning to use him to find Laugh Tale or something." Claudius laughed and shook his head. "Laugh Tale? Don't be absurd. I'm not a pirate, Shaki. I have no interest in the One Piece or any of that nonsense. I just think Rayleigh is an interesting guy. That's all." Shaki studied him for a moment before shrugging. "Suit yourself, but I doubt you'll catch him. Rayleigh knows how to keep a low profile." After finishing his drink, Claudius asked, "How much do I owe you? I wouldn't want to leave without contributing to your struggling business." Shaki smiled playfully. 200,000 berries. "Still charging outrageous prices, I see," Claudius said, shaking his head with a grin. "I charge based on the customer," Shaki replied with a wink. Claudius handed her the money without complaint. As she counted the bills, she added, "Since you're my first customer in 2 days, I'll give you some free intel. Consider it a token of appreciation." "Oh, and what intel would that be?" Claudius asked, intrigued. "There are rumors of a Logia Devil Fruit appearing on Spring Island. Thought it might interest you," Shaki said casually. "Logia, huh?" Claudius raised an eyebrow. Logia fruits were rare and powerful, so naturally he was curious. "What kind of ability?" "They're saying it's the smoke fruit. Hasn't been seen in years. If the rumors are true, it's probably legit," Shaki replied. Claudius's initial interest faded instantly. Smoke fruit? Really? Thanks for the tip, but I think I'll pass." Shaki looked at him, surprised. "No interest, it's still a Logia." Claudius waved her off as he stood up to leave. "Logia or not, it doesn't appeal to me. Thanks for the drink, Shaki. Take care." Chapter 161. Spanding. Help Your Highness, I'm in big trouble. From a scientific standpoint, the smoke fruit is quite useful, offering plenty of applications and potential. If developed thoroughly, it could even become a formidable power. However, Claudius had no real interest in this particular devil fruit. Spring Island was too far away to bother with, and based on what Shaki had told him, he was certain Marine would have already moved in to secure it. Marine headquarters, after all, was currently obsessed with Logia Devil Fruits. Kyuzin, Sakazuki, and Borsellino had set an incredible precedent for Logia users, demonstrating just how powerful and versatile such abilities could be. On top of that, Claudius himself, along with Enel and Crocodile, were high-profile Logia users aligned with the world government. Together, the 6 of them seemed to confirm the reputation of Logia users as overwhelmingly strong. As expected, Claudius was right. Marine had already dispatched forces to Spring Island, aiming to retrieve the smoke fruit. Their plan was to cultivate a new, powerful Logia user from the officer training camp. In this year's camp, 2 standout candidates had caught attention. The first was a girl named Hina, a user of the cage fruit from the Paramecia class. However, since Hina already had a devil fruit ability, she wasn't in the running. The second candidate was Smoker, a young Marine who had witnessed Gall D. Rogers' execution in Logtown as a child. Rather than turning to piracy after seeing Rogers' execution, as many might have expected, Smoker took the opposite path. Inspired in some way, he joined Marine, rising quickly through the ranks. His performance earned him a place in the officer training camp, where he became one of the brightest prospects, impressing both Zephyr and other Marine leaders. If everything went according to plan, Smoker had a bright future ahead of him, likely destined to reach Vice Admiral rank at the very least. With the smoke fruit in his possession, Marine intended to groom him further, possibly as a future admiral candidate. But Claudius knew Smoker's personality well. The man was as stubborn as they came, deeply driven by his own sense of justice to the point of being almost unyielding. Smoker wasn't one to compromise or bend, even when it would have been strategically wise. This refusal to conform would eventually leave him marginalized within Marine. Struggling to navigate Marine's bureaucratic and political complexities, Smoker would ultimately be sent to East Blue, effectively exiled. The intention behind this move was to temper his personality and teach him humility, but instead, Smoker ended up spending nearly a decade in relative obscurity, stationed in Logtown. While his time there allowed him to maintain peace in East Blue, Smoker's skills stagnated during this period, leaving him unprepared for the Grand Line's brutal challenges when he returned. Even with the smoke fruit, his combat effectiveness fell short of expectations, though later events in the New World would force him to rebuild himself. In any case, Cladius had no interest in getting involved with the smoke fruit. He didn't have any suitable candidates under his command to give it to, and he was confident Marine would secure it without issue. Initially, Cladius had considered giving Rob Lucci a devil fruit to boost his capabilities, only to later realize that Lucci had already consumed the cat fruit, model, leopard, when he was younger. At first, Cladius had dismissed Zoan fruits like Lucci's as ordinary, assuming their potential was limited compared to Logia or Paramecia abilities. However, after learning more from seasoned veterans like Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, Cladius came to understand Zoan fruits in a new light. Sengoku, as a user of the human fruit model, Buddha had a particularly deep understanding of Zoan abilities. According to him, Zoan fruits, whether mythical or ancient, primarily excelled in boosting the user's physical capabilities. While mythical Zoan fruits offered unique, high-end powers, regular Zoan fruits were far from weak. With proper training and physical specialization, even ordinary Zoan users could reach incredible heights. Hearing this, Cladius stopped underestimating Lucci's leopard model. The fruit was an excellent match for Lucci, whose talent and aptitude were already exceptional. In fact, Lucci's reputation as the strongest CP9 member in 800 years wasn't unfounded. It was his immense potential that earned him that title. However, Lucci's full potential had yet to be realized, partly because his work as a spy often limited his ability to train. His undercover mission in Water 7, for instance, had him masquerading as a shipwright for 5 years. While he became an exceptional craftsman during that time, his combat training undoubtedly suffered. Cladius couldn't help but wonder how strong Lucci might have become with uninterrupted focus on honing his abilities. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Cladius wandered the streets of Sabiati Archipelago, heading toward the shopping district to find Stussy and the others. But just as he left the illegal zone, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Spandine. Cladius hadn't seen Spandine in person for some time, though the two communicated regularly through phone calls. Under Spandine's leadership, CPX's covert operations had seen rapid development, earning Cladius's approval. However, the man before him now didn't look like a competent leader. Instead, Spandine's face was pale, his expression frantic. The moment he spotted Cladius, he bolted toward him, collapsing to his knees and grabbing Cladius's leg. "Your Highness, oh, Your Highness, please, you have to save me. I've made a terrible mistake." Spandine wailed, tears streaming down his face as he clung to Cladius's leg like his life depended on it. Startled, Cladius instinctively pulled his leg back, glaring at Spandine in annoyance. "For heaven's sake, get up. Do you have to rub your tears and snot on my trousers? Do you have any idea how much these cost?" Spandine stumbled back, sitting on the ground as he wiped his face, his eyes still red and watery. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I'm in a real catastrophe. This time, it's all Lucci's fault." Cladius's eyebrow twitched as he looked down at the pathetic sight before him. "What did Lucci do?" he asked, his voice laced with exasperation. Spandine took a deep, shuddering breath before blurting out, "It was supposed to be a simple mission, but Lucci. He went too far, and now we're in deep trouble." Chapter 162, I Am Also an Actor. Hearing this, Cladius raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Lucci, by the way, where's the kid? Isn't he always with you? Why don't I see him around?" For the past few years, Lucci had been under Spandine's care. Spandine knew how important Lucci was to St. Cladius, so he didn't dare mistreat him. Occasionally, he even let Lucci go on missions to train him as a potential successor. Originally, Spandine had intended to groom his own son, Spandam, as his successor. But Spandam was, frankly, hopeless. If they were still in CP9, it wouldn't have mattered as much. Spandine was the top figure there and could manipulate things however he wanted. But now, under St. Cladius, his position was significantly higher, and his influence much greater. Former colleagues in the CP organization, who once stood on equal footing with him, now bowed their heads and called him Sir at every turn. Spandine relished this newfound status. The key to his success was that St. Cladius trusted him immensely and gave him plenty of autonomy. Cladius left the handling of most small and medium-sized matters within CPX to Spandine, who so far had not disappointed him. In terms of actual competence, Spandine was a bit mediocre, but his political instincts were exceptional. The more time Spandine spent under St. Cladius, the clearer one thing became: loyalty and utility were all that mattered. Cladius appreciated capable subordinates, but what he valued most was loyalty. Spandine had come to realize that, at this point, he cared less about the world government's interests and more about what benefited St. Cladius. Spandine also understood that if he pushed his incompetent son into his position, and Spandam ended up making some catastrophic blunder that angered Cladius, there would be hell to pay. He couldn't risk it. So, Spandine stopped entertaining the idea. He had tested his son thoroughly, only to conclude that Spandam was utterly useless. Spandam had only two strengths. He was blindly loyal to Cladius, thanks to Spandine's influence, and he excelled at flattery. Spandine, ever resourceful, decided to lean into these strengths. If his son couldn't excel in other areas, he could at least be an errand-running lackey for St. Cladius. With Cladius's magnanimous character, he would ensure that even a loyal dog like Spandam would live a comfortable life. As long as their family maintained Cladius's favor, their future seemed secure. And who knew, maybe a more competent heir would emerge in the next generation. Setting those thoughts aside, Spandine quickly responded to Cladius's question. "Your Highness, Lucci is currently locked up in Mariewa's prison." Cladius was momentarily surprised. "What, Mariewa? Who in Mariewa dares to imprison one of my men?" "What happened? Explain clearly," Cladius demanded, his brow furrowing. Spandine quickly launched into an explanation. "Your Highness, not long ago, in the first half of the Grand Line, a country was attacked and taken over by pirates." Hearing this, Cladius sighed. The age of pirates was rife with chaos. It wasn't unheard of for a group of powerful pirates to overthrow a nation's capital. "The higher-ups assigned CPX to handle the situation, so I sent Lucci," Spandine continued, carefully recounting the events without beating around the bush. Soon enough, Cladius grasped the full context. "So that's what happened, and this is considered a big deal," Cladius said with a wry smile. To summarize, a group of pirates had captured the capital of a nation. The king had fled early on, leaving behind many hostages, including a young prince who had failed to escape. This prince, to his credit, had concealed his identity and blended in with the other hostages. When the king learned that his son was among the captured, he panicked. Lacking the resources to pay the pirates' ransom, he turned to the world government for help. As a member of the world government's allied nations, the situation couldn't be ignored. The task of resolving the matter fell to CPX, and Cladius, busy with other affairs, left it to Spandine to handle. Spandine, in turn, delegated the mission to Lucci. Lucci, however, had a temper and a sense of pride. As a member of CPX and a subordinate of St. Cladius, a celestial dragon, he had no intention of bowing to pirates or negotiating with them. Instead, he launched a direct assault, killing all the pirates along with the hostages they had taken, including the unfortunate prince. When news reached the old king, he completely lost it. His son had died, and more than 500 hostages were slaughtered in the process. He accused Lucci of reckless slaughter and demanded justice from the world government. As a result, Lucci was arrested and imprisoned in Mariewa. Spandine, meanwhile, was reprimanded. Since Cladius had been occupied with matters on Fishman Island, he was unaware of the situation until now. "It's no big deal," Cladius said casually. It's just a minor issue. They can put on a show, act like they're punishing someone, but in the end, it'll all blow over. But, Your Highness, Spandine interjected nervously, the atmosphere in Mariewa hasn't been great lately. After the noise you made there earlier, it seems the 5 elders are looking for an excuse to punish CPX now with this incident. I'm worried it might cause trouble for you. Cladius immediately saw through Spandine's words. The man was trying to play the victim, hoping to shift the blame while seeking reassurance. Cladius smirked, kicking Spandine lightly. You think I don't see through your little act? Cut it out. As long as you don't disappoint me, I won't treat you badly. Hearing this, Spandine relaxed. Smiling ingratiatingly, he got up and asked, Your Highness, how should we handle this? There's also the matter of the 500 million berries fine. What should we do about that? Ah, that's just a face-saving move, Cladius replied dismissively. The 5 elders need something to show for it after all the ruckus I caused in Mariewa. 500 million? That's nothing. I could pull 2 billion out of thin air if I wanted to. Just go ahead and pay it. Once that's done, the matter will be over. As for Lucci, it's no big deal. When this is all settled, bring him out to see me, Cladius instructed. Spandine let out a sigh of relief. While he didn't know the full details of the situation, Claudius's confident tone assured him that there was no real danger. Understood, Your Highness. Your wisdom never fails. I was overthinking things, Spandine said, quickly following up with flattery. Chapter 163, Rossward, Life is Too Hard. In the holy land of Mariewa, outside the world government headquarters, Stussy stood as usual, waiting for Cladius. Before long, Cladius emerged from the building, looking relaxed. It seemed that his report to the 5 elders had gone smoothly. As for Lucci's incident, Cladius hadn't brought it up, and neither had the 5 elders. Clearly, it was being treated as a trivial, face-saving matter. Which made sense. Why would the world government offend a powerful and competent celestial dragon like Cladius over a minor king from some pirate-plagued allied nation? As soon as Cladius stepped out, Stussy greeted him with a smile. She wrapped her arms around his and pressed her lithe figure close to him. Hey, careful, you're going to hit me with those, Cladius teased with a chuckle, enjoying the soft sensation against his arm. Stussy rolled her eyes playfully and said with a smirk, What, you don't like it? Ahahaha, who in their right mind wouldn't like this? I feel like the luckiest guy in the world right now, Cladius replied, laughing. Ever since the little escapade with Shiarly on Fishman Island, Stussy had been noticeably more confident and enthusiastic in her interactions with Cladius. Not that Cladius minded. After years of working together, there was genuine affection between them. Stussy's boldness wasn't unwelcome, and Cladius, who wasn't exactly shy about such things, had no reason to refuse her advances. If anything, he appreciated her attentiveness. Still, Cladius had his boundaries. He never forced anything, though he certainly wasn't above letting things happen naturally. The bustling activity in front of the world government headquarters meant that many people saw the two of them together. Observers couldn't help but feel odd. Mariewa's own flower, Miss Stussy, was clearly on intimate terms with St. Cladius. From that moment, anyone who interacted with Stussy would have to tread carefully and show her even more respect. Stussy, still holding Claudius's arm, smiled and asked, So, Your Highness, what's the plan now? Shall we head back for some rest? Claudius flicked her delicate nose and teased, Resting during the day? Do you think I'm the type to waste daylight, or are you suggesting we go applaud for love right now? Your Highness, you weren't this much of a rogue before. You're getting worse by the day, Stussy said, pretending to pout as she pressed against his arm again. Claudius felt his resolve waver for a moment but quickly regained composure. With a light flick to her forehead, he said, Focus. We've got things to do. How about we leave the fun for later tonight? Stussy, seeing that her playful attempts hadn't swayed him, nodded in agreement. At least she'd secured a promise for an evening together. So, what's on the agenda now, Your Highness? I promised the people of Fishman Island that I'd free every fishman and mermaid enslaved here in Mariewa. That's something I can't let slide, Claudius said with a faint smile. Besides, from what I've heard, one of the slaves in particular is someone worth keeping an eye on. Even if he doesn't work for me directly, he could still be useful in the future. Instead of returning to his palace, Claudius led Stussy toward the House of the Gods, stopping in front of one of the celestial dragon's estates. Stussy glanced at the residence, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes, and then looked back at Claudius. "Your Highness, are you planning to pick on someone again? You're too much." Claudius rubbed his chin, as if pondering her words before smirking. "It's not my fault, it's fate." The estate before them was all too familiar. The gates had clearly been replaced, and for good reason. This was the residence of Rossward, a celestial dragon Claudius had visited before. As fate would have it, Fisher Tiger, the fishman who would one day become infamous, had somehow ended up enslaved in Rossward's household. Thinking about it, Claudius couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Fisher Tiger hates humans and the world government so much. With someone like Rossward owning him, it all makes sense. Without hesitation, Claudius walked up to the gates and knocked loudly. "Open the door." Rossward Saint, who had been relaxing in the courtyard with his foolish son, Charlos froze when he heard Claudius's voice. "Father, that demon is here again," Charlos cried out, his voice trembling with fear. "Shut up, don't make a sound, pretend we're not home," Rossward hissed, equally panicked. As he said this, Rossward felt a pang of despair. How had it come to this? A noble celestial dragon, reduced to hiding in his own home, afraid of another celestial dragon? Life was truly too hard. "That damned Claudius is back. Maybe I should take a trip somewhere, get out of Mariewa for a while," Rossward muttered. "At least outside, I'm untouchable as a celestial dragon. Claudius might bully me here, but no one would dare outside." Meanwhile, outside the gates, Claudius chuckled to himself. "Do you think my observation hacky is useless? I can see both of you basking in the sun." "Open up, Rossward. I know you're in there. You've got the guts to enslave people, but not to open the door," Claudius called out, smirking as he banged on the gates. "We're a civilized organization here at CPX. Don't make me break down the door again. Your express delivery is here. Time to pay the water bill." Claudius tried a few more lines, but the house remained silent. Inside, Rossward Saint had resolved to stay quiet, no matter what. Growing impatient, Claudius finally shouted, "Rossward, I'm giving you some face here, but don't push it. I'm counting to 3. If this door isn't open, I'll have it sealed up permanently. You'll turn your house into a prison, complete with 24-hour guards. Let's see if you can live like that for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Rossward trembled. If anyone else had made such threats, he would have laughed it off. But with Claudius, he had no doubt it could happen. When Claudius began counting, Rossward panicked and quickly ordered his servants to open the door. As the gates opened, Rossward stayed far away, glaring at Claudius from a safe distance. "What do you want, Claudius? I haven't provoked you. Isn't it enough that you've already caused me so much trouble?" Claudius smirked. "Didn't provoke me? You replaced the door I so kindly gave you. I'm telling you now, you've got 3 days to put that iron door back up. Are you looking down on my gift? Do you not respect me?" Rossward nearly spat blood. "You smashed that door. It wasn't even functional, it was practically a wall." "What do you want, really?" Rossward asked, his voice laced with desperation. Waving a hand dismissively, Claudius said, "Relax, I'm not here to torment you. Look at you, acting like a victim. I almost feel bad for you." "You're going to drive me to an early grave," Rossward cursed internally. "Do you have a red-skinned fishman here? Bring him out. I need him for something," Claudius said firmly. Rossward's resolve wavered. Knowing Claudius's personality, there was no point in resisting. The man was relentless. "Go, bring him here," Rossward ordered one of his servants, resigned to his fate. Claudius grinned and said, "See, that wasn't so hard. If you just talked to me like this earlier, we might even be friends by now." Chapter 164, The World Government's Vicious Dog. Inside Claudius's palace, he sat in his study, a calm and refined atmosphere enveloping the room. 2 teacups were placed on the table, and an expensive incense burned steadily, its soothing fragrance aiding concentration and tranquility. In his hand, Claudius held a book he had brought back from Fishman Island. It detailed the customs and culture of the island, and at the moment, his attention was fixed on a section describing Fishman Street. Fishman Street's history was neither too long nor too short. Years ago, It had already been the largest and most chaotic area on Fishman Island, a place crawling with troublemakers. At that time, it was barely under control. A few years back, the royal palace of Ryugu Kingdom attempted reforms, transforming Fishman Street into the largest orphanage on the island, hoping to bring order to the chaos. But corruption, as always, found its way. It wasn't unique to the world government. Every organization and nation was vulnerable. Even the Revolutionary Army wasn't exempt from traitors. Due to mismanagement and a lack of oversight, the original chaos of Fishman Street returned. However, this time, the situation worsened. When the orphans were relocated there, they became fresh recruits for the existing gangs and criminals, adding fuel to the fire. As a result, Fishman Street devolved into the most dangerous and anarchic place on Fishman Island. Previously, it had been somewhat manageable. Now, even the royal palace was powerless against it. Failed reforms often lead to greater chaos. I guess that principle holds true no matter the world, Cladius murmured as he flipped through the book. Combining what he read with what he had observed firsthand, he came to a conclusion. The root of Fishman Island's problems is the absence of a strong leader. Without decisive leadership, situations like this are inevitable. He smiled faintly, his thoughts wandering. While King Neptune of Ryugu Palace was a good ruler who genuinely cared about his people, he lacked the iron will necessary to deal with chaos. In such turbulent times, a strong hand was essential. Claudius thought about Hody Jones, a figure who would rise in the future. Though Hody's goals were undeniably malicious, his methods were brutally effective. He captured pirates who dared to wreak havoc on Fishman Island and turned them into slaves, asserting a twisted form of order. When Claudius compared Neptune to someone like Hody, he couldn't help but shake his head. Neptune, despite being born into royalty, almost had his reign ended by someone like Hody. If Neptune had adopted even half of Hody's ruthlessness, Fishman Island wouldn't have suffered so much under the pirates' exploitation. But in the grand scheme of things, Claudius saw Neptune's weakness as an advantage for his own plans. A weaker king made it easier for Claudius to maneuver. I have no intention of educating Neptune. As long as he follows my arrangements and helps me achieve my goals, that's enough. All I need is for Fishman Island to work under me. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, there was a knock at the study door. Claudius's butler, Nia, entered and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, Fisher Tiger has been cleaned up. Should I bring him in to see you?" Claudius nodded casually. "Let him in." Nia nodded, stepped back, and moments later, Fisher Tiger walked into the room. The towering fishman, his red skin covered in whip scars, looked physically strong despite his weary expression. On his chest, the hateful symbol of a celestial dragon's hoof had been burned into his flesh. His eyes, filled with a mix of wariness and suppressed hatred, fixed on Claudius. Despite the hatred gleaming in his gaze, Tiger stopped just inside the room, bent his knees slightly, and prepared to kneel. He had been a slave long enough to know the rituals necessary to survive in the presence of a celestial dragon. Fisher Tiger was a man who could endure humiliation when it served his purposes. If kneeling to Claudius could give him a chance, he wouldn't hesitate. But in his heart, he swore, "If I get the chance, I'll burn Mariewa to the ground." Before his knees touched the ground, he felt an invisible force stop him mid-motion. Surprised, he hesitated as Claudius spoke, his tone calm and composed. "There's no need for unnecessary gestures," Claudius said. "From the hatred in your eyes, I can tell you're not someone who's willing to bow to me. Kneeling would be meaningless. Take a seat." If not for their opposing positions, Claudius would have admired Fisher Tiger. The man had the courage to set Mariewa ablaze and free countless slaves, showing extraordinary bravery and a sense of responsibility. That, in itself, was worthy of respect. However, Claudius was still a celestial dragon, and someone like Tiger, who sought to destroy his hometown, was ultimately a threat to his interests. Allowing Tiger's rebellion to flourish would disgrace the celestial dragons and the world government, something Claudius would never tolerate. Even so, Claudius believed in giving respect where it was due. There was no need to humiliate a man like Tiger by forcing him to kneel. Fisher Tiger remained silent, his eyes now tinged with confusion. He studied Claudius for a moment before stepping forward and taking the seat across from him. On the table before him was a cup of tea. Without waiting for Claudius to say anything, Tiger picked it up and drank. "Although I don't know your intentions, I'll thank you for removing my slave collar," Fisher Tiger said, after setting the cup down. Claudius closed the book in his hands and smiled faintly. "I don't have a habit of putting collars on people unless it's absolutely necessary." "That means, like the others, you keep slaves," Fisher Tiger said quietly. Claudius didn't deny it. Although he rarely relied on slaves, it was true that he owned some. However, unlike others who enslaved innocents, Claudius only kept criminals, pirates, and other scum under his control. "Yes, I do, but not many. And those I keep are hardly innocent," Claudius replied honestly. Fisher Tiger was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. "Thank you for your honesty." "Nothing to thank me for," Claudius said with a faint smile. After a brief pause, he added, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Donquixote Cladius, a celestial dragon here in Mariewa. I don't know how long you've been a slave, but if it hasn't been too long, you might have heard of me." A sharp glint appeared in Fisher Tiger's eyes. Although he'd been given a bath and some clean clothes, this was the first time he learned the name of the man before him. He had heard of Donquixote Cladius, a celestial dragon unlike any other. Claudius's reputation had reached even the darkest corners of the sea. He was the mysterious leader of CPX, a man whose name alone inspired fear and awe. "Donquixote Cladius," Fisher Tiger said softly, his tone heavy with meaning. "The legendary and elusive leader of CPX, your name is known across the seas, but your face, no one ever sees it." Claudius smiled, pleased by the recognition. "So, it seems my reputation precedes me." "In our eyes," Fisher Tiger replied, his voice calm but cutting, "you're the world government's most vicious dog. Now that I know you're a celestial dragon, the title suits you even more." Chapter 165, Your Highness Alone is Unique. "Ha ha ha ha, so that's how you people see me?" Claudius laughed, his voice hearty and unbothered. "Well, I can't say I'm surprised, but vicious dog, I suppose it fits in its own way." Fisher Tiger watched Claudius, his sharp eyes flashing with curiosity. This man truly was unlike any other. Fisher Tiger had essentially insulted him, yet Claudius laughed it off as if it were nothing. It was clear that this celestial dragon operated on a completely different wavelength from the others. After his laughter subsided, Claudius shifted his gaze back to Fisher Tiger and said, "All right, enough with the idle talk. You must be wondering why I've brought you here." Fisher Tiger was indeed puzzled. He didn't see himself as someone important. Sure, he was the leader of Fishman Street, but in the grand scheme of things, that title was meaningless. Claudius was a celestial dragon, and not just any celestial dragon, he was a powerful one. Why would someone of Claudius's stature bother with someone like him? "Yes, I am quite curious," Fisher Tiger admitted, his tone calm but wary. "Good." Claudius took a sip from his teacup, his demeanor casual yet deliberate. "Fisher Tiger, adventurer of some renown, born in the chaos of Fishman Street, now its unofficial leader. And recently you were captured and made a slave. Not many people know about that, do they? After all, you've been away from Fishman Island for years, off exploring the world." Fisher Tiger frowned slightly, his confusion deepening. Claudius's knowledge of him was unsettlingly precise, as though he'd been keeping tabs on him. Claudius smiled. "Tiger, can I call you that?" Fisher Tiger didn't respond, simply waiting to see where this conversation was going. "What do you think of Mariewa?" Claudius asked, his tone light as though they were discussing the weather. This time, Fisher Tiger didn't hesitate. "It's hell on earth, a cesspool of filth and cruelty." Claudius nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the response. "You're right. For someone like you, it is a dark and evil place." "And for someone like you, a celestial dragon, it's not, is it?" Fisher Tiger said, his tone bitter. "Naturally," Claudius replied, his smile faint. "But you hate this place, don't you? You hate it so much you'd burn it to the ground if you could." Fisher Tiger was silent for a moment before deciding there was no point in lying. "Yes, I'd burn it all to ash if I had the chance." "Of course you would," Claudius said, nodding again. "But your hatred doesn't matter, Tiger. The world won't change just because one person hates something. After all, you're just a small man, aren't you? Fisher Tiger had yet to escape from Mariewa. He had no way of knowing that one day he would succeed, that he would lead a rebellion, free countless slaves, and inspire a generation of revolutionaries. At this moment, Claudius's words stung because they rang true. He was just a single man, and his hatred alone couldn't shake the world. That's right, Fisher Tiger admitted softly, though there was a hint of defiance in his voice. But I'm different, Claudius said, his tone calm but firm. The words were simple, but they carried a weight that Fisher Tiger couldn't ignore. Claudius wasn't wrong. Unlike him, Claudius had the power to effect real change. Even if that power wasn't absolute yet, it was undeniable. Still, Fisher Tiger didn't understand what Claudius was getting at. Was this some philosophical discussion? A veiled threat? Claudius reached for a stack of documents on the table and slid them across to Fisher Tiger. I am working to change the world, Tiger. These are the results of my efforts so far. Take a look. Frowning, Fisher Tiger picked up the documents and began reading. What he saw left him stunned. The papers detailed Claudius's initiatives. CPX's crackdown on illegal slave traders targeting Fishman Island, the world government's plan to establish a marine base on the island to ensure its security, and even a program to liberate mermaid slaves from Mariewa. There were also letters of cooperation signed by King Neptune and Princess Ottoheim, as well as a personal letter of thanks from Princess Ottoheim herself. Fisher Tiger's mind reeled. He had noticed some changes during his time as a slave in Mariewa, but as a prisoner, he hadn't been able to piece together what was happening. Now, it all made sense. The curses and complaints he'd heard other celestial dragons muttering about Claudius were because of these reforms. When he came across a section discussing plans to revitalize and develop Fishman Street, Fisher Tiger's eyes narrowed. He was beginning to understand why Claudius had sought him out. After reading through the documents several times, Fisher Tiger placed them back on the table and looked at Claudius. This time, his tone was sincere. Thank you, Your Highness Claudius. Thank you for everything you're doing for Fishman Island. For the first time, Fisher Tiger used honorifics when addressing Claudius, a gesture that wasn't lost on the celestial dragon. Claudius smiled, clearly pleased. With a wave of his hand, Claudius replied, "There's no need to thank me. It's just mutual benefit after all." Many people have interests in Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger said quietly, but you're the only one who has approached it this way. Indeed, over the years, many pirates, smugglers, and slavers had exploited the island for their own gain. But Claudius was the first to use a cooperative and relatively gentle approach, a stark contrast to the usual cruelty. Claudius chuckled softly. Well, I'm glad you noticed. He leaned back slightly and asked, now that you've seen all this, do you understand why I brought you here? I think I have an idea, Fisher Tiger said after a moment. I don't know exactly what you stand to gain from developing Fishman Street, but it must be significant. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste your time on a slave like me. Claudius nodded, acknowledging the truth in Tiger's words. You're correct, there's a lot at stake here. I can't afford to fail. According to Claudius's research, there were at least 100,000 people living in Fishman Street, with more orphans arriving each year. It was a chaotic and untapped resource. Fisher Tiger, as its de facto leader, was a key figure. A leader of 100,000 people, he might be a small man in the grand scheme of things, but in this context, he was indispensable. These 100,000 residents represented an incredible labor force. With their natural physical strength, far greater than that of humans, they were ideal for Claudius's plans, which included developing the Calm Belt and establishing a foundation of trust between himself and Fishman Island. Faced with the massive potential benefits, Claudius had no intention of taking shortcuts. He was determined to see this through properly.